Chapter 61. Jiang Tunan, who returned to the desolate planet, was warmly welcomed by her colleagues. Lang Chitong arrived earlier than them. Seeing Jiang Tunan, she gave her a warm hug. "I know everything. You did a good job. Young man, why don't you come to the 9th Corps and join me in the future?" Tung Kai, who was standing aside, was unwilling. He looked at Jiang Tunan and said, "Tunan, after graduation, doesn't come to the desolate planet to shine. What's the point of following you to fight and kill?" Jiang Tunan just smiled. After feeling the cold touch on her palm, she lowered her head slightly and found that it was the warm-colored horns of the lamb that touched her. She met the worried eyes of Xieji. Behind Xieji, Bao Bao and Xiu Xiong came running over. "Xieji, where have you been? Have you found Nan Nan? Why did you come back with Nan Nan?" Jiang Tunan glanced at Xieji, who was obviously guilty, and said nothing. Xieji pushed Bobo's big head away coldly. His expression was not obvious, but his head moved with a guilty conscience. "Today's news inside the Animal Research Institute is all about you. Their forum has been flooded with messages." Tung Kai excitedly opened the light brain for Jiang Tunan to see. On the top is the logo of the Animal Research Institute, and the contents are similar. "Li Tao, are plant-related abilities real? I still can't believe what I saw during the day. Who said that plant-related abilities are weak before? At this level, only top abilities can block bullets with bare hands. Don't you think it's strange? This person was brought in by the Institute today. He can't be a relative of someone else. If the scene at that time was posted on the Star Network, I guarantee that no one would dare to say that plant-related abilities are weak. They would only think that the video is a synthesis. The highest praise for the strong. This video is fake, Nan Nan. You broke their prejudice against plant-related abilities by yourself. Do you have any comments on this?" Tung Kai has seen the whole story on the forum of the Animal Research Institute. As a teammate who often fights side by side with Jiang Tunan, she knows Jiang Tunan's strength very well, and doesn't think it's strange. It hurts quite a bit. Jiang Tunan pulled open his clothes with a subtle expression and showed his fixed arm to Tung Kai. "I may have to be a disabled person who is holding back recently." Several people laughed together, and Lang Chitong brought up the business instead. "So why did the other party attack you? It's not yet under investigation?" Jiang Tunan nodded. Lang Chitong's expression kept changing, and finally he sighed. "She has turned Q153 upside down recently. It is obvious that Lang Chichu has moved his position, and has not been able to get any useful information there." Professor Zhao also staggered to the door, stood at the gate of the small garden, and waved to Jiang Tunan, who was facing him. The results of the soil samples sent by Jiang Tunan have long been out. But Jiang Tunan has been busy recently, and Professor Zhao has also run to Pingxing several times, so the two have time to say a few words. The soil from the wasteland planet that was sent later is highly similar to the sample from Q153. It should be the same substance that was added, so the soil is more fertile. The white celery flowers dug from there are growing better. Do you have any idea? Jiang Tunan looked back at the Xieji and said frankly, "Let's not talk about the one on Q153 for now. The land on the wasteland planet. I picked up an injured Xieji on the day I came. It lost too much blood, and it should have seeped in." Professor Zhao's face became particularly serious. The old man, who usually blew his beard and glared, suddenly showed a depressed face. "I knew it was like this." He sighed and took Jiang Tunan to the greenhouse. "You must be very curious why we are so interested in plants. But we choose to stay on the wasteland planet." Jiang Tunan has also considered this issue. The Botanical Research Institute is on Pingxing, and it can grow all kinds of plants. Even the soil in their greenhouse on the wasteland planet is dug from Pingxing. Professor Zhao looked in the direction of Pingxing, and Jiang Tunan felt that he looked particularly desolate at this time. When Professor Zhao was still a young man, he was full of passion and wanted to make a name for himself. He was indeed a researcher at Pingxing at the beginning, and because he was talented and willing to work hard, he soon became the teacher's assistant. The more senior the researcher, the more he can get in touch with unknown secrets. When Professor Zhao was looking after the experimental field for the teacher, one day he misread the time and simply stayed in the greenhouse for a night. After an unknown period of time, Professor Zhao was awakened by the sound of workers coming to fertilize. He lay in the small restroom and saw a scene through the gap that he would never forget in his life. The bucket on the man's back was blood red, and the sprayed fertilizer was also bright red. In the distance was the rising sun, and several colors hit Professor Zhao's eyes. At first, Professor Zhao didn't think too much. Just thought it was a special fertilizer. A nearby experimental field finished fertilizing, and the workers left with heavy plastic buckets. And the smell of blood suddenly spread. Professor Zhao couldn't help his curiosity. Walked to the edge of the experimental field and observed carefully, and found a stump. In fact, it was already very broken. But what a coincidence. Professor Zhao research direction is animal feeding, and he is very sensitive to these things. He covered his heart that was jumping around and got back to his original position. After a while, a group of workers came to turn the soil, and the blood was quickly buried under the soil. And there was no difference from ordinary soil. Only the faint smell of blood impacted Professor Zhao's cognition. What made Professor Zhao even more unacceptable was that he didn't even know if all the food he could eat was grown in this way. He endured it for a day, but still couldn't help it, and found an opportunity to ask the teacher. The teacher didn't expect that this secret would be suddenly discovered by Professor Zhao. He was unnatural for a moment, but still explained to Professor Zhao that there was indeed blood in the bucket, all of which were executed criminals, making the last contribution to the Interstellar. Another part is the mutant animals killed, which will become fertilizer when they cannot be processed. Even so, Professor Zhao finds it difficult to accept this fact. People's hearts are unpredictable, and no one can guarantee whether they will lower their bottom line for this, and use more cruel means to make fertilizer in the future. Since then, Professor Zhao's condition has become worse and worse. His teacher has tried to talk to him and win him back several times, but Professor Zhao has always been passively resisting. His teacher gradually lost patience. It is not a good thing for such a secret to be known by a student with different thoughts from them. Professor Zhao's teacher took action against him. If it weren't for Du Liang, I might have died a long time ago, Professor Zhao said coldly. As for why I have to go back to Pingxing for a meeting, it is also a means for Du Liang to promise them to save my life. Pingxing wants to confirm that Professor Zhao will not disclose the secret to others to avoid causing panic among the public. So the soil Pingxing gives us is the most ordinary soil. So the plants on the barren planet are so half dead? Jiang Tunan looked at the greenhouse behind Professor Zhao and grasped the key point again. Professor Zhao nodded. I guess so. I haven't had the permission to enter the greenhouse of Pingxing for many years. I can't find the soil samples of the greenhouse of Pingxing, so I can't make a comparison. Why not try to collect some blood? Jiang Tunan changed his mind. Professor Zhao didn't know what she was up to, so he could only take her back to the greenhouse and choose a piece of soil from the wasteland. And the other side was the soil brought back from Pingxing. She pulled out a dagger from her body without hesitation. Before Professor Zhao could stop her, she cut her hand and asked Professor Zhao for a test tube of blood. Professor Zhao was stunned by her simple and rough way, and he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. How can young people be so reckless? I haven't said anything yet, and you did everything. What's there to hesitate about? It's just a few drops of blood. Jiang Tunan didn't care and let Professor Zhao take her to the treatment room for bandaging. Only Tung Nan was there. Seeing the old and the young hurried over, he couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Jiang Tunan hit her hard, and the blood didn't stop all the way, and the sleeves of her clothes were stained red. How did she get hurt? Tung Kai looked at the blood on her body and was a little surprised. The most dangerous thing on the deserted planet is probably the group of animals, but they don't hurt people. Jiang Tunan was with Professor Zhao, so she was probably injured in the greenhouse. Tung Kai could almost guess that the people doing the experiment were probably mentally ill, and they didn't know how to use caution, so she probably did it herself. Are there abnormal plants in the greenhouse? Tung Nan came over and guessed. She cut it herself. Professor Zhao blew his beard and glared, and didn't say anything more. Tung Nan himself is a researcher, and he knows that there must be some unspeakable inside story. So he didn't ask any more questions, but just took a look at the wound. She was very cruel. He opened the treatment chamber and asked Jiang Tunan to go up. Professor Zhao saw that she had settled down, and immediately left with his sleeves swung. Tung Kai glanced at Jiang Tunan and hurried to follow. Jiang Tunan knew he was angry, but he didn't want to offend him. He stared at the ceiling, and then thought of something, looking at Tung Nan with burning eyes. I don't think my injury is serious. Can I go back after bandaging it in the usual way? Tung Nan was not surprised at all that Jiang Tunan would say such a thing, but he refused. Professor Zhao just watched you lie down. If he finds out that your injury is not healed, I will also share the joys and sorrows with you. Jiang Tunan had to admit that what he said made sense. It was a bit strange for Jiang Tunnen to use the treatment chamber for the first time. The treatment chamber seemed to release something to comfort people. Jiang Tunnen felt comfortable physically and mentally after lying down for a while, and even felt a little drowsy. There was no one else here. Jiang Tunnen had been running around all day, so he just fell asleep boldly. Tung Nam was studying the information of the new guest sent by Du Liang, thinking about how to improve the defense of the temporary observation area to prevent it from running out. Just when he was about to ask Jiang Tunnen about the bear, he turned around and found that she had fallen asleep. Jiang Tunnen herself might not know that she was very cautious when she first came to the deserted planet, fearing that she would have too much contact with them. But after they started to bring animals back from everywhere, she changed a lot. She became more lively and seemed to be more able to integrate into the group of the deserted planet. For example, now, she dared to fall asleep without any defense when there was an outsider in the same room. This was completely different from her previous vigilant appearance. Tung Nan glanced at her frowning brows and turned off the main light in the treatment room, leaving only a small light on the table in front of her. Chapter 62. When Jiang Tunnen woke up, there was no one in the treatment room. Only Xieji was curled up on the stool, half closed his eyes and drowsy. When he noticed that she had woken up, he greeted her in a daze. Tingnan went out for something, and said that we can leave when you wake up. It got up and helped Jiang Tunnen open the treatment chamber from the outside, and the two walked to the dormitory together. After tomorrow, there will be many outsiders coming to the deserted planet. If you don't want to see them, hide in the small garden or the dormitory, Jiang Tunnen explained. After returning to the dormitory, she looked at Xieji and asked slowly, "Tell me, where did you go secretly today? It's different now. Those who are watching me also know you. What if you are caught?" Xieji rubbed the back of her hand affectionately. "I didn't go out and run around. I just went to the place where I picked up the raccoon to take a look again." If Xieji hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Tunnen would have forgotten the existence of the raccoon. Not long after Jiang Tunnen and Du Liang left, the raccoon woke up. It behaved very strangely, hiding in the corner by itself, as if it felt the rejection of other animals, just observing them motionlessly. Especially the performance of the second bear. "I think it's like learning," Xieji thought. The raccoon's presence was too weak, and everyone quickly forgot its existence and did what they had to do. Xieji was alert for a while, and felt that it was temporarily safe, so he simply went to the interior of the deserted planet. As Jiang Tunnen, an assistant and an expert on animals, Xieji walked around the deserted planet for several times, and only found one piece of evidence that raccoons had existed on the deserted planet. But that place was very close to Erxiong's home, and it was a long way from where this raccoon was found. What's even more strange is that the raccoon evidence Xieji found was too old and obviously did not match this raccoon. This raccoon was strong and did not match the original ones on the deserted planet. It seemed to have suddenly appeared on the deserted planet. After listening to Jiang Tunnen, he considered, "We met the sudden appearance of otters and panda cubs before. And you? If a little panda suddenly appeared on the deserted planet, there would be nothing wrong, right?" Xieji shook his head, and a glimmer flashed in his golden eyes. "Didn't you find that except for this raccoon, the others you met were animal cubs?" Jiang Tunnen had not yet realized how much he was attracted to these ancient animals. Seeing her stunned, Xieji explained, "For example, Zizi. It suddenly appeared on the H37 planet. I guess it appeared there because it sensed you were there. So, I was scanned?" Jiang Tunnen said in disbelief, feeling a little unbelievable. "That's it," Xieji said calmly. "Although I lost my memory, I appeared on the deserted planet at the beginning. I probably sensed that I would be a sucker here." Jiang Tunnen rubbed Xieji's head fiercely. The wool on the lamb was obviously easier to rub. She did not stop. "So I am a sucker in your eyes. Otherwise, who would be so reckless to pick up small animals and take them back?" Xieji blinked his golden eyes, and his horizontal pupils were full of gentle smiles. "If it weren't for you, the cub might have been hidden well by his family, and never appeared in front of humans." Jiang Tunnen nodded thoughtfully and brought the topic back. "Is there a possibility that the raccoon is also like this? It has no external injuries, and it is obviously an adult for a long time. The whole raccoon is in good condition, and does not look like it needs human help. There is only one possibility. It was deliberately dropped on the deserted planet." There is one more thing Xieji didn't say. Huangxing is not a place where all animals and plants can rest. Otherwise, it would have been invaded by other plants and eaten up without leaving any residue. Jiang Tunan understood Xieji's worries. But she also understood that Huangxing would not easily give up rescuing any animal that could not be found to have any problems. Especially those that looked very much like normal animals. Didn't you hear about my glorious deeds of catching bullets with my bare hands today? Don't worry. And with you on Huangxing, I believe nothing will go wrong. Jiang Tunan comforted Xieji. And his vigilance against the raccoon in his heart went up a level. The communicator received a message from Tung Kai. She had been observing the raccoons all day and saw more than Xieji. Tung Kai felt that the raccoon was also wrong in the same way as Xieji. The existing animals on Huangxing are very human. Knowing that she can't understand what they say, they always use various methods, such as exaggerated body language, or a group of cubs acting cute together to try to make her understand. This raccoon is not like that. It is like a raccoon without a soul. After waking up, it was taken to the temporary observation area. It sat quietly in the corner and observed all the living things within its sight. A pair of black eyes made Tung Kai keenly feel that it was thinking. As the oldest animal in the garden, Shushu did not make Tung Kai feel that kind of oppression. The raccoon's gaze was a bit like that of an adult who was secretly watching. Tung Kai made a note of this, worried about any mistakes, and was distracted by this raccoon all day. The most bizarre thing was the reaction of the raccoon when they moved from the temporary observation area to the small garden urgently. The raccoon's walking posture changed completely, and it was imitating the little bear. Tung Kai had been with the little bear for a long time, so he could naturally see the clues through the raccoon's superb imitation. It was the raccoon's performance that made Tung Kai feel more uncomfortable. She sent a message to Jiang Tunan, just to ask if she had any other ideas. Jiang Tunan did not avoid Xieji, and showed it the message sent by Tung Kai, and then reached out and touched Xieji's furry head. Don't worry about it now. Everyone is on guard. Xieji nodded, thinking if he had missed anything. Don't be too stressed. We will protect the wasteland together. Jiang Tunan looked at Xieji, wondering if his original body was a serious person with a baggage like Xiuwu. Otherwise, how could he be so sensible? Erxia, who was being cared for by all the people and animals on the wasteland, had no idea that he had many flaws. He sat on the treetop and was planning to explore the wasteland at night. After Erxia came to the wasteland according to Lang Qichu's arrangement, he ran into the small team that came to finish the work before he had time to walk around the wasteland. After weighing the pros and cons, Erxia decided to break into the base first. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to enter the base. He was different from ordinary people, so he could naturally understand the rejection of him by the animals brought by Jiang Tunan. He came too quickly, so he didn't have time to learn some basic knowledge, so he could only choose to play dumb. He had the ability to end Jiang Tunan's life on the spot, and he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The last time he was played around by them on Q153 was mainly because of that powerful interstellar pirate. Now there are only two women who seem to have no strength, and he knows their abilities very well. If he attacks them by surprise, he has at least a 90% chance of winning. But Erxia didn't do that, because he has more important tasks to complete. As Lang Qichu's right-hand man, Erxia knows all the animals he has helped him destroy, such as the red panda with a water ball on its head. This group of humans is obviously not a good bird. Otherwise it is impossible to install a water ball on the red panda's head and spray water at any time. Isn't this blatant abuse? Erxia calculated in his mind that this is a good time to take the red panda back to Q153. LQ356 is the highest quality experimental product in the same batch. A red panda that can spit fire can bring a lot of benefits. For example, if you encounter an emergency, it is a good choice to let it finish. No one will guard against a red panda that looks cute and has no aggression. But Jiang Tunan and the others arrived too quickly, 2 days earlier than Lang Qichu originally planned. So they had to resort to this last resort and destroy all the experimental products that could not be taken away. Erxia didn't expect that it was just such a negligence that let LQ356 fall into their hands and abuse it so much. So he decided to go back to the wasteland base with them, to see how many secrets this mysterious base has that they don't know. Erxia, who can no longer remember what his original body is not used to this raccoon body. He has been used to being a human, so he had to choose to pretend to be unconscious temporarily to fool around. After coming in, Erxia found that his idea was indeed correct. The wasteland is indeed richer than they imagined. The treatment chamber used for him turned out to be a good product that the Star Master has always wanted to buy but couldn't get. And there are actually 2 of these treatment chambers in one treatment room, which are only used for animals. It's really a waste of natural resources. Erxia spitted on their waste, while quietly eavesdropping on Jiang Tunen's next arrangements. The Star Master has been squatting for several days. But Jiang Tunen has to be a turtle, shrinking in the wasteland where they can't reach their hands. Fortunately, hard work pays off. When Erxia heard that Jiang Tunen needed to go to Pingxing temporarily, he wanted to pass the news to the Star Lord without hesitation. Then, he discovered something very serious. There was no signal to the outside world on the wild star. All his electronic products could not be used. And it was because they were too advanced that they were blocked. Fortunately, the wise and powerful Star Lord had a trick. Erxia took out a pigeon from his pocket, and with difficulty used a raccoon paw to draw a few strokes on a piece of paper, and then let the pigeon fly. This pigeon was one of the most satisfactory experiments of the Star Lord. He brought it out like this, which was enough to prove the Star Lord's trust in him. Erxia was more confident in doing this well. He spent nearly a day observing the animals in the wild star base, trying to make himself look more like a raccoon. But the wild star was basically full of animals walking on 4 legs. And the only one that was most similar to him was the red panda. Erxia naturally set his sights on the red panda. This red panda is the laziest animal Erxia has ever seen. So lazy that it is outrageous. It hardly walks. It sits on a ball and is pushed around by the stupid snow leopard, or is surrounded by a group of rabbit cubs telling stories. It seems that there is no pursuit in its life. When the people from the base came to announce that they would temporarily move, Erxia took a step with confidence. He had learned it well. It was because of his confidence that Erxia did not find that Tung Kai was secretly recording him and looked at him with a particularly strange look. Although he didn't know what happened to make them move in a hurry, Erxia guessed happily that the information he sent out must have been discovered by the Star Lord. Chapter 63. Lang Chichu had indeed received the pigeon sent by Erxia. He spent a few seconds thinking about where the pigeon came from. It was Ichuan who reminded him that Lang Chichu remembered that he had a defective experimental pigeon and asked Erxia to take it away. Lang Chichu found the note Erxia gave him on the pigeon, but found that there were a bunch of unclear things drawn on it, and he couldn't understand what it was. It's really a defective product. It can't even report a message. Such a simple thing. Lang Chichu frowned and threw the note in his hand aside. Ichuan didn't say anything. His eyelashes trembled slightly, but his eyes glanced at the note thrown on the ground by Lang Chichu. His fingers moved and whispered, "Sir." The note said that Jiang Tunen went to Pingxing. The man who was still pacing angrily suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and a hint of blackness kept surging in his eyes. "Really? Are you sure the news is correct?" Ichuan nodded and said, "I am quite close to Erxia. It shouldn't be wrong." Lang Chichu said a few words in a deep voice, and walked out of the secret room quickly, as if to contact someone. After he left, a tall and thin man came out of the secret room. He seemed to have just woken up. His facial features looked no different from Ichuan, but his temperament was completely opposite. If Ichuan was like a piece of ice that had not yet melted, the man who came out was like a gentle spring breeze. He looked at Ichuan, who looked exactly like him, and laughed subtly. "You are already a transformed person. Why do you still regard an inferior human as your master?" His voice was very crisp, but his words were chilling. Ichuan looked at him and didn't refute. He just said softly, "He can create us, so he can easily take back our abilities. Sandong, be more restrained." The man named Sandong waved his hand and said indifferently, "I go to join in the fun." "Are you going?" "Forget it. It's useless to ask. I'm leaving." As he said that, he followed the route where Lang Chichu disappeared, and his figure disappeared quickly. Even though time was short, Lang Chichu felt that his arrangement was perfect. The only thing he didn't calculate was Jiang Tunen's ability. How can her ability evolve so fast? Lang Chichu said in disbelief. How can there be an ability that reacts faster than a thermal weapon? That's good. We sacrificed a chess piece of Pingxing, but we got nothing except Duliang vigilance. The man standing next to him was silent for a while, and then said, "At least we know Jiang Tunen's strength." When Lang Chichu heard this, he turned his head and looked at him with a suspicious look on his face. But he didn't find anything abnormal from him, so he had to give up. Send a message to Erxia. If there is a chance, let him kill Jiang Tunen right away. Don't leave him alive, Lang Chichu said gloomily. Jiang Tunen on the barren planet didn't know that she was being thought of again. She was busy checking the soil sample with Professor Zhao again. Professor Zhao's eyes were shining, and he walked around in the greenhouse with a red face. From time to time, he would look back at Jiang Tunan and Professor Zhao, with a smile on his lips, but a question in his mouth. Did it work? Really? Jiang Tunan and Professor Zhao looked at each other and nodded helplessly, as if they responded to Professor Zhao's words. It really worked. We can grow things directly on the barren planet in the future. The quality will be many times better than that of ordinary planets. Professor Zhao was ecstatic and looked at Jiang Tunan and asked, "What did you find when you entered the barren planet this time?" Jiang Tunan guessed that it should be the energy provided by the dim bead to the hibiscus tree. But all this was her own guess. The leaves given to Professor Zhao when she came back could not detect any difference between the hibiscus tree and the last time. Jiang Tunan shook his head and asked another question. Does Professor Zhao know that there is also a sacred tree on S3? The beads were found there, and Jiang Tunan felt that the tree should not be ordinary. If awakening the Fusang tree requires different secret treasures, we must understand the difference between the place where the secret treasures are found and the ordinary places. Professor Zhao's face really showed a nostalgic look, and he sighed. The tree should be close to the end of its life. Right? Many years ago, when I was still in the Pingxing Botanical Research Institute, I followed my teacher to see it. Unlike the Fusang tree, it is not a sacred tree, but it lives longer. Later, mutant plants and animals suddenly arrived on S3. With its ability alone, it is difficult to support the energy needed by the entire planet. Jiang Tunan nodded and found that Professor Zhao really didn't like to watch the news. She found the news a few days ago and showed it to Professor Zhao. It was a news report that the big tree on S3 collapsed and declared dead. Professor Zhao smiled and said, "We will have a guest tonight." Professor Zhao didn't do enough homework this time. Professor Zhao's mind was all on the soil. He felt that there seemed to be a lot more people on the deserted planet overnight. But Lang Qitong was a familiar face, so he didn't think about anything else, thinking that they were all people she brought. Hearing Professor Zhao say this, he glared at him and reached out to touch the information of the guest sent by Tung Kai this time. The manic bear captured on S3 is huge and has great destructive power. If it can't be restored to reason, it will be solved on the spot. This task is difficult enough. Professor Zhao muttered. How can Pingxing be willing to put this thing here? Fortunately, he didn't need to answer. He went to the small garden while thinking about the information, followed by Jiang Tunan and Professor Zhao. At this time, the small garden was in chaos, and the youngest panda cub could completely leave the treatment chamber and live outside. Jiang Tunan brought back enough bamboo this time, and it often lay on the enrichment facilities built for it in the garden to look at its own. Jian Shan. The biggest hobby of the cub recently is to stick close to the two bears. Other animals don't like the two bears' obviously higher body temperature, especially those living in extremely cold places. They want to take the two bears back to their territory to cool down. Brother Erxiong, when I grow up, can I be as warm as you? The cub rubbed against the two bears and asked. The panda cub, who left his family when he was young, seems to have no correct understanding of his identity. Looking at the zoo, he thinks that the red panda looks most like him. So the cub naturally thinks that he is a red panda. In his daily life, the cub likes to imitate the little bear brother and sister. Cece tried to correct it, but he had never seen a panda, and the movements he made were weird, so he had to give up unwillingly. Jiang Tunan looked at the cub lying on the floor with the two bears to cool off, and couldn't help laughing. Logically speaking, the cub grew up with Shushu and should imitate Shushu's behavior. But these animals are sometimes very smart. At Tung Kai's feet, Fufu was begging for snacks. But Tung Kai was unmoved and looked at the raccoon in another corner with a meaningful look. This raccoon of unknown origin was also lying on the floor, and it was unknown what he was thinking when he thought that the zoo was about to welcome a bear with extremely strong attack power. Jiang Tunan was very worried that these not-so-smart furry creatures would be hurt. You should be obedient in the past few days, and don't go near the temporary observation area. Babies who do well will have extra meals. Tung Kai clapped her hands, trying to attract their attention. Fufu at her feet turned over, widened his eyes, and moved his ears. What happened that we don't know? We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. What can't we say? It's really funny that such serious words are spoken by children. At least Lang Qitong, who just came over, was amused. The cubs in your garden are good and have strong learning ability. Jiang Tunan shook her head and said nothing. She looked at the raccoon in the corner, then looked at the gray fog in the sky, and suddenly found something strange. Is the fog on the desolate planet lighter? Jiang Tunan asked curiously. Lang Qitong looked up and shook her head. The fog will change differently in different weather. You have been busy running around since you came here, and you rarely observe the sky of the desolate planet. Right? Without waiting for Jiang Tunan to answer, she took advantage of her height advantage to hook Jiang Tunan's neck and took Jiang Tunan to the place where Tun Kai usually trained. Let me see the results of your training. There is no one on our desolate planet who can't fight. Tunan, don't fall behind. Have you grown taller? I feel that the feel is different from before, Lang Qitong said carelessly. Jiang Tunan glanced at Lang Qitong and found that his field of vision seemed to have really become higher. Jiang Tunan was a little uncomfortable to be 16 years old again, especially when she found that she was still growing. She couldn't help laughing. I think I've grown taller too. Lang Qitong said that she wanted to train with Jiang Tunan. And she didn't just say it. She saved some strength and found that although Jiang Tunan had some problems with his technique, he was generally good, but he lacked practical experience. Have you ever considered fighting with a weapon in the future? Lang Qitong wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Jiang Tunan, who was panting. Like Lu Qi. It's really cool. Jiang Tunan was tempted for a moment, but when he thought of his empty wallet, he restrained his thoughts. My ability is enough for the time being. If I have a weapon, I have to train again. This is not appropriate at this time. Lang Qitong thought about it and felt that Jiang Tunan was right. You have to solve this problem before going to school. You can't let these people delay your normal life. Lang Qitong solemnly said to Jiang Tunan. Don't worry. I will do my best to help you solve this problem. Jiang Tunan nodded, and the communicator suddenly rang. Lang Qitong communicator rang at the same time. The two looked at each other, got up quickly, and rushed to the assembly point without taking a shower or changing clothes. Do you want to feel my power? Jiang Tunan was about to summon her sword. Lang Qitong knocked on her head. The doctor told you not to use your mental power for the time being and take good care of your injuries. It seems that you didn't remember it at all. Jiang Tunan had to withdraw his hand and followed Lang Qitong to run wildly. At the entrance of the deserted planet with dust all over the sky, a huge starship was docked. Many people got off the starship. They were wearing uniforms, and there were people holding weapons beside them. There seemed to be an invisible boundary between this group of people and the staff who came to greet them from the deserted planet. They were clearly divided, and each of them had a polite fake smile on their faces. Jiang Tunan didn't quite understand what the friction between them was, but from a long distance, he could feel the subtle atmosphere between them. The first one to bear the brunt should be Su Qingwei, who was the previous breeder Xiao Su. According to Jiang Tunan's observation, she seemed to have some grudges with Tun Kai. At least Tun Kai didn't like her very much unilaterally. Jiang Tunan ran to the end of the team, trying to cover up the fact that she was late. But Lang Qitong couldn't do that. She was the captain set by the Ninth Corps to be responsible for the safety of the experts from the Pingxing Animal Research Institute. So she had to make some small talk. The small talk of interstellar people is similar to that of Earthlings. Jiang Tunan stood at the end of the team, listening to them talking back and forth. Her mind wandering, she stared at the huge starship in front of her, a little curious about the current state of the bear. Didn't your classmate Jiang come? The middle-aged man in the lead looked curiously at the team of the desolate star, but couldn't find Jiang Tunan. He simply asked directly, and with a winking expression. He said familiarly, heroes have always emerged from youth. Your desolate star is full of talents. Sean and Lu Qi stood beside Jiang Tunan, and they all looked up at the man. Everyone knows that the desolate star is famous for its desolation. He obviously had bad intentions when he said such words. It's also a plant-based ability. I hope our little Su can learn more from classmate Jiang when he returns to the wasteland planet, so that he can benefit our institute in the future. This man must have a grudge against Su Qingwei. He started to praise and demolish one, and his face was a bit ugly. Jiang Tunan looked up at the expert, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, wearing a formal suit, with an ordinary face, but his eyebrows were dancing. I don't know if it was preconceived. Jiang Tunan just wanted to splash detergent on his face to help remove the greasiness of the middle-aged man. Su Qingwei, who was standing beside him, said calmly, it depends on what great cause researcher Lin can do on the wasteland planet. After all, no matter how strong or weak my ability is, I can't use it for you. Jiang Tunin heard Tun Kai in front of him sneer. Du Lian was in a meeting in the office, and it would probably take a while for him to come. So this man was so unscrupulous that he directly clashed with Su Qingwei on the wasteland planet. Lang Qitong just pretended not to hear it, and stopped talking to them about these things, and directly asked to transfer the black bear. The man looked back at the security guard behind him, and followed Tun Kai to the interior of the deserted planet. Your deserted planet is well built, but if this money is used for our Animal Research Institute, all problems should be solved. Tun Kai rolled his eyes, and even suspected that the Animal Research Institute deliberately sent this person to discuss them. Excuse me, what is your position in the Animal Research Institute? Tun Kai slowly took out the epaulets from her pocket, and put them on her shoulders. The man looked at her epaulets. His face turned pale, and finally shut his mouth. When he first came to the deserted planet, Tun Kai told Jiang Tunin that the staff on the deserted planet were all managed by the 9th Legion. Although he didn't know what Tun Kai did before, just by looking at the reaction of this researcher Lin, Jiang Tunin felt that he understood. Thinking about Tun Kai's usual unruly appearance, Jiang Tunin suddenly felt the endless kindness of everyone on the deserted planet. After settling the researchers, Tun Kai finally had some free time. But she found that Jiang Tunin looked at her strangely, with a hint of admiration. At least it was something she had never seen before. She didn't care, and told Jiang Tunin, recently, no matter what they say to you, don't pay attention to it. If you have any problems that can't be solved, come to us. As for that little Sue, Jiang Tunin looked at her increasingly complicated expression and said calmly, I have already met her when I went to Pingxing with the director. Tun Kai looked a little surprised, but soon she put it away and patted Jiang Tunin on the shoulder. If you don't understand anything, you can go to her. Although her constantly changing expression made Jiang Tunin even a little suspicious. What did Su Qingwei do to make her look so complicated? Unfortunately, Tun Kai didn't plan to tell Jiang Tunin about the grudge between her and Su Qingwei. She quickly left Jiang Tunin and turned away. Jiang Tunin was not idle either. The bear still needed close attention. She followed the whole process to watch and move the bear. It was transported here with a lot of anesthetics, and now it has no tendency to wake up. Compared with other animals on the deserted planet, it seems to be just a little bigger. Jiang Tunin heard whispers from behind. Is this the reason why Nanan doesn't let us approach the temporary observation area? What is this thing? Its tail is obviously the same as a red panda, but it has a bear face? It's a bit strange indeed. Is it dead? Jiang Tunin turned back suddenly, and her sight caught several figures that disappeared quickly. Lang Qitong was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Although she couldn't understand what the cubs were saying, it didn't affect her joking and comforting her at all. It's not a bad thing that the cubs in your garden are a little lively. They are more pleasing than this bear. Jiang Tunin nodded in agreement, and still said, but this bear has a strong attack power. There are cubs in the garden. It's safer to stay away from it. After that, she turned back to the small garden again, intending to reason with the cubs who had just sneaked away. The people from Pingxing were still struggling to transport the bear. Jiang Tunin took a last look at the bear and felt that it seemed to be waking up and looking at her. Jiang Tunin frowned and wanted to look again, but found that the bear had closed its eyes. Everything just now seemed to be just her illusion. Everyone was busy with the guests. Jiang Tunin went to the small garden and immediately looked for the raccoon. The corner where it had been squatting was now empty. Jiang Tunin looked up at the Xieji nestling on the roof. Where's the raccoon? Xieji moved his ears and said casually, we just received a pigeon. Its way of contacting the outside world is quite unique. Jiang Tunin, ? Even if we know that this raccoon is problematic, is it reasonable for a raccoon to use a carrier pigeon? Your sheep's reaction is also very strange. Jiang Tunin felt that his CPU was about to burn out, and asked, what did the pigeon send? Xieji finally jumped down from the roof and said slowly, let it find a chance to get rid of you. But I don't think it has much chance. When Jiang Tunin heard this, he knew that Xieji had most likely done something unspeakable to the bear. It is an ancient creature after all, and you are also one, but you are not good-looking enough, so you might be disposed of. Jiang Tunin became alert and looked at Xieji suspiciously. It didn't do anything excessive. It was just entangled by the whining children. Xieji led Jiang Tunin to the room. Through the transparent glass, Jiang Tunin could see the raccoon surrounded by a group of rabbit cubs. The whining children didn't know what kind of instructions Xieji had received. It could be said that they were dancing on the raccoon's head. Isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Tunin hesitated. How can you not do this when taking care of children? Xieji sneered and said, when you come to the deserted planet, you must abide by our rules. Find something for him to do so that he can be quiet. Jiang Tunin felt that Xieji looked a bit like a villain. At least now, he didn't look like a good sheep. But she didn't refuse Xieji kindness and said gently, the task of taking care of this raccoon is left to you. After talking about the raccoon, Jiang Tunin successfully intercepted several cubs who were going to the temporary observation area to see the bear. The leader was indeed Leopard. Jiang Tunin rubbed his forehead and said with a smile, what's the reason this time? You just hid in the treatment room. Do you think I'm a fool? Leopard shook his tail guiltily. He saw that the new black bear had the same ring pattern tail as the little bear. And this bear seemed to be as wrong as the second bear. Maybe they were relatives? Cece was fanning the flames. What bad intentions could Leopard have? It's just to help stupid humans solve their problems. The simple and kind Leopard didn't understand the sarcasm in Cece's words. He nodded confidently. That's it. I just want to help you. Jiang Tunin had no choice. He knew that if he didn't agree, Leopard would try every means to escape and even become more interested in the bear because of his refusal. Let's make 3 rules first. I can take you there, but you can't do anything to provoke it. Jiang Tunin stared at Bao Bao and warned him. Bao Bao's ears stood up, and his gray eyes turned again and again. Why does Nanan always look at me? Am I not your most obedient little baby? Jiang Tunin hesitated to speak, and still did not break Bao Bao's fantasy. Lang Chu was not very curious about this kind of thing. Only Bao Bao and Fufu went with Jiang Tunin. The little bear was forcibly carried on Bao Bao's back. Isn't the little bear curious? Such a big little bear. The little bear looked at Bao Bao and had to respond reluctantly. The little bear who found his brother just wanted to stick with the second bear. As for other things, it had nothing to do with him. At this time, Xiong was entangled by the cub and couldn't get away. The little bear had nothing to do, so he had to follow Leopard. Strangely enough, Xiong's special body destined it to be unable to coexist peacefully with other small animals. It even took the initiative to find Jiang Tunin to ask for a single room. And even the little bear was isolated by it. But the panda cub was like a barrier. Wherever it was, Xiong could feel the calmness in his body. Unlike usual, when there was a magma in his body, ready to erupt at any time. The cub also liked Xiong, and the two of them were always together. Xiong heard the discussion of several animals, but didn't take it to heart. Instead, he took the panda cub to find a way to eat buffet again. Some memories of the past came to his mind in his spare time. As for bears, he knew a flying black bear. But that bear looked like an ordinary black bear, and didn't seem to have the characteristics of a red panda. It's a pity that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and they don't know whether it is dead or alive. If possible, Xiong also wants to bring his friends, who have shared the same joys and sorrows with him, but have never communicated with him to settle in the deserted planet. It is really a good place. The little bear who went to join in the fun was stunned. The bear was bigger than he had imagined. In the little bear's impression, the biggest animals in the deserted planet should be the 2 huge white tigers a long time ago. They are majestic and look fierce, but they are actually very friendly to them. At least the little bear once sat on their backs to visit the deserted planet. Even if they are gone later, they are still the most majestic animals in the little bear's heart. The big black bear in front of him is bigger than the white tiger couple. It is now lying on the ground weakly. Just one of its paws is bigger than the whole bear. I didn't lie to you, little bear. This bear is really big, like a large version of you and Xiong. But why is its head black? Its ears are weird too. The little bear stared at its tail for a while, and always felt a little familiar. The bear was chained. Perhaps it heard their movements, but it opened its eyes, and stared at the little bear with its dark eyes. It was unknown what it was thinking. Does it like you? Leopard also noticed this, and looked at the big bear in confusion. Then at the little bear. The little bear rubbed Leopard head inexplicably, hiding itself with Leopard big head. I don't know. It seemed strange. The two of them didn't come up with a reason, and decided to leave after circling the temporary observation area again and again. There's nothing special about this bear, Leopard said with his head held high. It's just a little big. But for us leopards, it's just a piece of cake. Jiang Tunin flicked its head. You're the best. They didn't see that after they left. The big bear shed crystal tears from its eyes. But Su Qingwei, who was standing by, saw it. She looked at the backs of Jiang Tunan and his group and decided to chase them. Tunan. Jiang Tunan stopped. The leopard beside her saw the stranger and subconsciously took a defensive posture. Even Fu Fu grinned at Su Qingwei fiercely. This bear has a reaction to you, Su Qingwei said directly. Su Qingwei's realization fell on the little bear. Even if Jiang Tunan was a fool, he should understand what she meant. He patted Leopard head. We wait here. Leopard. Go and bring this second bear over. At the same time, she glanced at the roof not far away, and a black flashed by. Knowing that this was an important matter, Leopard shook his ears, and when the little bear was picked up by Jiang Tunan, he left like a white whirlwind. You have a good relationship with them. Su Qingwei looked at the back of Leopard leaving, not without envy. Jiang Tunan vaguely heard that Su Qingwei was a breeder who adhered to the Earth's breeding rules. Her idea was completely correct. At least Jiang Tunan treated wild animals with the same viewpoint as Su Qingwei on Earth. The only drawback of this idea is that there are not many animals left in the interstellar era. And these animals have awakened their minds. If they are allowed to develop and insist on drawing a clear line with them, they will soon die out due to lack of resources. As for the group of animals that Xieji said gave her the cubs, Jiang Tunan has not seen them so far, and they probably don't plan to appear in front of humans again. These little babies are all human, so they naturally know everything we do for them. Jiang Tunan smiled. I heard that you have improved the diet before. I don't mean to offend you, but I'm just a little curious. Su Qingwei looked at the little bear in Jiang Tunan's arms and explored. Yes, it has been improved. Jiang Tunan rubbed his nose uncomfortably. Because I heard that they refused to eat the food in the base, and kept complaining that it was unpalatable. Su Qingwei was a little surprised, but they were prepared with fresh meat and fruits and vegetables. Why don't they like it? Maybe it tastes wrong. At least Professor Zhao thought it was unpalatable after tasting it. But for a long time, he has always insisted that they are different from what humans eat. Su Qingwei nodded, because the knowledge she learned was also like this. And human tastes and ideas could not interfere with the ideas of animals. It seems that no one has talked to these ancient creatures in the wasteland. So there is such a serious information gap. Jiang Tunan laughed. Not only that, Su Qingwei said seriously, your ability is also crucial. According to what you said, I guess the fruits and vegetables on the flat planet can't meet their requirements. At least we don't know that red pandas like to eat bamboo. On the way to the dormitory, you have to pass by the small garden. Su Qingwei's landscape is focused on the big bear, but he also glanced at the current environment of the wasteland. For a long time, in order to ensure absolute safety, there was no greening on the wasteland. Of course, other planets in the interstellar are basically the same, and greening depends entirely on projection. In just a few months, the wasteland has completely changed. These changes were brought by Jiang Tunan, and they are still developing in a good direction. Su Qingwei looked at the young girl. His mind was in turmoil. But in the end, he had to bow to her extraordinary ability. This kind of plant ability is extremely rare. At least now there is only one of her. No wonder there are people in Pingxing who want to assassinate her by any means. Not long after, Leopard came back like a little whirlwind. And it treated the two bears and the little bear in completely different styles. The two bears were just like the day they rescued them, with the meat on the back of their necks held by Leopard, and rushed over in a hurry. I brought it when you wanted it. Leopard blinked his gray eyes and hinted at Jiang Tunan frantically. Jiang Tunan rubbed his head and took out a piece of dried meat from his pocket like a magic trick to feed him. Leopard, who succeeded in begging for food, stood up happily and seemed to want to fight with the bear. Su Qingwei's communicator rang at the right time. She gestured to Jiang Tunan and walked aside to answer the call. Jiang Tunan seized the opportunity, quickly picked up Erxiong, and whispered to him, have you seen this bear? Is it your former companion? If there is no way to comfort it, it should die. Erxiong stared at it for a long time. And the bear chained to the ground finally noticed Erxiong. It suddenly struggled and kept crying. When they were on Pingxing, Erxiong and this bear had a subtle resonance for a moment. But Du Liang hadn't come yet, and Jiang Tunan was worried that there would be some bad results if they met. And there are researchers from the Animal Research Institute here. They can basically understand what they say. And Erxiong's secret is easy to be discovered. At this time, only Su Qingwei was there. And Jiang Tunan hinted to Xieji that Xieji would naturally contact Xiaowu. Now it seems that everything is just right. LQ323. Is that you? Erxiong approached the temporary observation area and looked up at the bear chained to the ground. The bear nodded slightly, and even raised its arm towards the second bear with difficulty. There was a tuft of hair missing from the edge of its paw, which was branded with its number. The second bear also began to shed tears. It looked at the bear and asked with a sob, "How can I help you?" LQ323 shook his head with difficulty. The second bear's temperature gradually rose. Jiang Tunan hurriedly patted it. "Second bear, stay calm. Let's go back and talk about anything." The second bear looked at LQ323, hooked its claws on Jiang Tunan's bag, and asked, "Can you give it something to eat?" This was not an excessive request. But Jiang Tunan looked at the bear and hesitated. "What does it like to eat? Apples or bamboo? Even meat? Anything is fine," the second bear said depressedly. Jiang Tunan nodded, and saw that Su Qingwei was still standing in the distance. She was stopped by Lang Qitong, and didn't know what she was saying. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Tunan adjusted the distance and threw the small piece of apple in his hand not far from it, just within the range of its mouth. LQ323. "Eat this apple first. I will come to see you later," Xiong persuaded in a low voice. Until LQ323 finished eating the apple, Xiong reluctantly said, "It asked us to leave first, saying that the researcher is very close." Jiang Tunan patted Bao Bao. "I have something else to do, and I will leave these cubs at home to you. Take them back first. I will be back later." Bao Bao nodded, carried one on his back, and held another in his mouth. The second bear had a high temperature now. It hissed as it left, with a hint in its gray eyes. The Leopard King would not work for nothing. He wanted at least 2 pieces of meat. They did not notice that in another backlit corner, a black and white raccoon was silently watching the scene, waiting until Leopard and his family left. Then he slowly imitated the walking posture of the red panda, and left in the same direction. Lang Qitong saw that Jiang Tunan had ended the communication, glanced at the armed man not far behind Su Qingwei, and said with a smile, "Xiao Su still needs to strengthen physical training." Su Qing smiled and nodded, ending the greeting with Lang Qitong. "The 9th Legion has close contact with the Desolate Star." Lang Qitong used to love to run to the Desolate Star. They were just nodding acquaintances. Su Qingwei didn't expect Lang Qitong to stop her and tell her some self-defense skills. When Su Qingwei looked back, she found that the animals around Jiang Tunan had disappeared. Only she was left standing far away, looking at the imprisoned bear, wondering what she was thinking. "Where are the cubs just now?" Su Qingwei asked curiously. "Leopard took too long to leave, and they went to find Leopard together," Jiang Tunan said casually. "This bear, do you have any ideas now?" Jiang Tunan took the initiative. Su Qingwei nodded and said, "The timing of its appearance is too coincidental. The tree on the S3 star was just declared dead, and this bear appeared, so we suspect there is some connection between them. It is also possible that this bear was released to disrupt our vision." Su Qingwei frowned and glanced at Jiang Tunan. "I now even suspect that the appearance of this bear is also related to the person who wants your life." Jiang Tunan nodded in agreement. "To be honest, I think so too. When did I touch their interests?" The topic was very dangerous, but the two smiled at each other at this time. Things will always be resolved one day. Jiang Tunan looked at LQ323 again and laughed. Chapter 64. The small garden was divided into several parts. Since there were pink cubs and panda cubs, everyone unanimously chose to separate a small nursery for these cubs who had just opened their eyes. Unfortunately, the fact is that the cubs may not use it, but the older cubs like to gather here. Jiang Tunan sat cross-legged in the middle, and several cubs in the zoo surrounded her, each with a heavy face, silently accompanying the sobbing Xiong. When Du Lian came, she saw such a strange scene. She still had the seriousness of just finishing a meeting. Her hand had already been on the door handle. After her eyes scanned their situation, she retracted it and entered the room after reorganizing her expression. "Did you find anything?" Du Liang touched Xiong's furry body and found that its body temperature was much higher than usual. Jiang Tunan blinked, and everything was self-evident. LQ323 was the flying black bear that Xiong had talked about. According to Xiong, before they separated, LQ323 was still an ordinary black bear, and had not yet differentiated into the characteristics of this red panda. Most likely, the researchers injected something into it to turn it into what it is now. As for why LQ323 appeared on S3, it itself couldn't explain clearly. At first, it was a street urchin similar to Xiong. and because it looked fierce, no animal was willing to take it in. Therefore, it basically ate whatever it saw. At that time, it was young, and it barely filled its stomach by eating strange-looking insects. Later, because it stole too much, it was expelled by the group of Zerg and came to S3 in a daze. It was discovered by humans because it was too hungry and didn't understand the rules of the planet full of mutant plants and animals. So it was chased and beaten by a group of mutants, which alarmed humans. When LQ-323 saw the people of the 3rd Legion, he subconsciously thought they were people who came to save it. Jiang Tunnen was surprised and asked, "Does it still believe in humans?" Erxiong nodded, tears flowing uncontrollably, and even smoke began to come out of his head again. Du Liang reached out to comfort it, and really dispersed the smoke. Erxiong calmed down and continued to introduce LQ-323 to them. LQ-323 is a very docile black bear. Erxiong lived in the cultivation chamber opposite it, watching the group of researchers constantly drawing blood and injecting drugs into it. Unlike Erxiong, who was taken back halfway and had his memory forcibly erased, it was still very young when it was brought back. So it trusted the researchers wholeheartedly. And even if it was painful, it would not take it to heart. But it couldn't control the energy in its body, so it hurt many people because of its emotional excitement. Seeing Erxiong, it actually asked for itself to leave this world earlier, because it hurt many people in the 3rd Legion, and felt particularly guilty. Jiang Tunnen was stunned and looked at Du Liang. Du Liang's hand touched Erxiong from time to time, and his expression did not change. The cubs sitting around got excited. Someone beat Xiong? Then let's go and help it get revenge. Eat bugs? Slurp. I want to eat bugs too. I haven't hunted for a long time. Xiong is too stupid. How can he trust humans so easily? Jiang Tunnen looked at Bao Bao, who said he didn't trust humans, and covered his mouth with his hand. Eat more and talk less. Bao Bao? Du Liang was quiet and thought for a while before saying, I don't have the final say on this matter. I can't decide whether LQ-323 stays or goes. If you have to sacrifice a second bear to save it, it's a losing business. I don't agree. The second bear looked at her and didn't say anything. The little bear, who hadn't spoken, rarely saw his family and took the initiative to crawl into Du Liang's arms. Thank you, Headmistress Mother. Du Liang hugged the two little pandas with a deep look in his eyes. Tenkai walked in at some point. Seeing that they stopped discussing, he gently knocked on the glass and motioned Du Liang to come out. Du Liang nodded, put down the two cubs in his arms, stood up and prepared to go out. Erxiong suddenly came close and whispered, there is one more thing. In fact, LQ-323 is almost dying. The energy in its body is almost exhausted. Jiang Tunnen was stunned, and Du Liang was also stunned. She squatted down and hugged Erxiong again, not caring about its hotness at all. I know. I will try my best. But you also have to know that as a human, what I can do is very limited. So I can't give you any promises. Erxiong rubbed Du Liang and nodded very slightly. The life of animals in the Interstellar is more cruel than that on Earth. They don't even live to be old, because of the pity for their own kind that animals should not have, and the lack of natural resources. They have to face death, but they seem to be very accepting of death. For example, Bao Bao has been rolling his eyes and thinking about how to ask Lu Qi to take him hunting. With the nourishment of mutant animals, Leopard and the others obviously grow faster than herbivores. Jiang Tunnen can only provide limited spiritual energy, and the soil of the barren planet has not yet recovered to its former thriving level. The nutrition they can get from food is obviously not as good as that of carnivores. The panda cub is special. It is still eating nutrient solution, and has grown from the size of 2 palms to the size of Jiang Tunnen's arm. Leopard glanced at Erxiong and made a request. Take us to hunt together. Only by going out more and visiting different planets can Erxiong quickly get out of sadness. Jiang Tunnen almost believed its sweet talk and pushed the big head that came over to the side. Can you convince yourself with what you said? Leopard, who failed to persuade, stuck out his butt and sat down next to Jiang Tunnen, saying nothing, just holding her thigh tightly and not letting go. Jiang Tunnen didn't indulge this leopard. He reached out and rubbed its head a few times, then walked out without mercy, and drove away the cubs left in the nursery. Du Liang later sent a message to Jiang Tunnen, saying that he should remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Jiang Tunnen pretended that he had never heard the story. He just took Air Xiong to see LQ-323 every day, and chatted with the researchers of the Animal Research Institute for a few words, which was considered to be completing the task. LQ-323, who came to the deserted planet, was in a stable state for several consecutive days, perhaps because of Air Xiong. Its stability did help the researchers find a problem. Su Qingwei was the first to see the abnormality from the data. She pointed to a line of data and went to Du Liang, wondering, according to the test results, it should be only 2 years old. Why is its body aging so fast recently? Is its body the same as that of ordinary animals? Du Liang asked Su Qingwei in return. So, it is releasing energy at the cost of itself? Su Qingwei was a little shocked. Standing in Du Liang's office, she couldn't help looking out. Have you ever considered that this might not be what it wants? Du Liang continued. In the observation area outside, Jiang Tunan finished a round of greetings and swaggered towards LQ-323 with Air Xiong, because she was accompanied by Lang Qitong and Lu Qi. No one refused her entry. After the three of them went in and locked the door, the researchers outside began to mutter, "The people brought by the Institute are so arrogant. One person is assigned 2 security guards. That's not right. Captain Longqi just happened to be there by chance, and her ability is well known in the Institute. If you have this level, our Institute may assign you at least 10 or 8 security guards. Come on. It's just a coincidence. We have only seen Captain Longqi a few times in a day, but we meet her every time she comes?" The two looked at each other tacitly, and the man continued, "So, it's easier to get things done with a backer. That's the reason. So far, we only know her name, but we don't know anything else. Such a person can actually enter our institute, which already explains the problem. Many researchers in the Animal Research Institute do not have special abilities. Jiang Tunan is not sure whether they don't know that he can hear, or they deliberately tell him." Lang Qitong smiled and said, "How does it feel to be a relative?" "I'm flattered," Jiang Tunan joked. Lu Qi glanced at them, then looked at the dying LQ-323 in front of him, and hesitated. "Is it my illusion? I feel that its fur has become a lot whiter." Many animals are similar to humans. As they age, their fur color will gradually fade. LQ-323's changes seem to be much faster than they imagined. At least now, the fur color is not as bright as before. Jiang Tunan also noticed this subtle change in LQ-323, and his originally relaxed mood was swept away. Whether it is for Erxiong or the researchers at the Animal Research Institute, this is not good news. But according to their current methods of animal treatment, they cannot delay the occurrence of this situation for the time being. What's worse is that LQ-323 is obviously determined to die. If it continues in this state, it will be difficult to save its life unless they find some panacea. On the other side of the temporary observation area, a sneaky raccoon observed LQ-323. But because of it, he thought of himself. Erxia couldn't remember how old she was until now. Since he could remember, he had been with Lang Qichu, and he only had memories of the past few years. The 4 brothers worked in different jobs in the Longqi family. Erxia only remembered one thing, that Lang Qichu gave them life and gave them extremely powerful abilities. So they chose to work for him and unconditionally be loyal to Lang Qitong. But Erxia found that he could understand the communication between LQ-323 and Erxiong. Subconsciously, he even knew that they were once companions. When he discovered the changes in LQ-323, he found that he seemed to be undergoing the same changes. Moreover, not long ago, he received a letter from Sancho, who asked him to keep a close eye on LQ-323. Sancho is the smartest among the 4 brothers. Lang Qichu once said that if he didn't issue an order, he would listen to Sancho. So Erxia subconsciously did what Sancho said, and naturally discovered this abnormality. In the dead of night, Erxia often heard the sound of cells breaking in his body. He always thought it was a normal phenomenon until he heard the discussion of the group of people on Huangxing. He began to think, so, is there a problem with this? Just when everyone was at a loss because of LQ-323's physical condition, Lu Qi and Teng Kai also brought back a raccoon. This raccoon was picked up by them when they were hunting on H37. After confirming that it was not a mutant animal, the two remembered the raccoon in the park and decided to bring it back. The new raccoon caused a stir on the deserted planet. Why is there another raccoon? Leopard. I hate this kind of thing the most. This one looks kinder than the other one because his eyes are bigger. That one is not smart. This one looks better. Jiang Tunan looked at the raccoon in front of him. This one was indeed more lively than the last one, and it showed its fearlessness. It wanted to get close to everyone it saw in the base, and didn't care about everyone's 3 consecutive rejections. Xieji looked at the chaotic scene, shook his head slowly, and whispered to Jiang Tunan, "There is something wrong with this raccoon. It should be in the same group as that one." Since he was brought to the deserted planet and landed, all his actions could not escape Xieji's eyes. When they passed the temporary observation area, the raccoon's eyes kept looking at LQ-323. LQ-323 also reacted when he saw him, and his pupils stared at the raccoon in shock, as if he had seen something incredible. At least they must know each other, and they may even be from the same research lab as Erxiong. But this can lead to a new question. Why doesn't Erxiong know them? Jiang Tunan pondered. Is there a possibility that LQ-323 met the raccoon after he separated from Erxiong? Xieji nodded. And the most suspicious thing about these 2 raccoons is that they clearly smelled like them, but pretended not to know each other in front of everyone, especially the one brought back by Jiang Tunan. When he saw the new one, he was also shocked, but still chose to hide in his corner. Tung Kai didn't have a good sense of raccoons because of the rejection of the animals in the park, but this one was too clingy, as if he could understand her thoughts. Well-behaved and sensible, Tung Kai couldn't help but fall in love with him and took him around to socialize. Until Tung Kai had other things to do, he reluctantly said goodbye to the new raccoon. Sanchio finally had time to communicate with his good brother Erxia face to face, and he walked to the corner with a swagger. The other animals didn't react to this, but thought that raccoons should stay together. They even held a brief meeting because the 2 of them were squatting together. Did you find anything wrong? Are you saying that these 2 raccoons can't talk? So raccoons are really the most annoying. They can't talk, but still socialize everywhere. I don't want to play draw and guess with them. But this raccoon has been liked by Kai Kai. It doesn't matter. Nan Nan will solve it. Only the second bear on the side fell into deep thought. Can't talk? But it can clearly understand the communication between the 2 raccoons? It's just that the second bear can't understand what they are saying, but thinks that these things should be very important to humans. Thinking of this, the second bear decided to go out to Jiang Tunan to complain. The second bear and the little bear sat on the wooden stakes and teased the cub with their tails. And by the way, they started a secret conversation between the brothers and sisters. Knowing that Erxiong could understand the 2 raccoons, Xiaoxiong became nervous. Brother, have you ever considered that they might be the same species as your laboratory? Of course. I'm just guessing. But your friends can't speak either. They can only communicate with you. I have another guess. You can speak. Probably because you grew up with us and often communicate with animals. Erxiong was enlightened. He looked at the 2 raccoons carefully and found something wrong. Xiaoxiong, can you help me see if one of them is the wrong color? Erxiong was talking about Erxia, whose fur color was much lighter than when he first came. Xiaoxiong rubbed his ears with his paws and took a deep breath. You continue to observe them here. I go find Nan Nan. Erxia and Sanchio were completely unaware that their performance had been seen by the animals. They were exchanging information, looking at the small note that Sanchio passed over. Erxia hesitated for a rare moment. Didn't Star-Lord say last time to suspend Dark Shark Jiang Tunan? Why did he kill LQ-323 again this time? Sanchio said calmly, how can you and I guess what Star-Lord is thinking? Since he said so, he must have his reasons. Just do it. Erxia hesitated to speak, but finally nodded as if in compromise. He looked at Sanchio and said dully, where is the pigeon? Why are you here to deliver the letter? Sanchio was almost choked by his question. He rolled his eyes and muttered, if I didn't still treat you as a brother, who would care about your life or death? Sanchio came secretly with the help of Ichuan. The 4 brothers have been working as experimental subjects together since they were young. The 4 of them have different personalities, and the most honest one is Erxia. If it weren't for Ichuan and Sanchio trying their best to protect him, he might have died long ago. Lang Chichu may not like smart assistants, but he definitely hates fools. Erxia didn't notice it at all. Sanchio occasionally looked at him and thought that being a fool seemed not bad. At least he was happy. In order to successfully sneak into the deserted planet, Sanchio spent a lot of effort. Originally, he planned to sneak in, but found that the gray fog of the deserted planet was well-deserved, and his aircraft could not enter the gray fog at all. So, Sanchio had no choice but to resort to this last resort. He waited outside the deserted planet for several days, followed them when he saw an aircraft coming out, and then bumped into them on the road they had to pass. H-37, is much easier to enter than the deserted planet. At least Sancho entered without any effort, and successfully gained Tunkai's trust, and was taken back to the deserted planet by her. Sancho came secretly this time. One of the reasons was to save Erxia. Except for Erxia, everyone else knew that Long Qichu had no intention of letting Erxia come back after sending him to the deserted planet. The deserted planet has been strictly guarded for many years. Long Qichu spent a lot of effort, but failed to successfully place people on the deserted planet as a advance force. Erxia is destined to be a useless chess piece. Another reason is that Sancho has long been tired of this kind of life. Who wants to spend every day lying in the nutrition warehouse? He would rather die with dignity. It would be great to be a raccoon. He has food and drink every day, and there are fun things to watch. So Sancho had a plan in mind, and quickly implemented it. He caught a glimpse of Bao Bao sneaking out with a little bear on his back. Sancho breathed a sigh of relief, and felt a little envious. If he had met a master like Jiang Tunnen at that time, he would probably be as happy as the sheep. At this time, Jiang Tunnen was still studying green plants in the greenhouse, and even had a wild idea that there was a Chinese herbal medicine that could slow down the abnormal aging speed of LQ323. Jiang Tunnen had not had time to report the content of the hibiscus tree. It was mainly such a fantasy thing. She was worried that her guess was wrong. The most important reason was that only he could find the location of the Fusang tree. Jiang Tunnen felt that it was not reliable to ask Du Liang to spend a lot of manpower and resources to find something that might be useless just because of her guess. Professor Zhao was carefully analyzing the feasibility of Jiang Tunnen's idea with her, and Bao Bao rushed in with the little bear. Professor Zhao took a closer look and said in shock, "You stupid leopard. Get out. The flowers I worked so hard to plant are going to be trampled to death by you." Bao Bao braked suddenly. His round ears pressed back, and said with a strong sense of justice, "I didn't mean it. How can you, an old man, have no tolerance for leopards?" As he spoke, Bao Bao's steps became much more delicate, and he walked quietly on the drawn ridges. The red panda went straight to the point and said, "Brother has discovered something unusual. Those two raccoons are likely to have come out of the laboratory. Brother can understand what they are saying. It seems to involve some laboratory matters. Brother asked me to call you." Jiang Tunnen stood up immediately after hearing this, said goodbye to Professor Zhao with a serious face, and ran to the small garden first. As Professor Zhao's favorite cub, the red panda was detained to become a taster. When Jiang Tunnen arrived at the small garden, he found that the two raccoons were fighting. There were all small animals watching on the side, and no one was going to help to stop the fight. "Nanan, you are here." Fufu quickly rolled into Jiang Tunnen's arms and said coquettishly, "These two raccoons are not honest. I only heard them barking a few times, and then they started fighting. Unlike us good kids, we never cause trouble for Nanan, and have a strong sense of self-management." Jiang Tunnen pushed Fufu's head and looked at the oldest one present, Cici. Unexpectedly, Cici's statement was similar to Fufu's. Because they couldn't communicate, they could only hear the raccoons making noises, and then they rolled over and started fighting. Only Erxion looked at the raccoons fighting and shook his head at Jiang Tunnen. They didn't really fight at first. They just put on a show for you to see. But there was a small mistake in the middle. The new one shouted you are a blockhead, and the previous one got angry, and the fake fight turned into a real fight. Jiang Tunnen, and judging from their fighting methods, they should really be experimental subjects. Erxion lowered his eyelashes, his tone somewhat lost. They are not from the same group as us. To be precise, they are most likely the more successful ones among the experimental subjects, and are now used as helpers by humans. But for some reason, these two were exiled to the desert planet to perform a mission. According to them, there is no return from the desert planet, and only defective products abandoned by their masters will be asked to perform this mission. Jiang Tunnen had a bad feeling. She asked Erxion, "Is their mission to assassinate me?" Erxion nodded and acknowledged Jiang Tunnen's statement. Because the first raccoon failed to complete the task, this one will enter the deserted planet. Jiang Tunnen looked at the two raccoons fighting and was silent for a moment. With this level, you want to kill me? These two raccoons are very strong. The lonely one should have water ability. I saw water marks floating around him. Erxion pointed to the wall behind them. It's there. It's not dry yet. Jiang Tunnen walked closer and saw that it was not only dry. There was a mark on the wall. You know, this wall is the black technology that Tungnan spent a lot of money to get. If he was there, he would probably be angry. The most important thing is that I got some information from their conversation. They have a base camp on Q988 star, and there should be experiments inside. Air Xiong confirmed. Jiang Tunin heard this, and knew that this matter could not be delayed. The night concealed all traces. Darkness fell, and even the starship flashing red light was swallowed by darkness. No one noticed its arrival. The group of people coming down from the starship landed silently on a dark planet because of the cover of dusk. Only a pair of golden eyes among them were looming in the darkness, as if sending some signals. Wearing a mask, Lang Qitong carried a rocket launcher with a caliber larger than her head. She looked back at Jiang Tunin and gestured to her. Jiang Tunin nodded gently, and the vine in her hand flew out silently. At the same time, her mental power gradually spread out, and she easily found an entrance. On an uninhabited planet, no one cares about the crazy growth of vegetation here. It is precisely because of this that no one thinks of coming here to explore. Jiang Tunin manipulated the vines, and the end of the vines was divided into spider silk-like filaments, which cleverly broke through the defenses they thought were tight. Seeing this, the person standing in front jumped down without hesitation, and was caught by the vines when he was about to land, as if there was a clever net spread out under his feet, sending him to the ground safely. The people behind him looked at each other and jumped down. Lu Qi gave Jiang Tunin a thumbs up and followed the rhythm without hesitation. Unlike the desolate place above, the place below is a high-tech paradise. If Tung Nan were here, he would definitely be amazed by these rare high-end machines. Unfortunately, the people who came this time were all ignorant and rough. They didn't care about these things. They stepped directly on the machines and walked forward on tiptoe. The deeper you go, the more you can hear the humming of the machines and even the footsteps of humans. This was the first time that Jiang Tunin followed this kind of mission. She couldn't help but feel scared and worried about the bloody scene afterwards. As an Earthling, she has not yet completely adapted to this interstellar world of fighting and killing, and she doesn't need to see this kind of scene on the desolate planet. It was Jiang Tunin's own application to follow this mission. Her plant-based ability now seems to be unique to the interstellar world, and it has an extraordinary auxiliary role in executing the mission. Since they had obtained useful information from the two raccoons, in order to avoid any more trouble, they decided to take action that night. A planet that had never been visited before. And in order to keep it secret, the 9th Legion did not greet the 3rd Legion where Q988 was located this time, and chose to come uninvited. If the patrolling 3rd Legion found them, the situation would be out of control. In order to avoid this situation, Jiang Tunin volunteered to go out with the 9th Legion to perform the mission. Du Liang thought for a long time and agreed. This activity was not just an exploration activity, but also had 1,000 connections with the animals on their wasteland planet, and it was difficult for her to refuse. The only request Du Liang made was to let Lu Qi go together to protect Jiang Tunin's safety. Because Jiang Tunin was being closely watched recently, she did not leave the wasteland planet by normal means, but was hidden in the barrel of Lang Qitong. At the beginning, the action team of the 9th Legion saw a thin girl coming out of the barrel of Lang Qitong and threatened to perform the mission with them. But everyone refused. Who would get into a cannon barrel? Lang Qitong team was full of elites from the 9th Army. A little girl who was unknown and needed to be smuggled out would only hinder them. She had no other choice but to let them go. Lang Qitong did not explain, but smiled mysteriously at them. Jiang Tunin's ability was too incredible. If they talked too much, they even felt that they were making excuses for her. So Lang Qitong planned to let them see the truth in actual combat. It was too quiet at night, and no one dared to speak. If possible, they would definitely surround Jiang Tunin and observe her carefully. Her ability was too unique and seemed very practical. But it was unprecedented. It was difficult for humans to resist the charm of the only one. Jiang Tunin's combat power was the weakest in the team. If she was in the game, she should play a supporting role. Fragile and low attack. But she could add buffs to teammates. Lang Qitong team members tacitly put her in the middle, especially after seeing her ability. Although she was in the middle of the team, it did not affect Jiang Tunin's ability at all. She gestured to Lang Qitong in front of her, and the team stopped temporarily. Before Jiang Tunin could react, Lu Qi behind her grabbed her collar and stuffed her into the gap. The two approached the passage where they were and were discussing a set of data. I heard that LQ323 was taken away by the people from the Animal Research Institute. Does the Star Lord have any further instructions? If the secrets of it are discovered by the people from the Animal Research Institute, it may cause an uproar. Someone has been sent to assassinate it. That's a pity. Such a good experiment turned out to be such a result. It can only be blamed on its bad luck. Why did it get left behind? Jiang Tun's fingers were intertwined. Without thinking about it, he manipulated the vines to pull back the two researchers, who were about to leave without making any sound. Looking at the people she caught, Lang Qitong studied them carefully, and found that they were wearing the same uniforms and special masks on their faces. It was very likely that they could not recognize their colleagues at all. She took off their clothes without hesitation and arranged for the last two people in the team to send the researchers, who had fainted, to the upper contact point. The team members who watched Jiang Tun solve the problem without any effort fell silent, thinking of the fact that they thought Jiang Tun was a drag at the beginning. They felt that their faces were slapped. Jiang Tun used his supernatural power to do this again, and for the first time felt the charm of Golden Finger. She was a little dazed, but was pressed against the waist by the Shiji beside her and woke up. Lang Qitong walked in with her stripped clothes, but found that there was a door that required pupil recognition, which seemed to be impossible to break violently. However, the laboratory wall behind this door was transparent. Lang Qitong knocked on the glass to attract the attention of the people inside, who opened the door to Lang Qitong without any defense. "Where did you go just now?" Star-Lord called and said he wanted to see you. Lang Qitong nodded, wrote down the button that the man had just pressed, and then turned his head to look around. This laboratory was very empty, with all kinds of papers and utensils piled everywhere. Lang Qitong was not an experimenter, so she didn't know how important these things were. She only cared about how many people were in this lab. Maybe it was because it was too late, but Lang Qitong felt that their luck was not good. There was only the researcher in front of her in this lab, so she didn't need to send out a team at all. She could solve it herself. The Star-Lord is urging the progress of the medicine. It should be that the first generation of experimental products also had the problem of rapid aging. "What happened to you today?" The unprepared man was strangled by the throat in an instant. The utensils in his hand fell to the ground. He looked at Lang Qitong in shock and said with difficulty, "You are not." "You are?" "Lang Qitong?" She said impatiently, "Take me to the room where you hold the experimental products." The man had already reached out and fumbled behind his back. I don't know which button he pressed. The whole lab began to flash red, and the alarm sounded at the same time as the lights changed. Lang Qitong said impatiently, "Hurry up. My patience is limited." The man knew that no matter what choice he made at this time, he would die. If he leaked the secret and was caught by the Star-Lord, his fate would be even worse. So he planned to keep the secret. The alarm connected the entire laboratory. Jiang Tun, who was trying to break through another door, frowned and looked at Lu Qi without patience. Before the people of the Langkatong team could react, Lu Qi had already drawn the sword from his back and chopped it down. The floor under his feet shook violently, and the wall in front of him slowly fell down. When Lu Qi was still serving in the 3rd Legion, he was famous in the Interstellar with this sword. After all, this is the era of hot weapons. Few people rely on this kind of cold weapon to travel the world, and because it is too domineering, it surpasses many hot weapons. Long time no see. Lu Qi. As soon as the wall fell, no one expected that the person on the other side was actually from the 3rd Legion. Jiang Tun had seen him before. The man who greeted Lu Qi in a gloomy way on the S3 star should have a high position in the 3rd Legion. TSK. Lu Qi rarely showed a trace of impatience on her face. She looked at the man in front of her, and the sword was ignited. "I didn't expect that the 3rd Army has fallen to this point now, and has become corrupt with the noble families. This is not collusion. But I personally think that this research can promote human evolution and is worth it." Jiang Tun squinted at him, and was more concerned about another question. Why did he know that they would appear here tonight? Unless the two raccoons did it on purpose and deliberately set a trap for them. But Lang Qichu should not be so generous that he would even contribute a huge amount of money to the laboratory in order to set a trap for them. Don't talk about the banner of human evolution. I thought you would make some progress in these years, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Lu Qi didn't talk nonsense with him anymore, and rushed forward with the sword. "You guys look around and see if there are any things that have not been moved yet. I can handle this dirty stuff myself," Lu Qi said coldly. Jiang Tun looked around the laboratory and saw several things like freezers at the edge. The man never left the middle position. He was surrounded by several pillars, which contained unknown liquids of different colors, similar to those Jiang Tun had seen in science fiction movies. Generally speaking, people will subconsciously focus their attention on the best protected position. But Jiang Tunnen had a golden finger, and he could easily feel where the most important things were. Search for things over there. Jiang Tunnen pointed to the inconspicuous row of freezers. The kid you brought here is a bit interesting. The man also heard Jiang Tunnen's words, and his eyes fell on her, full of malice. Jiang Tunnen stepped back behind the tall and strong muscular man beside him. And the man laughed, so he's an auxiliary. Chapter 65. Anyone who has experience in playing games knows that when a team fights, the first to be hit is the support. Jiang Tunnen likes to play the support the most when playing games, and no one has stipulated that the support cannot output. Looking at the man in front of him, who only attacks remotely, Jiang Tunnen saw some clues. Can't he leave that place? Lu Qi is a violent player. He didn't think so much. After hearing what Jiang Tunnen said, he raised his sword and chopped the man's feet. The man's lower body moved slowly. Lu Qi raised his sword and fell. The man's calf was cut down, and the stump flew up. He turned pale, and didn't even cry out in pain. Jiang Tunnen took a breath of cold air, as if Lu Qi's knife cut her leg. Suddenly, she grabbed a piece of warm soft hair in her palm. It was the ear of Xieji. Jiang Tunnen heard Xieji say, "If you are afraid, don't look." Jiang Tunnen shook her head. She was a little worried about Lu Qi. The man was quite strong. Lu Qi was not fighting alone. There were several other team members, who went up at the same time. Even if they were combined, they could not beat him. Lu Qi had been shot in several places by the gun in his hand. His right hand could hardly be lifted. There were also several blood marks on his face. They could not get close to this man. He successfully dodged the bullets fired quickly by the sniper squatting at the door. The only injury on the man was the leg that was cut off by Lu Qi. His eyes seemed to have substance. He grabbed the sniper in the distance and smiled. Too slow. At the same time, he raised his hand and shot the bullet, heading straight for the sniper. Fortunately, the person next to the sniper reacted quickly and erected a barrier with his supernatural power, buying some time for the sniper. The bullet was embedded in the wall behind her almost at the same time as the sniper dodged. There were sounds of flesh and blood breaking everywhere. Lu Qi's neck was grazed by the bullet, and blood kept flowing out of the wound. That scene seemed to be imprinted in Jiang Tunnen's mind, and it was hard to forget it even with her eyes closed. Her heart seemed to have its own ideas and began to jump wildly. "Let me do it," Jiang Tunnen whispered, not knowing who she was talking to. This man was very strong, and the people they brought were obviously not weak either. But they were defeated by several people fighting one person. Jiang Tunnen was thinking about countermeasures in her mind. Her ability could not protect everyone present airtight for the time being, and the only way was to kill this man directly. Countless vines crawled quickly from the ground, grabbed the man's intact leg, and climbed up along his leg, as if they had self-awareness, and drilled into his facial features. Looking at this scene, Lu Qi, who had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, was shocked and got goosebumps. Even though the vines separated by Jiang Tunnen were very thin, the scene of them entangled on a person was still particularly terrifying. From the outside, he was slowly turning into a tree man. The man didn't take Jiang Tunnen's tiny vines seriously at first. He could easily deal with such things. There was a more difficult Lu Qi in front of him, and he planned to deal with Lu Qi first. He had seen many plant-based abilities, but they were just vines to trip people up. They were not lethal. He already looked up to the little girl's defense. When the vines climbed to his waist, he found something wrong. This vine was different from the ones he had seen before. Not only was it tougher, it seemed to grow very fast. This girl might also be an experimental subject, but was found by Lu Qi people first. The man reached out and grabbed the vines. Countless thoughts floated through his mind. He still planned to dismantle it violently, but it was too late. The vines drilled into his facial features, and his arms were also controlled. His abilities seemed to be tightly entangled as well, and he even had some difficulty breathing. What was even more terrifying was that he could feel that his heart seemed to be grasped as well. These vines were like thin threads, surrounding his heart tightly. Lu Qi had already stopped at this time, and blood was dripping down from the sword. But she didn't care at all, just watching the enemy in front of her being deprived of his breath bit by bit. The team members around her also took advantage of the breathing time that Jiang Tunnen helped to give them, and quickly rushed to the cabinets she mentioned. Jiang Tunnen sighed, feeling that her thoughts were out of control at this moment. She was still hiding behind the tall and strong team members, but her voice floated into the man's ears. "I hate people who looked down on the auxiliary the most. The heart entangled by the tiny vines could be cut into countless pieces in an instant. The man felt it. And Jiang Tunan felt it too. She took a deep breath, not knowing whether to continue. The man hadn't given up yet. And the knife in his hand flew towards Lu Qi. Jiang Tunan was nervous. And his fragile heart was like a bloody flower that exploded. And the man's hand was also neatly cut off. Very good. A light laugh sounded. And Jiang Tunan looked up at the source of the sound. It was a man who was covered tightly with a long ponytail. His eyes swept over Jiang Tunan and the Xieji beside her, and then fell on the man whose heart had been crushed by Jiang Tunan. He landed as if he was in an empty space, stretched out his hand to lift the man's collar, and took a closer look. What a pity. The man chuckled from his throat, picked up his collar and stood up. This laboratory is for you. But you only have 1 minute. After saying that, he had quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Even before everyone reacted. He left just as he came. It's him. Lu Qi reacted the fastest, sighing and stopping the person who was about to chase him. Don't chase. Hurry up and take these. Her eyes stayed on the open nutrient chamber, and her eyes widened in disbelief. The faces of several team members on the side were also strange, looking at the nutrient chamber, and even a little confused. Jiang Tunan and Xieji moved over together, and when Jiang Tunan saw the pale face, he was stunned. The man lying down had his eyes closed, and his golden eyelashes were thick, like beautiful, fine fans arranged neatly, tight and perfectly shaped. His face was extremely pale. His lips were almost pale. His nose was high, and his brow bones were just the right shape. His whole face could be called a work of art. Unfortunately, he was a sleeping beauty, lying there quietly, like a well-made doll. The Xieji next to Jiang Tunan also stared at him quietly. But as a sheep, no one noticed his abnormality. Take it back, Lu Qi said in a deep voice, and finally understood why Xidong said that they only had 1 minute. This laboratory must have something installed. Lang Qitong and the rest of the people also rushed over to join them. They didn't waste any more time. According to Jiang Tunan instructions, they violently broke through the ceiling, and the group walked up through the hole without hesitation. As soon as the starship took off, a large piece of fire came from behind, and the whole planet disappeared in front of them. Jiang Tunan leaned over the window and looked back, her eyes full of disbelief. A planet turned into dust in front of her eyes. A heart was split into countless pieces in her hands. A series of sudden events made Jiang Tunan unable to react, until she saved her life. She heard the sound of her heart beating in her chest. She was in a daze, and suddenly felt that there was someone beside her. Looking back, she found that it was Lang Qitong. Lang Qitong seemed to have returned to the day when they first met, with cold and delicate eyebrows, looking like a snow lotus in the mountains. Are you curious why I can do this job even though I faint at blood? Lang Qitong tilted his head and glanced at her. Jiang Tunan nodded silently, not rejecting Lang Qitong's kindness. Although Lang Qitong was born in a noble family, before her, the Longqi family had never had such a gifted supernatural person. She was the first. This is a hope for the Longqi family to go further. Among the several families in the empire, the Longqi family has never been able to move forward in the crucial legion due to the lack of superpowers. The sphere of influence is only those departments that require strong mental power to control. Naturally, they are unwilling to accept this. At this time, Lang Qitong, who was determined to have high superpowers and mental power levels since birth, was almost given high hopes. But she has a problem. She faints at the sight of blood. As a warrior, how can she have such a serious weakness? When Lang Qitong was still young, she was sent to the front line by her family. A young girl who had never seen such a scene and fainted at the sight of blood. When she was first sent there, Lang Qitong was anxious and couldn't sleep every day. When she closed her eyes, she saw the blood all over the sky. She fell down again and again, and stood up again and again. There, no one would look up to her, because she was the most talented next generation of the Longqi family. What's more, they called it training and directly hid Lang Qitong's name. No one knew her true identity. When Lang Qitong was exhausted, she was picked up by Tung Kai. After hearing about her blood phobia, Tung Kai was surprised. Isn't this very simple? Don't look at it if you are afraid of blood. As long as you are fast enough, the blood flow rate will not catch up with the speed of your killing the enemy. Lang Qitong was enlightened, And from then on she began her road to becoming the king of the world's martial arts can only be defeated by speed. But because of psychological barriers, her performance was actually very average. It was okay when there were tasks to kill Zerg. But when it came to killing people, she seemed timid. But the guilt that trembled all over her body after killing the enemy was still there. In this regard, she was too careful to be an interstellar person. What solved Lang Chitong not was a mission with Tung Kai. They were responsible for destroying the nest of interstellar pirates. Tung Kai played with a desperate style. When he was excited, he didn't even think about observing the surrounding environment. Lang Chitong was cautious because she had a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. Tung Kai also understood her retreat and always protected her when they were together. Only this time, a knife suddenly appeared behind Tung Kai. Lang Chitong looked over and saw a hideous face. She knew that if she didn't take action, Tung Kai might be chopped through. Without thinking about it, the gun in Lang Chitong's hand was faster than his brain, and instantly shot through the man's forehead. That was the first time that after the battle, Lang Chitong felt relieved instead of a heavy burden. If you don't join the Legion, you won't face this kind of problem. This time it was an accident. You took action just to protect your teammates. Is it wrong? Lang Chitong asked Jiang Tunan. Jiang Tunan shook his head. But threatening people and killing people are completely different things. Even if the other party is a bad guy. She felt a sense of separation. One side was the trembling after killing, and the other side was the life after saving her teammates. Like two forces, tearing wildly in her body. Outside the window was the vast universe, and black shadows flashed quickly from time to time. Being in the universe, Jiang Tunan felt that human beings were small and vulnerable. Do you see those places where light can't reach? Lang Chitong glanced outside and explained to Jiang Tunan. Those are Zergs. They come to harass from time to time. After a while, the Zergs will mature. Her face was very solemn. An idea flashed through Jiang Tunan's mind. But he failed to catch it. Do you know who the man we picked up is? Lang Chitong glanced at the nutrition cabinet behind and whispered. The Xieji beside Jiang Tunan also pricked up his ears and tilted his head slightly to look at Lang Chitong. Do you remember what we discussed? The Marshal of the 4th Legion? Lang Chitong said mysteriously. No wonder everyone has been looking for him for so long. He was picked up by these people. Jiang Tunan widened his eyes, looked back at the nutrition warehouse, and said in disbelief, We got it so easily. Not so easy. Lu Qi patted Lang Chitong's shoulder gently. Go. I'm here with you. Jiang Tunan didn't understand. Until Lang Chitong stood up, and the seat she sat on was soaked with blood, leaving marks. And then he realized that she had been accompanying him with pain. It's not a big deal. This minor injury will heal in 3 to 5 minutes. Lang Chitong rubbed Jiang Tunan's head, with a smile on his face. And it seemed that he wanted to stay a little longer. At this moment, all the obstacles in Jiang Tunan's heart seemed to be gone. And even more of his mind was trapped in self-blame. If only her ability could be stronger. Then she could protect everyone from being hurt. Don't worry. We are all people who have caused bloody storms. And this little injury is really nothing. Lu Qi sat in the place where Lang Chitong had sat, and said as if it was normal, Captain Lang Qi's treatment is very slow because she is afraid of blood. Maybe you can only spend this time with me. Lang Chitong went to the treatment room and turned on the communicator first to send a message to the 4th Legion. Under the urging of the treatment room, he reluctantly lay down. This operation can be regarded as a fruitful harvest. Not only did he see the body of the 4th Legion Marshal, but he also brought back a lot of information about this strange organization. The wound on his shoulder was aching, and Lang Chitong thought of the weird researcher. Originally, according to her perception, the researcher was just an ant that was pinched to death. But the moment his throat was pinched, the researcher's hand turned into a claw. It is not difficult to guess that he has been transformed. So his body has become so half-human and half-ghost. This is very difficult to deal with. Lang Chitong's face became more and more ugly because she thought of the 4th Legion Marshal, who was bullied by others. The Animal Research Institute said that no traces of modification could be found in various DNAs. But they were obviously not normal animals. Now they can only hope that the information brought back can be useful, so that they don't have to be so passive. And this laboratory seems to be just one of their bases. And there may be more laboratories doing these things in secret. Their human experiments have begun. If they want to stop all this, they must speed up. Lang Chitong's communicator vibrated slightly. She glanced at the caller ID, pulled the corners of her lips, and closed her eyes. At this time, There was another Lang Chichu who was furious. He heard that Q988 suddenly disappeared in the universe. What else did he not know? Q988 was one of their most commonly used laboratories in the past few years. If it weren't for the disappearance of an experimental subject, Q988 would be the best hiding place. But for safety reasons, a large amount of explosives were placed on it. If there was any problem in the war, the self-destruction program would be activated. Dong. Dong, the call to Lang Chitong was always unanswered. And Lang Chichu's face became more and more ugly. Hearing footsteps from behind him, Lang Chichu turned around impatiently, wanting to see who was disturbing him at this time. But he was so frightened that his hands were shaking, and he almost threw the communicator away. Go. 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 Why did you bring this unlucky thing back? Lang Chichu looked at the young man in front of him with a frown. He and Ichuan on the other side of Lang Chichu had the same face. But one had an expression like an iceberg, while the other had a cheerful smile. But he was holding a mutilated person in his hand. And behind him was a winding trail of blood along the way. So this smile looked particularly weird. Master Star-Lord, I brought back the person you wanted. Sidong tilted his head, glanced at Ichuan with an expressionless face, and stretched out his hand to show Lang Chichu the face of the person he was holding. Lu Song, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the 3rd Corps, was one of the hidden nails they were ambushing. Who went there today? Lang Chichu's white and fat face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Lu Song and turned his eyes away. There is Lang Chitong, and a little girl who is proficient in plants. She looks underage and crushed his heart with one hand. Interest flashed in Sidong's eyes. But I listened to you and didn't touch her at all. I was only responsible for collecting Lu Song's body. Lang Chichu was so angry that he almost pouted. This is one of our hidden nails. You just watched him die. Sidong's smile became even more strange, and the corners of his mouth opened a wider arc. He pulled out a withered vine from Lu Song's body. Don't you think it's strange? There has never been such a strong plant-based mutant before. Among those who were let go in the early years. Is there a possibility that she is one of them? Lang Chichu's face eased a lot after hearing this. His shrewd eyes swept over Lu Song again, and his eyeballs moved lively. Send him away. It's a good time to try out our new experimental results. See, Dong was even more eager to try, and bowed to Lang Chichu. I promise to complete the task. My dear Star-Lord. Yi-chun, who was standing in the corner, did not speak from beginning to end. If it weren't for his slightly trembling eyelashes, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was an exquisite puppet. Your brothers have different personalities. Some are lively, some are stubborn, and some are smart. Looking at Sidong's back as he left, Lang Chichu said meaningfully, so the scene left by the younger brother will be handled by the elder brother. Ichuan then moved, looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and finally said, Okay, Lord Star. Lang Chichu took a last look at the communication and whispered softly, I wonder if my dear niece will regret missing my call in the future. He threw the communicator to Ichuan. I'm going to a meeting. I hope the hall will be clean when I come back. Ichuan agreed and watched Lang Chichu's flexible body gradually disappear behind the door. Then he lowered his eyelashes. After a long time, he took out the communicator, said something quickly, and put the thing back in his pocket. That night, I don't know how many big figures were disturbed. Only a group of small animals on the deserted planet were sleeping soundly. Not affected at all. In the small garden where the lights were turned off, the 2 raccoons were separated. They leaned against the same wall and chatted with each other back to back. Do you think they can succeed? Sancho asked in a low voice. After asking, he felt that he was talking to a cow, and couldn't help laughing. What am I talking to you? A fool? You don't understand anything. A small water ball emerged from the paw of Erxia Raccoon, and then quickly disappeared. He seemed to be playing with his own supernatural power. When Sancho was drowsy, he heard him whispered, Am I not cooperating enough? As the most honest of the 4 brothers, Erxia often couldn't keep up with their pace in the past. But although the brothers didn't like to tell him about various active plans, they would never forget to bring him along no matter what they did. Erxia never let them down, and was always a qualified follower. I just don't understand. Isn't the Star-Lord good? Why don't you like him? Erxia still couldn't figure it out. He looked up at the ceiling. Even with a furry face, he couldn't hide the melancholy on his face. Sandong tried his best to open his eyes and sneered. What's good about him? Have you not seen the fate of other experimental subjects? He treats you well, based on your usefulness. Before he finished speaking, Sandong fell silent. As a brother, Erxia could feel the resonance from his chest, which was the same heartbeat as Sandong. Erxia's thoughts drifted far away, thinking of the quadruplets who depended on each other when they were young, and the tearful black bear in the garden, and the humiliation of being roasted by Jiang Tunan and his group. But it was strange that after arriving on the deserted planet, watching Jiang Tunan busy with these animals every day, sometimes frowning, these animals were not rare species. Except for the giant panda cub. The rest were experimental subjects he had seen often. What's more, these animals were stupid, and they would fall down even if they ran a few steps. Are such animals really worth human trouble? They didn't seem to care whether these animals were valuable to them. They just liked them, and treated them well. Erxia couldn't help but admit that her heart felt like a few lemons were stuffed in it. It was really sour. These animals who could be loved unconditionally. That's why Erxia cooperated with Sandong and pretended to be ignorant and leaked the news, just hoping that they could rescue more experimental subjects. Next to them, two little pandas were sitting and lying down. The lying little bear found that there was no sound, so he sat up slowly and hugged the head of the second bear next to him. Although I don't know what you heard. You are our favorite big brother. The second bear grinned slightly, took out an apple and handed it to the little bear. I left it for you. I didn't find a chance to eat it. The two little pandas smiled at each other, and the little bear said slowly, I haven't seen Nan for a few hours. I hope everything goes well for her, and she can defeat those big bad guys who bully her brother. The second bear nodded firmly. I will. She is very strong. As long as the little bear goes to sleep quickly. You can see Nan when you wake up tomorrow. The little bear smiled sweetly, rolled on the ground, and then went to sleep with the snow leopard, who was sleeping on his back not far away. In the man-made cave not far away, Cici heard that there was no movement outside, changed his posture, and closed his eyes. Jiang Tunan, who followed Lang Qitong directly to the prison star, had no idea that the cubs at home were worried about her. She was almost entirely focused on the information she brought back. The two professors in the greenhouse were arrested overnight to work overtime. They needed to determine the authenticity of the information while classifying the useful and temporarily useless information. Lang Qitong fully utilized human wisdom, like a locust passing through, bringing back all the paper information she saw. As for electronic information, considering that most of these things have special encryption protection and may cause explosions if not handled properly, she did not choose any of them and let them end their lives with Q988 star. In addition to paper information, she also took a lot of liquids of unknown composition and took away almost everything she could take away. This matter is strange everywhere. Jiang Tunan turned the pen in his hand, and his expression was a little solemn. Why would the person from the 3rd Legion be there? Why would they go to a person who only saved him? Are other researchers not important? If someone really leaked the news to them, why didn't the things move in advance? Jiang Tunan couldn't figure it out. After returning to their own territory, these questions have been bothering her, but no one can answer them. They can only abandon these questions and concentrate on the information in front of them. In the interrogation room not far away, Lang Qitong sat lazily, and she also asked the same question to the researchers in front of her, in order to prevent them from accepting the transformation. This interrogation room is made of special materials. Lang Qitong is separated from them by a special glass. After a long silence, Lang Qitong did not force them to tell what they knew, but mainly emphasized a consumption. Don't you think human evolution is something that can't be waited for? The man sitting in the middle suddenly spoke, consciously dropping a bombshell. Lang Qitong was indifferent, playing with a pen in his hand, pressing it from time to time, and a panicking noise came. She was still wearing the blood-stained combat uniform. Her eyes were like torches. She put away her previous attitude, stared at the man indifferently, and then turned over the information in her hand to compare, and answered the question irrelevantly. You are a researcher of the Plant Protection Association who defected to the Empire 7 years ago. Du Ming. When his real name was called, Du Ming's face was obviously a little embarrassed. His Adam's apple rolled down, and he said pretentiously, the old me is dead. Died in the submissiveness of you hypocritical humans. Lang Qitong looked up at him, and couldn't help laughing. Since you have participated in the great human transformation plan, why are you still so inexperienced? Guanqi, who was standing aside, couldn't help but raised his hand to cover his mouth, and the other two people's eyes were focused on her. Guanqi regained his expressionless face and looked at Du Ming and said, Siezhi, Where did you pick it up from? Picked it up? Du Ming's face was strange, and he showed a subtle smile. You didn't just see a body? This answer was very subtle. Lang Qitong and Guan Qi understood what he meant almost instantly, no matter how much they were in turmoil. Their faces were all tense. Lang Qitong put together a series of doubts in his mind, and a line gradually became clear in his mind. So your so-called human transformation plan is to try to extract the genes of those humans with strong combat effectiveness. How can it be so simple? No matter how strong ordinary humans are, they can never be stronger than animals. Only the wisdom of humans plus the strength of animals is the true gift of the Creator. Du Ming looked crazy, and Lang Qitong understood it completely. Their so-called human transformation plan was mostly started with animal experiments. Erxiong and LQ323 were both victims of their experiments. They were both very rare successful cases. Erxiong should have been destroyed because there was no time to transfer. And the reason why LQ323 appeared on S3 is still a mystery. But soon, she thought of the two despised raccoons on the barren planet and seemed to understand. Do you think you can control everything? Lang Qitong stood up and took a deep look at Du Ming. Our sacrifice is worth it. You have so many superpowers, and you are unworthy of being superpowers. You can't even completely eliminate the Zerg. I don't know what else you can do. Du Ming accused bluntly. According to the information, Du Ming has a sister who is a superpower. After graduation, she joined the Legion without hesitation. But a Zerg tide took his sister's life. Lang Qitong also participated in that Zerg tide, which was almost the most brutal one of the Zerg in those years. And it was inseparable from the awakening of their Zerg mother. As Du Ming said, the military suffered heavy losses, and many people died. Lang Qitong looked at Du Ming deeply, said nothing more, and stood up and walked out. Before she took a few steps, she ran into Jiang Tunan, who was running towards her. I know. Jiang Tunan's eyes were very bright. Even in the dim environment, they looked particularly bright, as if they were filled with a few stars that could illuminate. The raccoons and their laboratory had a disagreement, but they didn't know that even on a barren planet with no signal, we would know the content of their chat. So they didn't have time to move everything. Jiang Tunan said very quickly. As for Lu Song from the 3rd Legion, he probably went to Q988 for other reasons, and was caught by us. Lang Qitong added. And the two smiled at each other. Lang Qitong guessed the answer by observing the reaction of the captured researcher. She looked at Jiang Tunan and asked curiously, how did you guess it? Jiang Tunan smiled and said, it's those data. Some of the ink is the latest. It's definitely not fake data used to fool us. And when we met Lu Song, he couldn't leave where he was standing. Obviously, something trapped him. It's a pity that Q988 was bombed. Otherwise, I really want to explore further. Lang Qitong sighed. The one who picked up Lu Song was Si Dong, a killer on the Interstellar wanted list. Jiang Tunan looked far away, and the eyebrows and eyes of the person he recalled always felt a bit familiar. I don't know where I have seen him. Problems can always be solved. If you can't figure it out, just put it aside for now. Maybe the answer will come to you one day. Jiang Tunan glanced at the time and waved at Lang Qitong. Professor Zhao and the others are still waiting for me. Captain Lang Qi, remember to rest early? You are still injured. After guessing the suspected correct answer, Jiang Tunan felt that he could stay up for another 2 nights. If their guess is correct, this so-called human transformation plan should have had internal strife. Once they are no longer of one mind, and members who have access to core secrets have become disloyal, their hope will be greater. Although they have only touched the tip of the iceberg now. Young people are energetic. Professor Zhao frowned and looked at Jiang Tunan, who was jumping around, and threw the information in his hand to her. I have another good news for you. We seem to have found something that can slow down the aging of these transformed animals. The only problem is that their laboratory seems to be just talking on paper, and has not been tested yet. Jiang Tunan nodded, and took the information handed over by Professor Zhao. This result is not surprising. If her guess is true, there must be more than one person involved in this plan. Someone must have discovered the side effects of the transformation, and tried every means to slow down this trend. It actually lists Chinese medicine formulas similar to those on Earth, all of which use herbs similar to the poisonous grass, and some that Jiang Tunan has never heard of, which are strange no matter how you look at them. Looking at Professor Zhao's relaxed look, Jiang Tunan guessed that the old man must have a backup plan. A few hours passed in a flash, and the Xieji that had disappeared for a long time reappeared. The cool sheep horns were attached to Jiang Tunan's arm, which made her shiver. Okay. I know. Let's go back now, Jiang Tunan said perfunctorily. She had golden eyes, which had not spoken at all, showed a trace of helplessness. Guanqi also knocked on the door of the laboratory at this time. Working models. It's time to rest. Even if there is a problem, it can't be solved by you staying up all night. It's better to recuperate and continue to fight. Jiang Tunan glanced at Professor Zhao, who was also radiant, and agreed with Guanqi's statement. Can we take these materials back to Huangxing? She supported her face with one hand and asked curiously. Yes. There is no point in keeping these materials in the army. But Captain Longqi said that it is recommended that you make multiple copies to avoid any accidents that may cause the data to be lost. Jiang Tunan nodded. They all understood these principles and pointed to the mountain of materials. We have already handled it. The 3rd Army and the 9th Army will each take 1 copy, and Huangxing will take 2 copies. After asking the director's opinion, we will decide whether to give them to Pingxing. Guanqi couldn't help laughing and saluted Professor Zhao and Jiang Tunan seriously. Thank you for your hard work. They all knew how important it was to destroy this plan. How is your marshal? Jiang Tunan waved his hand and thought of another thing. I don't know when Long Qitong notified the 4th Army. At least when they landed. Guanqi was already waiting at the port with the people of the 4th Army. Guanqi shook his head gently. It's fake. Now it was Jiang Tunan's turn to be shocked. Although she had never seen the beauty of the 4th Legion Marshal, everyone's reaction at that time was very shocked. And it didn't seem fake. That was a replica made of the Marshal's gene fragments that they got from somewhere. And everyone thought it was the real Marshal. Guanqi's expression did not hide her disgust at all. She took a breath. Those people were also looking for the Marshal. But like us, they found nothing. Jiang Tunan didn't know what to say. After all, the universe is so big. No one can guarantee that their Marshal has fallen into a corner. It's strange. I always feel that the Marshal is around. But the surrounding area is under the jurisdiction of the Legion. So it shouldn't be impossible to find it. Guanqi rubbed his forehead and changed the topic to a lighter one. She was sure. Although it is a replica, it is only 1/10 of the beauty of the Marshal. Jiang Tunan recalled everyone's reaction. It's not only 1/10 of the level. Is this the legendary diehard fan? Chapter 66. When we returned to the deserted planet, it was already bright. Tung Kai could be seen from a distance, pacing at the stop. Seeing the approaching aircraft, she jumped, obviously to greet them. Tung Kai was not surprised to see Guanqi. He exchanged a few words with her and let her go. After the people from the 4th Legion helped to move things, Tung Kai put his arm around Jiang Tunan's shoulder and asked, Are you not injured? You are the most precious protected animal in our base. We can't bear to see you get injured. Jiang Tunan immediately turned around and gestured to Tung Kai. Not a single hair is fallen. Sister Kai is worried about me. I'm glad you're okay. There was a big commotion on the Star Network. Tung Kai summoned the light brain with great interest and gestured to Jiang Tunan to look. Jiang Tunan didn't use the Star Network often because she was busy. Tung Kai, who was also busy, was an internet addict. She always liked to surf the internet in her spare time. Jiang Tunan got a lot of information from her. There were indeed many discussions on the Star Network. The explosion of an asteroid should not be a big deal. But the laboratory installed an unknown amount of explosives on the Q988 star, which directly ignited a small piece of the universe. Many residents on the planet saw this strange astronomical phenomenon. What happened to Q-star yesterday? Our home is several light years away. But we felt the vibration. Q-star has been unstable in recent years. Maybe it was the Zerg. Not necessarily. My home is relatively close to the exploded star. It is a deserted planet, and no one should go there. But after the explosion, I saw a starship. Not sure, but conspiracy theory is possible. I also saw the starship. It approached Q-star and left. It did not stay for too long. And no one from the 3rd Legion stopped it. It should have just passed by. So there was no official notification. Q-star is under the jurisdiction of the Empire. Right? Jiang Tunan looked at everyone's discussion and considered more issues. Is there a possibility that they have fallen into the enemy's trap again? If so, were the information they got also left to them by the other party on purpose? Otherwise, there is only one possibility. There are too many secrets on Q988, and when they chose to build a laboratory there, they considered that this planet could not exist for a long time. So they installed the bomb in advance. Jiang Tunin suddenly felt a chill from behind her. No. This is wrong. Why didn't S3 explode? Guanqi, who was about to leave, also stopped and looked at Jiang Tunin from a distance. Seeing the salinity in each other's eyes, Guanqi almost didn't stop. Quickly took out the communicator and told the team members beside him, "Connect me to the 3rd Legion. We have to search S3 again." Watching the aircraft take off, Jiang Tunin felt as if she was being stared at by a pair of eyes. This conspiracy against her had been launched since I don't know when, just waiting for her to fall into the trap. Because they had rescued Air Xiong on S3 and saw that it was abandoned, they naturally thought that everything had been evacuated and set their sights on Q-153. But now it seems that there is a possibility that Q-153 originally had nothing, and everything was replaced with S3, deliberately used to confuse their sight. When Jiang Tunin thought that he might have fallen into the trap of the other party, he couldn't help but want to find the culprit and beat him up. As Jiang Tunin right-hand man, Xieji rubbed the back of her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry. I think their IQ is not that high." Jiang Tunin nodded. "It's not impossible. The other party may be playing tricks and waiting for us to be fooled." Xieji looked at the spaceship that was leaving and suddenly felt a little guilty. After seeing the sleeping fake Xieji, he gradually recovered a lot of memories. For example, the name Jiang Tunin gave him was just right. At least it was the same pronunciation as his name when he was a human. But Xieji couldn't remember why he became like this. He didn't remember that his family actually had animal genes. And aren't animals and humans isolated? How could a sheep be born? And a one-horned one? It seemed that there was no special need for him now. He secretly listened to Guanqi and their conversation. Everything in the 4th Legion was running well. Now was not the best time for him to appear. In addition to the Legion, there were many people looking for him. He had not fully recovered, like a real lamb, and the wasteland was the safest place. No one could have imagined that he would become a sheep and hide in the wasteland. Xieji looked up at Jiang Tunin. What did the human Xieji have to do with him? A lamb? Accompanying Jiang Tunin back to the dormitory. After settling her down, Xieji slowly slipped out and ran to the small garden. At this time, a group of listless animals in the small garden were chatting. "Where's Nan Nan? I haven't seen Nan Nan for more than 10 hours. Leopard was wagging his tail in boredom, complaining to Tung Kai who was feeding him. But Tung Kai couldn't understand what he said, so he could only guess through Leopard's listless eyes. "What's wrong? Is today's meal not to your liking?" Leopard was very considerate, took a big bite of meat, and said vaguely, "Kai Kai, the breeder, is pretty good, although a little stupid." Cece, who was standing by, kicked Leopard without any hesitation, and sneered, "Don't talk nonsense just because the breeder doesn't understand you. Sister's iron fist is always ready for you." Leopard made a face at Cece, and rubbed his big head against Tung Kai as an apology. Its ears moved, and its originally listless gray eyes suddenly widened, and its tail swung uncontrollably. "The lamb is back. And Nan Nan must be back too." Xieji slowly jumped into the railing, and was surrounded by a group of cubs. Even the 2 excluded raccoons quietly moved towards them, probably wanting to get information from him. Xieji glanced at the 2 raccoons, and only said some insignificant things, such as Jiang Tunin was not injured, but was just trying to find a way to help the guests all night, and was now catching up on sleep. Erxiong was obviously relieved, and had looked at Xieji expectantly. "So can I go to see the guests with my sister now?" Xieji glanced at Su Qingwei, who was standing not far from the small garden, and signaled it to ask Su Qingwei for help. Erxiong's eyes lit up, and he was about to escape. Tung Kai was still petting the pandas, when he saw the actions of the 2 bears and their siblings, and saw Su Qingwei standing not far away. His expression changed rapidly. "Where do you 2 want to go? Are you excluding me just because I can't understand you?" Tung Kai covered her face with one hand, pretending to wipe her tears, trying to fool these kind little cuties. Sure enough, the little bear hesitated, looked back at Tung Kai, walked a few steps and stopped, and made a move that Tung Kai didn't expect. The little bear's idea was very simple. Since Kai Kai felt that they were going to abandon her, she would find a human who could understand them to help convey their opinions. Isn't this the best of both worlds? As for the twists and turns between humans, Xiong has never seen them, and Xiong doesn't understand them. Hee. Tung Kai was dragged to Su Qingwei by the little bear. Her face was very strange. At least the little bear had never seen her so tangled expression. as if there was only the tenderest bamboo left in front of her, and she didn't know whether to leave it for her brother to eat. Sister Tungkai, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye before. Su Qingwei took the initiative. She knew that Tungkai was upset about this matter. Tungkai has a straightforward personality. If he hadn't left suddenly, he would never have been angry about this. In the end, Su Qingwei herself knew that her purpose of coming to the Wasteland Star was not pure, just as Tungkai thought. Su Qingwei only regarded this place as her springboard at the beginning. Du Liang is the deputy director of the Animal Research Institute. If she wants to enter the Animal Research Institute, relying on the useless plant-related abilities is far from enough. She can only take a different approach and come to the Wasteland Star to let Du Liang see her efforts. As an outstanding graduate of the plant department, Su Qingwei knew very well that her purpose must have been seen through by Du Liang at a glance. But she still gave herself this opportunity. Almost all students of the plant department entered the Plant Research Institute after graduation. Just as the Animal Research Institute generally only recruits students with matching majors, she is the only one who studied plants in the past few years. But she entered the Animal Research Institute. After that, she was promoted very quickly. When she left the Wasteland Star, she just told everyone that she had found a new job. But the leaders are all Du Liang, so it is not uncommon to be seen. I'm not blaming you for leaving without saying goodbye. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. This is normal. Tungkai looked at her. His eyes kept changing. Why did you lie? She sighed. Why did your plant illustrations appear on the deserted planet? Are you here to study animals? Su Qingwei's face turned pale, looking at Tungkai. She stammered her lips, and just weakly defended, It's not what you think. Tungkai gave her enough time to explain. Before she resigned from the deserted planet, he waited for her to explain, but only waited for the news of her resignation. From Du Liang, Tungkai accidentally learned that this mysterious breeder Xiaosu joined the Animal Research Institute. She just felt something was wrong. The deserted planet had been planted several times, but they were all discovered. Only the Xiaosu seemed to be fine. But Tungkai had seen it more than once on the deserted planet, and there were traces of her digging up the soil. Tungkai also told Du Liang about this matter. Du Liang's expression was very intriguing. At least Tungkai still didn't understand the meaning of her expression. Jiang Tunan also had plant-related abilities. She cared about plants as much as Su Qingwei, but she never did it secretly. Even though she was getting closer to the greenhouse now, and even though Jiang Tunan also had secrets that she didn't tell, Tungkai didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I thought we were already friends. It is because I have experienced betrayal by friends that I am afraid of being betrayed again. Tungkai said bluntly. Your plant atlas has helped a lot. There are many rare plants in it. Tungkai did not miss the slightest expression on Su Qingwei's face. She was already sure of the answer in her heart, and slowly said her guess. So, you are from the Federation? Su Qingwei did not speak, but avoided Tungkai's sight and looked at the projection screen not far away. Recently, Q Star was attacked by an unknown attack, and Q988 Star, which should have a lifespan of 2,251 years, turned into dust. It is understood that Q988 Star is a deserted star that no one cares about. Interstellar News is broadcasting the explosion of Q988 Star. It's nothing else. There is really no big news recently, and everyone has already conspired against the Zerg. Lang Qichu looked at the news with a pale face. The man sitting next to him was holding a thermos cup in his hand. His hair was gray. He waited quietly for the news to finish, and then he said slowly, Many of the data on Q988 are the results of many years of work. Because of your problem, not only are they all gone now, but they may even fall into the hands of the Legion. Even though Lang Qichu was eloquent, his lips trembled, and he dared not speak. On the projection screen next to him, a new news had been changed. His cold sweat slid silently from his forehead to his ears, and then slid down. Also watching the news was another place on the desolate planet. Lang Qitong's hands were habitually placed on his waist until the news was finished, and then he exhaled gently. We have reported this matter. It is a problem of the 4th Legion and the 9th Legion. As for S58, we can't act rashly for the time being, because there may be an ambush. Everyone nodded. Jiang Tunan looked at Lang Qitong, always feeling that she was not telling the truth. But the most urgent matter now is not the secret on the Q988 Star, but LQ323, which is not in good condition and has developed to the point where the 5 senses have declined. Jiang Tunin and Professor Zhao prepared the medicine according to the formula written in the information they stole. But because their laboratory is only on paper, they tried the dosage several times and still failed to get the accurate ratio. The reason is simple. There are too few excellent test products, like LQ233. Jiang Tunin took out the information again. The edge of the page was slightly hairy because it was often read over and over again. And there were also many new contents recorded on it. Turning over the page, Jiang Tunin looked at the name listed in a separate line and asked Professor Zhao beside him, "What is this Suizhu? Why is it in a separate line?" Professor Zhao was so worried about the matching that he thought about it for a long time. When Jiang Tunin pointed out Suizhu, he suddenly slapped the table with great force. "I know." Professor Zhao looked at the two words with a red face, and his voice was trembling with excitement. He said loudly to Jiang Tunin, "What we are missing is this Suizhu." Jiang Tunin was silent for a while, and then turned over and looked at these pages carefully, and suddenly understood what Professor Zhao meant. The person who made this conjecture was obviously intentional. The last two lines on the previous page were materials. After turning the page, Suizhu occupied a line twice, and a new chapter had begun below. They subconsciously ignored these two words. "But what is Suizhu?" Jiang Tunin couldn't help asking. Professor Zhao, who was sitting not far away, explained with a smile, "We found it on different planets a long time ago. It's like a large pearl, but it contains a lot of energy and can even support the operation of a planet. But after humans discovered this thing, they began to look for it everywhere and use it for their own benefit. This kind of thing has not appeared in the Interstellar for decades. Now only the Imperial family has a few. 2 should be placed in the treasury, and 1 is on the Marshal of the 4th Legion." Professor Zhao talked about this and talked endlessly. "Until now, we still don't know what the ingredients of Suizhu are. In addition, the originally rare thing is almost completely extinct, so there is no possibility of research. It is said that this thing can regenerate flesh from bones and turn death into life." Jiang Tunin paused for a while, hesitantly took out the dull bead in her pocket. "Is this it?" Seeing what she was holding, the two professors were stunned. "Where did you get it from?" Professor Zhao stared at the thing in Jiang Tunin's hand with wide eyes, wanting to reach out, but retracting his hand. Jiang Tunin originally planned to take this thing out. After all, her behavior could be considered as embezzlement. She found something on the S3 star, but concealed it and gave it to Fusong Tree privately. Jiang Tunin did not hide it this time and told Professor Zhao the whole story. Professor Zhao laughed. "The kid is too cautious. When you are on a mission on a desolate star, except for the things specified in the mission, the rest are considered personal. It's understandable that you took it. You can even get a raise for using it for the Fusong Tree. It's not easy to get it. I didn't expect it to be hidden in a dead tree." Professor Zhao sighed. The last time Suizhu was found was decades ago. No one expected that Suizhu, which was very easy to get before, also had its own ideas and learned to hide in dead trees. You are willing to take it out. It's your personal credit. The amount will not be too much. I will teach you how to polish it. Professor Zhao was in a very good mood and took out the tools that had been covered in dust for many years and taught Jiang Tunin how to use them. At the corner of the wall not far away, Shiji's golden eyes moved and he sighed softly. Jiang Tunin was sometimes so naive that it made people angry. She would take out anything she had in her hand. If the two professors had not had bad intentions, she might have been killed and robbed. It was because of her selfless dedication without hesitation that everyone liked her very much. As for those who didn't like her very much, he would help them all. Shiji stood up, and no one noticed that the lamb that had been accompanying Jiang Tunin had sneaked out. With Suizhu, the confidence of the people in the greenhouse doubled. Jiang Tunin looked at the new flowers and plants growing vigorously, and he understood why Professor Zhao was not favored by Pingxing. He had stored many rare plant seeds, but he had never planted them because of the soil quality of the wasteland. These seeds were stolen when he was in Pingxing before he expected to be squeezed out. Probably because Professor Zhao teacher knew about this. He tried every means to get rid of him when Professor Zhao was helpless. Many of these precious seeds are plants used as antidotes. If Professor Zhao had not been prepared, they really couldn't do it. I hope LQ323 can hold on until our medicine is made. Professor Zhao looked at the bald land and sighed. If it works, then Xiao Xiong should be able to use it too. Professor Zhao. The one who was controlled was Air Xiong, and Xiao Xiong is its sister. Professor Zhao corrected him tirelessly. Professor Zhao's fault is that he seems to be allergic to names. especially for the animals in the park. The main purpose of naming is to highlight the freedom of choice. He was not embarrassed when Professor Zhao pointed out the problem. Instead, he said, "Don't be obsessed with names. They are all good treasures anyway." While waiting for the drug to be made, they were not idle. The test results of the 2 raccoons have come out. The value that was found to be high in the 2 bears before was also high in LQ323 and the 2 raccoons. So this value is actually the standard for testing the difference between ordinary animals and modified animals. Du Liang took their report and thought, "Have you compared it with ordinary animals in the park?" Professor Zhao nodded. "It can be basically confirmed. But we have too few experimental subjects, and there is not enough data to support it. It can only be regarded as a guess." Du Liang nodded and said earnestly, "Thank you for your hard work. Especially Tu Nan. You have been running between the 2 places recently. You have to deal with people from the Animal Research Institute during the day and follow the army to go on missions at night. This may be the case that those who are capable should do more work." Jiang Tunan said solemnly. "After all, the overtime pay is enough. And she, who has no money, likes this job too much." Speaking of the Animal Research Institute, Jiang Tunan has been staying in the greenhouse recently and hasn't seen Su Qingwei for a few days. Knowing that Teng Kai doesn't like her, Jiang Tunan secretly found Lang Qitong to ask about the situation. But Lang Qitong didn't know either and shook his head silently. Jiang Tunan sent a message to Su Qingwei and was replied to quickly. She said that there was a problem in the Animal Research Institute, so she went back temporarily. Jiang Tunan was relieved and began to resume her regular life. She held the little bear, and a naughty leopard was clinging to her legs, dragging the leopard forward with difficulty. "Leopard, you can tell me yourself. Did Jijiliuo provoke you? It just grew here." Jiang Tunan was speechless and choked. The Jihiro that was planted a long time ago broke into several pieces and lay on the ground aggrieved. Feeling Jiang Tunan breath, it gently swayed its branches and leaves to complain. "I'm just an underage kitten. What's wrong with liking a moving rope?" Leopard tail and eyes fluttered around, and he said shamelessly, "If it weren't for this Jihiro that always tripped me, why would I touch it?" Jiang Tunan stared at Bao Bao with a death stare. "Yes. It will only flutter gently. How can it bother you?" The panda cub lying on the shelf of Jihiro moved his paws and complained excitedly, "Nan Nan. I can prove that this is Bao Bao's fault." As a big cat, Bao Bao really couldn't refuse Jihiro, who could move. Since moving to the small garden, his eyes would be locked on Jihiro, who stretched out branches and leaves to interact with Arctic rabbit cubs from time to time. But Bao Bao didn't expect Jihiro to be so unbearable. He just pounced on it and took 2 bites. And the radish broke into several pieces. What else could this be? What's more, even though it was broken like this, Gigi Luo still held a grudge. Every time Bao Bao forgot about it and passed by Gigi Luo, he would be beaten and scream. Fu Fu on the side laughed. "Your big tail is not enough to play with, and you want to harm Gigi Luo." Bao Bao's ears were slightly pressed back, and Jiang Tunan sneered, "Since you like Gigi Luo so much, you will be responsible for watering and fertilizing it every day until it grows up again." In the wailing of Bao Bao, the 2 raccoons hiding in the corner not far away watched this scene, a little at a loss. Taking care of a vine to grow up. Is this a punishment? Isn't this an obligation after doing something wrong? Was this leopard let go so easily? Why did Jiang Tunan take it so lightly? In the vast universe, a group of inconspicuous black shadows quickly shuttled between planets. When they met lone Zerg guards, they opened their bloody mouths without hesitation and swallowed them into their stomachs. It was not until the sky was slightly bright that they hurriedly packed up and left. This one-sided hunt started and ended very quickly. When the Zerg reacted and went to rescue, they found that there were almost no surviving companions. The Zerg were furious and looked for the hidden arrows from the humans. They increased their patrols, but because the enemy had not appeared for a long time, they were a little impetuous and harassed the planets guarded by humans from time to time. Recently, there are more Zergs. Although the barren planet has not been invaded by Zerg, everything is possible. Everyone must remain vigilant and be prepared for Zerg attacks at all times. Du Liang glanced at the information and said calmly, "But everyone does not need to worry too much. The 9th Legion has strengthened patrols. We are only responsible for making the worst plan." Du Liang talked about Zerg in the meeting, mainly to the only newcomer Jiang Tunan. The rest of the people basically had experience fighting Zerg and were not too worried about this matter. Jiang Tunin took notes, seriously, and sighed in his heart. It was a troubled time. The problem of LQ-323 had not been solved yet. And the Zerg appeared again. The two professors in the greenhouse rarely attended the routine meetings of the desert planet, because they were ordinary people without superpowers. And they did not participate in the breeding of ancient creatures. For them, attending the meeting was a waste of time. Du Liang was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting. But the door was knocked. And Professor Zhao said with sweat on his forehead, "Hurry up. LQ-323 seems to be dying." A chaotic noise sounded. And Jiang Tunin began to think about which link had gone wrong. Logically speaking, LQ-323 should still have several months. Its mental strength is no longer enough to support this huge body, Professor Zhao explained. So I had to take out the medicine in advance. This may be the only thing that can save its life. Jiang Tunin also understood this principle. She wondered, we have been testing drugs on LQ-323 before. Will that also affect his lifespan? Professor Zhao shook his head and said, in theory, there should be no effect. Those drugs are all herbal plants. The side effect is at most diarrhea, which will not accelerate its death. Now is not the time to talk about these. Jiang Tunin felt that the base of the deserted planet was still too big at this moment. They ran for a long time, but still didn't get there. Summoning vines. Jiang Tunin grabbed Professor Zhao, and the two of them directly exceeded the speed limit and flew inside the deserted planet. There was already a group of staff from the Animal Research Institute around LQ-323. Erxiong and Xiaoxiong were squeezed alone to the side. Bao Bao and Fufu were beside them. Once someone from the Animal Research Institute wanted to drive them away, the two would show their fangs without hesitation. Jiang Tunin used vines to open a path for Professor Zhao. Seeing them coming, the people in the Animal Research Institute dared not to be angry but to speak. The order they received was that after arriving at the desolate planet, they should obey the arrangements of the desolate planet in everything. Blood was flowing from the corner of LQ-323's mouth. Professor Zhao opened its mouth with shaking hands, and kept muttering, "Baby, listen to Grandpa. As long as you take the medicine, it won't hurt so much. Our Erxiong is still waiting for you to get better. Everyone has seen such a big animal for the first time. We all like you very much." Jiang Tunin took a look and found that LQ-323 did not resist Professor Zhao's approach at all. He even nudged his hand with his nose, and simply went to the side to pick up Erxiong. This kind of occasion is not only for people inside their desolate planet. If Erxiong's emotional instability reveals his ability, he will definitely be reported, and his future will be the same as LQ-323. Erxiong's body was already very hot at this time, and Jiang Tunin still felt it was hot through his clothes. But she didn't let Erxiong go. She held him in her arms and comforted him. "We have brought medicine. We have to try it to see if it works. Don't worry too much." Bao Bao and his cubs hiding behind him also muttered. "Didn't they say that eating the bugs would make it better? Why does it look worse?" Xiong said he wanted to eat bugs. "Did we do something wrong?" Xieji stood on a platform not far away, looking at this side with a pair of golden eyes, and then looked back at the two raccoons. They were also discussing LQ-323's sudden worsening condition. "I thought since he could escape from the laboratory, he would not die so easily. If he died, how can we be sure that the medicine made by these humans is effective? We received a message before, asking us to kill this bear. But now it will die without us doing anything." There was regret in their tone. But Xieji didn't know what kind of regret it was. He knew nothing about preparing medicine, and all he could do was to help LQ-323 fulfill some trivial wishes, such as taking everyone to hunt Zerg for him to have a snack, coincidentally with leopard. Xieji felt that after becoming a sheep, his IQ seemed to be much lower. Otherwise, why would he think that Zerg were delicious? LQ-323 stopped vomiting blood. Tung Kai and Tung Nan were quickly drawing blood for testing to check its current condition. Du Liang stared at the instrument next to him. Everyone on the deserted planet hoped that it could survive, not only because of its special experimental status, but also because they wanted to use it to rescue the two bears. LQ-323 moved, and blood and tears flowed from its brown eyes. But under the black hair, everything was not so conspicuous. It stretched out its fist and touched Professor Zhao's hand, as if to say thank you. The chain made a collision sound as it moved. This pair of shackles tailored for it was very heavy, and it was very difficult for it to do this. Professor Zhao looked at it. His eyes were wet for a rare moment. He reached out to wipe away its tears, and changed his words. "If it really hurts, then go ahead. We will take good care of your friends. The researcher at the Animal Research Institute not far away secretly rolled his eyes. What kind of people are on the deserted planet? How can humans empathize with irrational lower creatures by showing useless love to the irrational beasts? LQ-323 took a last look at the two bears not far away, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Professor Zhao, who was closest to it, was affected, and his body and chin were covered with blood. He did not dislike the blood, and whispered, "You have worked hard recently, and have been helping us test the medicine." Tung Kai said excitedly, "It has already responded, and the value is decreasing." But Du Liang was not as optimistic as her, because the values of LQ-323's other items were also decreasing. But compared with the mutated one, the rate of decrease was extremely slow. "It's getting smaller," Tong Nan said. Everyone present was watching this horrifying scene. The bear, which was taller than the tallest dormitory building on the deserted planet, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its limbs could not keep up with the speed of shrinking, and the bare paw that had comforted Professor Zhao before actually fell off beside Professor Zhao. The people at the Animal Research Institute took a breath, and one hesitated and whispered, "Professor Zhao, you'd better stay away from it. If there is a microbomb installed in its body, you may not be able to escape." Professor Zhao was indifferent, and stared at LQ-323 intently. It was strange that he had a psychological feeling, and was very confident that this bear would not hurt humans. LQ-323 was still shrinking until it became about the same size as the second bear. But it looked like a red panda. But it didn't look like one when you looked closely. It spit out blood again, and only the head and torso of its small body were left, and its limbs were broken, except for the huge bear paw left before Professor Zhao died. Its legs were covered with blood, and the other claw was also broken on the side. The scene was too bloody, and the people at the Animal Research Institute couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Du Liang stared at the data. All the declining values had stabilized. A faint hope rose in her mind. Maybe the medicine was really effective. LQ-323 had returned to normal. As long as he could help stop the bleeding, maybe he could really survive? Tung Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the almost stagnant values, he thought the same thing as Du Liang. Tung Nan was not so optimistic. The mutation value had dropped sharply before, and it should not be the level that LQ-323 could bear. Why did it suddenly stop now? Was it because it reached the critical value? Or was it making a final plan? Jiang Tunin was far away from the machine and LQ-323. She took a look at the situation over there. Just from the rising temperature of Air Xiong, she seemed to have gotten the result. But it was strange that just when everyone was worried, all the changes of LQ-323 really stopped. Seeing this, the people on the deserted planet picked up LQ-323 without hesitation and rushed to the treatment room and stuffed it into the treatment chamber. Even the people in the Animal Research Institute kept their mouths shut. They stayed in the temporary observation area and collected the remaining blood from the ground. When they were hesitating whether to take action on the bear paw under the wax, they heard a tiger roar behind them. They silently withdrew their hands, pretending nothing had happened, and left the temporary observation area with the instruments. After they left, Fu Fu and Leopard Patrol were very moved by this familiar yet unfamiliar place in front of them. Is Xiong Xiong okay? But why can it become so big and so small? Can I learn this skill? Will Xiong Xiong be able to come back soon? And I don't have to be locked up here alone? It's worth it for me. Bao Bao. To catch insects. But insects are delicious. Bao Bao. I haven't gone out hunting for a long time. Xieji. When will we go again? Xieji jumped down from the roof lightly, looked back at the temporary observation area, and said perfunctorily, "Don't talk about this in the base. If it gets to Nanan's ears, we can't go anywhere." This time, Bao Bao shut up. He was silent for a while and continued, "Then I have to go back and tell Lang Chu. It listens to Nanan the most. It is most likely to become a spy among us." Xieji looked at the happy Bao Bao and sighed softly. Chapter 67. LQ-323's condition is getting better and better, and everyone thinks it will get better, even though its current value is close to that of an old animal. Professor Zhao and Jiang Tunin had a heated discussion in the laboratory in the greenhouse, because the medicine they made according to the formula proved that it seemed to have some effect, but not much. Professor Zhao advocated continuing with the original dosage, but Jiang Tunin disagreed. She could understand what Erxiong said, and knew that the medicine was effective, But it could not change LQ323's already decaying genes. And LQ323 took it obediently for several days. And it never happened like the first time it took it. The medicine restored it to its pre-experimental appearance. But it could not change its values that had been changed. Nor could it prevent the rapid aging caused by the changes. At the same time, they gave Erxiong some medicine, and found that Erxiong's values were also decreasing. But they were transformed in different projects. Erxiong's body temperature actually began to become stable, and would no longer be easily driven crazy by external factors. You also saw that after LQ323 recovered, black bear and eagle gene fragments were detected in his body. If the dosage is not adjusted, it will not work, Jiang Tunan insisted. But we have a limited number of Suizhu. This is only the first one. We also have Erxiong and 2 raccoons who also need this prescription. Even if we make the worst plan, we will find more modified experimental subjects soon. How should Suizhu be divided? Professor Zhao did not lose his temper, but just said the cruel facts in a gentle tone. Tunan, I know you want to help LQ323, but to be fair, it doesn't make much sense. Jiang Tunan understood these principles, but she always felt that LQ323 was different. Don't you think it's strange? Why are LQ323 and Erxiong both red pandas? I think this is also a very critical question. Where did they get so many red panda transformations? And why are the red pandas transformed? Not other animals? Jiang Tunan asked questions like a machine gun. We still have another bear to experiment with. You often communicate with the bear, so you should know LQ323's wishes. If I guess correctly, it still insists on hoping to be freed soon. Right? Professor Zhao said calmly. It is true. LQ323 has been able to hold on until now. But it is because they told it that if it survives the drug experiment, the bear will have a greater chance of survival. Du Liang, who was sitting in the first seat, did not participate in their argument, but just observed Jiang Tunan every move calmly, not knowing what he was observing. Jiang Tunan could not convince Professor Zhao, and Professor Zhao could not convince Jiang Tunan either, so the two parted unhappily. Only Du Liang and Professor Zhao were left in the laboratory. The two looked at each other, and Du Liang asked first, "What do you think, Professor Zhao?" Du Liang asked Professor Zhao while packing up his things carelessly. Intellectually, I should agree with Professor Zhao's point of view, knowing that it has no value. It is not worthwhile for us to waste resources and time on it. Professor Zhao analyzed rationally. Du Liang nodded and smiled. That's true. But we have seen all the efforts made by LQ323. It tried hard to restrain itself from hurting people, and even vomited blood for this. Professor Zhao nodded and looked out the window at the empty temporary observation area. It is a very spiritual baby. But it just encountered misfortune. Jiang Tunan, who left the greenhouse first, sat on the steps of the temporary observation area. There was a sound of footsteps behind him, which Jiang Tunan was very familiar with. She looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "Do you also think that my choice is wrong?" Xieji slowly swayed in front of her, followed by Leopard and Little Bear. "I don't think you did anything wrong. But do you want to listen to their opinions?" Xieji leaned against her and rubbed her arm with his head. "Don't put a heavy yoke on yourself. You are just an ordinary child." The Little Bear also slowly got off the Leopard and climbed onto Jiang Tunan. "Xieji is right. Nan. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Aren't we good friends?" The Little Bear still spoke slowly. He didn't persuade Jiang Tunan directly, but said, "You may not have thought that this group of carnivores have been secretly going out every night to catch insects for the bear recently. Everyone is working hard." Jiang Tunan looked at the leopard with sharp eyes. The leopard big tail was swinging wildly, and its ears were close to its head, hiding behind the Xieji. "I said this to tell you that the bear is also working hard, but the effect is not good. It knows that it has not much time left, but it doesn't want to live up to your kindness. And it also wants to make a last contribution to its brother, so it has been struggling to support it." "What about the brother? What does the brother think?" Jiang Tunan looked at the gray sky and asked. "Brother said he supports all decisions made by Xiongxiong." The Little Bear continued. "Brother said he hopes he can take over the burden from Xiongxiong and become the next drug test subject." Jiang Tunan fell into silence, and her mind went blank. After a long time, she said, "Let me think about it again." Unfortunately, time waits for no one. It was another night when Xieji took a family out hunting, and Huangxing fell into a deep sleep. No one could have imagined that the base would be invaded, And the other party's purpose was also very strange. Just to kill LQ-323. The first to feel something was wrong were Erxia and Sancho. They felt the smell of their own kind. But this is Huangqing. They did not act easily, but woke up the butler Xiuxiu. Although they did not speak the same language, Xiuxiu quickly understood it, and it jumped to the button without hesitation. And all Huangqing was awakened. The Xieji, far away from Huangqing, felt something was wrong and called everyone to run back quickly. Tung Nam was on duty at night. He just got up to debug the treatment chamber. But when he came back, he found that the tragedy had already happened. The treatment chamber that Leopard couldn't break even with a few slaps was shattered all over the floor. The LQ-323 inside was silent, and the instrument was destroyed. Tung Nan quickly put it in another treatment chamber. But the data was reset to 0. Even though its body was still warm. Tung Nan quickly switched to the monitoring. Since Leopard escaped from prison, he connected the monitoring to the treatment room with Du Liang permission. The monitoring showed that a black shadow flew in from the window when Tung Nan turned around, directly smashing the treatment chamber and the LQ-323 inside. And at the same time, the black shadow disappeared. Jiang Tunan didn't care about grief. She quickly ran to the small garden to find the 2 raccoons. Except for the last time her whereabouts were leaked. There was no abnormality on the desolate planet. The only 2 problems were the 2 raccoons. They have always been very well behaved. And with Xieji watching them, Jiang Tunan rarely bothered about them. The 2 raccoons seemed to have been prepared. And they looked at Jiang Tunan calmly. It wasn't us. The raccoons spoke in human language. And Jiang Tunan looked at them without saying anything. The people who did this were sent by the transformation plan. They don't want you to discover their secrets and get the solution. Sancho said. You only have one choice now. Trust us. Jiang Tunan could tell that he was not threatening him, but stating a fact. The enemy was in the dark, and they were in the light. This situation was really very passive. The reason why I want to confess this to you is because we don't want to get involved with him. Sancho simply said. If Huangqing is willing to take us in, we will also show our sincerity. There was a quick breathing sound behind him. And Xieji said, promise him? Xieji knew everything about the 2 raccoons' plans. He also took advantage of the little memory he had recovered to sneak out every night to investigate and learn the identities of the 2 people. Xieji didn't want to show a good face to Erxia, who had almost hurt Jiang Tunan. Sancho was a sensible person. In order to surrender, he acted openly and let Xieji investigate him thoroughly. Jiang Tunan was busy with LQ-323 recently, so he didn't tell her for the time being. The 2 raccoons, like him, only knew that LQ-323 was going to be killed before it recovered as a red panda. But there was no movement, and LQ-323's broken body made them think they would wait for it to die naturally. Xieji guessed. It was Sidong who made this order. Right? If I'm not mistaken, Sidong did it on purpose. Sancho said coldly. His purpose is to remind you to check Q153 star. Jiang Tunan was confused. But she still let Xieji negotiate with the 2 raccoons for her. When they were almost done, the 2 raccoons confessed their identities. They actually didn't know whether they were human or animal. They just followed Lang Qichu as human beings since they could remember. They were inseparable quadruplets, who could sense each other's emotions and location. And they were almost unable to encrypt their calls. But they had to go to the laboratory regularly for examinations and treatments since they could remember. And even had to be injected with some unknown liquid from time to time. And then, they became neither human nor ghost. Sancho was the first to think of defecting. He was fed up with such a life and just wanted to live a normal life as a normal person. The brothers all felt Sancho's thoughts. Sidong, who was active in thinking, resonated with Sancho. Ichuan just kept silent and indulged them silently. Erxia was the most loyal one. He couldn't understand the ideas of his 2 younger brothers. But he couldn't think of a better solution. Because he didn't want to betray his brothers. He had to keep silent with Ichuan. Sancho took the opportunity to test Lang Qichu and let him see his intention to defect. And paid a painful price for it. His body has not recovered to its peak state so far. Erxia was confused by Sancho's self-torture. The Star Lord, who was usually the best to them, actually attacked him without hesitation just because Sancho had this idea. This was something Erxia could not accept. Then, Erxia was sent to the desolate planet because he failed to stop Jiang Tunan and the others. Sancho found the right opportunity and simply followed him. The desolate planet cannot contact the outside world, but it is a good choice for defection. After listening, Jiang Tunan's first reaction was, raccoons are really unethical creatures. It's okay to come alone. But they even want to bring their families. Jiang Tunan looked at the two raccoons in front of him and thought for the first time. What is so special about their desolate planet? The arrival of two spies who want to surrender is a big deal. After Jiang Tunan talked to them, he immediately reported it to Du Liang. Du Liang took the two raccoons into the conference room. I don't know what they talked about. At least when they came out, their expressions were very calm, as if nothing had happened. Soon, everyone knew that the two raccoons in the park were not ordinary, because they turned from darkness to light and became bodyguards for the small animals in the park. At least the peeping cubs no longer had to worry about not being able to catch leopard bigtail to play with, because these two raccoons were willing to be rabbit climbing frames. Are they really good? Leopard looked at the two raccoons who were taking care of their cubs, rubbed in front of Jiang Tunan, and asked in a low voice. I don't know either. Jiang Tunan deliberately teased him. You must keep a close eye on these two raccoons. Who is the strongest fighter in our park? Is it our brave leopard? Leopard gray eyes lit up instantly. He moved his ears proudly, held his head high and said, Of course it's me. Who is more heroic than me? Jiang Tunan stroked his fur, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The news brought by the two raccoons was useful to them. As for these two raccoons, they could betray Long Qichu and Huangxing. The people from the Animal Research Institute were reluctant to leave because they wanted to take LQ-323's body away for further research. But Huangxing didn't want to let go either, and the two sides were in a stalemate again. In order to entertain them, Huangxing selected various edible plants in the greenhouse and started a barbecue stall sideline again. At first, the people from the Animal Research Institute refused. All the edible plants are in the Pingxing Plant Research Institute. Everyone knows that the plants they grow on Huangxing are for animals to eat. Even if they have a very strong plant-based mutant, they are not trustworthy at all. What's more, the two sides have been in a mess recently because of LQ-323's body. Huangxing might want to take this opportunity to poison them. Seeing that the people from the Animal Research Institute are so principled, Jiang Tunan regretfully gave up the invitation. Recently, they have planted a lot of fruits and vegetables that have just matured. If they want to eat them again, they will probably have to wait for a while. Su Qingwei came back when they started the barbecue. She looked much thinner than when she left, and her eyes still showed a firm light. After receiving Jiang Tunan's invitation, she glanced at the indifferent Tun Kai and agreed. During the meal, they talked about LQ-323 again, and Jiang Tunan told Su Qingwei frankly about the plan for the barren planet. We plan to send LQ-323 back to the Fusang tree. I always feel that there is a source of all things that does not reject animals, and it should be more willing to be used as fertilizer rather than continue to be disemboweled. Su Qingwei nodded and explained the meaning of the Animal Research Institute, but it is the first modified experimental subject found, and I think you all understand its value. So the Institute wants to further study how it is different from ordinary animals. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and it was still a fruitless discussion. Lang Qitong on the side said casually, Let's not talk about business during the meal. Xiaosu hasn't tasted the delicious food they made yet. Right? Maybe it will update your view of the barren planet. Su Qingwei didn't say anything else. He took a bunch of grilled mushrooms handed over by Jiang Tunan. After just one bite, his eyes sparkled. Amazing. I haven't eaten such delicious food in the interstellar space. Don't say that. If the people from the Botanical Research Institute hear you, they will record you in their little notebook. Lang Qitong joked. There were bursts of laughter coming from the open space in front of the greenhouse. The people from the Animal Research Institute heard it, and pretended to look in the direction where they gathered. Guests are guests. Since we are here, and they have invited us so warmly, why not try it? It's considered giving them face. The people from the Animal Research Institute looked at each other, and put forward their ideas. I don't believe they know more about plants than the Institute of Botany. Another man responded. Go and have a try. To reduce their prestige. Don't think they are the best. 3 people walked over unsteadily. When Tun Kai saw them, he immediately turned his back and rolled his eyes. Professor Zhao didn't like them very much either, and snorted deafeningly. Several people were embarrassed, but the aroma was so fragrant that it was hard for anyone to resist the charm of barbecue. So they still went over. Su Qingwei pretended not to see these colleagues, and whispered to Jiang Tunan about the plant illustration book she left behind. Jiang Tunan added a lot of things to it, some of which Su Qingwei had not considered, and the atmosphere between the two was just right. Come and eat together. It was Professor Zhao who smoothed things over. He raised the stick in his hand and made an invitation. The three men were polite again, and finally sat down pretending to be reluctant to refuse the hospitality, and took the plate handed over by Professor Zhao. There were many plants they had never seen before, but seeing that the people on the desolate planet were eating with relish, they also tried to taste it. In the Interstellar era, many seasonings have been lost. Jiang Tunan also asked Lu Qi to pay attention to those seasonings every time she went out hunting, and she really found a lot of them. In an age when everyone drinks nutrient solution, a little bit of sweetness, bitterness and spiciness is enough for humans to savor endlessly. They looked at each other, finished a plate of food quickly with a shameless face, and hesitated to speak to Professor Zhao, while sending a message to colleagues who were not present. Jiang Tunan was a man of great merit and fame, and the dinner was a great success for both the host and the guests. When everyone left, Teng Kai pulled Jiang Tunan with a serious face, as if he had something to say, but it was a bit difficult to say it. Jiang Tunan thought for a few seconds. Before the meal, Teng Kai was still normal. If there was anything different from usual, it must be the fact that she and Su Qingwei were together. Are you going to talk about Su Qingwei? Jiang Tunan said without hesitation. Teng Kai's expression was enough to explain everything. She hesitated to say, "It's not right to say bad things about people behind their backs. We are friends. If I think what you said is unreasonable, I will just pretend that I didn't hear it today." Jiang Tunan made a promise readily. "She is from the Federation," Teng Kai said. Jiang Tunan slowly typed a question mark. As far as she knew, the relationship between the Federation and the Empire was not bad. At least both sides could enroll in each other's schools. Was it important that Su Qingwei was from the Federation? She thought so and asked so. Teng Kai shook his head. It's not that simple between the two forces. Although it is possible to go to each other's territory to study, generally speaking, everyone will return to their own country after graduation, and there is almost no cross-border employment. On the one hand, schools are different from research institutions. During the friendly exchange period, the schools on both sides often exchanged back and forth, and the content of the classes was similar. But research institutions are different, except for some basic exchanges that would be used as a symbol of friendly exchanges between the two countries. Everyone kept the deep things tightly covered for fear that the other side would find out. On the other hand, the two sides are not always on good terms. If there is a conflict between the two sides, the researchers in the other side's sphere of influence will be suspected or kicked out of the team. This unpleasant thing has not been done for a long time. Teng Kai was most worried about Su Qingwei's identity. If she told us openly that she was from the Federation, it would be fine. But there must be some inside story for her to come here incognito. Jiang Tunan had to admit that what Teng Kai said made sense. As someone who had served in the military before, Teng Kai was very sensitive in this regard, and she could not tolerate this type of deception. Jiang Tunan could understand. But she had other ideas. Since you met the little breeder Su, has she done anything to harm the interests of the deserted planet or the Empire? And the director should have thought carefully about the problems you can think of. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. You admire her very much. Why not just make do with it for now? We can't predict her guilt? Teng Kai was stunned. Jiang Tunan said something she had never considered. She had also thought about whether the director knew about this, but she had never communicated with the director. Teng Kai was worried that if the director didn't know, Su Qingwei would have to go back to the Federation after she said that. I often feel that my brain is not enough. Why do I make it so complicated when it's such a simple question? Teng Kai listened to Jiang Tunan's advice completely, and her face regained its spirits. I go first. Sister. Jiang Tunan looked at her back and smiled. She had actually discovered Su Qingwei's identity a long time ago. It should be said that Su Qingwei never thought of hiding it. The notebook that Su Qingwei used to write the plant illustrations had the words Federal Liberal Arts College printed on it. But no one seemed to notice this detail in the notebook. Jiang Tunan always thought that everyone knew Su Qingwei's identity. But she didn't expect that the truth behind Teng Kai's subtle expression every time he mentioned Su Qingwei was actually like this. She turned around and walked slowly towards the small garden. Xiong and Xiaoxiong have been accompanying LQ323, who has been specially treated every day recently, as if they were afraid that it would be too lonely in its last days. The huddled Xiong sat in a corner, staring straight at LQ323, wondering what he was thinking. Nan. Xiong stood up. His eyes fell on Jiang Tunin, but also seemed to be falling somewhere else. It said before that it hoped to be buried on the deserted planet, because during the days in the laboratory, it got a secret that the flesh and blood of all animals can nourish the land. Jiang Tunin thought of the experiment she and Professor Zhao had shelved, and nodded slightly. I know. We will try our best to keep LQ-323 on the deserted planet, so that it will be convenient to visit it in the future. Xiong nodded and hugged Jiang Tunin. It has taken medicine recently, and its physical condition has been very stable, but its fire ability is a little unstable, and it will turn into a completely ordinary red panda from time to time. Fortunately, Xiong did not have much regrets. For it, the ability to spit fire is even the root of all its pain. It wishes it had no such skill at all. I don't know how Du Liang negotiated with the Animal Research Institute. They really saved LQ-323's body. The researchers who stayed on the deserted planet and had not left were responsible for presiding over the ceremony. Jiang Tunin and Tunkai took the animals on the deserted planet to send LQ-323 away. Although they were young and had experienced many separations and deaths due to the harsh living environment, they also knew what kind of occasion it was. Bao Bao had a white celery flower tied around his neck, and the others were similar. Jiang Tunin glanced at Du Liang, and the other nodded slightly at her. In addition to sending LQ-323 away, Jiang Tunin had another task: to try whether the power of the Fusong tree to get better came from the Sui Pearl. Jiang Tunin intuition told her that it was not that simple. But Du Liang applied for a perfect Sui Pearl that was a little fake and gave it to her. This time, she had to try it no matter what. While the little animals were talking to LQ-323, Jiang Tunin took the Sui Pearl and came to the Fusong tree. As she expected, the Fusong tree did not move at all, and even the Sui Pearl did not react. When Jiang Tunin wasn't paying attention, Xieji glanced at her and spit out another suiju from his mouth. This suiju was obviously brighter than the one Jiang Tunin got. Xieji could feel that the bead was heating up, as if it couldn't wait to merge with the Fusong tree. But he didn't give suiju a chance. He took back the suiju floating in the air expressionlessly, thinking, "It's not your turn yet." Jiang Tunin stood in front of the Fusong tree and began to think carefully. What was the main thing that could wake up the Fusong tree? That suiju was exactly the same as the string of beads on the little girl's wrist in Jiang Tunin's dream last time. But why only one worked? She couldn't figure it out. So she just reached out and touched the Fusong tree. This time she seemed to have entered the dream again. Not far from the Fusong tree, there was smoke everywhere. The little black sheep who used to play with the little girl had disappeared, replaced by a half-grown boy in black clothes, dressed as a little general. His most unique feature is his golden eyes. Even his eyelashes are golden. For no reason. Jiang Tunin knew that he was constantly expelled and suspected in the world because of this beautiful symbol. "I'm leaving. You stay here and don't leave. I will come back." The boy knelt on one knee on the ground, holding the little girl in his arms, and whispered a promise. In addition, he also left a round jade stone in the shape of a disc, which was stuffed into the girl's palm. "If there is anything, you can use this thing to contact me." The girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she stared at the half-grown boy in front of her reluctantly. But she still didn't say a word. When the boy turned to leave, it seemed that a butterfly flew out of her hand, quickly drilled into the boy's hair, and disappeared. In fact, the three people present knew that in troubled times, going to the battlefield would most likely lead to no return. Jiang Tunin saw the three-legged golden crow that had been sitting on the Fusong tree fly down, with a golden ring on its ankle. It tilted its head and touched the girl's hair with its beak, as if to comfort her. Life soon returned to normal. The mountain seemed to be restricted. No outsiders came in, and it was not affected by anything outside. The girl inside could not go out. Jiang Tunin always felt that the jade was familiar. She guessed that this should be a hint from the hibiscus tree. Until the dream ended, the boy did not come back, and Jiang Tunin could not remember where she had seen the jade. Seeing Jiang Tunin wake up, the cub said obediently, "Thank you for your hard work, Nan. We must be obedient recently, and not let you worry." She did not explain this beautiful misunderstanding, and reached out to hug the cubs. "So let's go back. Do you remember the way?" The originally solemn atmosphere was swept away, and even the two bears, who were in a bad state, joined their excitement. Jiang Tunin quietly observed the two bears, and found that it did not seem abnormal. The heart that was lifted in the air quietly fell. After returning to the park to see off the researchers from the Animal Research Institute, They immediately held a new group meeting. This time, it was mainly about the carnivores' meals. Everyone agreed that the children had grown up and had the ability to hunt. Instead of letting them sneak around outside, it was better to organize them to go out hunting in an organized and disciplined manner. This matter was still because of LQ323. After being transformed, it was no longer a small-sized herbivore, but preferred to eat meat. During the period of wandering, it often drifted in the interstellar space by itself, and when it was hungry, it would eat a few insects that wanted to attack it. Finally, during this period of time on the deserted planet, although there were mutant animals that tasted good on the deserted planet, its teeth were aging, and it wanted to eat some soft and sticky insects. So Shieji simply organized a beast with more outstanding combat power to go hunting together. And then, they found that insects were also delicious. They had no idea how terrible the insects were in the eyes of humans. Everything was done, and everyone finally started to target their diet, and wanted to take on new challenges. It's not realistic to eat the Zerg. We don't have enough manpower. If there is any danger, it will be too late to rescue. Tung Kai knocked on the table, and was the first to object to continuing to kill the insects. But I really want to see how they do it. Du Liang rarely expressed his opinion, and this idea was very dangerous. Jiang Tunan agreed with Du Liang's idea. She thought about the group of cubs in the small garden and said hesitantly, "In fact, I think the mutant planet is more difficult to deal with. Every time we go there, we have to encounter various dangers. The Zerg only has insects to consider, and even the dangers of plants on the mutant planet must be calculated." After she said this, Tung Kai was silent. "Why not? We drive the aircraft of the deserted planet and let them take the lead. Don't look at them. They look stupid, but they know everything in their hearts," Tung Nan suggested. For the time being, they couldn't think of a better way. Everyone nodded silently and agreed to this method. After the meeting, Jiang Tunan followed Tung Kai to the outside of the small garden. Looking at the leopard who repeatedly provoked Jijilyo and was beaten, he felt that it was hard to say. In the blink of an eye, they have turned from a few pounds of little babies into piglets that need to be held in both hands. Jiang Tunan sighed. Since they are able to sneak away so many times, it means they are not that stupid. Tung Kai's worry is actually not surprising. LQ323 is huge, and one can weigh the weight of all the beasts on the wasteland planet. Its perspective should be very different from that of the live treasures on the wasteland planet. In any case, we should give them a chance to try. If it really works, we will be much more relaxed in the future. Jiang Tunan pretended to be relaxed. In order to let these cubs have fun, Du Liang personally contacted the 9th Corps and the 4th Corps to leave a green channel for the wasteland planet to prevent these half-grown cubs from being accidentally injured. The 4th and 9th Legions were stunned when they received the news. So the Zerg that disappeared inexplicably recently is related to the wasteland planet. What secret weapon does the wasteland planet have that is more powerful than ours? It's nonsense, right? But how to explain that the Zerg has inexplicably decreased recently? The leaders who received the news decided to keep an eye on the status of the wasteland planet, and see what secret weapons they have that can easily deal with the Zerg. On a dark and windy night, Leopard took the lead and wanted to have fun along the road they had walked several times before. They were stopped by Shieji, and realized that they had changed the road. Leopard doesn't look very smart. He can only eat dead food, Tung Kai said with a smile. The child is not used to the buffet route. As a breeder, please be more tolerant. Jiang Tunan patted Tung Kai on the shoulder. This route was planned by the 4th and 9th Legions. The beasts on the desert planet were too fast, so they only tracked a few white shadows flashing by, and the rest were only the slow-moving spaceships behind. How do we follow? Follow the ones in front? The team member in charge of driving the aircraft asked the captain beside him. Follow the route we have divided and keep going forward. The captain quickly analyzed the situation and made a decision with gritted teeth. It turned out that this choice was indeed correct. They soon saw a small wave of Zerg appear in sight. But those fast-running things on the desert planet were nowhere to be seen. Looking at the Zerg that was about to attack, the captain frowned and muttered in his heart, "What are they doing? What if something goes wrong? This group of Zergs will rush to the desert planet in a minute." Seeing that it would be too late if he didn't prepare, the captain gave an order, "Prepare for battle." However, a scene that surprised him appeared. This group of Zergs was unprepared, and a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the side, quickly passed through a group of Zergs, and broke up their formation. Some insects that failed to dodge fell down, but were swallowed by an orange shadow without even time to ask for help. The man from the 4th Legion was stunned. He asked his teammates beside him, "Am I seeing this correctly?" Just gone. This was not the end. The insects without formation immediately scattered and fled. Unfortunately, they failed. Another white shadow suddenly appeared from the side. 3 unknown creatures from 3 directions swallowed the messy insects into their stomachs, leaving no wings behind. After finishing the buffet, Leopard was still not satisfied. He looked at the strange spaceship not far away and asked, "What is that? Can I eat it?" Shiiji took a look and stopped Leopard. "Dangerous idea. If you eat that thing, you may not live beyond tomorrow." Leopard immediately became obedient like a cat and said coquettishly, "I'm still growing. Sheep, I'm hungry." They forgot about the string of small tails following behind them and focused on the scattered food. One was not too little, and a group was not too much. They returned reluctantly until there were no more insects on this road. Such a good day. I really want to have it every day. Fu followed Leopard and said with satisfaction. They had no idea that the humans following them were already stunned by their bold and rough style. Chapter 68. A battle ended silently. When the sky was about to brighten, several shadows left as they came, leaving only a dream full of hope for mankind. Du Liang had predicted it long ago. He was worried that he would receive information bombardment from the 2 military regions. So he had already turned off his communicator and called Jiang Tunan to talk about the Fusang tree. After hearing Jiang Tunan say that the suede pearl was useless, Du Liang did not react. He tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Because this suede pearl is fake." Jiang Tunan? She did not understand and was greatly shocked. Du Liang picked up the beads on the table, looked at them again and sighed softly. Suede pearls were not rare in the interstellar world. Every planet with strong vitality would be dug out of this kind of thing. After investigation and research, experts said that it was because of the suede pearls that the planet was full of vitality. In other words, this thing is the source of life for a planet. The planet where the suede pearl was taken away also proved this point very quickly. The plants on the planet began to wither and die rapidly, and soon they were covered by mutant plants and animals. After seeing this, many noble families looked for suede pearls and tried to take them for themselves to develop their own planets. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Suede pearls only worked where they originally grew. But after someone put suede pearls back, they found that suede pearls still did not work as they had originally. Only the desolate planet was an exception. No one had ever found suede pearls on the desolate planet. The most prominent thing about the desolate planet was the Fusang tree that seemed to be able to create the world. However, due to the entry of humans, it was like all the planets supported by suede pearls, and everything slowly withered. Because suede pearls were rare and had very significant effects, but they could not be used. They became useless and a pity to throw away. Later, the noble families placed suede pearls at random or gave them to the royal family as gifts. And no one looked for the whereabouts of suede pearls, because all the planets that humans could reach had no normal plants. This one was given to Mr. Chi by someone. He suspected it was fake, but he had no way to verify it. This was just the opportunity to confirm it. Du Liang did not regret it, and sighed. There are only 3 known suede beads left now. 2 in the hands of the royal family, and 1 in the hands of the marshal of the 4th Legion. If he is awake, we can borrow it. Jiang Tunan understood Du Liang's unfinished meaning. The remaining 3 were not something they could get. And the suede bead you found appeared on a mutant planet, which is not right. Du Liang looked at her deeply. Jiang Tunan did not understand what was going on either. She carefully recalled the scene of that day and repeated it to Du Liang. So there is another possibility. After the suede beads were taken away by humans on a large scale, they chose to hide themselves. Du Liang's thoughts turned quickly. And according to what Jiang Tunan said, he speculated a possibility. Jiang Tunan nodded. She also had this guess. But the sample was too small to prove whether her idea was correct. And now there are people eyeing Jiang Tunan covetously. If she wants to leave the wasteland planet, the risk factor is a bit high. Du Liang looked at Jiang Tunan and hesitated for a moment. H37 planet also has the possibility of Suizhu. But, Tunan, you should know that your value is much higher than Suizhu. Du Liang said simply. Human attacks are different from Zerg attacks. After seeing the strength of his own cubs, Du Liang felt more assured about feeding them. But I can't stay in the wasteland planet forever. Jiang Tunan pointed out the problem incisively. Du Liang nodded. So they are working overtime to catch Lang Chichu's tail according to the information given by Erxia and Sancho. The only worry now is that Lang Chichu may be just an insignificant little follower. And there are other big figures behind him, who are watching Jiang Tunan every move. The two fell into silence. And both saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. We have to try. What kind of breeder is it to stay at home all the time? The cubs can go out to find food by themselves. So a breeder certainly can't lose, Jiang Tunan said. Du Liang looked at her, and finally agreed with her idea. This time, almost all the people from the deserted planet went out, leaving Tung Nan and Shan to look after the house. And the rest of them all went to H37 planet. Lang Chitong, who received the news, naturally accompanied them on the trip. And even Guanqi came. Jiang Tunan looked around a little uncomfortably. Not only that, Du Liang also asked Erxia to release false news to test their brothers. And another team pretended to be Jiang Tunan and went to S3 planet. When you first came, Tung Nan thought you were troublesome. But now it's good. Everyone is doing team building together. And he is the only one left at home as a left-behind child. Lang Chitong smiled. Jiang Tunan still remembered this incident. If she hadn't been brought to H37 planet, she wouldn't have discovered that her ability could be upgraded by devouring her own kind. Did you have a conflict with Guanqi? Lang Chitong followed Jiang Tunan's gaze and asked curiously. Jiang Tunan shook his head. I just thought of their marshal. Lang Chitong had a lot to say about this. Don't be fooled by their marshal's appearance. In fact, he relies on his face to deceive people. He never speaks human words. Guanqi has been scolded by him and cried countless times. Jiang Tunan was even more curious. He looked around and asked in a low voice, how about Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu is a brainless foul-mouthed person. But their marshal is different. Xiao Wu may not be a human, but the marshal is really not a human. Don't be fooled by his face. Lang Chitong said earnestly. Xieji on the side looked up at Lang Chitong, and finally couldn't help rolling his eyes. Perhaps their gazes were too hot. Guanqi quickly came over and asked curiously, why are you looking at me all the time? I want to know about your marshal. Lang Chitong said meaningfully. Guanqi, who had a calm expression, immediately showed some sadness, and said sadly, I thought the marshal fell into the hands of bad people. But the one he brought back turned out to be a fake. But this is also good. Fortunately, their technology is not advanced enough to completely replicate the marshal. Lang Chitong showed a subtle smile. Your marshal's mouth. You can tell whether it is real or not just by opening it. It's hard to replicate. Right? Guanqi was choked. His eyes rolled around. And he struggled to save the marshal's face. He is not always so fierce. In order to save some face for the marshal of the 4th Legion, whom Jiang Tunan had never met, Lang Chitong considerately did not expose him. The general has confirmed that the marshal is still alive. But I don't know why he hasn't come back yet. Guanqi rubbed his face and smiled. We just need to do well in the present. Xieji glanced at his furry self. If he went back like this, they might all mock him. And the chance of being assassinated would also greatly increase. Being a sheep has been quite comfortable lately. At least the small animals on the desert planet are much easier to manage than the humans in the 4th Legion. So he has almost no chance to scold the cubs. And the cubs all like him very much. And Xieji really wants to stay here as the kindergarten principal. This time when he came to H37, he still brought Leopard, Fu and Wolf Chu. As the panda cub was found on H37, Jiang Tunan wanted to try to help it find its parents. So he brought it along. This was also the first time that the furry creatures on the desert planet appeared. People from both legions stared at them intently, especially those who had seen the 3 insect eaters. Their eyes were so hot that Leopard, who looked difficult to mess with, stood up his alert ears, fearing that these humans would do something strange. They have no ill intentions, but they have never seen a leopard as majestic and beautiful as Leopard. Tung Kai has raised Leopard for a long time, so he naturally understands its habits and blows rainbow farts in its ears. Leopard really stood up and looked around at the humans around with his gray eyes, and said with high spirits, you humans are really ignorant. I will show you the strength of Leopard King later. Xieji glanced at Leopard. That's right. This little fool who can be provoked doesn't need to be scolded at all. He is very easy to fool. Jiang Tunan glanced at Lang Chu, who was out of his mind, and Fu, who was chubby and strong. They completely ignored the gaze of humans and only stared at the gate of H37, eager to try. What's inside? Is there bamboo? Or delicious fruit? The cub in Jiang Tunan's arms tilted his head and showed an innocent smile. The humans around them became restless. If it weren't for the discipline, they might have rushed in. There may be something you like in it. Jiang Tunan smoothed the cub's fur, and the steel wool-like feel made her a little melancholy. When the panda cub was first picked up, Jiang Tunan once wished that it would grow smooth fur. It turned out that her wish was not heard, and the baby became a furry panda. When the people from the Animal Research Institute left, they looked at the panda with its back to them and asked in confusion, "Did you really not put a person in there?" It was because the gap behind the baby was too conspicuous, and even they themselves felt that the baby might have been pretended to be a human. The baby nodded obediently and said considerately, "That's great. I have long wanted to hunt by myself like my brothers and sisters, so that your pressure will be reduced." As one of the youngest babies on the deserted planet, the baby is the most considerate of them. Although he is a little naughty and lazy sometimes, he has successfully won the love of everyone on the deserted planet because he is too talkative. Jiang Tunan touched its head and said kindly, "My current pressure comes from this 40-pound panda in my arms. So can you get off and walk by yourself?" The baby pretended not to hear it. Which panda baby doesn't have a mount? As a unique giant panda, it must be different. And it is just a 40-pound baby. How can the breeder dislike it? The cub raised its paw and said in a tender voice, "Let's go to the new map." "Let's go!" Jiang Tunan patted its buttocks helplessly, and stood in the team, holding the cub waiting to set off. For the animals on the deserted planet, H37 is a brand new world. Or more precisely, a brand new amusement park. Found the target. Little ones, come on! The leopard was like a gust of wind, rolling up the branches and leaves of the nearby mutant plants. But it didn't notice it at all. Just rushed forward excitedly, ignoring the dissuasion of the people behind it. "Who are you? How dare you tie up my leopard king? When my tool man comes, I will make you pay for it." The leopard's sizzling sound aroused Fu-Fu's curiosity. Fu-Fu was young and more obedient than the leopard. He ran forward 2 steps and looked back at the breeder, and did not leave their sight. The branches and leaves that were hidden were cut off by them, revealing the leopard entangled in the vines and thrown in the air to play. Although leopard is not afraid of heights, it can't stand this strong roller coaster. It waved its limbs in the air to defend itself, and kept shouting that it wanted to make Tung look good. Maybe Jiang Tunan was too famous when she came to H37 last time. When she approached with everyone, Ting's movements became more and more stiff. Feeling her gaze, the vine even gradually stopped. But it never let leopard go. "Let me go quickly, or my breeder will make you look good." Leopard was still threatening Tung. Jiang Tunan didn't need to make a move, just holding a thick and thorny vine in her hand. The one that was wrapped around leopard became timid, and quickly put leopard down and disappeared. Jiang Tunan sensed the silent mockery of the vine in her hand. Her vine is a little picky now. It doesn't like to eat this kind of vine that has low attack power and other abilities. But Tung is very interested in leopard. She grabbed one of its hind paws and easily pulled leopard back, and didn't forget to whip it a few times. Ayo. What's wrong with your vine? No one dares to hit me even though King Leopard has grown so big. Jiang Tunan held leopard mouth. The whole forest can only hear your roaring. Leopard ears were pressed back. Our King Leopard should be welcomed wherever he goes. I will remember these not-so-smart little things. In the following period of time, Leopard was indeed much more obedient. It walked at the front of the team. But every time it wanted to have fun, it would subconsciously look back at the breeder. It's strange to say that the mutant animals here seem to have disappeared out of thin air. Except for Leopard, who saw a black shadow at the beginning. No one saw mutant animals again. Lang Chitong and Guanchi stopped to feel it, and pointed out a direction for the large group. Only Xieji felt something was wrong. It bid Jiang Tunan close, and shook its head at her. Jiang Tunan certainly understood Xieji's opinion. She also used her own ability to feel it. But the range was not wide enough. All the plants she could feel were normal. Should we change direction? Jiang Tunan still proposed. My sheep feels that it's not good over there. And I feel the same way. Guanchi and Lang Chitong looked at each other, and they both saw the doubts in each other's eyes. With so many of us, there shouldn't be a big problem. It's more than enough to protect the cubs of the wasteland planet. Tung Kai touched Jiang Tunan's hand and comforted her. At this point, Jiang Tunan didn't say anything more, and patted Xieji to comfort him, as if to say to it, and also as if to say to himself, there are so many of us. And everyone is very strong. There shouldn't be a big problem. Xieji stopped persuading her, but silently calculated in his heart how likely they were to encounter danger. The people of the two legions following behind them murmured in their hearts. It seems that the breeder of the wasteland planet doesn't seem to have any outstanding features. Is it because she can feed animals that she is targeted? The team members who have seen Leopard and others destroy the Zerd think more. They can cultivate such a beast. And it seems that there is nothing wrong with their own strength. Jiang Tunan certainly didn't expect that her proposal would attract the attention of many people behind her. She and Xieji have been together day and night. Although Xieji has been missing recently, it does not hinder their deep friendship. Xieji said there was danger, which was probably a difficult situation for them. Jiang Tunan now only had the worry of how to successfully bring all these people out. Her ability was really not strong enough to protect the safety of so many people. Jiang Tunan thought and frowned slightly. Xieji beside her felt her mood change and rubbed her hand with its smooth horn as a comfort. Bao Bao and Fufu didn't know the twists and turns between humans. They gradually became familiar with the environment here and began to mess around. Bao Bao swept a patch of mutant mushrooms with his tail and laughed like a villain. You can't poison me. Hey, you can't poison me. Jiang Tunan couldn't bear to look at this little idiot. So he rubbed the fur of the panda cub in his arms with his hand and asked it, Do you feel familiar? The panda cub was picked up on the H37 planet. Jiang Tunan hoped to find clues about its parents here. Even if he couldn't send it back, at least he could confirm that there were other pandas alive and well in the Interstellar. Unfortunately, the panda cub shook his head. I only remember that a long time ago, there was a stream near my home. After a huge earthquake, Nanan fell from the sky. Jiang Tunan remembered his dark history of being brought to the cliff by vines, and covered the cub's mouth. Anything else? What about before this? The cub looked around and just shook his head slowly. In fact, the cub didn't forget. The moment it entered here, it remembered many past memories in its head. Mom and Dad brought it here just to let it find Nanan. Because Mom and Dad said that only Nanan could let it grow up safely. Although the cub missed his parents a little, he was reluctant to leave Nanan and his good friends on the deserted planet. It always felt that if it told Nanan about its parents, it might be ruthlessly sent away. Dad and Mom were good friends, but it had never had so many friends to accompany it before. The baby was reluctant to leave them, and buried his big head in Jiang Tunan's arms with a guilty conscience. I always feel that you are weird. Jiang Tunan patted the baby's little butt, looked around, and asked it in a low voice, Do you want to come down and exercise with your brothers and sisters? The guilty baby did not refuse Jiang Tunan's proposal this time, and slowly slid down from her, but just met the covetous eyes of the group of two-legged beasts behind Jiang Tunan. Don't you want to walk, baby? How about your sister holding you? Baby should like brother more. Brother holds you more steadily than sister. Baby was so scared that he took 2 steps back, turned around and ran towards Fu. Help! These two-legged beasts are so strange. The two-legged beasts who were rejected by the baby looked at its fleeing back with regret, and humbly asked Jiang Tunan, Are we too enthusiastic? Jiang Tunan said tactfully, Baby is a little shy, but it's not against you. This group of humans was not appeased. After looking at each other, they were obviously a little depressed. A slight sound suddenly came from the woods. Everyone looked at each other. The leaders were about to go over to see the situation, and suddenly a person came out of the woods. All members were on alert. In order to ensure Jiang Tunan's safety, they reported to the 9th Legion before entering. Logically speaking, there should be no humans here. The lone person was obviously still a little confused. When he saw them, he showed a blank expression, until he saw Jiang Tunan and Tung Kai in the crowd. His confusion turned into excitement. Jiang Tunan looked at him and felt familiar. Big sister. It's me. Xiao and I. Your friends came together to save me last time. The tall man said excitedly. Jiang Tunan's memory was dug out, and it was because of this man that she knew that vines could be upgraded. But now is an extraordinary period. She calmly asked, Brother? Why are you alone again today? And wasn't H37 announced to be closed yesterday? Hey, this is my fault. After the last transformation, my ability was upgraded. At least I can protect myself. So I came to the intermediate area. I asked for help when I heard the broadcast yesterday, but no one came. As he said, Xiao and I showed them his wound. The tall and strong man had a hideous scar on his back, with skin and flesh turned outward and blood dripping. He himself was slightly pale because of excessive blood loss. I don't know how I woke up suddenly, so I just wanted to find a way to leave. And I ran into you. Xiao and I showed a simple smile. After a while, Lang Qitong had checked the man in front of him, and found that his ability level was not high. Everything seemed to be consistent with what he said. Come and send him out. Lang Qitong did not take it lightly, and turned back to say to the team members. Xiao and I thanked him again, and was about to leave, but suddenly turned back. The people around Jiang Tunan were startled by his action, fearing that he would suddenly attack Jiang Tunan. Big sister, I found a good thing in the intermediate area recently. I killed a blackbird and took it out of its stomach. Xiao and I fumbled in his pocket for a long time, and took out a piece of crystal clear jade. Thank you for saving me twice. I give it to you. There's no use for me to keep it. The round jade looked no different from ordinary jade. If you have to say, it doesn't look like it was naturally carved. And it's a bit strange that a blackbird would have something like this in its stomach. No need. Jiang Tunan refused without thinking. You paid for it with your life. I can't take it. It's good to sell it for money. Xiao and I saw that Jiang Tunan was really unwilling to take it. So she left with a look back every few steps, as if she was a heartless man. After Qiao Ni's figure disappeared, Lang Qitong said again, go check this Qiao Ni and see what's going on with him. Jiang Tunan was in a complicated mood. She didn't expect that there would be such a day when even her friendships would be noticed. For some reason, Jiang Tunan felt uneasy after seeing Qiao Ni's jade. She almost hurt Xieji by mistake several times when sweeping the vines. Fortunately, the vines were spiritual and knew not to hurt Xieji, so she avoided it every time. Why are you absent-minded? Lang Qitong asked Jiang Tunan as he walked. I always feel like I forgot something. Jiang Tunan shook her head and cheered up to deal with the road ahead. The unknown danger was not far away, and she had to concentrate. I saw it. I saw it. Don't move. Cub. Foo. You go from the left. I go from the right. This one must be ours, and we can't let it run away. The voices of leopards and leopards sounded not far away. They seemed to have discovered some mutant animals. So they were so excited. Mutated animals are different from those on the barren planet. In addition to their greatly increased strength and larger size, their brains seem to be underdeveloped, unable to communicate with each other, and they don't have feelings for their own kind. The carnivores on the barren planet would not hunt herbivores unless they had no choice. But the mutant planet is still a world where the strong prey on the weak. A whistle was heard, and at the same time, there was the sound of arrows breaking through the air hidden under the tiger's roar. Jiang Tunan was startled and quickly summoned vines, like a big net, covering the three animals not far away. Then, the sound of arrows breaking through obstacles and piercing into the vines sounded. Lang Qitong, who was missing two people, had already looked for them in the direction of the arrows. The three cubs shrouded in vines had not recovered from the shock. Under the paw of leopard was a struggling animal, with gray eyes wide open, looking at Jiang Tunan. It's not a person. It's more like a set program. Sent directly from here. Lang Qitong checked the team members around her, and reported to her in a low voice. Lang Qitong's face was very ugly. On H37. Because the place is too large, and it is an open space. It is difficult to make every plan perfect, which leads to similar slips of the net. Some hunters will install similar traps or animal traps in places they often appear. And it is not uncommon to accidentally hurt people. It's not a big problem. This thing is not aimed at us. Go and see what the three cubs have caught? Jiang Tunan patted Lang Qitong on the shoulder. Now everyone is more cautious. They came to the intermediate area because they took into account the abilities of the three beasts. But now it seems that they are fortunate to come to the intermediate area. The dangers here alone make them a little overwhelmed. The team members, who originally thought Jiang Tunan was weak, instantly changed their views on her. With her sharpness and reaction speed, many people present were not as good as her. And she was not doing it for her own safety, but simply to protect the three little ones. Jiang Tunan didn't know the complexity of others' hearts. She retracted the vines, and the three little ones ran back like springs. Leopard didn't forget to hold a prey that he had caught with great difficulty in his mouth. It was a large rabbit, struggling to death in leopard mouth at this time. It was pure black and showed sharp fangs from time to time. People would not underestimate it at all. This is a mutant hare. It runs fast, has sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. It can bite through a human neck in one bite. Lang Qitong took a look and introduced it to Jiang Tunan. Is this thing delicious? Jiang Tunin was more concerned about another point. Lang Qitong choked in thought. None of us has eaten this yet. Why don't you ask Leopard? Leopard had already torn the rabbit in his mouth into 4 pieces in front of everyone, giving 2 to Fufu and Langchu, and 1 to Jiang Tunin. Nan Nan. I hunted this myself. You are so thin. You must eat more meat to make up for it. Jiang Tunin refused 3 times in a row. Lang Qitong, who was fainted by blood, had turned her back. She looked at this bloody scene, and the bad memories of crushing her heart with vines came into her mind again. She also turned her back side by side with Lang Qitong. Is this rabbit delicious? Tung Kai observed curiously. Leopard had been chewing for a long time, muttering in his mouth, not very delicious. The meat is a bit dry. Maybe because it is old. Fufu and Langchu said the same thing, and they were obviously not very satisfied with the rabbit. Only the kid standing by stared at them, looking a little speechless. I really don't know why you like to eat this kind of thing. The whole forest smells like blood. I figured it out. The cub suddenly spoke up, snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The innocent leopard was about to eat the part of the rabbit meat that Jiang Tunin didn't want, but was kicked away by the cub. Leopard and the surrounding onlookers were stunned by the cub's sudden ferocity. It hugged Leopard's head and said quickly, "We can use rabbits as bait and hunt more animals." Leopard had not yet come out of the shadow of being slapped away by the cub's claw. When he heard what the cub said, he stretched out his claws and slapped the cub randomly. "Get out of here. You know, you can hit the leopard but not the face? I have been so big. No one has ever hit me in the face." Tung Kai, who watched the whole process, shook his head helplessly. Leopard brain is really hopeless. She said mysteriously to the 2 tree stumps with their backs to them, "You missed a wonderful scene." Bao Bao was slapped away by ZZ. Jiang Tunin was shocked. Lang Qitong said calmly, "This is not surprising. Isn't it said that pandas can know kung fu?" Earth native Jiang Tunin didn't know where these interstellar people heard the rumor from, and rubbed his forehead helplessly. ZZ is indeed very strong, but the saying that he knows kung fu is a bit outrageous. Lang Qitong disagreed, and vowed, "Listen to me. ZZ will definitely know the long-lost kung fu. None of these matters are important. ZZ and Bao Bao are still discussing the livelihood plan. Let's use the remaining rabbit meat as bait to lure nearby mutant animals to eat. Wouldn't that be a catch in one fell swoop?" Fufu listened to ZZ's idea and nodded repeatedly. Bao Bao scratched his ears, looked at the affirmative look of Air Lien, and had to follow their arrangements. It stared at the cub fiercely. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. When you grow up to my age, we will have a good fight. The surrounding humans laughed, and the leopard looked around fiercely and let out a leopard roar. No one laughed anymore, and the leopard puffed up his chest with satisfaction. Sure enough, if the leopard doesn't show its power, they think it is a sick cat. What kind of children's education do you give to children on the deserted planet? Lang Qitong listened to the leopard's second-year speech and asked with a smile. Self-taught? Jiang Tunin blinked and said calmly. The 3 animals followed the method the cub said and really set up a rabbit meat array on the spot, waiting for the mutant animals, who were not very smart, to fall into the trap. Jiang Tunin did not discourage the enthusiasm of the 3 animals. Sooner or later, they will grow up. If conditions permit, they will also need to be released into the wild and learn to hunt by themselves. After an unknown period of time, there was really a rustling sound. Leopard eyes widened instantly. His ears stood up, and the swing of his tail became smaller. A brown coyote came into their sight. This mutant animal was very alert, several times larger than the coyotes Jiang Tunin had seen on Earth. It took a few steps forward and then retreated, as if it was testing whether there was anyone waiting. After trying several times, it boldly approached the piece of rabbit meat. This hunt has just begun. The brown coyote swung its tail and let out a low growl, and was about to start eating. But the instinct of the beast reminded it that there were more powerful animals nearby watching it. The coyote looked around again, still didn't find anything wrong, and decided to start enjoying this meal boldly. There was a slight movement in the woods. Cats always move lightly when hunting. By the time the coyote felt something was wrong, he had already been bitten off the throat by a tiger much smaller than himself. There was still some disbelief in the coyote's eyes, as if he didn't understand why there were tigers in such a place. When Fufu saw that it was dead, he called out to his companions in the woods, "How did I perform? Is it much more majestic than leopard?" The big yellow eyes were full of expectation for praise. Except leopard. The other small animals sighed sincerely. Fu Fu is so powerful. He bit it in one go. Not bad. Not bad. You should be so quick and neat in the future hunting. Don't give the prey a chance to escape. Although the baby is a herbivore. For some reason, he has rich hunting experience and is good at talking on paper. After this success, everyone admires the baby's ability. I said that the baby is a kung fu panda. It is the youngest, but it knows more than its brothers and sisters, and can also guide hunting. Lang Chitong looked at the baby and wanted to press it into his arms and rub it hard. Jiang Tunan couldn't help laughing and said, "When we get back to the deserted planet, you can let it teach you kung fu." At this time, the cub suddenly turned its head. It didn't eat with carnivores because it was too brain-consuming. It rubbed its belly embarrassedly, and the humans who had been staring at it were so cute that they lost their minds. "Nan, I'm hungry. I want to eat." The cub looked at Jiang Tunan, stretched out his hands, tilted his head slightly, and frantically hinted to Jiang Tunan that he wanted a hug. "What? Is the baby hungry? What does the baby want to eat? I heard that the animals on the desert planet drink nutrient solution. I have plenty here. Do you have to be held by the breeder? There are so many beautiful girls here. Everyone can hold you." The baby looked around with his dark brown eyes, showing a sweet smile. But his words were merciless. "I want Nan to hold me." Jiang Tunan was extremely lucky that she was the only human who could understand the baby's words. Otherwise the breeder, who was favored by the baby, would definitely be cast with envious and jealous eyes. The eyes around were too eager. Jiang Tunan took out a few bamboos from the storage bag and distributed them to everyone. "The baby doesn't eat much nutrient solution and other things. You just feed it this." The large-scale fan meeting was suddenly held in such an open-air environment, and a few sour words were heard from time to time. "We are all black and white. Why are we treated differently? How can it be braver than the Leopard King, as it is a herbivore?" Chapter 69. Having tasted the sweetness of nesting doll-style hunting, the cubs were reluctant to leave this feng shui treasure land. Bao Bao looked around and asked tentatively, "Can we stay here?" Tung Kai lifted its little ears and asked in a long voice, "What do you think?" Before coming, they told the three carnivores that the main purpose of coming to H37 was to teach them how to hunt. Now, this method of making traps was proposed by the cubs, and the three of them still don't know how to hunt. Bao Bao and Fu Fu sighed together, and only Lang Chu sat upright, waiting for them to continue to give orders. It was much quieter as they walked forward. Jiang Tunan looked at the three noisy animals in front of him, and his bad premonition became stronger and stronger. I don't know if the hint given by Xieji was too strong, or if there was really something wrong here. Be careful." Jiang Tunan and Lang Chitong voices rang out at the same time. Lang Chitong didn't have time to think about it, and had already used his supernatural power to erect a solid wall in front of the three animals. There were towering trees that were invisible to the sun all around, and shrubs that were half a person tall grew below. Even the flowers on the ground didn't seem to be easy to talk to. They were brightly colored. In the jungle without sunlight, this scene looked particularly strange. Jiang Tunan followed the rocks that Lang Chitong had spread out to explore what was outside. It turned out to be a group of not-so-big animals, but there were a lot of them. The grass on the ground had been trampled here and there, and they were trying to climb over Lang Chitong rock wall. "What is this?" Jiang Tunan asked in confusion. "Catch one and have a look." Guanchi was beside Lang Chitong and continued to enclose a safe area with the wall she had laid. Lang Chitong looked up at the dark sky and thought, "This won't work. There's nothing above us. It would be bad if a flying creature came." Jiang Tunan and Tung Kai looked at each other and felt a pang in their hearts. "Please, stop talking," Tung Kai said directly. "What's your attribute? Don't you know? Can you say such things in a place like this?" Jiang Tunan couldn't help laughing, but she shuddered at the thought that if Lang Chitong's passive skill of crow mouth took effect, everyone would have to be brought here. She controlled the vines to drill out of the wall, and actually caught something struggling hard. Jiang Tunan didn't bring the mutant animal in, but held it above everyone's head. At this time, there was already a shield held up by a water-based superpower above their heads, so there shouldn't be any problem for a while. Everyone looked up. Some were amazed at Jiang Tunan's ability. The thing she caught was struggling desperately, but the vine was as steady as a rock. The expression on her face did not change much, as if she had caught a little mouse. "It's a mouse," Tung Kai said with a shudder. "Why is there a mouse on H37? The body of the mouse held by Jiang Tunin suddenly began to swell, and kept getting bigger. It quickly lowered its head, and tried to bite off the vine with its sharp teeth. But Jiang Tunin did not give it this opportunity. Worried that the external injury could not cause a fatal injury, the vine had already drilled into the mouse's body. With a slight force, the mouse's heart broke. In order to observe the effect, Jiang Tunin just held it up and looked carefully. This mouse was different from the ones on Earth. It was black all over. Not only was its body several times larger than the mice on Earth, but its tail was also like steel. How could a mouse have such a tail? Jiang Tunin frowned and wanted to bring the mouse closer. Something is wrong. This is not a mutant animal, but an experimental subject, Jiang Tunin said loudly. The mouse on the vine was twitching and dying. Its body was slowly changing. It had swelled to the size of a Maine Coon cat and began to shrink. Even its color had changed. This was a small white mouse that could be seen everywhere in the laboratory on Earth. They did not seem to be very aggressive, but there were a lot of them. They had gone from aimlessly climbing up the rock wall to climbing up in batches in a large and organized manner. Can we light a fire here? Jiang Tunin felt that something else was already running towards them, and said with a serious face, "You can light a fire. At worst, you can just use water to put it out." Lang Qitong instantly understood what Jiang Tunin meant. While pressing the SOS button, he ordered everyone to arrange a fire plan. Tung Kai's wind ability rolled the group of mice together. The originally invisible wind turned into a black vortex, making people dare not think about what was inside. Guanqi and Lang Qitong worked together to build a rock wall again, forming a circle to trap the mice. "Light the fire." Lang Qitong gave the order, and the flame shot up into the sky, almost burning the tall leaves. The wind had not yet stopped, and Jiang Tunin had heard another subtle sound. "Something is coming," Guanqi said at the same time. "If the animals coming this time are not the mutant animals from H37, then it means that things are serious." Lang Qitong looked at the fire and said in a deep voice. At this time, Jiang Tunin was not so worried. She smiled and said, "So I trouble Captain Longqi to keep adding debuffs to the enemy in the next period of time." The wall that held countless rats was already burning with black smoke, and the plants on the ground were bound to be burned to ashes. Fortunately, the roots of the plants were still there. Jiang Tunin explored and found that the rats were almost dead. "It's okay. Our problem now is to resist the new things." Jiang Tunin looked at the sky. His face was not very good. This feeling of being targeted is really not good. The distress signal sent by Lang Qitong was raised in the air under everyone's gaze, but no one contacted them. I don't know if something happened outside, or if they were shrouded in conspiracy again. It's not a big problem. With so many of us, we can definitely get through this level. Guanqi also comforted him. Mutated animals are not quite the same as Zerg. Once they separate, their formation may be dispersed by a large number of mutant animals, and they don't know how many ways of prey the other side has prepared for them. Before they figure out the situation, they can only make defensive plans. These people are carefully selected by the 4th and 9th Legions. They have rich experience in fighting enemies, but they are also scared when they see dense mutant animals, which may even be experimental subjects. Jiang Tunin is the shortest and youngest in the team. Everyone looks at her and can't help but be curious. Her ability is not particularly outstanding, but it looks much better than ordinary plants. Is it worth it for others to make such a big fuss? In fact, Jiang Tunin herself is also very curious. Is she so valuable? Is it worth it for others to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to get rid of her? Maybe the Interstellar people are so willful, so they will attack her. A girl with no ability. Anytime and anywhere. I don't know how long it has been, and I haven't seen the second wave of things coming. The team still didn't relax their vigilance. When Lang Qitong and Guanqi hesitated whether to remove the rock wall, Jiang Tunin advised. The two remembered that when they first came in, Jiang Tunin advised everyone not to go this way. But they didn't listen, and as a result, they encountered such a thing, and they felt a little guilty. It's not your fault. It seems that the other party is in this posture. No matter which direction we go, we will be caught. So it doesn't matter, Jiang Tunin said truthfully. She was not trying to excuse the two, but she and Xieji secretly calculated and found that the situation was really like this. No matter which direction they chose to go at that time, Xieji would sense the danger. Something is coming, Lang Chu reminded in a low voice. Now there is no need to hesitate whether to demolish the wall. Jiang Tunan used vines to cover the small piece of land where they were standing with vines. If there are really any underground creatures that come out, they will be killed directly by the vines. This time it seems to be an attack from the sky, because there is a huge friction sound between the leaves. But there is no wind. They really used up all their strength to kill you. Lang Qitong looked up at the sky and said seriously. Jiang Tunan was also startled when he looked up. This is not an ordinary flying thing. It is simply a bird that can cover the sky and the sun. No one has ever seen such a big bird. And they all fell into a state of aphasia. Is this a mutant animal or a modified thing? Someone asked. It must be a modified experimental product. Lang Qitong set up the barrel and fired at the sky without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the body of the big bird in the sky was finally revealed. It turned out to be a black bear. Its wings were many times larger than its body, and there was a tuft of white hair on its chest. It looked weird no matter how you looked at it. Has their experiment reached this point? Guanqi said solemnly. Jiang Tunan also stared at the flying black bear in the sky and shook his head. The ones sent here should be immature experimental products. The probability of their finished products is not high. Guanqi did not ask her how she knew, but just stared at the bear together, thinking about what angle to successfully shoot it. It should be difficult for it to move because of its large wings. I give you a vine to tie to the arrow and shoot it out together. See if you can control it at the same time. Jiang Tunan said to Guanqi. I don't know what's going on with this group of interstellar people. There are unscientific things like superpowers. And there are people like Lang Qitong who carry rocket launchers. What's more, there are Guanqi who likes to carry a bow and a gun at the same time, and Lu Qi who carries a sword. The scene is weird and harmonious. Jiang Tunan couldn't help but look at the unarmed Tung Kai. He hasn't seen her take out any weapons yet. I'm afraid she is not an individual cultivator. The arrow was shot out neatly, and the clumsy bear finally remembered to look down. But it could only see a layer of water like ripples. As for the things that secretly attacked it, they haven't appeared yet. The bear decided to continue flying forward. It had to find the mission target, and had no time to waste on strange things. The dead companions were not worth a second look. Everyone watched the bear flap its wings, and leave their sight in an instant. They say bears are blind. But this bear might not be really blind. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the bear leave. It's not over yet. Should we retreat? Jiang Tunan said solemnly. We don't know how strong this bear is. I just tried it with vines. And its skin is very thick and difficult to penetrate. And the bear was too big. And Jiang Tunan was not sure he could control it successfully. In other words, if they really fought, according to the size of the bear, even if it didn't have any special skills, it could easily knock people away. In addition, Lang Qitong rocket launcher couldn't cause too much damage to it. And the bear's defense ability was extremely strong. Lang Qitong said without thinking, I dare to put forward a hypothesis. If that person had set up a trap at the beginning, and now that they know we are here, all the experimental subjects put in should come here. Is there a possibility that there are also people waiting at the door? This possibility is very high. In fact, everyone knows it. And there is also a key point that they don't know whether these experimental subjects will follow them out. No matter. Just looking at the number of mice, they probably don't intend to let us go out alive. Guanqi gritted his teeth and said, if it really doesn't work, we don't want H37. H37 is the only mutant planet in the nearby galaxy, providing a place for many hunters around to make a living. Unless they have no choice, they will naturally not resort to this last resort. If it is really impossible to guarantee how many experimental subjects have been put in H37, the best way is to destroy this planet to prevent these things from running out and causing greater harm. We are all elites here. Although mutant planets are precious, they are not as good as everyone else. Lang Qitong also said. Among them, several small animals were whispering. It seems that they are really fragile. They can't even handle such a small matter. Leopard complained in a low voice. Did you see the bear just now? It looks so weird. I really want to smash its head with a slap. The cub looked at the direction where the black bear disappeared and spoke angrily. If there are other ugly things coming, let's go too. Fufu said eagerly. It's not impossible. But you still have to listen to Nan Nan's orders. Lang Chu, as the eldest among the brothers, is very stylish wherever he goes. Even if he is surrounded by a group of cats, he can remain calm. Humans have no time to take care of them for the time being. But Xieji heard it. His golden eyes swept over the cubs and reminded them, don't run too far. You are all still cubs. At this time, the H-37 star seemed to be wrapped in overwhelming black and forgotten by the stars. This situation is not good. Xieji glanced at Jiang Tunan, who was making plans with Lang Qitong and others, thinking about how to deal with it. Jiang Tunan's ability is not vegetarian. She found this road for everyone to choose from the dangers. Everyone unanimously decided to use the elimination method. As long as it was chosen by Lang Qitong, it would be eliminated immediately. Without the hard rock wall as a barrier, they only had meat shields. Everyone was on high alert and did not relax their guard just because the place they arrived was quiet. This time, it was deer that suddenly appeared. Not one, but a group. They looked no different from ordinary Sika deer. Only their eyes were a little wrong. As if they had lost their minds. Everyone had dealt with mutant animals before. Even the hardest one. And knew where to start. But the things in front of them were different. No one had ever seen such a strange thing. And it was difficult to study their weaknesses thoroughly at once. The more ordinary things looked, the weirder they were on this mutant planet. Because no ordinary things were allowed to survive here. When this group of beautiful deer aimed their eyes at them, everyone's vigilance was already at its highest level. Lang Qitong pressed the cannon barrel, and the deep red fireball rushed out and hit the place where the group of deer originally stayed. Just before Lang Qitong finished speaking, he saw that the group of deer suddenly formed a formation as if they were organized, surrounding them in the middle. Their alarm was instantly raised to the highest level. This time they did not use the rock wall again, but rushed directly. Bao Bao, Fu Fu and Lang Chu also rushed. Only the cub was left at the back, slowly moving towards the direction of the three animals. Let's compete to see who hunts more. Bao Bao's voice sounded steadily in the landslide. Jiang Tunan did not stop them, but shook his head. Let them go. They should be able to deal with this group of deer. Next, Jiang Tunan insisted on Lang Qitong combat method, which mainly emphasized a quick, accurate and ruthless approach, and never looked back. But the weakness of these deer was unclear. Some of them could still struggle to stand up after she pierced their necks. Tung Kai was responsible for finishing off the deer behind her. Jiang Tunan finally saw Tung Kai's weapon, a long knife that exuded a chilling light. I found their weakness. Lu Qi put away his sword and turned back, his face stained with a hint of blood red. The weakness of these deer is their horns. Cut off their horns. Everyone started to do this, but found that more and more people around them suddenly fainted. Regardless of these teammates, everyone was bloodthirsty. Jiang Tunan vines turned into sharp thorns and pierced into the roots of the deer's horns. The deer she attacked let out a cry of pain, and someone around him actually fell down like this. Looking at the deer in front of him, Jiang Tunan was thoughtful. The thorny vines wrapped around the deer's throat, not giving it any chance to speak, and then continued to break its horns. No one fell this time, and Jiang Tunan seemed to understand. The idea of breaking the horns is correct, but we can't let them make sounds, and the sound should have a controlling effect. Tung Kai, who was unable to resist the poisonous gas of the Tree King by Gugu, was very competitive at this time, and was not affected at all. She looked back at Jiang Tunan with shining eyes. I know. It's not a big problem. Jiang Tunan also wanted to try again, to see if her ability had been upgraded. She saw the leopard jumping on the back of the deer, and set a vine to it. When the leopard bit its throat, it cut off its horn. The deer that she originally controlled the vine to entangle had also died. Jiang Tunan tried to control more vines, and found that it consumed a lot of mental power. But it was not impossible, she thought. At least she had the support of Xieji. So she simply let go of her mental power, not only focusing on the deer in front of her, but also separating a lot of vines to help others. The others who were fighting with the deer were startled when they saw the vine suddenly entangled around the deer's neck. Seeing that there were still many teammates who were having difficulty fighting around them, the deer in front of them was strangled by the throat. They realized that Jiang Tunan was the only plant-based psychic among them, and she was distracting her attention to help. Some people curiously looked for Jiang Tunan figure, and saw her controlling the deer's throat like cutting a watermelon, while using vines to cut off the deer's antlers without hesitation. It took a long time before the deer was cut cleanly by everyone's concerted efforts. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lang Qitong and Guanqi worked together to surround everyone in the rock wall, and Jiang Tunan and Tung Kai checked those who fainted together. It should be that the deer's call has a hallucinogenic effect, Jiang Tunan said solemnly. The deer were basically dead, and many of their teammates also fell. Let's try the 100 poison grass first. Tung Kai was not poisoned this time, and his spirit was extremely excited. Maybe it's the same concept as when I was poisoned. Now everyone is standing on the same starting line, and no one can see what the situation is. The 100 poison grass has no side effects, so it can only be regarded as a last resort. Jiang Tunan nodded and let Teng Kai distribute the 100 poison grass he brought with him to the people around him, and teach them how to feed it to their teammates. He was not idle either, and planted another batch directly on the ground. As Jiang Tunan's supernatural power and mental strength continued to grow stronger, and the 100 poison grass she used at first came from the H37 star. The refreshing fragrance of the 100 poison grass appeared almost immediately. A group of people standing or sitting watched the green under their feet, and they felt that their minds seemed to be much clearer. Now I understand why Tunan was put on the list by them. With this ability, who would not be suspicious? Jiang Tunan didn't say anything. She rubbed her temples, but her back was supported by one leg. Looking back, it was Guanqi. Guanqi's face was full of concern. You rarely fight like this, right? It's great that you can hold on for so long. You can rest for a while. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. Plant the poison grass first and then collect it, so that it won't be gone when it's needed urgently. Jiang Tunan explained. Lu Qi already knew all of Jiang Tunan procedures. She glanced at Guanqi and arranged, use your superpower to build a clay stove. Guanqi, ? She glanced at Lu Qi and still moved. With Jiang Tunan guidance, the clay stove was built quickly. Guanqi looked at the small clay stove in front of her and didn't understand what they were going to do. However, watching Lu Qi skillfully use superpowers to add fire, she felt a subtle feeling in her heart. This was not the first time Jiang Tunan did this. All the superpowers around her were spared, and almost all of them were used as small appliances for her. Teng Kai also finished her work and came over. She controlled the wind and worked with Lu Qi to put the pulled-out poison grass on the earthen stove to dry. This is convenient for storage and carrying, and she has a habit of soaking things in water, so we often do this. Teng Kai explained. There are already 4 furry creatures around Jiang Tunan, and their perception of Jiang Tunan is much stronger than that of humans. Is Nan overtired? Your spirit has deteriorated. Leopard wrapped his tail around Jiang Tunan's wrist and asked with concern. The venison is not tasty, so I threw it all away. Jiang Tunan, who was originally a little depressed, suddenly widened his eyes and pinched Leopard's ears. Don't eat anything randomly. These deer are not right. They should have been injected with a lot of drugs. Don't eat them. Leopard nodded as if he understood. And Fu Fu added, only Leopard tasted it, but he vomited it soon. Jiang Tunan nodded, stood up to collect a piece of venison, and emphasized again, don't eat anything randomly. Otherwise you will be punished to go back without snacks. Xieji came over at some point and touched Jiang Tunan's hand with its horn. Jiang Tunan felt a warm current and stared at Xieji again and again. What did you do? Will it harm your body? Jiang Tunan pinched Xieji's horn and asked him. Xieji shook his head. I don't know what we will encounter next. You have to take good care of yourself. Maybe everyone will have to rely on your special ability to get through the difficulties. Jiang Tunan looked at Xieji doubtfully, knowing that he meant well. And this sheep was stubborn, and might get angry if she refused. Then you stay with me, and don't get out of my sight. Jiang Tunan hugged Xieji, and felt the slight smell of earth on him. Just when she was about to ask Xieji if he secretly dug a hole without her knowledge, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Tunan. Wake up! Wake up! Baidu grass is useful. Jiang Tunan had to give up asking about this for the time being and turned to look at the teammates, who woke up slowly. They obviously didn't react to what was going on. They stared at everyone blankly, and it took a long time for them to understand what was going on. I heard a very pleasant deer cry, and then I remember a beautiful deer suddenly appeared in front of me and wanted to take me forward, as if I was possessed by a ghost. I followed it subconsciously. Almost everyone said something similar. Jiang Tunan thought that there should be no such supernatural power among humans, but Xieji seemed to be able to control other animals mentally. Could it be the same ability? Fortunately, they had no other problems after waking up, and it seemed that this ability had no side effects. They didn't have any instruments to check, so they had to collect blood from several teammates who had fainted not long ago, and planned to wait until they got out. Now the problem is here. This is only the second wave. The rescue has been delayed, and everyone has seen Jiang Tunan's ability. The first priority today is to send her out safely. Do you have any opinions? After this time, Everyone was convinced by Jiang Tunin. Knowing that she had consumed a lot to save everyone, they all advised her to rest for a while. Jiang Tunin looked at the sky and did not forget that the time flow rate of H37 was different. She frowned and said, "We must speed up. It's just a short afternoon for us. But for the outside world, it's several days, enough for them to prepare more things to deal with us." Lang Chitong clapped his hands, and everyone assigned tasks. Several teammates, who had not woken up, were carried on their backs in turn, so as not to affect everyone's marching speed. There are still several tough battles ahead. Stay alert at all times, and don't take it lightly, Lang Chitong emphasized again. Jiang Tunin and the teammates, who had not woken up, were surrounded in the middle, with several small animals guarding them, and teammates in front and behind. They maintained this lineup and continued to set off. Before they took a few steps, they found that the bear with extremely high defense appeared in front of them, like a mountain, staring at them blankly, with a puzzled look in his eyes, and a group of raccoons followed behind him. Sure enough, I hate raccoons the most. Bao Bao spoke first, and before Jiang Tunin stopped him, he had already rushed out quickly, turned into a white shadow, and rushed directly to the opposite side. Behind it, Fu Fu chased while calling, as if he was not afraid of danger at all. Seeing the four animals leading the way, everyone looked at each other and rushed forward. The raccoons on the opposite side all had a shrewd look in their eyes, and they looked more difficult to deal with than the previous deer. Even though there were still many wounded in the team, everyone was holding back their energy and wanted to go back in one piece. These raccoons were really hard to deal with. They actually had their own tactics. With the huge body of the black bear, it was easier for them to attack from high altitudes. If you can't beat them, run away. Since they can use the black bear, we should be able to do so too, Lang Chitong encouraged loudly. It's not far from the exit. We have already fought 2 waves. It won't be a big problem to find the weakness first. Everyone responded in unison. Jiang Tunin looked at the motionless black bear and asked curiously, "Is this the one that was flying in the sky just now? Where are its wings?" Jiang Tunin seemed to have thought of something. He looked down at his feet, and then at the feet on the opposite side. It was already dark, and the ground was also pitch black, and the opposite side seemed to reflect light. Her mental power didn't seem to feel anything wrong, and she didn't feel the pressure of being overwhelmed by the animal. But with such a big black bear around, this shouldn't happen. "It's the wings," Jiang Tunin murmured. "They are likely to have black bear wings under their feet." Lu Qi turned around and threw a fireball directly from his hand to test Jiang Tunin's guess. The fireball went out the moment it landed, as if nothing had happened, and it was wrapped in it. Lu Qi took another fireball and threw it under her feet. This time the dry grass under her feet was successfully ignited, and she stepped on it again. What the hell is this? A huge sense of crisis enveloped Lu Qi. The last time she felt this kind of threat was when she was sent away from the planet where they had lived together for many years by Jin Sung. I don't know, but this defense effect is a bit against the sky. Jiang Tunin desperately mobilized his mental power and tried his best to weave the vines from the ground into a huge net, trying to see if he could directly catch the bear. But its ability is very strange. The wings seem to have a hidden effect, covering it and its accomplices tightly, and there is no sense of the edge. Ah, why don't you have martial ethics? Such a big bear bullies an underage leopard. Leopard angry cries sounded. Jiang Tunin hard jumped at the scene in front of him, and he almost rushed forward. The beautiful leopard was lifted up by the black bear's tail, and was waving its limbs weakly in the air. It was like a plush toy in the bear's hand. The bear curiously lifted the leopard in front of him, and Jiang Tunin hard jumped to his throat. A flash of white light flashed, and Tung Kai jumped up from behind the black bear and stabbed the black bear's arm with a big knife. A strange thing happened. The knife had been inserted for a long time, but the black bear had no reaction. Even the bear paw that was stabbed by the knife could still pull the leopard and shake it a few times. The cub below looked at the bear that was taller than the tree next to it, and took a deep breath. Your opponent is me. Put down the leopard. Probably because of the same bear genes. The black bear really lowered his head to look at the cub, and stretched out his hand to lift it up as well. Tung Kai stood on the black bear's arm, and then took the opportunity to directly cut off the bear's paw that was holding the leopard. Its movement stopped for a moment, and the leopard had already adjusted its landing posture in the air. The black bear suddenly roared, and the ground shook. Danger! Lu Qi shouted loudly. A huge fireball flew towards the bear. even if its wings were fireproof. It couldn't be fireproof on other parts of its body. Right? Lang Qitong and Guanqi, who were in the battle, also quickly cooperated with Lu Qi. The rock wall rose from the ground. But for the size of the black bear, it could not cover it completely. Is this bear much bigger than what we saw just now? Jiang Tunan asked. The leopard that fell in the air was rolled up by Tung Kai. The man, the leopard and the cub got out of the rock wall at the same time, and the fireball arrived as expected, smashing down from the top of the bear's head. It seemed to be enraged, and the raccoons even fled in all directions, as if they were afraid of being accidentally injured by it. The black bear smashed the rock wall they had built with a slap. Lang Qitong spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could curse or look at the blood on her body, she quickly shifted her sight and stared at the black bear in front of her. Guanqi was not in a good state either. Her knee-high ponytail was scattered, making her look a little cold. We can't just leave here. Tung Kai said Bao Bao and cut back to Jiang Tunan. Glanced at his teammates, who were still struggling with the raccoon leader, and flew back. Xieji also came out at this time, holding Langchu in his mouth. Fu Fu beside him also had wounds on his body, and it seemed that he was bullied by the raccoon. The firelight shone behind them, as if it had no effect on the black bear. It caught the fireball casually, and was burned by the bear's paw. Suddenly, it moved. The fireball almost used up all the abilities of all fire-type psychics, but was played around by the black bear. Its small eyes stared at the cub in Jiang Tunan's arms, and it threw the fireball towards them without hesitation. The water power built a barrier, but it was not known how effective it would be against the high-speed fireball. Jiang Tunan used all of his power to lay things under the black bear, and there was not a drop left at this time. Xieji, who had just put Fu Fu down, naturally knew Jiang Tunan's plan. It sighed softly, and had not planned to say goodbye here. But the situation is critical now. H37 is now like a black hole. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. This black bear should be their strongest experimental subject. As long as it is eliminated, there is an exit not far away, and they will definitely be able to lead everyone out. Xieji glanced at Jiang Tunan and whispered, "We will meet again." Before Jiang Tunan could react, Xieji suddenly stood up and stood in front of her. Jiang Tunan didn't know how it did it, but the little black sheep suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the fireball without hesitation. The fireball engulfed Xieji's body and disappeared at the same time. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tunan had no idea what had happened. The little black sheep that had depended on her since she came to this world disappeared. Jiang Tunan suddenly understood that the words he had just said, "See you again," were a farewell to her. "But I haven't had time to see what you look like as a human yet." Jiang Tunan muttered expressionlessly, and a tear fell from his eye sockets and fell on the cub. The fireball was swallowed, and the black bear was obviously confused. He couldn't give it another chance to use his big move. Otherwise Xieji's chance for them would be in vain. Jiang Tunan did his best without hesitation, and a more horrifying scene appeared. The airtight net suddenly lifted all the creatures inside. Jiang Tunan carefully used his mental power to distinguish his teammates and rolled them out with vines. Tung Kai was doing the same thing. When the black bear began to struggle, it was already choked by the net. Jiang Tunan stood up, and the vines drilled in from all 7 orifices, entwining the black bear's heart and other organs in its body. With a gentle pull, the black bear screamed in pain and spurted blood from its mouth. It struggled frantically, and its wings became a cage, which tightened and tightened under its struggle, and many raccoons in it also lost their voices. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, waiting for the final death to come. Chapter 70. The only thing worth mentioning about the black bear is its defense. It seems that it is not very sensitive to pain, even if its heart was crushed into powder by Jiang Tunan. It just struggled angrily, without any intention of tearing the vine net that trapped it. Seeing this, Jiang Tunan had to increase the stakes again and control it with vines. The black bear's internal organs were all turned into blood. From the outside, the black bear was intact, as if there was no difference from before. But soon, it really stopped struggling, and its huge body kept falling down. A group of people hesitated whether to go up and finish it off, and Jiang Tunan was also a little hesitant. Now it seems that the bear is dead, and its pulse is still slightly moving, which makes Jiang Tunan a little uneasy. "Let's solve it." Seeing this, Lang Qitong spoke for Jiang Tunan. Everyone moved at the news, and did not use superpowers. but picked up the tools in their hands to cut the black bear into pieces. Jiang Tunan and Tung Kai extracted blood samples from the black bear and cut off a piece of its wing to study it. This wing material is quite unique. It would be great if we could take it all away, Tung Kai said as she cut. Next to her, a raccoon suddenly jumped up. Tung Kai didn't even blink. The raccoon lay flat with a knife. Jiang Tunan was not in a good mood. She finished her work in a daze. She sat aside with the injured cubs and bandaged them. She didn't look very sad. She was just a little dazed by the sacrifice of the Xieji. In addition, she just finished the battle and her body looks terrible. Meeting is a fate. Your fate may have ended. Guanqi patted Jiang Tunan on the shoulder. The words he said didn't sound like comfort. Tung Kai and Lang Qitong were stunned. They were afraid that Jiang Tunan would lose his mind and kill Guanqi. Bao Bao and Jiang Tunan's arms seemed to be more emotional, hearing Guanqi's words as if to comfort Jiang Tunan. He burst into tears. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on rushing forward, Xieji wouldn't have died. Whoa! The gray eyes were full of tears at this time, and Bao Bao threw himself into Jiang Tunan's arms, as if they were warming each other. Jiang Tunan smoothed Bao Bao's tangled hair, and didn't dislike its bloody face. Hearing the voice, he comforted, he is not dead. He may be back soon. And we still have to go out alive to find him together. Tung Kai and Lang Qitong looked at each other, and both felt that Jiang Tunan had never seen such a scene, and was stimulated to be a little mentally disordered. They thought about it, but still didn't respond. Looking at the one person and several beasts hugging each other, they fell into silence strangely. There should be no need for comfort in this situation. Right? It will be fine when they think it over. Insisting that Xieji is no longer there will be greater harm to them. Both of them were veterans in the battlefield, and naturally had faced this kind of situation, so they could understand Jiang Tunan's mood. The two who thought they had mastered Jiang Tunan's psychological state looked at each other, and were very satisfied with the decision they made. Let time dilute everything, Lang Qitong said deeply. Maybe you will meet the next pet soon, and the next one will be more obedient. Jiang Tunan glanced at Lang Qitong with a strange look, and realized that they didn't believe that Xieji was not dead. She didn't explain, so she waited for Xieji to come back and explain it herself. In Pingxing, far away in another galaxy, in a large and empty room, a middle-aged man sat at the desk, holding information in his hand, quietly waiting for the young man on the bed to wake up. Xieji just opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to sneeze a few times. The middle-aged man sitting at the desk turned his head and looked at Xieji with a little kindness. He stood up and came to Xieji's bed, holding a document in his hand. Just woke up. Xieji looked at the thing in his hand and stretched out his hand to him. The man did not refuse, and handed the thing over. Let them leave from H37 immediately. Don't give them any time to escape. And be sure to protect Nan Nan's safety. Xieji's voice was still a little hoarse, and he said calmly to the man in front of him. It has been arranged. Xieshao hasn't seen Heider so nervous for many years. He reached out and patted his son's shoulder. It seems that you have had an adventure during your disappearance. Xieji's hand, which was turning the page, paused, and soon returned to normal. The fate between people is so wonderful. Xieshao was amused by him, and looked up into the distance. I'm afraid you can't protect your little baby in your current situation. It will take a long time for you to meet. There is no little baby. Xieji corrected his father's statement seriously. The atmosphere was slightly relaxed, and he exhaled. Can I go to the deserted planet to recuperate? I'm afraid not. Xieshao raised his eyebrows and looked at his son. We have never been to the deserted planet before, and you suddenly show up now. What's the rule? Rest at home and recover, and go wherever you want after you recover. Xieji was rejected but was not disappointed. He knew that his request was a bit outrageous, and his father would not agree to it in all likelihood. Xieshao asked about what happened before Xieji was injured. Xieji, who returned to his original body, also had all his memories back, and even a part of them was extra. He pondered for a while and replied, this is not a problem. The Zerg have found a better solution. Xieshao looked at the smile on his lips, and did not expose him. He hadn't seen Xieji so energetic for many years, and all this was attributed to the little girl on the desolate planet. But I have seen the little girl a few times before. If I remember correctly, she was still a minor. Right? Please be more healthy in your mind. I just admire her very much. Xieji looked at his father incredulously. as if wondering why he had such an idea. I am 10 years older than her. How could I have such an idea? Xieshao said calmly. You better never have it. Xieshao also felt that his son was about to wake up. So he took time out of his busy schedule to visit his son. Seeing that he was not as good as usual, but in good condition, he left soon. After Xieshao left, Xieji turned on the light brain and searched for many things that freshmen should need and put them in the shopping cart. There are less than 2 months left. Enough time for them to become friends. Right? Jiang Tunan had no idea that her little sheep had thought so much about her. Before they had time to rest, they received a new order requiring them to set off for S3 immediately. After killing the black bear, the journey was much smoother, and even the mutant plants paved the way for them. And everyone was amazed. If it had been a few minutes earlier, would we have been so embarrassed? Tung Kai sighed as he looked at the huge mushrooms supporting their heads. Guanqi glanced at Jiang Tunan behind him and said thoughtfully, Can you even control the mutant plants now? Jiang Tunan nodded. After killing the black bear, I felt that my superpowers were stronger. So I experimented and found that it was true. I seemed to be able to feel the situation of the entire H37 planet. So your ability gets stronger the more you fight? Lang Qitong asked excitedly. Not sure. The first upgrade was because I ate the vines here. And the second upgrade seems to be this time. I don't seem to have any special achievements in the past. I just keep collecting plant illustrations. Jiang Tunan joked. That being said, Jiang Tunan always felt that her ability upgrade was inseparable from Xieji. But he was not with her for the time being. And even if she had doubts, no one would answer her. Thinking of this, the joy of the ability upgrade became less pure. Due to the improvement of Jiang Tunan ability, everyone's speed was much faster. The injured team members who killed the black bear were surrounded in the middle, and the rest of the people were divided into several teams to go out hunting according to Jiang Tunan feelings. And they could even bring them a live one for research. Where did you say that the mutant animals here went? Lang Qitong asked curiously. It seems that except for the few we met at the beginning, we haven't met them again. Animals are much more sensitive than us. Guanqi cleared the way and helped answer Lang Qitong questions. They should have sensed a more powerful existence and hid directly. There is also a possibility, Jiang Tunan added. These strange creatures may have eaten them. H37 is a large planet, and many mutant animals are fierce beasts. Can they really eat them all? Lang Qitong was shocked. Jiang Tunan was even more shocked than her. Animals are not fools. Their companions have been eaten. So why don't they hide? It is unlikely that they will eat them all. Lang Qitong finally realized what strange thoughts she had. They fought their way to the door. There was a huge crowd outside, even more powerful than before they went in. Seeing them come out was like seeing a savior. The leader was Wanishao, who jumped onto Lu Qi without hesitation, expressing his thoughts with actions, and conveyed the order. The Marshal of the 4th Legion has woken up, and requires you to leave for S58 immediately. Take the injured away for rest and treatment. Except for Jiang Tunan. All the injured must go. Several people looked at each other, and saw serious expressions on each other's faces. Especially Guanqi. She is from the 4th Legion, and seems to have a good relationship with the Marshal. They said they would set off immediately without waiting for a second. But there was a little baby in the team, so they were somewhat out of control. Where are you going? I want to protect Nan Em with you. Bao Bao acted like he was dying and sat up in shock, looking at Jiang Tunan and the others with his head erect. Take you with me. But don't make trouble. I will come out when I need you. Okay. Jiang Tunan asked Wanishao for his opinion and promised. There was no reason for the pandas to disagree. Wanishao took the opportunity to rub the panda and asked casually, Where is your sheep? You didn't bring it this time? Jiang Tunan's expression fell, and Lang Qitong also hurriedly winked at Wanishao. Let's not talk about this. Let's go quickly, Jiang Tunan said calmly. Lang Qitong changed the topic before the cubs got mad, and urged them to get on the starship as if someone was chasing them from behind. The entire H37 star was blocked. Not to mention a person. Even an animal could not get out alive. They received an order from the 4th Legion to block all news in order to investigate the situation clearly. A completely different person appeared in the team. He was tall and looked very honest. His clothes were tattered. He grabbed the leader and asked, Excuse me, have all the people inside come out? The team leader looked at him and said, Everyone has come out. Why are you still here? Xiao and I showed an honest smile. I want to wait for someone. She saved me twice. The team leader was slightly moved and nodded in understanding. He was very tight-lipped and simply said, "Wait for next time." Xiao and I, who was rejected, did not entangle and quietly retreated to the corner, allowing everyone to interrogate him. He told all the information he knew, as if he was afraid that he could not help. The team leader kept watching him, did not see anything wrong, and turned to go somewhere else. Jiang Tunin had no idea that someone was still thinking about her. She got on the starship. The other team leaders arranged their own team members. Only Jiang Tunin had nothing to do and followed the 4 cubs to heal their wounds. They kept chattering, and Jiang Tunin was confused. He simply went to the star network to check the information. Why is the time flow rate of H37 different? But does this happen on other planets? When Lu Qi had time to come, Jiang Tunin pulled her and asked curiously. Lu Qi was a little puzzled, looking at Jiang Tunin. He didn't expect that she didn't know such basic time. He had a deeper understanding of her poverty. This is because H37 is closest to the black hole. Some other galaxies have not formed black holes yet, and some have less gravity. This is also the reason why H37 was set as a mutant planet at the beginning. If there is any problem, such as this problem, if it cannot be controlled, it will be sent directly into the black hole and disappear. Lu Qi explained simply. Another reason is that mutant plants and animals grow very fast. On a planet with a slow flow rate like H37, their growth rate can be slowed down, and it is more convenient for hunters to hunt. Jiang Tunin understood and nodded, but I didn't find this information on the star network. Lu Qi thought about it and comforted, because this should be the information that hunters need to know. And everyone knows it by default. No one has ever asked this question. Jiang Tunin did not show any embarrassment because of her statement. Instead, she accepted it well. So it is true that reading thousands of books, traveling thousands of miles, and opening your eyes to see the world. Lu Qi did not understand what she muttered, but she knew that this group of researchers had many problems. So she did not ask in detail. We will leave it to you after we land. Lu Qi patted Jiang Tunin's shoulder, trying to mobilize Jiang Tunin's mood with busy work, so that she would not think of the matter of Xieji and feel sad again. We have been to S58 several times, so it's not a big problem. Jiang Tunin nodded, looking at the endless darkness outside the window, and said in silence for a moment. The starship was moving very fast, faster than any time Jiang Tunin had been on before, and before she could recover from her mood, she had already arrived. S58 looked the same as when they first came. The surface of the planet was covered with a layer of gray fog, and the inside was even more desolate. But there were some scattered things in the desolateness, which were all traces of people's lives. Xia. Jiang Tunin wanted Xieji to try to contact Erxia and Sancho, but suddenly found that Xieji was no longer around. This meant that the first journey of Jiang Tunin fighting alone began. In fact, Jiang Tunin herself realized this, because Xieji was very capable. She always subconsciously relied on him, and many of the preliminary exploration work was handed over to Xieji. Now it was her turn to go into battle, and Jiang Tunin even had to start from scratch to consider the entry point. Fortunately, her ability was upgraded. After entering the gray fog, everything in front of her seemed clear. Jiang Tunin could see the countless green dots of light on the S58 planet, as well as the traces of plants being trampled on the surface of the land. This allowed her to determine whether anyone had been there. Someone should be in the abandoned greenhouse now. Jiang Tunin told Lang Qitong. There is also a basement on the S58 planet, but my ability doesn't allow me to see if there is anything buried underneath. Lang Qitong patted her on the shoulder. That's enough. Leave the underground things to our rock department. It's not that Lang Qitong is bragging. They can indeed feel the faults on the surface, such as basements and bombs. But if the other party is buried very deep, they may not be able to feel it. Only the top rock-type psychics can scan the land conditions of the entire planet. There is something in the soil, but I'm not sure if it is dangerous. Guanqi expanded his mental power and quickly gave the result. Her abilities are comparable to Lang Qitong, and the only difference is practical experience. Lang Qitong did not hide his own skills. While expanding his mental power, he taught Guanqi how to distinguish things in the soil. Jiang Tunin's thoughts drifted away again. She began to wonder what kind of ability Xieji had. It seemed that it could sense the situation of the entire planet, and could also connect with animals. If Xieji was a person, he would probably be an extraordinary person. No, Xieji was originally a person. But it was a pity that she didn't have time to ask about his situation. Jiang Tunan took a deep breath and whispered to Tung Kai, "Let someone watch the 4 little ones and lock them up on the starship. If anything unexpected happens, take them away and don't let them know we're out." Tung Kai knew that. She packed up her magazine and nodded. "It's been arranged. Don't worry." Although Tung Kai doesn't seem very reliable, he is actually very reliable. At least, he considered the situation of the animals before Jiang Tunan. "If you encounter any danger later, run away first and don't worry about us." Tung Kai also told Jiang Tunan, "It's different now than usual. You rarely experience actual combat training. When we have time, we will take you to the Legion for training before we talk about it." Jiang Tunan did not refuse Tung Kai's kindness. She already had a full understanding of the combat effectiveness of several people. She joked, "With 2 rock system people here, there is nothing they can't cover. Then you haven't seen Guanqi's leader, and you don't know what he is like." Tung Kai smacked his lips. "When you have a chance to meet him in the future, you will know what top combat effectiveness is." Jiang Tunan was not very curious. He just guessed that this person must be very strong. Otherwise several people would not praise him in unison. Except for the occasional slight complaints about him. There was a sense of intimate dissatisfaction. As the weakest person present, Jiang Tunan was sandwiched in the middle. The landing point they chose was the landing point where Jiang Tunan had been last time. There were traces of being crushed by large aircraft on the ground. Jiang Tunan thought of the Jin Song who was on the list, and couldn't help but glance at Lu Qi. Perhaps she was the weakest in combat, and had the least to consider. So she had time to think about random things. Lu Qi's face was serious, holding a sword in her hand. And even Wani Shao beside her put away his usual playful smile, and concentrated on the situation around him. Jiang Tunan also put away his thoughts, and focused on the situation in front of him. Everything was moving forward according to the plan. They were divided into several teams. In Jiang Tunan team, except for the Commander-in-Chief Lang Qitong. The rest of them were with her, and they felt very safe. Jiang Tunan released her mental power, and paid close attention to the situation of each team. Because her superpowers had just been upgraded not long ago, she was not very proficient in using them. And she needed a lot of mental power to mobilize, and observe the situation of the entire planet. Although she had never met the Marshal of the 4th Legion before, Jiang Tunan understood his decision. Since the other party knew that she had gone to H37, they might still arrange to continue the attack. If H37 is definitely safe, the intelligence of those experimental subjects is not advanced enough, and they should not know that they have left. Now is the best time to attack. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Once someone leaks the secret that they have left, they will either be empty-handed or catch them finishing up, and everyone will perish together. Jiang Tunan thought so. And the people who can be marshals are indeed different. At least this courage requires great courage. She didn't quite believe that the other party could predict the future, and know all the force majeure that happened in this month even when he was unconscious. Xieji naturally didn't have such a powerful ability to predict the future. But he didn't make the decision with a gambler's mentality. When he was still Xieji, he had secretly contacted his father, and repeatedly deduced with the other party to determine the current plan. It was only because of his sudden return that the plan was brought forward. The deserted planet was not peaceful either. Since they arrived at H37, Sanchio received a notice from Sidong that Longqi had a hidden spies hidden deep in the mountain. And they actually knew their plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain accurately. And also knew that Jiang Tunan went to H37. Sanchio immediately contacted Xieji. But H37 was already covered by the experimental subjects sent by Lang Qichu. And Xieji had no time to take care of it. Now, Sidong took Lang Qichu to S58. Sanchio was a little worried that Jiang Tunan and the others would not be able to hold on, because he had lost the ability to establish contact with Xieji. And most likely something had happened to Xieji. Professor Zhao, who was patiently playing with others in the garden, received an unusual communication. The caller claimed to be Xieji. He thought it was a fraudulent communication at first. He had never heard of a sheep speaking human language. After hanging up, he remembered that there seemed to be a missing marshal with the same name. The other party called again. Professor Zhao corrected his attitude this time. He found it even more strange to learn that the other party wanted to find a raccoon. Is it reasonable for a person to talk to a raccoon on the phone? But an even more unreasonable scene appeared. Sanchio was able to communicate with the person on the other side, and even began to speak human language. Professor Zhao's CPU was already burned out. He had seen Sanchio staring at him, and found that what Sanchio said to the person on the other side was actually related to Jiang Tunan. Only then did he not care about the fact that the raccoon could speak, and began to listen patiently to what they said. A flying vehicle set off from Pingxing and drove silently to Huangxing. However, the main force on Huangxing was quietly invading other planets. On the other side of the S-58 star, a flying vehicle landed, and two people came down from it. One tall, one short, one fat, and one thin. They walked straight to a bush, looked around, and then went underground. Someone just went down, Jiang Tunan said sharply. There is a secret passage in the southeast direction. Guanqi nodded. Captain Longqi will lead the team to go there, and we will meet them now. Are there other exits? Jiang Tunan shook his head. If they don't leave, I can't find it. The places covered with vegetation are normal. The empty ones are the basements you can feel. You should know better than me. Guanqi just asked casually. She nodded. Then let's follow. Let the rest of the team support outside. Humans are always dissatisfied. For example, Jiang Tunan, who can grasp the movements of plants on the entire planet, expects herself to be able to grasp the movements of animals like Xieji. And it would be better if she can communicate with animals remotely, so that she can be much easier. They soon joined Lang Qitong and planned to go down to find out what was going on. Just as Lang Qitong was about to reach out to touch the secret door, Jiang Tunan felt a gaze that could not be ignored shooting down from the tree, and even heard a chuckle. But no one with her reacted. Jiang Tunan thought she was hallucinating, but still looked up. In the darkness, a man who blended into the night was squatting on the treetop, holding a weapon in his hand. When he saw her looking over, he gestured. Jiang Tunan's heart slowly fell back, fearing that he would attract everyone's attention. He had to pretend that nothing had happened and bent over to enter the secret passage. After Erxia and Sanchio showed their cards, Jiang Tunan saw them in human form, and his pupils shook on the spot. Jiang Tunan was very familiar with their faces. They were the housekeepers beside Lang Qichu, and they were also the roadblockers they tied up on the Q-153 star. Jiang Tunan was even more shocked when he heard that they were actually quadruplets. It was already strange that they could switch between humans and raccoons at will, and they were even former opponents. In the final analysis, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Their common goal now is to eliminate Lang Qichu. Jiang Tunan is not worried that they will turn against them. The reason is very simple. She is confident that they can't leave the desolate planet. They obviously understand this truth, so they chose to surrender to Jiang Tunan before the secret was exposed. After hearing Jiang Tunan say that they met a masked man on Q988, who was very powerful, talked a lot, and was very annoying, they sold him together with their brothers. Obviously, they didn't lie to them that they could communicate with other brothers. The gesture that Sidong just made was obviously what they had discussed. When Jiang Tunan disappeared, Sidong's smile on his face did not diminish. But he was masked, so no one could see his expression clearly. The hope of solving Lang Qichu all lies on her. As for whether Jiang Tunan can come out after entering, it all depends on her own luck. Sidong felt that Jiang Tunan was also dangerous, and Sanchio's choice to cooperate with her might not be reliable. If she could die with Lang Qichu, it would be a good thing. Jiang Tunan had no idea of Sidong's sinister intentions, but as long as he would not help Lang Qichu, that was enough. After all, Sidong's strength was obvious to all. He could appear quietly and take people away in front of them, which proved that he was not weak. Jiang Tunan was not familiar with this powerful Sidong, so she naturally would not trust him too much. But her purpose was not to make friends with Sidong. As long as Sidong who appeared here did not interfere with their plan. Only Duliang knew about Erxia and Sanchio on the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan could guess Duliang's concerns. The fact that the two raccoons were undercover was really beyond the understanding of ordinary people. So she naturally did not tell anyone. Seeing Sidong, just pretend it never happened. Putting this matter behind her, Jiang Tunan took the hand that Lu Qi handed over, knowing that there would be a tough battle to fight. Now without Xieji, she can only rely on herself. A wrong judgment may affect the whole team. There is a mutant plant being extracted, Jiang Tunan whispered. After entering the underground, her ability almost lost its original function. But because the other party's research project had mutant plants, Jiang Tunan began to feel the movements of wild mutant plants again, and really found something wrong. We may find a lot of things along the way. Lang Qitong smiled slightly and comforted Jiang Tunan. Don't be too stressed. We cooperated well last time on Q988 star, so there is no big problem. They passed by an empty laboratory with thick pipes and transparent glass. And there were many large equipment inside. Jiang Tunan thought of the experience of Erxiong and LQ-323, and suspected that this was where they had been experimented. If not, Jiang Tunan couldn't imagine how many similar laboratories they had built on different planets. Jiang Tunan glanced at Tung Kai, who immediately understood what she meant. With a knife in her hand, she violently removed the door lock of the laboratory. Several people went in to search around and recreated the scene of locusts passing through. Wherever they went, all the information was swept away, because they still wanted to get the wool. Their speed was not very fast. When they walked to the laboratory where the mutant plants were sensed by Jiang Tunan, they only met a few researchers. They were all knocked unconscious and put together, intending to take them away when they returned. The laboratory of mutant plants was also separated by huge transparent glass. And Lang Qichu was actually standing outside. Lang Qitong made a gesture and quietly threw a small stone into the room without attracting anyone's attention. They could clearly hear the conversation inside. This plant fusion is not very good. According to theory, the success rate should be getting higher and higher. But it's not right now. An old voice reported to Lang Qichu. Is it because the quality of the experimental product is not good? Lang Qichu looked at the little elephant, who was in great pain because of the injection of plant essence, and the child beside the little elephant, who did not move at all, and raised his eyebrows and asked, after so many years, the most successful experimental products are still these few people. Do you think this is reasonable? Am I spending money just to raise a bunch of garbage? Lang Qichu walked around in the laboratory, obviously a little irritable. You must know what the world is like now. I spend money on you under great pressure just to see the effect. Now they are checking more and more strictly. I have lost several people in my laboratory. Who will bear this loss? A group of researchers were silent. Lang Qitong saw that everyone was in place, and was sure that this slippery loach could not escape this time. So he appeared in front of Lang Qichu with a swagger. Long time no see. Uncle. Lang Qichu saw Lang Qitong and widened his eyes in disbelief. Why are you here? According to the news Lang Qichu received, this man should be besieged with Jiang Tunan on H37 planet, and will soon be buried in the mouths of those experimental subjects. Although it is a pity that the genius of the Longqi family has finally perished. This outstanding descendant who does not stand with them may not draw his sword against them at any time. So it is better not to do it. Surprise! Lang Qitong approached Lang Qichu and took out the controller from his bag without hesitation and put it in his hand. Of course I am here because I miss you. The researchers around were pointed at with guns one by one, and did not dare to move at all. Lang Qitong glanced at Jiang Tunan and signaled them to do what they should do. When seeing Jiang Tunan reappear, Lang Qichu was no longer surprised. He returned to his previous smiling face and greeted Jiang Tunan. It's a pity that this little sister is also alive. Jiang Tunan thought of the Xieji that left him, and didn't want to look at Lang Qichu at all. He silently took away all the researchers' things and stuffed them into the sack, and returned to Lu Qi. I haven't settled the score with you for blowing up my Q988 star without saying hello last time. And you dare to appear in front of me again. Lang Qichu stopped pretending, and had a broken pot, and a broken pot. Lang Qichu saw that he wanted to delay time, and the teammates behind him violently broke the door, and took away all the living things in the laboratory. What was most unbelievable to this group of researchers was that the mutant plant that attacked everyone was very well behaved at this time, allowing them to take it away with the pot, without even moving its branches and leaves. Lang Qichu understood what was going on. He looked at Jiang Tunan deeply. It's only been half a month since we last met, but your ability has become so strong. Don't you really consider coming to join your uncle? The treatment you were given is definitely many times better than Duyang. Jiang Tunan still ignored him, and continued to walk in the middle of the large group. Lang Qichu said a lot, which made Jiang Tunan's expression uglier than when he came. They were about to leave, and Yichuan, who had been in the corner, suddenly moved, directly pushed aside the team members beside him, and wanted to go to Lang Qichu at a speed that was almost a shadow. Look! You are still young, and we are old people. Lang Qichu opened his eyes in disbelief. Lang Qitong watched this scene happen, and said softly in Lang Qichu's ear, Oh, General. Yichuan was very fast, but Jiang Tunan was even faster. After coming in, he had successfully grasped everyone's heart. Yichuan, who was standing in the corner, was inconspicuous. Jiang Tunan just looked at his face and thought of this friendly soldier. So when he stood up and moved, Jiang Tunan grabbed him with vines without hesitation. Faster than him. Is this the old man's trump card? Jiang Tunan finally raised his eyes to look at Lang Qichu. You have no trump card left. Chapter 71. Before being arrested by Jiang Tunan, Lang Qichu had never considered that he would be defeated here, in the hands of a group of yellow-haired girls. Not long ago, they received news that 2 starships had set out from the deserted planet. The one that Jiang Tunan was on came to S3, and the others went to H37. Lang Qichu did not make any preparations. He was waiting for a chance to kill him with one blow. But there are always people who can't wait. And when they receive the news again, they say that Jiang Tunan has been ambushed on H37 and will most likely die on H37. After facing Jiang Tunan head-on once and being stolen by her again, Lang Qichu always felt that this person was not that simple. Not to mention that she had the strongest combat power of 2 legions gathered around her. But someone said so. Lang Qichu had no time to stop him, so he could only let him go. And he set out to S37 to see if there was any place in the laboratory that he could use, so as to support and directly solve Jiang Tunan on H37. At first, no one paid attention to an underage girl. The Animal Protection Association on Huangxing, which advocates not using animals for experiments, is the most annoying. When it was first established, it searched everywhere for the few animals on the ancient blue star. Without animal experiments, how could humans survive until now? Moreover, mutant animals and Zerg are rampant now. Only animals from the ancient blue star can successfully conduct animal experiments. Who else can we choose but them? For so many years, they have been attacking each other until recently when Jiang Tunan came. When Jiang Tunan landed on S58, the superiors immediately began to pay close attention to her. To be precise, when she showed her extraordinary plant-based abilities, the superiors issued an order: if she could not be recruited, she would be killed directly. Lang Qichu was not a kind person, and he did not find any outstanding qualities of Jiang Tunan at first, until she followed others to Q153 to do evil. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face. But she chased him home to beat him, which was unreasonable. So Lang Qichu also changed his mind and planned to deal with her directly. But their action alarmed Huangxing, which gave Jiang Tunan the highest level of security protection and even forbade her to leave Huangxing. Erxia, who was sent there, gradually lost news. Like a snowball, Sanchio went there again, but did not find any breakthrough points on Huangxing. Moreover, Duliang was full of tricks, and once they started fighting, they might not get away with it. Getting rid of Jiang Tunan was no longer a personal grudge between Lang Qichu and her, because she could advance in just a few days, and no one knew where her limit was. There was only one way for those who could not be used by them. Lang Qichu came back to his senses, looked at Jiang Tunan, who was obviously a little taller than the last time they met, and answered the question. It seems that the food on the deserted planet is not bad. You seem to have grown taller than before. Jiang Tunan, ? She looked at Lang Qichu inexplicably, as if asking, are we friends who can chat about family matters? But before she could ask, she heard a voice from the cave entrance. Long time no see. Everyone, in this battle today, one of you must die. Lang Qichu or you. It was Sidong. Just by looking at the smile gradually rising on Lang Qichu's face, you can guess that his last trump card has appeared. Even though Sidong spoke so disrespectfully, he didn't react. And he didn't issue any orders to Sidong, just letting Sidong play on his own. Jiang Tunan glanced at each one beside him. He lowered his eyebrows. And the light in the passage was not good, so he couldn't see his expression clearly. According to his strength, he should be able to fight back and forth with Lu Qi. But he didn't. Jiang Tunan guessed that Erxia and Sanchio must have told him something in advance. In short, Ichuan just pretended to surrender. Sidong didn't show up just now. So what's the meaning of suddenly showing up now? Jiang Tunan felt that Sidong was the most difficult one among their brothers. He didn't play by the rules, did things as he pleased, and was free and undisciplined. She looked up and met Sidong's smiling eyes. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Jiang Tunan looked at Sidong and began to think about what made her feel strange. Stop him quickly. He doesn't want to live, Ichuan suddenly said. Jiang Tunan didn't doubt Ichuan's words at all, because Sidong was the most powerful one among the brothers. If he started to fight, he didn't know how far he could go. People who are determined to die will exert their strength to the extreme whether they kill Lang Qichu or them. Lang Qichu is still useful and can't die. And Sidong can't die either. And they can't die even more. Jiang Tunin didn't say anything, but the vines had already moved, first wrapping around Sidong's hands, and then quickly wrapping him up. Sidong was a little surprised. He raised his sword-like eyebrows and chuckled. Are you so reluctant to let me go? Lang Chitong, who was in front, looked at the person who had been wrapped up tightly, and pressed Lang Chichu's hand tighter. I didn't want you to show it. Safety first, Jiang Tunin said silently. Lang Chitong also knew Sidong's ability. She nodded. I am a little reluctant to leave you. After all, my uncle will say goodbye to this world soon. He must make some contributions to the world. Lang Chichu did not react to this. Instead, he praised, your ability is indeed good. Everyone is relieved to leave the Longqi family to you. Somehow, the atmosphere that should have been tense became like this. Jiang Tunin glanced at Lang Chichu again. Is this the relaxed rhythm that should be there when arresting criminals? They were as quiet as when they came. A group of people pressed the criminals onto the starship. Where are the bombs underneath? Lang Chitong asked. There are no bombs underneath this. Lang Chichu smiled slightly, with a strange expression. An indescribable sense of disobedience appeared. Jiang Tunin felt the things underground and said, let's go first. I always feel that this place is not safe. The light of the starship was tied up, and the starship had taken off. They looked back and saw a huge bat, with wings bigger than the black bear, with no end in sight. Lang Chitong cursed inwardly and urged, hurry up. Hurry up. This thing should not be able to move easily. Run now. The bat was slow to move, as Lang Chitong had observed. When it saw the starship leave, it just tilted its head, as if curious about what they were doing. The cubs who were locked in the medical room finally found a chance to run out. When they saw them come back safely, they all jumped out and started to blame. Nan is too much. She actually left us to explore secretly. Are you injured? It's too dangerous outside. Only the smartest panda cub stared out the window with his dark brown eyes and asked seriously, what is following us? Jiang Tunin pressed his face against the glass and was almost scared to death. It was a huge yellow eye with a black vertical pupil, which was so dull that it seemed to be suddenly pressed into the eye socket. When Jiang Tunin moved, the vertical pupil also moved. This should be my most successful experiment. Lang Chichu sighed. Look at it. Don't you feel a sense of surprise? It has a perfect body shape and perfect abilities. The advantage of not having a good brain is that it is obedient. The S58 planet has been safe and sound for these years, all thanks to its protection. Jiang Tunin couldn't understand the brain circuit of this kind of person. She asked patiently, what animals did you use to synthesize such a four-legged beast? Guess? Isn't it said that the staff of the deserted planet know the ancient creatures of the ancient blue planet best? Lang Chichu asked back with a smile. I transformed it according to the Western dragon in the mythology of the ancient blue planet. It's a pity that the snake was not successfully integrated this year, resulting in it still being a body. A furry little dragon. Since your goal is the human transformation plan, have these things been experimented with human genes? Jiang Tunin continued to ask. Lang Chichu suddenly showed a subtle look, and he looked at Jiang Tunin deeply, whether there is or not. Don't you know it best? In a flash, Jiang Tunin thought of Erxia and Sanchio in the deserted planet. She looked at Lang Chichu, with no intention of withdrawing. I don't understand what you mean. Then I hope you will never understand. Lang Chichu showed a meaningful smile. For the future of mankind, we are willing to go to hell. It depends on whether you so-called animal protectors have this awareness. Lang Chitong, who had been looking at the optical brain, rolled his eyes and sneered. Don't listen to his nonsense. These people have no bottom line. What they say is naturally from their selfish perspective. In the final analysis, they just don't want to die. Tum Kai followed up, although the lifespan of interstellar people is now 200 or 300 years. According to the current development of technology, it may be even longer. But there is a group of immortals who wish they could live as long as the sky. The immortal Lang Chichu suddenly changed his face and stared at them. Our plan is absolutely, if it's not to prolong your life, you should know better than me how many superpowers die at the hands of Zerg and mutant plants every year. Only by promoting human evolution can we take back our homeland. Look, after a long time, even I have been brainwashed successfully. Tum Kai sneered. If you are really so great and glorious, why don't you use yourself as an experiment? Why do you use animals first? You even bully the weak and choose the most docile ancient blue star animals. Lang Chichu said righteously, it is necessary to make appropriate sacrifices for mankind. We are old, and it would be a waste to use animal genes. It is better to leave them to young children. There is such a group of humans, who always find various reasons for their dirty ideas. In the final analysis, it is just a fig leaf. Jiang Tunan thought of those people on Earth who abused animal experiments. Lang Qichu's approach was no different from theirs. How much of the wealth you have now was created by animal experiments? Jiang Tunan sent out a soul attack, and no longer wanted to continue communicating with the stubborn Lang Qichu. The starship suddenly shook violently, and Lang Qitong immediately lifted the barrel to look out. But the four-legged beast had already used its body to cover the starship tightly, and they could only see darkness. If we die here, you can't live either, Lang Qitong said meaningfully. Lang Qichu also looked outside. The color of his eyes kept changing, and his expression was a little crazy. I can't escape. And you can't escape either. We are all just pawns in his hands. He? This pronoun left everyone confused. But they didn't want to show their fear. So they just secretly remembered it, and planned to study it later. No one paid attention to him anymore. Lang Qichu calmly got up, and went to the driver's cabin, looking at the communicator all the time. And I don't know what he was thinking. Jiang Tunan held the cup in her left hand, and her right hand fell on the huddled Bao Bao and Fufu, with Lang Chu's big head lying on her knees. Without considering the most difficult problem at the moment, her thoughts drifted aimlessly, wondering how her lamb was doing, whether it had recovered its human form, or returned to its hometown. Several small animals seemed to sense her bad mood, and even the noisy Bao Bao calmed down, allowing Jiang Tunan fingers to casually stroke it, making the unique purring sound of cats. If Xieji was still there, the current problem should be easy to solve. Right? Just his bugged ability to control animals. He has already won at the starting line. The time they spent together was too short, and Jiang Tunan didn't have time to communicate with Xieji more, and many doubts had not been answered. She looked at Lang Qichu's head. Those mutant animals on the H-37 star must have been arranged by him. If it weren't for him, Xieji wouldn't have left so suddenly. Of course, the most important reason lies in herself. If she were stronger, Xieji wouldn't have to leave, even though he didn't want to leave. Thinking of this, Jiang Tunan couldn't help but stretch out his claws towards Lang Qichu, and the vines climbed up his head silently. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't touch my head, Lang Qichu said in shock. He stretched out his hand to cover his head, but was strangled by the electronic shackles, and the more he struggled, the tighter it became. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Jiang Tunan had already pulled out his hair by the roots, or to be more precise, a wig. Jiang Tunan's thoughts were pulled back, and he looked at the wig that was disliked by the vines, and sent it back to him very considerately. You become bald. But it's a pity that you haven't become stronger. The destination of this starship is the prison star where the 4th Legion holds serious criminals. Passing by the desolate star shrouded in gray fog, Jiang Tunan wanted to take a look at his hometown first. And when he met the huge yellow eyes, he remembered that this matter had not been resolved. She cheered up, temporarily forgot about Xieji, and walked to the treatment room with a group of little tails. The baby elephant they rescued was still inside, and I didn't know how it was doing now. The baby elephant had woken up, but was emotionally unstable. The examination report showed that it was the same as Erxiong and LQ323, with only one value that was too high, and other places looked no different from ordinary animals. Let's go in first, and we call you after we're sure it's safe. The baby rubbed Jiang Tunan's arm with his furry head and said affectionately, Okay, if it's the same as Erxiong, you must ensure your own safety first, Jiang Tunan said worriedly. Leopard, please open the door and flash into the treatment room. The cubs behind it were not to be outdone, and soon followed the pace, and several cubs entered the treatment room in a heroic and vigorous manner. Jiang Tunan watched the furry backs disappear, leaned against the warehouse door, and released his mental power, wanting to see if he could directly tie up this huge 4-legged beast in space. Its body is very much like a bat, but its head is similar to that of an owl. However, for some reason, it has 2 horns on its head, and its lower body is not very bird-like, but rather thin and strong like that of a deer. This Sabuxiang did not dislike Jiang Tunan at all. Instead, it rubbed the vines affectionately because of the mental power she released. The furry touch reached Jiang Tunan's nerve endings. She rubbed her fingers and thought to herself, it's really cunning. Jiang Tunan's vines penetrated into the organs of the Sabuxiang, but found a small chip in its body. Can you fly behind us? Jiang Tunin tried to control the vines to communicate with it. It's useless. A familiar voice came from behind. Jiang Tunin looked at Sidong and looked him up and down. Sidong understood what she meant. He did not take off the mask on his face, and his eyes were bent, as if he was smiling. He said, "This body is equipped with a micro-bomb, and it is impossible to leave S58 too far away. Otherwise it will explode." Jiang Tunin understood what he meant. The barren star they saw just now should be an illusion. They did not get out of the Weo galaxy at all, and they did not even get out of the range of S58. Is this the old man's trump card? Jiang Tunin sneered, not caring how Sidong quietly unlocked the shackles and came here. "Don't go. Am I here just to see your back?" Sidong joked. Jiang Tunin's eyes fell on the hand he was holding, and Sidong immediately moved his hand away. "Sorry. It's a conditioned reflex. I came here to find you for something serious. Do you have a fever? Or is it an abnormality of a modified body?" Jiang Tunin subconsciously covered the hand he touched and looked at him inquiringly. Sidong's heart skipped a beat. No one had ever paid attention to these subtle changes in him. There is no such delicate care between brothers. He turned his eyes away and said uncomfortably, "It's not like that. I am born with a hot body." Jiang Tunin looked at him doubtfully. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, he chose to respect his thoughts. Seeing that Jiang Tunin gave up asking so easily, Sidong was even a little disappointed. Why didn't he continue asking? Shouldn't he get to the bottom of it? Sidong, who was absent-minded, felt that he understood the reason why the brothers were willing to stay on the deserted planet. And he also divided his mind to tell Jiang Tunin about the weakness of this four-legged beast. His mind had become a mess. "Are you really okay?" Jiang Tunin asked again. It's not that she observed Sidong very well, but the ears and the corners of his eyes were red, which looked like the symptoms of a fever. Sidong retreated again and assured, "I'm really fine. You go and do your own thing." Watching Sidong walking back hurriedly, Jiang Tunin felt again that even if they were quadruplets, each of them had a different personality. She was even a little curious. If the quadruplets were transformed into human form and stood in front of people, would anyone be able to tell them apart? Erxia and Ichuan seemed to look exactly the same. In the cockpit, Lang Qitong pressed the attack button angrily. It clearly showed that the shell had been ejected, but it disappeared silently on the spot, as if it had been swallowed. It was this four-legged beast that did it. Jiang Tunin said seriously, "This thing has a weakness. It's very strange. It's ticklish." Lang Qitong's eyes showed confusion, and the driver next to him also had question marks in his eyes. "Turn on the starship's automatic cleaning system. Just scratch it with the brush." Jiang Tunin was unsure, so he could only choose to believe Sidong's words. "Do you have a better way?" Lang Qichu is obviously stalling for time. "We can only choose to believe Sidong, who seems more reliable." The driver hesitated to press the automatic cleaning button and looked outside with trepidation. The starship has an automatic navigation system. It was originally a very simple thing to go back, but now it has become out of reach because of the obstruction of this behemoth. This seemingly unreliable method is actually useful. Everyone is watching this magical scene. The darkness suddenly disappeared. It was no longer pitch dark. It was bright outside. But this scene was also very heartbreaking. Not far from them, there were obviously two forces on the verge of a fight. Looking at the words of the 4th Legion, Lang Qitong breathed a sigh of relief. Rescue is coming. As soon as she got on the starship, she hurriedly sent out a rescue signal. Lang Qichu has always been cautious and would never surrender like this. Sure enough, the starship lost the signal not long after. Fortunately, the 4th Legion was fast, and Lang Qitong pressed the attack button without hesitation. The starship's communication system has been restored. A more familiar voice came from the 4th Legion. It was Wani Shao. "You go first. We will cover you. Just avoid the attack and don't worry about their entanglement." After the reply, their starship took off quickly and fled the scene. Several aircraft behind them wanted to follow. Jiang Tunin used vines to scratch the chin of the four-legged beast that was about to return to S58. Its body trembled slightly, as if it wanted to return to the largest starship on the scene. It spread its wings and blocked the attack of Lang Qichu men. All the flames disappeared instantly. Jiang Tunin breathed a sigh of relief and kept looking at the four-legged beast. Even though he knew it would not be injured, he couldn't help but sweat for it. It is not conscious yet. After Lang Qichu is executed, you can come back to see it if you have a chance. Lang Qichu comforted. Jiang Tunin nodded and looked to the other side. Wang Yishao seemed to be a different person from Lang Qitong, who liked to use force. She spread out a net behind the starship, leaving almost no defense loopholes behind her. If the other party made trouble for them, Wang Yishao's net should be able to return all the shells. The rest of the journey was much smoother, and no more accidents happened. Lang Qichu was still very calm, and this calmness made Jiang Tunan slightly uneasy. I will leave Ichuan and Sidong to you. I look forward to the day when they are sent back to the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan glanced at the two brothers who were standing tall. Ichuan was very calm from beginning to end, and Sidong did not seem to have any special reaction to being shackled and sent here. At this moment, Sidong suddenly turned around and made a gesture to Jiang Tunan. It meant to see you later. Jiang Tunan also gave him the same gesture. This was the secret code of the brothers. In order to prevent Jiang Tunan from being accidentally injured, Erxia and Sancho taught her for a long time. I won't go back to the desolate planet with you. Lang Qitong patted Jiang Tunan's arm. See you next time. Jiang Tunan knew that Lang Qichu was arrested, and she must be very busy as the next head of the Longqi family. So she nodded and said, if you have any questions, please contact us at any time, especially them. Lang Qitong nodded. Don't worry. Jiang Tunan, Tum Kai, and Luchi took a few divine beasts and moved to the small aircraft they came from, and saw the desolate planet from a long distance. Is the gray fog more dispersed than before? Jiang Tunan suddenly said, staring at the star. Not only did the gray fog disperse, but the entire desolate planet was now in a state of being ready to go. When the few people got off the aircraft with the small animals, they felt an unusual breath. They looked at each other and began to wonder if Lang Qichu had reached the desolate planet. Sean came to pick them up, and even some excitement could be seen on his dark face. The scene became more and more weird. Luchi was the most familiar with him and asked, what happened? Why are you so excited? The Marshal of the 4th Legion is here. Sean's voice was no longer as calm as before. I'm talking to the director now. He brought a lot of things with him. It is very likely that he will stay here for a long time. In the office, Du Liang looked at his nephew and sighed deeply. Your father said that you woke up and made a fuss. I don't believe it. Tell me, where is the best place on the deserted planet for you to recuperate? Xie Ji, who was sitting opposite Du Liang, blinked his beautiful golden eyes innocently, coughed a few times in a pretentious manner, and stretched out his hand to tighten the blanket on his body. He looked sick, like a sickly rich boy. I heard that you are already awakening the Fusong tree. The Fusong tree has always been supported by the sacred tree. The effect of the sacred tree is definitely better than that of the ordinary planet, and outsiders cannot enter. So the safety factor is high. The reason is very sufficient. If Du Liang didn't know this nephew, who has never walked the ordinary path since he was a child, he would almost believe his lies. There is no special treatment for coming to the deserted planet. You have to sleep in the dormitory with everyone, and face a group of naughty animals every day. Du Liang tried to persuade this ancestor to leave. And this is the only thing I want to do after I wake up. It's hard for Xie Ji to act like a spoiled child at his age. He looked at Du Liang with a weak, pitiful and helpless look. Du Liang waved his hand, and Xie Ji smiled. In his excitement, he almost forgot to take his props. When Xie Ji left with his things, Du Liang remembered something was wrong. Jiang Tunan Little Black Sheep is also called Xie Ji. It has the same name as a sheep. Wouldn't the nephew be unhappy? After returning to adulthood, Xie Ji's ability to communicate with animals is weaker than before, but it is not a big hindrance to him. Strangely, his perception of Jiang Tunan seems to be stronger, which seems to be related to her stronger superpowers. He stopped, spread out the blanket folded in his hand, and winked at Xie Su on the side. Xie Ji personally selected Xie Su. Xie Ji adjutant. They grew up together and had a deep relationship. Xie Su could understand with just one look from him. What are you doing? Xie Su said puzzledly. You don't understand. Just do as I say. Xie Ji whispered to him. Is my face pale? Do I look very weak? Jiang Tunan was most compassionate to the weak. The more pitiful he was, the more likely Jiang Tunan's eyes would stay on him for a long time. He had taken care of Jiang Tunan for a long time. Now it was his duty, as a sister, to take care of his brother. Right? Xie Ji thought righteously. Xie Su had always been helpless with Xie Ji, who seemed to have a dual personality. He had become more and more stable over the years. He didn't know how he returned to the rebellious period of his teens and 20s after disappearing. They hadn't walked far when they saw several people surrounded by a group of small animals. Especially the shortest one, who was held on the head by a tall man next to her. The leopard next to her jumped up and wanted to hit her, but was nimbly dodged. This was a lively scene rarely seen in the army. They didn't seem to have just come back from dealing with a difficult matter. Instead, they looked like they were out for a spring outing. Siesu was grumbling in his heart. He looked back and found that Sieji's eyes were fixed on him. His eyes moved, and he didn't know what he was thinking. According to Siesu's understanding of him, it wouldn't be a good thing anyway. A group of people not far away were attracted by them. The eyes of the others were almost full of excitement and curiosity. Only the shortest one among them had a strange and novel look in his eyes. The two groups of people had no time to explore each other. The animals at Jiang Tunan's feet were faster than them. They ran towards Sieji very quickly. Especially the leopard who was still playing with Tung Kai. When it saw Sieji, its eyes instantly burst into spirit and shouted, "Little lamb." Sieji knew that he could not hide his identity. But he did not expect that the leopard would directly expose him as soon as they met. Looking at Siesu, who was ready, Sieji was afraid that he would hurt a few small ones. So he patted his shoulder and motioned him to get out of the way. Next, Siesu saw that Sieji was pounced on by the group of cubs and took a few steps back. The leopard stood up and was already at Sieji's chest. Its bloody mouth could almost swallow Sieji's head. Sieji also laughed and rubbed Baobao's head. "Bao Bao, you've worked hard." Baobao's ears moved and he asked curiously, "Why did the lamb become like this? Can a lamb become a two-legged beast?" Others couldn't understand. But Jiang Tunan could. She looked at the gentle man in front of her, still a little dazed. What about such a big lamb? It just became a human. Is this reasonable? StarCraft has never heard of the orc race? The doubt in her eyes seemed to be substantial. But Bao Bao was very sensitive to familiar smells. And Sieji had been with them for a long time. So it was impossible for it to make a mistake. A step back. If Bao Bao made a mistake, the man's attitude was not right. Jiang Tunan felt that her CPU was going to burn. And the few people with her couldn't understand the scene in front of them. Haven't you heard that the Marshal is popular with animals? Don't the mutant animals of the 4th Legion treat the Marshal like mice treat cats? Are the cubs on the desolate planet poisonous, or is the Marshal poisonous? Sieji looked over with sharp eyes. The man looked pale, as if he had a serious illness and had not even recovered. But he had a bit of the graceful charm of a sick beauty. A pair of golden eyes was the icing on the cake, as if some attractive symbols were written in them, making people want to find out. That look is correct. It's the Marshal. No wonder it was Wang Yishao who went to rescue us. She must have received the Marshal's order. Is your attention diverted? Shouldn't the focus be on why he is here? Sieji faced their different gazes, locked his eyes on Jiang Tunan, and smiled gently. Nan. The surrounding gazes were even weirder. But Sieji pretended not to see them. I'm Sieji. Sie for thank you. Ji for order. Tung Kai slapped his thigh. No way. No way. It can't be what I thought. Right? This matter can't stand up to careful scrutiny at all. The time when Jiang Tunan entered the park coincided with the time when Sieji was picked up. Sieji successfully sacrificed for them. And Sieji appeared on the desolate planet. The timeline was too solid. And Tung Kai was already thinking about whether she had secretly said bad things about Sieji during this period. Few people outside called Sieji's name. And they didn't even notice this coincidence. At first, Jiang Tunan almost named him Sean. Tung Kai couldn't hold it anymore. And Lu Qi's expressionless face also had a little subtlety. Everyone's brain circuits were definitely the same at this moment. Only Sean, who didn't know the truth, was still staring at Sieji stupidly. As soon as Sieji raised his foot, Jiang Tunan stepped back. Let me slow down. The smile on Sieji's face froze after being stopped. He stared at Jiang Tunan, seeming a little hurt. Then, a series of coughs sounded. Siesu hurriedly said, Don't think too much. You are weak now. The most important thing is to take good care of your body, and not be too happy or sad. After saying that, he looked up again and looked at Jiang Tunan embarrassedly. Madam, can I ask you? Sieji pushed Siesu. This is my half-sister. My lifesaver. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. Call me sister. Jiang Tunan, We are in a dilemma. She gave an awkward but polite smile. It's not that exaggerated. When Sieji left, he said he would see her again. But Jiang Tunin didn't expect that this goodbye would come so quickly and violently. She was still sad about Xieji's departure not long ago. But Xieji performed a magic trick on her in less than a day. Jiang Tunin really couldn't accept the transformation from her pet, which was a sheep, to a marshal. Remembering that Xieji had transformed into a human form to save her, Jiang Tunin looked at the human-shaped Xieji in front of her and felt her toes digging into the ground. How could she be so indifferent and treat Xieji as a sheep? As if he saw through her thoughts? Xieji lowered his eyes slightly and said pitifully, "Can I explain it to you alone?" He deliberately bit the word alone. 2 words. His eyes were full of anxiety. Coughing from time to time. With a pale face, Jiang Tunin pointed to the small garden beside him and compromised. "Let's talk inside." Xieji raised his eyebrows, grasped the blanket on his body with his big hands, and followed Jiang Tunin obediently. His humble and submissive appearance was unprecedented. Except for Sean. Everyone present saw that something was wrong. Deputy Xie. "Is this how your marshal usually negotiates with people?" Tung Kai touched his chin and looked at their backs subtly. Xiesu really didn't want to say that Xieji was such a person. He could only remain silent and pretend that he didn't hear Tung Kai's question. Lucci accepted it well. "When I was a sheep, I liked to pester Nan Nan and act like a spoiled child. It's reasonable to become a human, right?" And they were just whispering. Seeing that they didn't seem to know the situation, Xiesu decisively dropped a bombshell and said, "Please bear with me for the next period of time." The 2 people who walked into the nursery had no idea that they had caused a bloody storm outside. Jiang Tunin sat down and looked at the Xieji in front of him. Still a little hard to accept. "You?" Xieji blinked, looking at Jiang Tunin's hesitant look, and explained with a smile, "I don't know why I became a sheep. I can only become a human in a critical moment. But I can't control it. I only had sporadic memories for a period of time before. I originally planned to tell you after all my memories were restored." Jiang Tunin didn't dwell on this. She looked at Xieji's face and asked hesitantly, "Did you suddenly become a human?" "It's too weak. This sheep turning into a human is still useful for the time being. But it should be a while before it will not turn into a sheep. But there won't be many scenes." Chapter 72. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. A group of people stared at Jiang Tunin and Xieji walking out of the small garden, always feeling that their expressions were not right. Xieji, who was always serious, seemed to have been taught a lesson. But Jiang Tunin remained calm, as if he had accepted that his sheep could become a human. For Jiang Tunin, she had long known that Xieji could become a human. And the only thing she needed to accept was that Xieji was actually the long-lost marshal of the 4th Legion. Du Liang quickly notified everyone that he would have a meeting. A serious meeting to introduce new members with Xieji. Xieji's reason for coming was also very high-sounding, under the pretext of learning knowledge to deal with the Zerg, and wanted to know more about the weaknesses of mutant animals. The eyes of the people in the entire conference room were focused on Xieji, and even Professor Zhao, who was oblivious to what was happening outside, looked at Xieji with a very subtle look. After introducing Xieji and Xiesu, everyone applauded sparsely as if they were fooling around. Xieji didn't mind, holding his blanket, coughing from time to time, trying to create a sickly persona for himself. "That's enough." Xiesu gritted his teeth. "I'm still a patient. What are you talking about?" Xieji was not at all disappointed. His golden eyes swept over Xiesu, giving Xiesu goosebumps. The affection of growing up with Xieji did not include being disgusted by him. After introducing the 2 new friends, Du Liang briefly mentioned the safety issues of the deserted planet. This time, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Tunin. After the meeting, Professor Zhao took the lead and did not even glance at Xieji, who was beside Jiang Tunin. Instead, he sighed and said sadly, "Tunin, your ability is too coveted. Since you can't cover it tightly, you must think of a way to protect yourself." Jiang Tunin knew that Professor Zhao was kind, and she nodded. "Thank you for your reminder. I will." Xieji actually had some concerns in this regard. Jiang Tunin was good at fighting with people in training, but he had never really fought with mutant animals and plants, so his strength was still a little weak. But Xieji didn't rush to bring it up. Instead, he settled down on the deserted planet. "I think we can try to fight Leopard. Few mutant animals can keep up with Leopard's speed. If Jiang Tunin can be faster than Leopard, even if he can't beat him, he can buy some time to escape." Leopard was lying on a tree trunk, using his tail to catch the peeing cubs. Several Arctic hares were like kittens, their ears jumping around with leopard tail. Even with their earthy fur, they looked cute. Race with it? Tung Kai listened to Xiaoxi's idea and was the first to get ready. Leopard was pulled out for no reason. Seeing that Tung Kai was going to race with it, Mao Mao's face was full of excitement. It circled around Tung Kai a few times and looked at the obstacles on the field. Okay. It's time to show everyone how powerful the Leopard King, am. Leopard turned a few times, and his ears stood up. Tung Kai glanced at the obstacle and nodded. Show Nan my strength. Jiang Tunan and his group stood in the distance and watched. A whistle sounded, and one man and one leopard quickly jumped out. The first level was a steel plate in the sand. There was no place on the road to gain leverage. The steel plate stood abruptly in the sand, and it seemed impossible to start. Leopard rushed and almost flipped over. The special material setting made it impossible for leopard sharp claws to gain leverage, and it slid down from the smooth board. Tung Kai controlled her ability, and the wind rolled up the sand, wrapped her whole body, and flew over the steel plate quickly. Leopard saw that Tung Kai was much faster than it, and with a leopard roar, it sprinted from a farther place and really climbed over the steel plate in one breath. But it was in a hurry, and even its tail was exerting force. After passing the steel plate, there was a swamp. Leopard actually caught up with Tung Kai very quickly, and like a small whirlwind, the white shadow quickly swept past. See? If we really meet, we have to use this speed. With your current ability, consider running first. If you can't outrun, then fight. Xiaoxi commented. Bao Bao had already started to get serious. The white fur on his body was stained with mud. But the clean-loving Bao Bao didn't care at all. Only his tail, which was as long as his body, was erected and blew forward like a whirlwind. Jiang Tunan stared at their fierce battle and asked Xiaoxi, who do you think will win? Tung Kai is more experienced, and Bao Bao is still a little immature. The speed of the two now seemed to be comparable, and Bao Bao seemed to be better. But as Xiaoxi said, Tung Kai was more experienced, and even had time to trip Bao Bao. It was indeed Tung Kai who arrived at the finish line first. She was much faster than Bao Bao. Bao Bao was so angry that he ran, while scolding Tung Kai for not following martial ethics. A cunning two-legged beast. Only you would attack like this. Bao Bao roared helplessly, shaking his ears and meowing. Tung Kai won the game, and with one hand on Jiang Tunan's shoulder, he greeted Bao Bao happily. Young Bao, although you lose, it is still an honor. Don't feel ashamed. Let's compete again when you are an adult. Bao Bao didn't want to compete with Tung Kai anymore. He just wanted to finish off this shameless human. Will I try to? Lu Qi looked around the venue. His eyes also went around Bao Bao. Bao Bao immediately retreated. Are you still human? Bao Bao. What did I do wrong to treat me like this? I'm going to be exhausted. Bao's roar resounded through the sky. Jiang Tunan rubbed his hands. Let me try. Jiang Tunan didn't compete with Bao Bao, but chose to compete with Tung Kai. It was really that Bao Bao sat on the ground in a mess, and he couldn't bear to continue to employ child labor after seeing him. Plant-based abilities are really useful. Jiang Tunan has already looked around and simulated the route in his mind. He is quite sure, but it is more difficult to walk than he imagined. The steel plate in the first level is not known to be made of anything, and even vines can't be hung on it. Jiang Tunan can't fly directly with a sword. Seeing Tung Kai fly over simply with his ability, he realized that it was not easy after he went on it. This is a big step behind Tung Kai. Jiang Tunan guessed that she would probably need to use the tools and things already on the field, so she had to control the vines to roll up the sand into a huge ball, about the same height as the steel plate. This time it was very smooth. She climbed up the vines, and then jumped over the steel plate from the vine sand ball. Tung Kai did not use the method of the last time to break through the level this time, but was exploring a more convenient and quicker way. So the speed was not very fast. The swamp was easier. Jiang Tunan chose to stuff herself into the vine ball this time. And while Tung Kai was summoning the wind, she successfully borrowed the east wind, and was sent to the other side. Tung Kai, who borrowed the east wind, couldn't help laughing, looking at Jiang Tunan, who was rolling around in the cage because of her own wind. She said to her, do you think our wind system wind is so easy to borrow? More and more people and animals came to watch outside the field. Seeing Jiang Tunan's pale face after retracting the vines, they laughed without hiding. Why don't you continue to try to fly the sword directly? The red panda looked for a while, and asked the second bear beside him. Tung Kai had already controlled the wind to roll himself over. without getting stained by mud. It was obvious that this level was different from the previous one. Stereotype behavior of humans. Xie said seriously. Humans are prone to make such mistakes. After being rejected for the first time, they may not try again for the second time. Humans are so stupid. Bao Bao muttered. Nan Nan is different. She is still a child like the Leopard King. The cubs around nodded seriously, not feeling that they were double standards at all. When it was over, Jiang Tunan really lost to Tung Kai. Tung Kai stood at the finish line waiting for Jiang Tunan and patted her on the shoulder. Your performance is already good, but you lack practical experience. Su Qingwei, who was far away in Pingxing, learned about Jiang Tunan's situation and found a book. When you meet these mutant creatures, you can choose to do this overnight. Jiang Tunan opened it and saw that it was almost a complete book of escape, which could be said to be very considerate. Although Xie came to Huanxing to recuperate, there was still a serious criminal to be tried on Yuxing, and he didn't have time to help work on Huanxing every day. Through his subtle and silent approach, everyone has become accustomed to seeing him as an extra member of the Wild Star. Seeing Jiang Tunan appear in the greenhouse by himself, he was curious and asked, "Where is your big tail?" Jiang Tunan pointed in the direction of Prison Star and said calmly, "I went to Prison Star." At this time, Prison Star was shrouded in dark clouds, because this was the first time Xie appeared on Prison Star after his return. Prison Star was guarded by the 4th Legion and the 9th Legion. Before, Xie often came to personally interrogate some serious criminals, often wearing the uniform of the 4th Legion with a serious face. Even though he looked good, he couldn't stop the evil spirit of fighting everywhere on his body, like a demon god. Seeing Xie's current appearance, everyone's eyes almost fell out. I heard that Marshal Xie is not feeling well. It seems that the rumors are true. It's rare to see him in casual clothes, but he is wrapped up so tightly in such hot weather. I'm afraid he has hurt his foundation. Spread the word. Marshal Xie is dying. Xie couldn't understand why Xie pretended to be weak after leaving the desolate planet. Don't you care about your image the most? Am I not majestic now? Xie's golden eyes swept over, and Xie chose to shut up. Xie did this on purpose. And there was a reason. There are many more aircraft and starships hovering around the desolate planet recently than before. They probably heard the news and wanted to visit or investigate. He didn't see any of them, and even planned to take this opportunity to see which nails were not removed. Walking to the deepest part of the Prison Star, he shook his head slightly at Xie, then made way and motioned for the two to go in. The place where Lang Qiqu was imprisoned was the most heavily protected place on the Prison Star, just in case someone came to rescue him. But after so many days, everything was calm, which was not right. Xie coughed twice in a pretentious manner and walked briskly into the independent basement. In the empty cell, there was only a bald old man sitting in the middle. When he saw Xie, he waved with a smile. Long time no see. Xie, it seems that it is not easy to get rid of you. Xie became famous at a young age, and everyone had high hopes for him at the beginning. His father Xie was the most prestigious general in the empire. When he was born, Xie was not the general who commanded all the legions of the empire, but his prestige was not low. Xie's mother did not awaken her superpowers, but her control of mental power was exquisite. She could solve the Zerg on a planet without any soldiers. If she did not have superpowers, Xie would probably have to step back a little. As the offspring of these two people, Xie was placed with high hopes before he was born. He did not disappoint his parents and himself. As soon as he was born, he was found that his mental power level was only slightly lower than his mother's, but his superpowers were stronger than his father's. Worried that he would go the wrong way, his parents adopted Xie back to be Xie's younger brother. Xie was like a cheat all the way. At a young age, he took over the Empire's strongest 4th Legion and subdued those troublemakers in a swift and decisive manner. Along with it, there were waves of assassinations. When Jiang Tunan picked up Xie, it was the umpteenth assassination attempt that Xie had experienced. He originally planned to use himself as bait, but unfortunately, he often walked by the river, and he finally overturned. But Xie didn't expect that this matter was actually related to Lang Qiqu. Lang Qiqu was always unwilling to reveal the name of the person behind him, as if this would delay his life. But Xie has always been a person who doesn't take soft or hard tactics, and he hates others trying to control him the most. He turned to ask another question. So how do you plan to deal with Jiang Tunan? A dark light flashed in Lang Chichu's eyes. And he said strangely, "It's really strange that there are talents like her in this world. We will destroy everything we insist on if we can't get it. After so many attempts. Don't you understand?" Xiaozhi threw the paper ball in his hand at Lang Chichu temple sickly. "If you don't want to say it, don't say it forever." He turned around and gestured to Xiaosu. "Ask Lang Chitong if there is anything else he needs. If not, just solve it." Young people who have not yet reached the age of 30 don't care about anything because they have been smooth sailing all the way. Lang Chichu has seen many such people, and is extremely disdainful of them. No matter how powerful you are, you still fell into my hands. Young man, don't be too arrogant. If I, an ant, can make you fall, others can certainly do the same. Maybe the adjutant next to you is thinking about how to kill you. Xiaosu did not feel any emotion at all about these provocative words. Xiaozhi turned around slowly and smiled. "So it is because you have experienced these things that you feel so emotional?" Lang Chichu's face changed. And even his beard trembled. "Ichuan and the others really betrayed me. No wonder. No wonder. Their human transformation plan is difficult to make public. And I am afraid that some people who don't know about it will have evil thoughts. Therefore, as a more prestigious person in the Longqi family, Lang Chichu's death must be justified. At least so that Lang Chitong can fool him." After leaving the basement, Xiaozhi looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky and asked Xiaosu. "Nan Nan said before that it is the most difficult for vested interests to see their true faces. Is that true?" This was the first time Xiaosu heard Xiaozhi hesitate to ask such a strange question. He frowned and thought, everyone has their own difficulties in doing their job. Xiaozhi nodded and said nothing more. He waited in Yuxing until Lang Chitong finished the interrogation. The two had another secret talk and stood at the port of Yuxing. "Are you not leaving?" Lang Chitong asked in confusion. "I'm going to the zoo to see if there is anything to catch." Xiaozhi was still wearing his blanket and looking far away in the direction of the desolate star. Lang Chitong sneered. "Then please go back and say hello to everyone for me." Xiaozhi nodded, and the two walked in different directions. When they returned to the desolate star, the lights were already on. Looking at the flickering dim lights, Xiaozhi suddenly remembered when he first came. The silly leopard was frightened by a robot and dared not move. And the grumpy little crow also showed another side. It was always well-behaved and polite in front of people, just like its translator. But Xiaozhi thought carefully and suddenly found another problem. Before this, he seemed to have never understood what the little crow said. "Did I have a different reaction when facing animals before?" Xiaozhi asked Xiaosu beside him suddenly. "No. Aren't you the famous Gubuli?" Xiaosu felt that after Xiaozhi disappeared and came back, his brain didn't seem to work very well. He asked suspiciously, "What problem did you encounter? Tell me and make me happy." Xiaozhi glanced at the mutant hedgehog in his hand and shook his head. "Stop. This road is mine. If you want to pass through here, leave money for the road." A tender voice sounded, and a half-grown Siberian tiger suddenly jumped out. And its beautiful yellow eyes looked at Xiaozhi nervously. Who would have the heart to embarrass such a cute little tiger? At least Xiaozhi didn't have the heart to do that. He stretched out his hand to hold Fufu's little ear and laughed. "Fufu has grown up, and will take advantage of the fire to rob." "What do you mean by taking advantage of the fire to rob? You human really can't talk." "I'm just making reasonable use of resources," Fufu said with a strong sense of justice. "Say the children. We have been hungry for 2 hours." Leopard jumped out from the side, with the 3 cubs Wan still on his head. Wag his tail at Xiaozhi pitifully. Hearing them say this, Xiaozhi had guessed that these cubs might not have made any mistakes again. But according to their current size, losing weight is not a bad idea. Meow meow. I'm a cute little meow. See which soft-hearted human doesn't like little meow. I'm going to punish him for the cat. Leopard suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Rabbit launch." The Wan on its head was thrown out, and Xiaozhi helplessly reached out to catch it. "I will tell Jiang Tunan what you did just now." Leopard was no longer as majestic as before, and Fufu was even more straightforward. He had already laid on the ground and started to act coquettishly. "Soft-hearted people. We have been waiting for you here for 2 hours." Xiaozhi sighed and took out 2 pieces of dried meat and handed them to them. The cheers of the 2 cats were left behind, and Xiaosu couldn't help but look back again. Sighing, "You have really changed a lot from before. I'm curious about what you encountered on the deserted planet during this period of time." Xiaozhi's smile on his face did not fade, and he said loudly, "You have been here for so long. Don't you feel it?" Xie really didn't feel it. But she was no longer willing to say it. The two big cats caught up again and asked Xie to continue to beg for food. They returned to the small garden in such a lively manner. Jiang Tunan stood at the door and saw the two people and two cats. He smiled and waved. This afternoon, the mushrooms in the greenhouse are ripe again. And there are many vegetables. I left a portion for you. Xie did not rush in. He stepped aside and showed Jiang Tunan what was behind them. The mutant hedgehog is very different from the ordinary hedgehog. First of all, the size is not ordinary. This mutant hedgehog is more like a sea urchin. And even its face is covered with thorns. And the thorns are much longer than those of ordinary hedgehogs. It doesn't look like an ordinary animal at all. Brought back from prison star. Let's start a new lesson, Xie said directly. Jiang Tunan nodded. She had seen many mutant plants and had learned a lot about their weaknesses. There were many mutant animals, but they were all blank. Her little understanding of earth animals could not be used on mutant animals at all. There is also a place for mutant animals on the desert planet. At first, they were worried that the ancient creatures released to the desert planet would mutate. Unexpectedly, they all died and did not give everyone a chance to use the room. The animals in the small garden were very excited when they heard that Xie brought back mutant animals. The curious cubs went to the garden where the mutant hedgehog was kept. There was only a sea urchin-like thing curled up in the corner of the huge place. They saw a group of small animals, and the thorns on its body stood up. A pair of blue eyes could be seen from the pile of thorns. What is this? The little bear patted the head of the leopard under him and motioned it to move forward a little. It's a hedgehog. I heard the little sheep and Nen say it, Fu replied. After hearing this, everyone discussed whether the hedgehog in their impression was like this, and pointed at the mutant hedgehog. If the mutant hedgehog could understand them, he would probably ask, "Are you polite?" Its fear was a bit strange to the cubs who came in groups, and they didn't take his bluffing seriously. I wonder if this thing is delicious. Leopard saliva flowed down. Langshu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but drool with his younger brother and sister. Is this little thing not enough for us to eat? Everyone nodded in agreement. They are carnivores, and they want to eat this kind of meat that can't talk. I don't know when Nanan will take us hunting. The fox we caught last time was quite delicious and chewy. Fu joined the comments. In a small garden not far from here, Jiang Tunan was cooking for Xie. This time the dishes taste much better than before. I haven't eaten the ones from the Botanical Research Institute, but they all say they are not bad. This pepper is especially delicious. Xie's lips are delicate and juicy, and his eyes are also watery, which looks particularly abrupt on his beautiful face. But he was also very sincere. Jiang Tunan observed Xie's tolerance for chili peppers. On the contrary, Xie looked normal, and could even eat 2 more bowls. Just a little chili will do. We don't have any good meat right now. Otherwise, I would have to show you my skills. Jiang Tunan looked at the vegetarian feast on the table, and even thought of raising some poultry. We can feed so many giants and fish for otters. So ordinary cattle and sheep should be able to do it too. Right? Jiang Tunan repeated. It's not that she discriminates. Interstellar meat is as hard to eat as vegetables. She only tasted it once and agreed with the attitude of the animals. Who wouldn't feel confused after eating something unpalatable? Lang Chichu's death caused a lot of trouble among the imperial families. Everyone knew that the executor was Lang Chitong, and all his property after his death was entrusted to his nephew for custody. But everyone didn't know that the new person in office was Lang Chitong's cousin, and the two had a good relationship. The money would most likely go into the family's pocket. As for the adopted son that Lang Chichu usually brought with him, he had long been forgotten in a corner. The news was kept secret, and it was precisely because they didn't know why such a thing happened that they were more worried. But Lang Chitong didn't care about that. She pried a list out of Lang Chichu's mouth. She knew the truth from the falsehood. She still wanted to thank him for his contribution in the end. The news of Lang Chichu's death also spread to the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan's first reaction was, "Can I go out and have fun?" Unfortunately, she was unanimously denied by everyone again, because Lang Chichu was just a small follower, and the forces behind him had not been investigated. Jiang Tunan was still a protected animal. As for Yichuan, who was arrested together, Lang Chichu seemed to have put some restrictions on them before. Sidong was better. He knew more secrets, and was soon escorted to the deserted planet. When the 4 brothers met, they saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "Why did you become raccoons?" Sidong sat in the reception room, looking at his two brothers. Professor Zhao, who was frightened by two raccoons that spoke human language last time, has calmly accepted this matter. He is even very interested in it recently. What is the difference between a raccoon that can speak human language and an ordinary raccoon? Do the other cubs in the zoo have a chance to speak human language? Erxia and Sancho are annoyed by this, and want to hide when they see Professor Zhao. If we don't become like this, how can we sneak into the deserted planet? Sancho rolled his eyes. Sidong is usually the smartest. Is it because he was locked up and stupid? Then how do you change back? Sidong smiled. This question was asked at a very timely time. They only changed back a few times by chance. And then, they couldn't change back for unknown reasons. Everyone in the deserted planet is trying to find a way to make them change back. But there is no clue yet. Although Sancho likes to be a raccoon, being active and passive are completely different things. Is there a possibility that we are raccoons? Erxia suddenly dropped a bombshell. The two brothers looked at each other and fell silent. This possibility is not impossible. It's good to be a raccoon. Sancho leaned back in his chair and said carelessly, there are people to feed and drink. The only downside is that we may not live as long as humans. But it's not a big problem. After all, we don't live long anyway. Sidong thought it made sense and simply stopped worrying about it and stayed on the deserted planet to work for free. There is a system on the prison planet where people in need can come to the prison planet to choose criminals to work. Du Liang directly applied for the two brothers because he knew a lot and had strong combat power. They also had his two brothers in their hands, which was equivalent to having double protection. However, because these two people had been with Lang Qichu for a long time, they were said to be transferred to the deserted planet. But when the Legion needed them, Du Liang had to hand them over. Ichuan and Sidong had no objection to this. They used to fight and kill, doing some shameful things. Now that they are no longer controlled by humans, it is a retirement life he has never thought of. There is one more thing. Do you remember the body I took away that day? Sidong looked at Jiang Tunan and said slowly, I'm not sure if he is dead or not. The third corps reported him missing. Lang Qichu asked me to send him to the laboratory. I don't know if his transformation was successful. Jiang Tunan then understood why Sidong wanted to take the body with him. Heart crushed. But he can still live? Jiang Tunan still remembers the warmth of blood seeping into the vines when he crushed the fragile beating heart with vines. Originally, he couldn't live. But if it was a laboratory for the human transformation plan, it would be hard to say. Sidong said frankly. The four of us brothers are the experimental subjects there. Although few succeeded, the successful ones are very strong. Lang Qichu never thought that Sidong had secretly collected a lot of information and had been waiting to give him a fatal blow. Although they already knew about this, they decided to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Lang Qitong was ordered to find the research institutes mentioned by Sidong first. But no one had much hope. Once Lang Qichu died, the forces behind him must have been prepared, and it was unlikely that they would easily discover him. There was another equally important thing at the moment. The mutant plants and sleeping elephants brought back from S3 finally showed signs of waking up. The elephant was still young. After Erxia checked it, he told them that the baby elephant had not had time to completely change its genes, and there was still a chance for it to become an ordinary elephant. There were elephants on the deserted planet before. After Jiang Tunan and his team entered the deserted planet, they only found the huge skeleton of the elephant. It was one of the animals that could not be brought back. Xieji took this opportunity to propose to teach Jiang Tunan how to communicate with these small animals. He could not always be with Jiang Tunan, so he hoped that Jiang Tunan could master these skills that could save his life. It's like you can hear their calls in the darkness. Xieji guided Jiang Tunan softly. They may merge with what you perceive, but they can exist independently. Xieji couldn't remember how he became able to connect with these animals. It seemed that after becoming a sheep, his hearing became stronger, especially the Fusong tree on the deserted planet, which seemed to give him guidance. After becoming a human again, Xieji's ability deteriorated a lot. So when he just woke up, he had to use high technology to contact Sancho. Recently, he has been on the deserted planet for a long time, and his ability seems to have returned a little. He is more confident in teaching Jiang Tunan. This feeling is very mysterious. Jiang Tunan can see the dots of plants, but his control over animals is not strong. She called leopard in her mind. There was a place where Jijilio responded first, and then Jiang Tunan heard a leopard roar. Nanan? Can you hear me? Jiang Tunin asked Leopard. I can hear it. Leopard was a little excited. I can hear you talking. Can we communicate like this in the future? Then run farther away. Don't bully Jijilio anymore. Only when we are far away can we know if we can really hear each other talking. Jiang Tunin told Leopard. Jijilio moved again. This time it was blown by the wind brought by Leopard. And soon returned to calm. Leopard movements became a mystery to Jiang Tunin. She could no longer use plants to sense its existence. Nan Nan! Leopard shouted again. Jiang Tunin heard it, but couldn't feel its location. But it didn't seem necessary. It was enough for them to communicate. Are there any other small animals? Jiang Tunin asked. I'm here. The soft voice of the little bear sounded. And Jiang Tunin could feel that the little bear was next to a bamboo. It seems to be done. Jiang Tunin rubbed his eyes and looked at Xieji. Xieji didn't seem surprised that she could do this, and even seemed to think it was a matter of course. He nodded calmly, his eyes looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Can I apply to go in with you? Xieji suddenly said. I have a sweet pearl in my hand. Jiang Tunin was stunned. He didn't expect that the thing he had been looking for so hard could be easily found here with Xieji. Xieji could feel that Jiang Tunin was different. She was like a messenger connecting the Fusang tree and the desolate planet. Everything on the desolate planet seemed to be easily controlled by her. Before, they thought that blood irrigation was needed to change the soil of the desolate planet. After Jiang Tunin fed the sweet pearl to the Fusang tree, the desolate planet became able to grow most plants. Although the current growth was very ordinary. The most amazing thing is that the soil of the desolate planet can actually weaken the ability of mutant plants in places outside the desolate planet. If the soil quality wants to improve, blood irrigation is the only way for the time being. The desolate planet is keeping secrets from top to bottom, because this planet has really given everyone too many surprises. After decades of perseverance, it seems that there is hope of being responded to. Du Liang repeatedly told everyone to keep a low profile, and not to reveal secrets to outsiders easily. At least no one has come to the door at this stage. And Xieji wants to take this opportunity to improve the combat effectiveness of the wasteland planet. Everything is developing in a good direction. It is precisely because of this that all people and animals on the wasteland planet should have stronger self-protection capabilities. Master, I understand, Jiang Tunin said deeply. Xieji did not ask her what she understood, but asked Du Liang to apply for a trip to see the Fusang tree together. Du Liang didn't know what he was thinking, but actually proposed to go with him. Such a metaphysical thing actually happened on the wasteland planet. I wanted to go and see what kind of tree it is that can recognize people. Du Liang packed up his things and took Xiao Wu with him. This time, he no longer needed Leopard company. But Leopard was clinging and even throwing a tantrum on the ground. Unfortunately, its keeper was hard-hearted and turned a blind eye to it. The expansion of the small garden has been put on the agenda. Du Liang glanced at the leopard and comforted it. You will be able to run between the hibiscus tree and the bay soon. This is not empty talk. The original plan of the deserted planet was to make a zoo open to the public. After so many decades of delay, everything has finally improved recently. They are making a new plan. Is the current hibiscus tree not suitable for display? Jiang Tunin hesitated. The hibiscus tree is open to them alone, and the visiting part of the zoo is placed near the base. Du Liang explained. Tung Nen helped to open a new safe house not far from the hibiscus tree, and came in to look for it several times, but still did not find any traces of animals. They were teleported directly to the new safe house, and there was an ice field outside. Du Liang looked at the endless white snow and smiled. We have to work hard, at least to ensure that Leopard and Shushu can always maintain such a living environment. They quickly found the entrance, which was the stream where they'd picked up the otter. Looking at the lush green in front of him, Du Liang's eyes were shocked. When we first discovered this place, we were also surprised. We didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful oasis on a desolate planet, Jiang Tunin said softly. Du Liang looked at everything in front of him and fell into deep thought. Chapter 73. Is there a possibility? This is not a simple oasis? Du Liang pondered for a moment and asked with a smile. Jiang Tunin's big eyes were full of doubts. Her ability could sense the existence of this oasis. Why? Why would Du Liang have such an idea? Du Liang seemed to have guessed her thoughts and pointed around. Did you find that this is a circle? Jiang Tunin nodded. The shape of this oasis was indeed very regular. The land under our feet is, to be precise, a place chosen by countless animals to rest. There are countless skeletons buried deep in the soil. If they are dug out, it will probably shock the world. Du Liang did not keep it a secret. He looked at Xie and asked him, "Didn't you feel it all the time?" Xie lowered his head, staring at the land with golden eyes, and quickly replied, "I was careless. Sheep are low, and their perspective is completely different from that of standing humans. They had encountered elephant skeletons in the periphery before, just like seeing a leopard through a tube. Xie felt it now, and found that the elephant was also within this range. "How do you feel it?" Jiang Tunan asked curiously. "Spiritual power. I don't have any special powers. I can only work hard to improve my spiritual power to make up for my shortcomings," Du Liang said. "Are you all curious about what my special powers are?" Jiang Tunan nodded in surprise. Du Liang looked up at the boundless oasis and smiled. "I have been struggling on the wasteland for 30 or 40 years, and I have been breathing with it for a long time. All things have spirits. That's probably what it means. You can find the Fusang tree with Xie, which is your fate with the wasteland." After being told by Du Liang, Jiang Tunan was full of awe when he took this road again. It was because the animals before chose to stay here that this rich oasis was left. Why didn't other animals find this place? Jiang Tunan asked again. This question has actually troubled her for a long time. She and Professor Zhao have discussed it several times, but neither of them could come up with a definite answer. So they had to give up. Is there a possibility that they have never come here because they have found another way to survive? Xie pondered. It was not aimless speculation, because some of the cubs they found on the deserted planet were in a similar situation to the cubs. They were sent here specially because they sensed Xie call. Du Liang glanced at his nephew and seemed to understand something. In fact, the Du family has an unknown secret. Their mental power is top-notch, but no one has ever awakened superpowers in generations. This is the price of blood. Xie is the most unique. He seems to have not inherited the blood of the Du family at all. But no one expected that this man, at such an old age, would suddenly realize it. But looking at his appearance, he seems to have not understood it yet. The three of them walked in while discussing the problem. Even if there are no animals in this oasis now, these plants alone are enough to make people feel the vitality. This time they came to the hibiscus tree without any obstacles, so smoothly that even Du Liang himself felt strange. Du Liang reached out and touched the hibiscus tree, closed her eyes, and tried to feel its situation, but found that there was a layer of fog blocking her further exploration. Xie handed the suiju to Jiang Tunan, and saw that the suiju emitted a soft white pearl light. But Jiang Tunan knew that this thing was not soft at all, and it was hot. She resisted the urge to throw the bead away, waiting for the Fusang tree to gradually absorb the energy of the suiju. This time, what she saw was even more different. I don't know if it was affected by Du Liang, but the picture she saw was different from usual. At this time, there was no oasis around the Fusang tree, only a huge turtle-like animal lying in front of the Fusang tree. Dying? It gasped desperately, but it was useless. After an unknown amount of time, the wind, sand, rain and snow polished it, gradually raising it to the ground, and sparse plants gradually grew on the back of this huge animal. Even if the gray fog suddenly appeared, this place was not affected at all. After an unknown number of years, some animals approached this inexplicably stingy place. They were not ordinary animals, but some animals that had little vitality. If two different species met, they would still exchange a few words. Just like this elephant. When it saw a white Siberian tiger, it signaled, "Did you send your child away?" "Yes. I didn't expect that my grandfather, who is as old as me, would die." The Siberian tiger has very light fur and loose flesh, which creates a very strong visual contrast with the underage Siberian tiger like Fu. They don't seem to have a particularly deep feeling about death. Instead, it's like going on a date with an old friend, and everyone can chat for a while when they meet. This elephant with a notch on its ear has been living here since it was sent to the deserted planet by humans. Its sister left here, so this elephant chose to let its offspring and children go out together, and stayed here to accompany its sister. The white Siberian tiger can match one of the two sent here at the beginning, and for some reason, it also came here alone to face death. "How is your family?" the elephant asked. "It has been settled. If it weren't for Master Fusang, we wouldn't have been able to find a new habitat smoothly." The Siberian tiger took a breath, looked at the dried Fusang tree, and said calmly, We tigers will choose to die here in the future. It raised us when we were alive. And it's time for us to return. The elephant touched the top of the Siberian tiger's head with its nose and said nothing. Only elephants and Siberian tigers came that day. Later, Jiang Tunin saw various animals one after another, basically old or injured. And the number far exceeded the record level of the deserted planet. Jiang Tunin suspected that there was any agreement between them. They probably told their offspring, like the tigers, that they would return to the deserted planet when they were about to die. Every dead animal was gradually covered by beautiful flowers, plants and trees, and it became what it is now. But they did not choose other places, but circled around the hibiscus tree again and again. Jiang Tunin was full of emotion, but also very curious. What did the hibiscus tree do to them? Where did their descendants find a new habitat? Opening his eyes, Jiang Tunin looked at the suiju that had lost its luster in his palm and planned to return it to Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi took a look and said, "Keep it as a souvenir. If you can collect it, you can make a bracelet for you." Du Liang had been standing under the tree. After hearing what Xiaozhi said, he couldn't help but look back at his nephew. Why did he feel that this child's brain was eaten during his disappearance? How can you succeed if you want to give a girl something in such a roundabout way? Jiang Tunin didn't react. Seeing that he didn't accept it, he said, "I give it to you when I find something good." Du Liang, who watched the whole process, felt that he was old and couldn't keep up with the times. Looking at the hibiscus tree in front of her, Du Liang's question seemed to be answered. She bowed solemnly to the hibiscus tree, but found that a bird was missing. She always seemed to feel their call, flew down from the hibiscus tree, and hit the branches and leaves of the hibiscus tree, but was unusually calm. "Don't tickle me. Go out and ask which little bird is not ticklish." The hibiscus tree seemed to be blown by the wind, and the leaves made a rustling sound. There was no wind at this time, and the three people below looked up, waiting for Xiaowu to come back. "The charm of our crow family is so great that this tree is reluctant to let me go. But I still have things to do. Staying here is a waste of time." Xiaowu stood on Du Liang's shoulder, waving his wings, and said proudly. Du Liang looked at the leaves and asked with his head tilted, "Is it a lot greener than when we first came?" This sentence was said without a beginning or an end, but Jiang Tunin and Xiaozhi heard clearly that Du Liang was talking about this hibiscus tree. Every time they came in, the tree seemed to undergo some subtle changes. The leaves that were almost pure black before had begun to turn green again. There was no need to use supernatural powers to sense that the tree was waking up. Du Liang did not continue to think about this matter. For some reason, she always felt that this hibiscus tree had an inexplicable connection with Jiang Tunin. She stopped exploring and reached out to touch the little crow's beak. "Let me tell you a story about the hibiscus tree and the three-legged golden crow." Her voice was gentle and soft, spreading over this vibrant land. All the creatures here seemed to be listening to Du Liang's story. Even Jiang Tunin had to sigh at the huge amount of Du Liang knowledge reserves. Xiaowu was fascinated by what he heard, and finally stared at Xiaozhi's eyes and asked, "If my eyes are also golden, then am I also a three-legged golden crow?" Xiaozhi deliberately teased it. "Then what do you say? I will dig out my eyes for you." Xiaowu snorted at him. "I don't want your things. You sheep are very bad." Several people laughed, and Xiaowu took off from Du Liang's shoulder again, picked up many beautiful wild flowers in the flowers, and made a wreath for Du Liang. Its skills are not very good, and it can only use its mouth that usually talks a lot. But Du Liang does not dislike it, and said meaningfully, "So it is better to raise animals than children." Xiaozhi just pretended not to hear, and bent down to pick a bunch of flowers. Du Liang looked at this scene, and thought Xiaozhi finally got it. Xiaozhi looked at the flowers carefully, and said excitedly, "This should be the sweet flower that Erxiong mentioned before, which it ate when it was a child." Du Liang, It's hard for you to be so careful. But didn't you notice that there are already a lot of plants in the base? Jiang Tunin exposed him without hesitation. "You think it's delicious, right? This sweet flower is as its name suggests. It tastes like honey when you put it in your mouth. And it is suitable for all ages, whether it is a human or a herbivore. They will pluck one of them when they go to the small garden, which makes Professor Zhao so angry that he puts a sign next to it. Those who steal will have no food to eat." The little animals don't understand this vicious curse, but they still pluck a flower when they see it. After all, they are just cute cubs. What bad intentions can they have? Humans stop because they are afraid of angering Professor Zhao and causing bloodshed. After returning from the hibiscus tree, Jiang Tunin found that her supernatural power and mental strength have improved again. This improvement becomes very obvious in battle. She can easily beat Bao Bao and Fu Fu. But she is still a certain distance away from the experienced Tung Kai and Lu Qi. Jiang Tunin did not use vines to approach the sea urchin like mutant hedgehog. While it didn't react, she turned it over and easily peeled off the soft meat on its body. Behind Jiang Tunin, everyone who had watched the whole process applauded. You have improved a lot compared to before. And the speed is very fast. Tung Kai was the first to praise. You grasped the weaknesses very accurately. Experience really needs to be based on understanding. Tung Man also nodded. Jiang Tunin started a new course again, and everyone explained the weaknesses of the existing mutant animals to her. However, everyone's handling methods are different because of habits. Jiang Tunin accepted them all, thinking in her heart that she still had to try them to know which one is most suitable for her. After spending a few days traveling back and forth between Prison Star and Desolate Star, Jiang Tunin realized a lot and was eager to put it into practice. After her kung fu was certified by Du Liang, she was finally allowed to leave the gate of Desolate Star. But her target was the Zerg near Desolate Star. The number of Zerg near the wasteland is not large, but it has been increasing recently. If they keep coming here, we may have to consider strengthening our defense capabilities. Du Liang looked at the strategic map and tapped the table with his finger. The last time I took them to kill the insects, the effect was quite good. Xie is not here, so this task will be handed over to Tunin. Jiang Tunin naturally had no objection. She learned a lot from Xie and never fought a battle without preparation. The cubs were very excited to hear that they could have more meals. Leopard wanted to take his little bag and pack a few more to share with his friends. Longchu's brothers and sisters also became strong and could join the insect-eating camp. Erxiang, as a carnivorous red panda in the park, also decided to add bricks and tiles to his own diet. Not to mention Erxia and Sancho. Jiang Tunin decided to take them all with him. The second step is to drive the aircraft. Doesn't Nanan have a driver's license yet? Tung Kai sat in the co-pilot seat and suddenly thought of this fatal thing. She's still a minor. What do you think? Tung Nan smiled and said, little sister who needs adult supervision. It seems you can't go out on interstellar travel alone. Jiang Tunin didn't take this to heart. There are many people on the deserted planet, and anyone can be her driver. I still need to take an exam in the future, so that it will be convenient, Lu Qi said. Jiang Tunin nodded in acceptance, his eyes fixed on the twinkling planet. And I don't know what he was thinking. Learning hunting is a skill that every cub should master. Lang Chu and Fu Fu hid in the dark, educating their ignorant brothers and sisters. Leopard took the lead and gave the little wolves a practical experience lesson. I don't know if the Zerg are patrolling the territory, walking together in groups of 3 or 5. Leopard is most interested in things that move, wagging its big tail and waiting for them patiently. Several huge wasps turned without looking around. Bao Bao raised his tail and pounced on them in an instant, cutting off the wings of several wasps with one claw. Fu Fu followed behind and cut off the stingers used by the wasps to hurt people. Not only did the wasps lose their ability to fly, they also lost their means of hurting people. You can't eat the heads of these insects. There are toxins in them. Eating them will make you stupid. Bao Bao shook his head and bit the wasp and handed it to the 2 little wolves with an earnest look. Lang Chu and Bao Bao touched their heads to express their gratitude. The little wolves praised while eating. Brother Bao Bao and sister Fu Fu are great. This bug is so delicious. Bao Bao couldn't help but praise, and immediately raised his big head. I show you my skills later. Erxia and Sancho, who were standing in the back, observed the situation nearby. But Erxiang suddenly raised his hand. Do you like barbecue? Maybe the red pandas are not very courageous. Even if Erxiang can beat 90% of the animals on the deserted planet with his supernatural powers, he is still a humble red panda. This question touched the hearts of the animals. Even the relatively stable Lang Chu couldn't help drooling. Humans also share those vegetables and mushrooms with them when they eat barbecue. Even Bao Bao, who doesn't like vegetarians, praises them. Erxiang can spit fire. Isn't that a ready-made barbecue grill? LQ323 is gone, but the treatment plan used on it is still in use. After Erxiang used it, his ability to spit fire became weaker. But the growth rate of cells in his body was much slower than before, and the values returned to normal. Obviously, this method is very effective. After being able to control himself from hurting people and animals, Urxiong was obviously much more cheerful. The peeing cubs liked Urxiong the most because his body temperature was high, and it was warmer to cuddle with him. On the aircraft behind, a group of people watched several cubs change their formation. The first one became leopard with Urxiong. When the Zerg appeared, Urxiong directly spit fire. And then, they divided the work and cooperated to reprocess the captured Zerg. Is this the wisdom of animals? Tunkai smacked his lips. They eat very deliciously. Originally, this was a group of cubs who were keen on hiding during the day and going out at night. Now they can experience the fun of hunting and eat barbecue. They are having a lot of fun, and don't even mention going back to the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan looked at them, and thought of the common methods used to monitor animals on Earth. I wonder if it would work to use high technology on them when they are out of the wasteland. If they can wear positioning collars, they don't have to worry about a group of cubs encountering accidents when they go out hunting. According to the current situation, when the ecology of the wasteland is restored, they are very likely to return to their previous living conditions. Hunting is a skill they must master by themselves. That makes sense. I can give suggestions to the director when I go back. Tunkai's eyes lit up. They didn't know that the sneaky figures of these cubs were successfully captured by passing humans. Since Chiu In-ai was saved by Jiang Tunan last time, he has been looking for her everywhere. But she is obviously not a nearby resident. It seems that she only comes to H37 planet to hunt occasionally. And she brings many people every time she comes. Her identity may not be simple. Chiu In-ai is worried that he will disturb her. So he can only search silently by himself. In addition to being a hunter, he also has a job, which is to introduce mutant plants and animals and Zerg to everyone on the Star Network. Although his ability is not good, he is brave, and he has saved a lot of money, and his fame has been successfully spread, and his fans have exceeded 100 million. Recently, the Zerg are ready to move, and he is also ready to move, thinking that this is a good opportunity to observe the Zerg. It is said that wealth is sought in danger. If you want money, you have to fight hard. After squatting on H78 for nearly a week, Chiu In-ai got a lot of materials. So he planned to be bolder and drive the aircraft to stay in the gap not far from the Zerg base. At first, this group of Zerg seemed to be no different from usual, repeating stereotype behaviors, constantly patrolling around with their Zerg star number 1 as the center of the circle. But soon, Chiu In-ai found something wrong. The number of Zerg coming back did not seem to match the number of Zerg going out. He became curious and bravely went around to the other side, and saw a scene that made him dumbfounded. There was a group of unknown creatures waiting for the Zerg. They were so fast that they almost turned into several shadows, and pounced on the approaching Zerg, as if they had completely mastered the pattern of their appearance. After several attempts, they never missed. Chiu Ni's eyes almost fell out. He brought professional photography equipment to capture the Zerg, and he couldn't take pictures of creatures other than the Zerg. It's not that he was not well prepared. No one could have imagined that there was such a thing in the world. He had to take out his optical computer and shoot a video over there. When Chiu In-ai was about to change the angle to find out, a flying machine suddenly appeared from a tricky angle and left slowly. The group of unknown creatures biting the Zerg did not want to fight, ended this one-sided abuse, and followed the flying machine away. Like the Zerg, they can roam in the interstellar space where humans must rely on tools to travel, and even have the leisure to play and fight. Chiu In-ai was shocked by this scene, and couldn't recover for a long time. He returned home without hesitation, uploaded the video clips he had taken, and asked what it was. At first, when everyone saw Chiu Ni's video, they thought he had synthesized it, and they all admired his superb skills. A few shadows can drag away the Zerg, and this ability can only be obtained by P videos. Chiu In-ai did not defend himself, but took out the content shot by a professional camera to prove that what he said was true. In the video, the Zerg's face is high definition, and even the fluff on the tentacles is clearly visible. When he walked to a corner, he didn't know what happened. Several Zergs passing by suddenly showed ferocious expressions, as if they were controlled by something. After that, they would be moved out of thin air at a strange angle, and it was indeed like they were caught by something. Everyone guessed that it was a mutant animal at first. There was a precedent of mutant animals fighting with Zerg for territory in the past. But there are only so many types of mutant animals, and there are almost no brightly colored ones, which do not match the yellow, white, and red colors in the video. But the swift movement ability can match. Everyone intelligently guessed that the mutant animals had updated their types, and some people urged Chiu In-ai to continue to find the truth. Xiao and I was also very curious. But as most people worried, the group of unknown creatures could easily kill the Zerg. For them, Xiao and I was probably a dessert after the meal. And there was a high possibility that he would never come back. Is life more important or popularity more important? Xiao and I looked at the endless fighting and arguing in the comments, and was ready to move again. The popularity of this video gradually increased. And soon the number of clicks reached more than 1 billion. And the discussion was even louder. Many people wanted to find out the truth. But they were worried that they would never come back. The full cubs had no idea how big a storm they had set off. And they returned to the desolate planet one by one with their little bellies. It seems that it's almost time. Xiaoji did not go with them. For these cubs, they will be independent sooner or later. So it is better to cultivate them from childhood. Little sheep. There are so many bugs today. Not only are we full, we also brought back a lot of food for reserve. Leopard happily circled around Xiaoji. When Xiaoji was a sheep, he had a close relationship with the little animals. Although he was a little serious, these little animals were all generous. And the more sensitive ones were reasonable. So everyone got along very happily. Xiaoji looked at their spoils and praised them generously. On the contrary, Sancho looked at the Zerg they brought back and thought about opening the door to a new world for everyone. These things are not only edible for them, but also for humans. Sancho has been traveling outside for many years. So naturally he has his own set of recipes. To be precise, the brothers may not be human. And they are more experienced in dealing with these things that can fill their stomachs. Everyone on the barren planet has eaten a lot of things with Jiang Tunin. So they have no resistance to trying new things. After hearing what Sancho said, they all gathered around. The most tender meat of the Zerg is the abdomen. When Siesu came, he saw such a weird scene. Sancho stood on the highest plant climbing frame, holding a Zerg taller than him in his flexible claws. The surrounding humans and cubs were drooling, and their eyes were shining green as they looked at the Zerg. He was silent, not knowing whether he should destroy this warm atmosphere. Fortunately, Jiang Tunin had not forgotten him. He smiled and turned around and asked him in a low voice, "What happened?" "I was photographed while hunting. And now I am looking for what killed the Zerg on the whole network," Siesu said directly. Siesu turned on the light brain and found that the top hot topic was this. He flipped through the comments and found that everyone was guessing about the mutant animals. He pondered and said, "Contact General Xie to avoid panic. But don't say what it is. Now this group does not have complete self-protection ability. It is not a good thing to make it public. The animals in the Lankicha laboratory were captured by them from all over the place. It can be seen that although these beasts are fierce, they are still no match for human tools and wisdom. Although the group on the barren planet has brains, they are not much. So it is better to cover them up first. If their abilities are easily exposed, they may attract more covetousness. If those animals that hide deeply are discovered, their habitats may be destroyed. This is a scene that no one wants to see." Siesu understood what he meant and asked suddenly, "Is the meat of the Zerg really delicious? You can wait here for a while. They have gone to the greenhouse to get the seasoning." Sieji glanced at Jiang Tunin, who ran away and smiled. After eating and drinking, several carnivores readily agreed to the cunning humans, who wanted to take some meat from them. Humans are fragile. This insect tastes crunchy. But you don't eat it with the shell. Just a little bit of meat inside. Leopard sat aside and watched them operate. Sighing, it didn't despise the leftovers. Opened its bloody mouth and bit off a leg of the insect. Leopard is really barbaric. Sancho teased it. Took a knife from the folding table next to it, and cut the other leg of the poor insect on the ground. That's not all. Sancho signaled Urshiong to add a fire, and roasted the insect leg directly. The aroma overflowed, and it was crunchy when you took a bite. Professor Zhao, who followed Jiang Tunin to watch the fun, looked at the scene in front of him and calmed himself. You don't have any psychological endurance. It seems that you can't stay on the deserted planet. Respect everyone's eating habits. Don't think it's a bug later. Just think of it as a piece of meat. Jiang Tunin instructed. She recalled the insects she had eaten on Earth. But none were this big. They tasted really good. Crunchy, fragrant and tender. But she didn't know what an insect this big would taste like in the interstellar space. It turned out that Sancho was really good at food. Everyone was conquered by the tender taste. The only downside was that there was not much tender meat. And some were not enough to eat. You don't have to be so blatant. Du Lian appeared quietly, with Su Qingwei by his side. They came to study the baby elephant that was brought back. The baby elephant rescued by Jiang Tunin and others has not woken up yet. The mutant plant is eating and drinking well. It has been messing around in the greenhouse, and has been beaten several times by other mutant plants. But they didn't expect to see a group of people not doing their jobs and eating barbecue together early in the morning. You came at the right time. No one was afraid of Du Liang. Tung Kai stood up, with a piece of white and tender meat in her greasy hands. Steaming. Come and have a taste. Du Liang decisively rejected her invitation. But Su Qingwei was very interested and joined their camp. So whether it is a human or an animal, you have to eat meat to replenish energy, Tung Kai said righteously, and hinted at Du Liang standing aside. She tasted it helplessly, and found that it tasted really good. Apart from work, young people are very attentive in eating, drinking and having fun. Du Liang did not disturb them, pointing to the treatment room, signaling them to gather after eating. Siesu also told Du Liang about the deserted planet animals on the star network in time. Du Liang had similar ideas to Xie. She pondered. Tell Jiang Tunin that she will also fight the Zerg next time. The Zerg is not weak in all aspects. With the protection of this group of beasts, it is a good time to improve its actual combat ability. Jiang Tunin ability is not weak. Maybe he can become the main force of killing insects in the future. After a full meal, several people who stayed up late to catch insects were radiant and swarmed into the treatment room. Countless heads stood outside the door. Is there a possibility that Lang Qichu used some kind of restriction on it before leaving? Tung Kai looked at it and started to imagine wildly. The work they are doing now does not have enough data support, so they can only deduce facts through speculation and theory. This is actually not simple. But everyone's imagination is growing day by day. Sancho pressed his little paw on the glass and nodded. Erxia and I have been unable to become humans for a long time. It must be because he did something to us. Among the 4 triplets, only Yichuan, as the housekeeper who often works for Lang Qichu, knows the most secrets, and is sent to assist Lang Qitong in handling subsequent events. Sancho and Erxia have adapted to the life of animals on the deserted planet, and have no obsession with becoming humans. It's because your equipment is too backward. Many things on S58 can be used, but you insist on disassembling them for research. Now, I don't know when you can solve the mystery successfully, Sancho complained. None of the 4 triplets was used for technology. They don't understand this at all, and can't help much. They can only be used when they need to provide blood samples. Understanding their equipment is to go further. Du Liang was not angry and explained to him. Just like you yourself can't figure out what kind of creature you are, those machines should not be able to give you an answer. The paper materials brought back could not be saved, because this was an operation ordered by Xie, and all the materials were taken away by the 4th Legion, and they could only get a few. He must have a file bag that records the basic information and experimental conditions of each experimental subject. Tung Nan analyzed. A group of people's eyes fell on him. The question now is where the file will be. Erxia, who had been silent, suddenly raised his paw and hesitated. I may know where the thing you are talking about is. It's not that Erxia is talking nonsense. When Yichuan had a temporary mission, he was the steward of Lang Qichu. He is also a person who knows a lot of secrets of Lang Qichu. But compared with Yichuan, he is less useful. Erxia is not like Sancho. He has a low loyalty. He will immediately turn against someone who treats him well. Erxia has been observing the people and animals on the barren planet. The cubs who were very repulsive to them at first. Since Jiang Tunin did some psychological work on them, and found that they were trying to learn animal language and integrate with them, they showed goodwill without hesitation. Not to mention this group of people. They knew that there was something wrong with the 2 of them from the beginning. But because they had not done anything to harm the desolate planet, they treated them equally, almost like other animals. Later, when they surrendered, this group of people did not directly arrest them and torture them, but respected their wishes. At least before today, Erxia had not revealed any secrets. Erxia recalled the details and said to them, in Lang Qichu study, all the books have other contents. I heard him call someone to discuss the experiment before. He took out a book from it, flipped through a few pages, and told the other party the situation. The Star Lord's mansion on the Q153 star is still under closure. No one has entered without permission. But it is not ruled out that someone from Lang Qichu went to take something. Xie made a prompt decision. Lang Qitong can't spare the time. So Nan Nan will take Lu Qi and Air Xiao with him. I let Wani go with you guys. It's better to hurry up than to delay this matter, because no one is sure whether other people have already gone to get the information. The longer the time is delayed, the lower the possibility of getting it back. Xia did not shirk his responsibility. Even Sancho, who was present, could not be more familiar with the Star Lord's mansion than him. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. But Sancho felt his emotions, and when others were formulating an action plan, he put his arm around his shoulders. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. You know what he has done to us. Now surrendering to these people is the best choice. Xia did not nod or shake his head. He always thought that he was absolutely loyal to Lang Qichu. But when he heard that they discussed how to deal with Lang Qichu without hesitation on the deserted star, he was not unhappy at all. And he never thought of betraying the deserted star and going back to help Lang Qichu. It seemed that for him, all the loyalty in the past had become a joke. Later, after learning about the abilities of the people on the desolate planet, Xia knew that if he really wanted to do something, it would probably not succeed. Even so, he still had mixed feelings. Why could the people on the desolate planet trust them without hesitation? Chapter 74. In the darkness, a flying vehicle landed at the port on the Q-153 star. Several people got off the flying vehicle silently, and like the natives here, they slowly walked to the Star Lord's mansion. The Star Lord hasn't appeared for a long time. Nothing will happen to him. Right? No way. Our Star Lord has always been a kind man. Such a kind man is popular wherever he goes. I don't know when he will come back. We just have to live our lives as usual. All the natives who passed by the Star Lord's mansion would stop to discuss it. No one had entered or left the Star Lord's mansion for a long time, and the magnificent building seemed much more deserted than not long ago. The tall and thin man approached the gossiping old man and asked, "Our Star Lord hasn't been gone for long, has he? I think I haven't seen him for only 2 or 3 days. More than 2 or 3 days. You young man looks like a person who doesn't care about what's happening outside. The Star Lord has been gone for almost 10 days. He has never been out for so long before." Jin Song let the old man lecture him, nodded with a smile, and didn't refute. When the old man was pulled away by his companions, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The fact that Lang Qichu died was not widely publicized, except for some people in the noble family who got the news. The Longqi family, a branch that is kind and generous, still has a good reputation in the hearts of others. Jin Song received a big order, requiring him to go to the Star Lord's mansion to get a book of information. This is easy for a well-known interstellar pirate like him. The strange thing is that Jin Song heard the rumor that Lang Qichu was dead. It's hard for him not to think of Lu Qi. If Lang Qichu really died, the business he received would not be strange. After all, the price is very high, and it is probably a hot commodity. Lu Qi may also want it. Looking at the lonely city lord's mansion in broad daylight, Jin Song gestured to his men, and the group of people dispersed as they came. At this time, another inconspicuous aircraft was docked at the port of Q-153 star. Next to it, there were 2 aircraft that entered the port almost at the same time. Several groups of people entered Q-153 star without looking around. There is a familiar smell here. Xia glanced at the Star Lord's mansion and told Jiang Tunin without hesitation. Since becoming a raccoon, Xia's nose has been much better than before, with a keen sense of smell, and can smell unusual smells. For example, the people who bullied him with Jiang Tunin before. Wan Shihao joined in the middle and didn't quite understand. He asked curiously, "This is your hometown. It's not strange to smell a familiar smell, right?" "It's not the familiar smell you think." Xia glanced at her and replied, "It's the smell of someone who fought with me, and he's in the same group as you." Jiang Tunin and Lu Qi looked at each other. Jiang Tunin's eyes were guilty, and Lu Qi's eyes were solemn. It's Jin Song. If Jin Song also came here, it means that Xia's judgment is 80% correct. The Star Lord Mansion should hide most of the secrets. Otherwise Jin Song would not do such a profitless thing. What if she heard this name and came to her senses? Is this man your accomplice who bravely broke into the Star Lord's mansion for the first time? It's a pity that he ran away. If you meet him this time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Qi did not express his opinion. She just said, "We need to make a new plan." If it is really Jin Song, our goals are likely to be the same. And he should have known we were coming from the moment he came down. Jin Song did know it. He listened to his subordinates' reports and smiled delicately. "I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. It would be a pity if we didn't say hello. Is it possible for us to cooperate again?" Jiang Tunin thought and put forward a bold idea. If their goals are the same, they have Erxia in their hands, and their chances of winning are much greater than Jin Song. If they use this thing to make a profit from him, Jin Song can get the job done, and they can also make a profit. Why not? But if the buyers are the group of people in the research room, they can tell the truth from the false at a glance. Erxia said worriedly. Who said we're going to give you a fake one? Jiang Tunin said with a smile. We can give you the real one, but not all of them. If Xiao is studying animals, and will study zoology in the future, one of the reasons for bringing her here is that if they face the real files, they may be fooled by the shrewd Lang Qichu, because they can't tell the real from the fake. Everyone thought that this idea seemed feasible, and decided to take risks. Lu Qi glanced at the sky and thought for a long time before saying, Let's go now. If Jin Song doesn't come too early, he should still be surveying the terrain and hasn't entered yet. Jiang Tunin nodded. Lu Qi grew up with him. Even though they haven't seen each other for many years, she is still willing to believe Lu Qi's judgment. When Xiong took out the key, the group took it and walked towards the main gate of the Star Lord's mansion. A group of natives saw them and felt a little strange. They came up and asked enthusiastically, When will the Star Lord come back? Not sure yet. He's traveling in the interstellar space recently. Jiang Tunin seems to be the easiest to fool among the few people, and she is more likely to be believed. Sure enough, this did not arouse any suspicion. Jiang Tunin continued, We are sent by Ichuan, the housekeeper, to pack up for the Star Lord, and we will leave soon. Everyone asked questions enthusiastically, watching them enter the Star Lord's mansion, and they didn't find anything wrong. The Star Lord's mansion looked much more depressed than before. The banquet hall, which once flashed with lights of luxury, was now closed. So don't be too arrogant, because one day, when the wall falls, everyone will push it down, and no one will remember who you are. Wani looked back at the closed door and sighed. She used to work in the Third Army, and knew Lang Qichu a lot more than them. I don't know how he won people's hearts. At least the natives of Q153 and nearby natives, as well as the 3rd Legion, all think he is a great good man. Because he has a lot of money? Jiang Tunin guessed. People who are willing to spend money to do good things do not necessarily mean they are kind. Wani nodded slightly and said, He has done a lot of good things. There are almost no homeless people or abandoned children on Q153. They are all taken to shelters and educated like children with parents. They grow up. For a period of time, the number of abandoned babies in the Weo galaxy increased sharply. After a careful investigation, it turned out that all the children were deliberately abandoned here by the nearby galaxies after hearing about it. Abandoned babies? Jiang Tunin's face changed and looked at Erxia. Have you seen them? Erxia was stunned, and a trace of struggle appeared on his face. Even though he is now a raccoon, everyone has guessed the truth because of the long silence. But it's not that he has never seen it. He remembers that he heard the crying of children many times when he was talking to Lang Qichu. Maybe he has been a human for a long time, and is particularly sensitive to the voices of his own kind. He almost never lets us go to the lab with him. Ichuan goes there more often. We go there for upgrades and rarely see outsiders. Erxia said slowly. But I have heard the crying of children when they were on the phone. Wani Shao also sighed. I said this to make you mentally prepared. Don't forget the name of his experiment. How could the human transformation plan not use humans? It feels like he died too easily. Jiang Tunin glanced at the cloudless sky and sighed. With Erxia there, their progress was indeed not slow. They never found any signs of Jin Song approaching, and everyone was relieved. Jin Song was not cautious. Knowing that Lu Qi had a great chance to share the same goal with him, he decided to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. The old man Lang Qichu almost made them all fall here last time. He was stupid enough to personally test whether Lang Qichu mechanism was useful. Jin Song inquired about the whole process of their entry, and simply sat by the door waiting for Lu Qi to fall into the trap. The Star Lord Mansion is indeed Lang Qichu base camp. There are many traps inside. If it weren't for Erxia leadership, they don't know how many times they would have to step on mines to reach their destination. By then, everyone might have turned into hedgehogs. And whether they can survive depends entirely on luck. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest. And Lang Qichu has practiced this. After a long detour, his study is right next to the bedroom. But this door cannot be opened from the outside. If you want to go in, you can only take the secret passage. No one would have thought that he would spend so much effort just to put all the secrets on the table. This secret passage is not simple. There are 5 or 6 forks alone. It is not easy to walk to the study accurately. The road is not long. But because of the dangers, their speed is not fast. The study is no different from other people's study. The only difference may be that the rows of bookshelves inside are not filled with books, but is evidence of guilt. Not all books have secrets. Jiang Tunan looked at the books everyone found, thought carefully, and asked tentatively, "Have you found a pattern?" "I found it." Wang Yishao bit his fingers and began to knock on the bookcase. It was not a random knock, but a string of Morse codes, long and short. Lu Qi followed Wang Yishao's rhythm and quickly found the remaining books. Wang Yishao opened it and took a few simple glances, and said firmly, "It's not enough. There are others." After another round of rummaging through the boxes, they looked at the half-man-high information and looked at each other. "Will there be more?" "There won't be only this little stuff in his study," Erxia also said. Lang Qiqu is very afraid of death and being caught, but he is always prepared and has a lot of important information backed up. "Will there be information in ordinary books?" Jiang Tunan guessed. A person who uses Morse code may use different ways to store different secrets. Lu Qi thought of the bracelet in Lang Qiqu's hand when he first met him, whether it was out of nervousness or habit. Lang Qiqu was rolling up the bracelet, which should have 8 large beads and 18 small beads. 8 and 18. My guess may not be accurate, Lu Qi said. Very accurate. Erxia touched the summer vacation numbered 8, jumped to the 8th column, found the 18th book, opened it slowly, took out a gun from it, and pointed it at the nearest Wang Yishao. "You are very smart," Erxia suddenly said. "But I missed one thing." Erxia may not be just Erxia. Jiang Tunan suddenly understood at this moment why Lang Qiqu was calm and composed before his death, and why he was ambushed wherever he went. "Are you surprised? As long as my spirit is not dead, I just need to change my body. I don't care about such external things at all." Lang Qiqu grinned, and this expression looked particularly weird on the raccoon's face. "And you can't just kill me. Erxia is still alive, and is fighting for the ownership of my body." "How pitiful," Lang Qiqu smiled and said. "Without this body, I still have countless backup tools like this." Lang Qiqu was not just talking. The 5 fingers belonging to the raccoon deftly loaded the things in his hand. Wang Yishao, who was aimed by him, was not very anxious and looked at Lang Qiqu. "Do you think you are playing a dress-up game? Since we are here, we don't intend to let you go out alive." Before the voice fell, footsteps rushed from all directions to the study where they were. Someone outside was violently dismantling the door of the study. Lang Qiqu's eyes flashed with surprise, but his tone was still firm. "As long as you, the general's niece, are here, what else can I?" Lang Qiqu not get? Jiang Tunan was right in front of Lang Qiqu. If it was another enemy, he could directly summon vines to tie up and pinch the heart. But the opposite was not only an enemy, but also Erxia. He was different from Lang Qiqu. If something unexpected happened, he would really die. As if he had seen through her plan, Lang Qiqu's smile became more ferocious. "I've seen your abilities, kid. It's probably unrealistic to control me with such a low-level thing." Lang Qiqu laughed. "You were not born on a garbage planet, were you? To be honest, we threw all the useless experiments on the garbage planet. Maybe I'm responsible for your success today." This sentence struck everyone like a thunderbolt. But no one was shaken. Lu Qi stared at Jiang Tunan, waiting for her to make a choice. It was because he knew her too well that Lu Qi knew how difficult it was for Jiang Tunan to kill the raccoon in front of him. Before coming to the wasteland planet, she was an ordinary student who had not experienced these storms. After coming to the wasteland planet, she had to fight with them, and even be hunted down. The only time Jiang Tunan took action was to protect her. Now the raccoon in front of him still had their friends in his body, and the probability that Jiang Tunan could strangle him without hesitation was very small. Lang Qiqu obviously didn't take her seriously. It was because of his underestimation that Jiang Tunan had a chance. This man knew them very well. Lang Qiqu shook his head and said, "Could the little ants outside be interstellar pirates? I still have a score to settle with them. How dare they come to my territory?" Wang Yishao didn't react when he pointed a gun at him. He also smiled and said, "I've seen many rats in the gutter like you. You have no ability except talking big. Do you still want to control us? Don't you want to take a piss to see how much you weigh?" Not sure if she could knock the weapon in his hand away from the most perfect angle, Jiang Tunan decided to take a gamble. She felt the restlessness of the vines in her hand. While Lang Chichu and Wani Xiao were talking, the vines directly wrapped around his neck and limbs, and the whole raccoon was tied up with its arms and legs spread out. The gun fell to the ground, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The tied raccoon was in a trance for a moment, and his voice completely changed. It sounded like he was having difficulty breathing, but he still said, "Tunin, don't let him go. I should be his last container. Kill me." Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qi and Wani Xiao had already prepared for Jiang Tunin to not be able to solve the problem with one blow, but she gave them a big surprise. Before Jiang Tunin could speak, the door had been demolished. The sound of boots stepping on the ground was very regular. "Long time no see, sisters." It was Jin Song's voice. Jiang Tunin raised the raccoon and looked back, and found that except for Jin Song, the leader, everyone behind him was pointing guns at them, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Isn't your Huangxing an Animal Protection Association? Why treat a raccoon so violently?" Jin Song raised his eyebrows and looked at Erxia, who was lifted up, and said curiously, "Aren't you here to find the things left by Lang Chichu? This is it. Take it away." Jiang Tunin passed Erxia to the front. Jin Song stepped back and squinted his eyes to look at Erxia. "You are really an immortal. I thought he had been dealt with by you, but I didn't expect him to be alive and even sneak into the deserted planet." Jin Song touched his chin and quickly guessed the truth. Lu Qi didn't say anything, just looked at the group of people behind him. Jin Song felt her gaze, looked back, smiled and raised his hand. "Everyone put away your weapons. You don't need this kind of thing when chatting with old friends. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that the scene would be like this when we met again." Jin Song glanced at the few books that had not been put away by Jiang Tunin inside, and explained, "I took an order and came to find some information. It's also a coincidence that I took advantage of everyone's help. This means that I must get the thing." Jiang Tunin vines are still pinching Lang Chichu, and he said calmly, "You can do whatever you want." Jin Song really started to search with his men. He searched for the locations that they had guessed after thinking for a while. After finding that several places were empty, he finally stopped. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the three people in front of him, and said in a normal tone, "Sisters, can you give me a favor? Did we stop you?" Wani Xiao crossed her arms and looked at Jin Song, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. This group of interstellar pirates often fought back and forth with him. Unlike Lu Qi and Jiang Tunin, Wani Xiao didn't have a good impression of him. If she didn't have enough people, she would probably choose to take this person down on the spot. Jin Song looked around the study and sighed lightly. "Let's talk about a deal. We will split the things and the money equally." "Not appropriate." Lu Qi refused. "You so many people are talking to us about business. This is a threat. You should be sincere when you talk about business. Right?" Jin Song stopped smiling and stared at Lu Qi with an indistinct expression. After a long while, he said, "Don't you want to deal with this raccoon here? The things should all be in the study." Jin Song had complicated feelings towards Lu Qi. On the one hand, he sent her away, and on the other hand, they were now on opposite sides. But Jin Song didn't want to make things too awkward with her, facing a friend who grew up together. It was difficult for Jin Song to be unkind. Looking in the direction of his gaze, the raccoon had fainted because the air was getting thinner, and Lu Qi took out a special rope to trap it tightly. Several people were thinking about what Jin Song said. What he said was actually right. It would have been fine if he didn't know before. But now that he knew that Erxia was possessed by Lang Chichu, it was inappropriate to bring him back to the desolate planet. Either get Lang Chichu out, or kill Erxia together. Lang Chichu didn't give them a third option. The only problem was that they didn't know how to get Lang Chichu out of Erxia's body. After several rounds of pushing and pulling, Jin Song promised to help them find what they needed, and Lu Qi agreed to give them some information. Their verbal agreement was like a castle in the air. Lang Chichu woke up several times and understood what they wanted to do at a glance. He said with a weak breath, "Don't waste your energy. Since I dared to bring you here, I'm not afraid of you finding me." Jiang Tunin vines hit him on the top of his head mercilessly, and sneered, "You should be glad that I'm not studying veterinary medicine. Otherwise you might have been burned by me now." Hearing this, Lang Chichu became excited. "You and classmate 1 are both rare geniuses. It's a waste of your strength to serve the Legion. Join us and open the door to your new world." Lu Qi sneered, pulled the scabbard to Lang Chichu's mouth, and found a rope to block his mouth. Jiang Tunin shook his head gently at her. but spoke to Lang Chichu. Then tell me how to join? Even if I want to run away now, I can't enter your mysterious organization without a guide. Lang Chichu didn't know if he was confused by the beating. He muttered and started to spit out their news, but paused at the key point, and still couldn't get out where the other laboratories were. It should be your friends who are working hard. Jin Song glanced at Lang Chichu and said disdainfully, "Is this your decent person? It's better for us to be upright than to think of some crooked ways to prolong your life every day." Jin Song is a professional at taking advantage of opportunities to step on one and praise the other. He reached out and touched the paw of the unconscious raccoon. Sighing, "I've heard that you decent people are doing these evil ways. Could it be that you are making animals neither human nor ghost in this way?" Every extra word Jin Song said was like an arrow stuck in their knees. Jiang Tunan didn't know much about interstellar pirates, but Lu Qi and Wan Yishao knew everything. Jin Song and Lu Qi were adopted by the previous interstellar pirate leader. He didn't use them for human experiments, nor did he use them to cheat. Instead, he has been committed to raising these unwanted orphans into talents. The person who adopted them has always been turned a blind eye by the higher-ups, and has not been successfully arrested for many years. Now Jin Song has succeeded in taking power. Robbery is certainly wrong, but they rob the rich to help the poor, hurting the interests of the noble families to help the orphans and the weak, which is one of the reasons why the empire did not crack down on it severely. On the other hand, Lang Chichu, who represents the noble families, still does not know what the adopted children are taken for. But 9 out of 10 times, they are used to do some shameful things. Lang Chichu somehow said a few more words. "Children, we are not endangered species. It would be best if fewer of them contribute to the human transformation plan. Only sacrifice can bring development. You are just too narrow-minded." Lang Chichu is really good at sophistry. No one bothers to pay attention to him. The air is filled with strange embarrassment. Jin Song also fell silent. After a long time, he said, "Those orphans who disappeared without reason. I will try my best to find them here. You better really do it." With the help of Jin Song and his men, their progress has been much faster. After searching through boxes and cabinets several times, they actually found the so-called container transformation plan. This plan was proposed by Lang Chichu, and it was because of this that he was able to win over many officials to join him in corruption. Many old rulers of the empire's aristocratic families are like this. The older they get, the more they fear death. Even if Lang Chichu's plan is just a vision, and they may even become half human and half ghost, they are still tempted. This document is even more casually placed. Lang Chichu actually put it in the history of the ancient blue star, which shows how strong his desire to live as long as the sky is. Although there are not many historical materials about the ancient blue star in the interstellar space, the rumors about the ancient blue star are even more confusing, such as having a history of billions of years. As their plan continues to advance, this document has been updated. The latest part just mentions container, and the separation method is also a concept that has never been tested. Because before Lang Chichu, no one has successfully thrown themselves into another container. The future students of zoology present will look more and more ugly if they flip through this plan. Erxia, who is the container, is actually a transformed child. They don't know what they used to accelerate his growth, which made him look like neither a human nor a bear. From the time they proposed this plan to now, their progress has not been fast, and technology cannot keep up with their brain speed. But this plan has killed many people and animals. Wani sighed and put away all the things. "Why don't we find a laboratory to try it? He should have a lot of things." Jin Song just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect them to be so bold and actually plan to do the experiment. In order to prevent accidents, the most important thing is that he hasn't got the things yet. So Jin Song chose to follow them and see how strong these people are. He has seen Jiang Tunan ability. Thinking of their subtle expressions, Jin Song couldn't help but think divergently. Could it be that Jiang Tunan is so strong because he has been transformed? Not to mention outsiders. Even Jiang Tunan himself was confused. Looking at Wan Yi's slightly unfamiliar but bold operation, she silently contacted the Sancho brothers in her heart, trying to explain the situation. They all responded promptly, as if they had not expected Lang Chichu to actually study such things. Sidong and Sancho sat together, looking at each other, both with the same look of sadness on their faces. They expected Lang Chichu to have a trick up their sleeves, and Sidong personally watched Lang Chichu being sent away, thinking that he had other arrangements. But he had already planned to escape. "Now he knows we betrayed him," Sancho said. If we can't kill him this time, we don't know how many times he can be resurrected. Don't worry. Sidong was more stable than his brother. And he said, you go contact Xiaji. And I contact Ichuan. Sidong was more optimistic. He had never heard of this experiment before, which meant that the possibility of its success was not high. And why did they choose Erxia? The four of them were all selected together. Or all four of them were containers, and the probability of selecting one was relatively low. Ichuan quickly gave Sidong a reply, but the answer was not what he thought. Lang Qichu started studying soul parasitism a long time ago. For a simple reason, he was simply afraid of death. He believed that as long as the soul was alive, it was equal to eternal life. This experiment should have started a long time ago. It can even be said that Lang Qichu was able to climb up to the powerful because he relied on this project to fool people. As for the success rate, Ichuan has been with him the longest, and has never heard of a successful case. The reason is simple. The human soul is a bit too metaphysical. If the soul can be preserved, it must have a container. How can it be instantly transferred to Erxia, who is several light years away, at the moment Lang Qichu died? Ichuan told Jiang Tunan all this again. His point of view was very clear. He did not think Lang Qichu could succeed. Since he became Lang Qichu housekeeper, he has handled many projects, but only this one has been stagnant. I think, is there a possibility that Erxia has a mental problem? Ichuan sighed, thinking of his brother. His expression became more solemn. For some reason, Erxia was the one who treated Lang Qichu the most. For a while, Ichuan had no doubt that even if Lang Qichu asked him to die, he would execute the order without hesitation. The brothers were usually very busy and rarely had time to get together. Whenever this happened, Erxia seemed out of place, because he was the only one who considered Lang Qichu everywhere. Ichuan even felt that Lang Qichu's most wrong decision was to send Erxia to the desolate planet. Otherwise, if Erxia was with him on the day he was arrested, he might have been able to escape successfully. I always feel that his death is too plain, which is not in line with his style. Jiang Tunan muttered quietly. Lu Qi had the same idea. They had all met Lang Qichu. So when they found that Erxia was not right, they believed Erxia's words. The two looked at Wan Yishao in unison. Wan Yishao held the container in his hand, and his face was not very good. This is just an ordinary reagent. I don't know if it can be used to divide the soul after synthesis. The antipyretic effect is good. Hospitals use it this way. Everyone looked at Erxia, who was knocked unconscious and fell into a dilemma. They decided to put Erxia's problem aside for the time being and talk about dividing the spoils first. After sweeping away Lang Qichu's laboratory, they turned around and left the Star Lord's mansion. No one noticed that in an inconspicuous corner of the laboratory, there was a petri dish with a cloud of black mist floating in it. But the next second, the petri dish was smashed by a vine, and the black mist was gradually absorbed by the vine, leaving only a broken petri dish. Lu Qi and Jin Song were in charge of the negotiations, and the rest were waiting outside. Lu Qi and the others had already discussed countermeasures, so they were not worried about any accidents at this time. After all, the biggest accident of this trip was in Jiang Tunan's hands. Jiang Tunan called Du Liang and Xie to explain the situation, and revealed Ichuan's thoughts, handing over all the initiative. This matter was indeed a bit unbelievable, but also subtle and reasonable. After listening, Du Liang asked patiently, "Do you really think he has the ability to put his soul into another person's body?" After coming to the Interstellar, Jiang Tunan, who thought she had seen all kinds of storms, couldn't say for sure. She wondered, if he is really in Erxia's body, those inexplicable things will be solved. Even if he is not Erxia, every action you take is not a secret action. If there is no traitor in Huangqing, can you guarantee that there is no traitor in other places? And I am not sure what the situation is now in Huangqing. Du Liang was so sure because she had really seen the victim of Lang Qichu's experiment. It's not entirely true to say that he was a victim, because the person who volunteered to do this experiment was a powerful person in the family who was said to have died long ago. He no longer had a body, like a pool of mud soaked in nutrient solution, and the dense tubes coming from all directions acted as his nerves. He could control everything in the laboratory with his mind. The laboratory tried several times to merge this thing that was no longer considered a human into an animal, but it never succeeded. When they arrived at the laboratory, they saw a group of researchers in a panic. Someone kicked the complicated wires. The only sound in the whole laboratory was the scream of the muddy pool. It was not until Du Liang helped to take the things back that she told her identity and arrogantly asked them to help. Du Liang did not agree, but chose to let him sleep forever. All they had to do was cut off the power supply, close the nutrient chamber, and unplug all the tubes. The brain soaked in the nutrient solution would soon shrink due to lack of energy supply. This happened after Lang Qichu was captured. Seeing such a scene, Du Liang was extremely sure that as long as they were fast enough, they would be able to destroy everything before these lunatics realized their plan. I originally planned to tell you all this after I learned more, but plans can't keep up with changes. I can only say that this project is not yet successful. Erxia is likely to have a real problem. Bring him back. Wani has a rich imagination. Is there a possibility that he left a way out for himself without the knowledge of those noble families, waiting for this day to appear and destroy everyone from the root? Is there a possibility that he already knew about Erxia problem and was just playing tricks to wait for you to be caught? Du Liang asked slowly. If he really has this ability to escape, he probably wouldn't be caught by us. You are a researcher, and you think that the soul can live forever without a material carrier. Is this scientific? Du Liang refuted Wani Xiao without hesitation. After being scolded, Wani Xiao finally calmed down and listened to Du Liang's instructions to return home as soon as they found the Zerg. If you meet Zerg on the way, you can throw 2 Nan out to train him. Can I trust you? Du Liang's technique of giving a sweet date with a stick is perfect. And Wani Xiao agreed happily. Lu Qi also walked out of the laboratory with Jin Song with his things. Lu Qi never had any expression, and Jin Song was rarely serious. It was hard to tell what they talked about and how they talked. I hope you can still appear in front of me in good condition next time we meet, Jin Song said meaningfully. You are? Lu Qi's expressionless face made him speak harshly, which was actually a cute contrast. Jiang Tunan watched with relish, and couldn't help but sigh at the bad ending of childhood sweethearts turning against each other because of their positions. Jin Song didn't leave first, but watched them leave first. When the inconspicuous aircraft flew away, Jiang Tunan suddenly reacted. We obviously have people with us. Are we afraid that we can't beat him? It's not a question of whether we can win or not, but a question of balance between us and the interstellar pirates. Wani glanced at Lu Qi and said meaningfully. Chapter 75. Recently, the Zerg have become more and more rampant, and their footprints can be found near many planets. Jiang Tunan also has a new understanding of the interstellar map. Whether the Federation and the Empire can live in peace depends entirely on the efforts of the Zerg. It is said that the birth of multiple Zerg mothers, which is rare in decades, has been detected recently, so the Zerg's actions have become more frequent. They are worried that humans will attack the weak Zerg mothers. Unfortunately, the Zerg don't know that the cunning humans have recently got a new weapon. Seeing the Zerg flashing by in 2s and 3s outside the window, Jiang Tunan was ruthlessly abandoned by her companions and thrown out of the aircraft to face the brutal Zerg, because they made too much noise. The 2 closest flying ants instantly caught Jiang Tunan's presence, and their antennae shrank slightly, and they were about to attack her. The other one was not to be outdone, and had already spread its wings, as if intending to capture the fearless human in front of it alive. Jiang Tunan did not hesitate to wrap 2 vines around the wings of the 2 flying ants, and then separated a small sharp part from the vines and pierced their hearts. The methods of the tutoring masters are varied. Jiang Tunan quickly went through them in her mind, peeling off the cocoons and pulling out the silk, and found the fastest and most convenient one for her, which is also the least painful for the insects, and sent them on their way. The 2 people in the aircraft watched Jiang Tunan's movements go from unfamiliar to familiar, and even kill with one blow, and their expressions were much more relaxed. It's a bit like the style of Captain Longqi when he was young. I don't know what these people think. Killing monsters is also a kind of aesthetics, but they have to be simple and rough, and kill with one blow, Teng Kai said with regret. Lu Qi also looked at Jiang Tunan, and thought of Teng Kai's one-sided bullying when he was not in a hurry, and disagreed. When you meet the enemy, you should not be careless because of their weakness. A 1,000-mile dam is breached by an ant hole. Once something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret. Teng Kai knew that Lu Qi was a serious person, so she did not refute her, but just changed the subject. I think we should still prepare a handy weapon for Nan Nan. It feels weird to drag a green vine around every day. I have prepared it. Lu Qi asked curiously. Didn't you prepare a weapon for Nan Nan? Prepare a gift? Teng Kai, have everyone on the deserted planet been so polite before? Why didn't anyone ask her to prepare a gift? Wani Shi agreed. I prepared one too. Isn't that plant illustration book the gift that Xiaosu gave to Nan Nan? Sister Kai fell behind this time. Tung Kai, I understand the reason. Why are you, a non-staff member, so active in preparing gifts? Is this reasonable? Outside the window, Jiang Tunin has strung the insect she killed into a string, like a long tail, dragging in the darkness. She wiped her sweat and said excitedly, "It's not difficult to kill this thing. But it's so heavy. I was just thinking. Are you willing to try eating the internal organs?" Everyone showed a horrified expression. Tung Kai remembered that she was the only one who didn't prepare a gift. She guiltily agreed to Jiang Tunan's request. "I have never tried it before. But if you want to do it, we can try it." Lu Qi and Wan Yishao also nodded reluctantly, embarrassed to disturb Jiang Tunan's interest. After receiving a positive reply, Jiang Tunan became more motivated. She handed over all the insects she brought back to them for processing, and returned to the battlefield without hesitation to continue killing insects. This time she did not use the previous method, but wrapped the vines around the necks of the zerg. This time, the species looked similar to the shrimps on Earth. The part of the shrimp that cannot be eaten is their heads. Jiang Tunan decided to seek wealth and honor in danger, which saved the trouble of cutting off the head after returning to the base. Looking at Jiang Tunan's brutal fighting style this time, the three people sitting together fell silent again. Just now you thought it was not beautiful enough. What about now? Wan Yishao looked at Tung Kai's expression and smiled. Nanan's fighting style is good. Very changeable. Very reasonable. In line with the character's setting. Mainly for quick and easy. Tung Kai said a little melancholy, "I was going to give her a whip. But now it seems that a razor is more suitable." Several people couldn't help laughing, watching Jiang Tunan repeating the work tirelessly, and constantly improving his way of killing insects. Until a beautiful butterfly appeared, with brilliant light flashing on its body. At first glance, it looked like a beautiful and harmless butterfly. The people sitting in the aircraft changed their relaxed expressions, and hurriedly called Jiang Tunan back. The butterfly tribe is different from ordinary insect tribes. This thing is extremely strange. The more beautiful it is, the stronger its attack power. For example, the butterfly in front of him flashing with light blue light has a weak body, but it can actually roll up a storm on a planet. Jiang Tunan's position observation effect is not as good as theirs, and he did not see the existence of this butterfly. Jiang Tunan has not learned this lesson yet, and even Lu Qi has a hard time dealing with this kind of thing alone. I wonder if the butterfly suddenly discovered something unusual, and sped up to fly in the direction of Jiang Tunan. The three people in the aircraft were shocked. Lu Qi pushed open the door without hesitation and took the sword to go out to help. Jiang Tunan was diligently cleaning up the insect corpses. And suddenly an elegant voice came from behind. "Why do you want to chop off the head? Any explanation? I guess the head of the insect race is poisonous. It's better to deal with it in advance if it can't be eaten." After answering the question, Jiang Tunan remembered a fatal question. Who came from this dark place to talk to her? She decisively controlled the vines to attack, but was caught by a huge force, and couldn't shake it at all. Jiang Tunan turned around and found that this was a beautiful butterfly she had never seen before. But Jiang Tunan was most afraid of butterflies, and all kinds of moths that would drop powder. She was immediately furious, and the part of the vine that touched the butterfly was cut off by her without hesitation. The next second, an emotionless vine cage trapped her. "You'd better not come over. I can pierce your heart." Jiang Tunan tried to threaten him verbally. It was the first time that Yaidi saw this kind of human. Her first reaction when she saw him was not to marvel at his beauty or to kill him directly, but to wrap herself up. Edie nimbly dodged the vines that pierced him, approached the cage, looked at Jiang Tunan in the cage, and asked curiously, "Am I too ugly? Are you afraid of me?" Jiang Tunan thickened the vines again, almost airtight, and shot them out by instinct, and answered in a muffled voice, "My personal problem is that I have a psychological shadow on insects like you who lose powder." Edie's pale hand pulled out the vine that pierced his heart, not caring about the golden barbs on the vine, and said softly, "You are more interesting than all the humans I have seen. But your friends are waiting for you, and I hope to invite you to my house next time." Jiang Tunan, "Thank you for your kindness, but it's still not possible." Edie looked behind him, and several aircraft were approaching. He estimated the strength of both sides. He had not recovered from the last injury yet. He felt that he might not be able to bring the little cutie back to the nest unscathed, so he could only give up with regret. He broke Jiang Tunan's vine without hesitation. He heard her gasp and asked curiously, "Does it hurt?" But you didn't seem to show any reaction when you broke it just now. Jiang Tunin looked at him boldly, and met a pair of silver-white eyes. As if frosted. Beautiful and distant. What he wanted to say was stuck. Jiang Tunin said blankly, "Of course, it doesn't hurt when I break it myself. Others don't know the severity, and can't grasp the essence. I'm used to it." The strange butterfly looked at her and smiled. "I hope I can exchange names with you when we meet next time." Before Jiang Tunin could think about what this strange butterfly meant, he saw a sword in front of him slashing across the position where the beautiful butterfly had stood. And the butterfly had already disappeared without a trace. "Are you okay, Nanan?" Lu Qi was the first to approach, looking at Jiang Tunin in the cage, wondering, "Why don't you lock him up instead of yourself? I'm more afraid of this kind of insect whose wings will shed powder." Jiang Tunin laughed awkwardly, put away her vine cage, looked back with lingering fear, and found that the butterfly had disappeared. Everyone didn't dare to stay, and took Jiang Tunin on the aircraft, and then introduced her to the nobles of the Zerg. The Zerg are warlike. In the eyes of humans, they have no idea of living in peace with humans, and they just want to occupy the entire universe and reproduce. In the Zerg, there are some races whose wings are more beautiful, and the alien butterfly that Jiang Tunin met is one of them. Jiang Tunin recalled that alien butterfly, which seemed to always be able to easily avoid her vines, which was indeed different from the Zerg she had killed before. A little curiosity arose in her heart, but when she thought of the pair of beautiful wings, Jiang Tunin felt that she had suffered a great deal of damage. Jiang Tunin, who worked in the wild in her previous life, should have cured her fear of insects. Later, she was able to kill cockroaches without changing her expression. Her only weakness was butterflies and moths. The more repetitive and beautiful the patterns were, the more afraid she was. After coming to the Interstellar, she thought that the Zerg were all ugly. So she had always been inexplicably confident in herself. Especially just now. She even felt that she could lead Leopard and the others to kill the Zerg. Now she mainly regrets. Who would have thought that fear of beautiful wings was written into the genes? And there was no improvement even if she changed the planet. It's not a big problem. Several people comforted. You won't have too many experiences in the future when you need to kill insects. So the possibility of encountering this kind of advanced Zerg is relatively small. Jiang Tunin recalled those beautiful eyes and said curiously, "Ordinary insects can't speak. But this one can actually communicate with me. Since they are so smart and there are so many of them, why don't they expand their territory? They reproduce too fast. So there are so many of them. As for why they haven't killed humans, we haven't figured it out yet." Lu Qi explained. "I will continue to teach you when I go back. Generally speaking, we don't often see advanced Zerg here, and they can only talk." Tung Kai frowned as he looked at the boundless universe. In the endless universe left behind by them, a beautiful butterfly flapped its wings and looked in the direction they left. Its fingers gently brushed a piece of dead vine in its hand. Its beautiful eyes were full of regrets, and it didn't move for a long time. Tung Kai and Wan Yishao were still a little scared when they waited until they returned to the desolate planet. In that situation, if Jiang Tunin was really taken away, or if the alien butterfly took action, they would have no face to return to the desolate planet. Du Liang laughed after hearing this. "I didn't expect Tunin to be so charming. The alien butterfly tribe likes to use beautiful humans as their servants the most, and they will never give up until they achieve their goals. There is one more big man to guard against when they go out." Seeing the fear in Jiang Tunin's eyes, Du Liang said with a smile, "I'm kidding you. The alien butterflies are a rare race among the Zerg that follows the rules. Even if they really want to take you away, they will give up if they know you don't want to." Jiang Tunin nodded, thinking of the beautiful butterfly, and began to consider the possibility of staying at home recently. No one took this matter to heart, just made a few jokes and let it go. For them, it was more like an adventure that happened in daily life. But they comforted Jiang Tunin and didn't need to take it to heart. After all, the Zerg were elusive and hard to guard against. Everyone paid more attention to Erxia, who had just been brought back. He seemed to be a little seriously ill, and he kept talking nonsense in his dreams. Some of them were said in the tone of Long Chi-Chu, which was a little scary when they heard it suddenly. But if you listen carefully, a lot of information in his words is known to everyone. From this point, it seems that it is impossible to judge whether he was really invaded by Long Chi-Chu, as a trio who almost lost their brains by being fooled by Erxia when they went out to work. Du Liang was a little speechless about this matter. "Did your brains get eaten? Especially Lu Qi. You were deceived. I really don't know whether to say that Erxia acting is good, or you have read too many science fiction novels. Several people accepted the punishment and left the office. Jiang Tunenkai curiously asked Lu Qi, "Why did the headmaster mention you?" Tunkai helped to answer, although it doesn't look like it. Lu Qi studied medicine in school, and studied the human brain. As for why they became members of the Legion later, they didn't continue to talk about it. Tunkai looked behind him in fear and asked in confusion, "Is it really impossible?" The three people looked away, and chose to leave this place of right and wrong. Every staff member on the deserted planet seemed to have their own secrets. But no one had to explore others. But Harmonious. Jiang Tunen often thought about her secrets. Whether there was only a layer of window paper left. But she didn't say it. And everyone assumed that she was the original Jiang Tunen. Sancho and Sidong were guarding Erxia in the treatment room. The raccoon was taken away vertically, and brought back horizontally by them. The two brothers didn't say anything, but fell into a kind of self-blame. They all regretted why they didn't pay attention to Erxia's mental condition earlier. All mental problems are not formed overnight. Sancho, as the brother who spends the most time with Erxia, feels guilty when he thinks that he is struggling with himself every day, and he has discovered clues, but turned a blind eye. The treatment warehouse quickly gave the results. It is not easy to determine the mental problem. Fortunately, Du Yang has a. The chip said by my sister, who likes to make some strange inventions, is better than nothing. At least for the unconscious Erxia. Everyone did see his active spirit. The rest can only be confirmed when he wakes up and Erxia finishes fighting with him. Nana-nanan! The leopard voice came, and the group looked at the leopard rolling and crawling, and found that they hadn't seen it like this for a long time. "It's a big deal," Leopard said solemnly. "You brought back a stowaway." Several people. He took a look and hurried out. In order to make it easier for everyone to eat the insect feast, the base specially changed the meat processing area that Jiang Tunen had seen at the beginning into a restaurant. Whether it was animals or people, the dinner was held here. Everyone went over and found that Professor Zhao was squatting there. His hands kept moving, and no one knew what he was doing. It turned out to be a small ferret with pure white fur on its body. It squeaked and squeaked, because it was caught by Professor Zhao. It could only twist its body to avoid the attack of human fingers. "You human are so bold. How dare you play with me like this?" It's a pity that the stoat was allowed to get excited. Professor Zhao was an ordinary human who couldn't understand what it was saying. Not only did he not stop the action of his hands, but he even intensified it. Seeing them coming, Professor Zhao excitedly said, "Is this the trophy you brought back this time? Can you give it to me as a pet?" Baiyu was still covered in blood. He didn't look cute at all. Instead, he looked like a strange unknown creature. I really don't know whether Professor Zhao has a strange hobby or a sharp eye. The three cubs who were whimpering saw the stoat and wanted to get closer. But they were afraid of being beaten. They circled around for several times. When they saw Jiang Tunen, they started to complain. This stoat was actually dug out from the belly of the Zerg when they were eating insects. If Fufu's claws went in 1 centimeter further, the stoat would definitely be injured. And it's hard not to say that it's a miracle that it can still survive after being eaten by the Zerg. Oh, you don't understand. The ferret was taken to the treatment chamber for a physical check and cleaning. When it came out, it looked brand new, like a new ferret. When Jiang Tunen asked about its origins, a trace of melancholy appeared on its furry face. I was originally an interstellar pirate. When the ferret heard the laughter, it immediately frowned and looked over. What is that stupid leopard laughing at? Why do you think I was in danger? Of course, it's because I am a dangerous person. An animal that can quarrel with leopard is hard not to doubt its intelligence. Jiang Tunen held leopard down and motioned the ferret to continue. While arguing with leopard and Fufu, it explained its origins very reluctantly. This ferret had been wandering in the Interstellar before, but unfortunately, it was caught by the Zerg recently. Just because it looks good, the Zerg regards it as a mink and even wants to use it as a scarf. As we all know, humans don't like Zerg, and the ancient creatures of the ancient blue star don't like Zerg very much. Not to mention that they want to make ferrets into scarves. The ferret has been in the Interstellar for several months. Of course, it doesn't want to go away so easily. It used its smart brain to climb up to a high-level Zerg, and endured humiliation and became an errand boy beside him. Unfortunately, something happened to the Zerg recently. The owner of the weasel went out frequently. When the weasel sneaked out, it was swallowed by the Zerg, who were about to go out. You are a little lucky. Jiang Tunen looked at the weasel and couldn't help saying, Normal animals would suffocate and die quickly due to lack of oxygen even if they were eaten by the Zerg. This weasel not only did not die, but was even alive and kicking, and was able to fight Professor Zhao for several rounds. It was extraordinary in every way. How can you walk around the world without some special skills? I am a particularly lucky weasel. The ferret raised its little head proudly, and told everyone vividly how it had avoided various crises outside by luck. After the ferret finished talking, Jiang Tinan got to the point and asked where the ferret came from. In addition to the desolate planet, this group of animals must have their own habitat. Otherwise Jiang Tinan would not have received the news in front of the Fusong tree. Jiang Tinan recalled the turtle and the countless animals that sacrificed themselves on the desolate planet, and guessed that all they wanted was a place where their descendants could live and reproduce in peace. Unfortunately, the ferret's habit is to hide during the day and come out at night. When the ferret was dug out, it was almost noon and soon fell asleep. This ferret is more popular than the Xu family. Professor Zhao and Tung Kai rushed to take it away to raise it, completely forgetting that although the ferret looks cute, it is actually a valuable little baby. Du Liang looked around and said after whetting their appetites, of course, take it back to the small garden. Let this ferret live with Fufu first. The drowsy ferret sat up in shock and refused 3 times in a row. When Fufu opened his mouth, he might not be able to leave his body intact. As a conscientious zoo that respects the wishes of animals, Du Liang decided to let the ferrets choose for themselves. Don't be polite. My name is Bai Shui. You don't have to keep emphasizing that I am a ferret. Bai Shui stood on Professor Zhao's shoulder, admiring the natural environment of the deserted planet. After looking around, she designated the cub. Not long after, it fell into a sleep state again without any hesitation. And this time it did not wake up until it was sent to the small garden. This was the first time they met such a carefree adult animal. Even Cece was tricked by recognizing leopard and using the little bear as bait. After settling Bai Shui, everyone returned to the restaurant again, ready to try some fresh ingredients. The topic at the table must be the newly brought back Bai Shui. Even Wang Yishao was amazed. What kind of animal-absorbing physique do you have? The ferret was originally very nervous, but when it saw you coming, even the amplitude of its struggle was reduced. Jiang Tinan smiled but said nothing. Except for Longchu's family, most of the cubs in the garden were brought back by her. Although there was no life and death struggle, the process of bringing them back was not all easy. What she noticed was another point, which Xie was obviously also considering. If Bai Shui is very familiar with the Zerg, then is there a possibility that everyone can just kill the Zerg and destroy their nest? This is feasible, but it is very low. The Zerg has a strict class system. Bai Shui's so-called master is most likely a high-level Zerg. The one who ate Bai Shui was obviously a low-level Zerg. The number of this kind of worms accounts for 80% of all Zerg. It is precisely because of the large number and easy replication that it is a headache. These worms obey the orders of the high-level Zerg and are more like preset machines. Even if they sneak in, except for killing some of them, the rest will have no effect. It may even anger the high-level Zerg, and the revenge will be more fierce. It is no less than a fantasy to want to sneak into the residence of high-level Zerg. Humans have tried for so many years, but have not been able to find their nest. Jiang Tinan thought of the beautiful butterfly again. She already knew that in the Zerg, those who can communicate with humans are all high-level worms. The prettier the insects are, the more likely they are to be male. In order to make Jiang Tinan more vigilant, her colleagues even enthusiastically found a video to play. Seeing the insects that could shake a planet with a gentle flap of their wings, Jiang Tinan understood for the first time why humans are so afraid of the Zerg. In addition, she was silent for a moment, looked around, and asked tentatively, "Is this the legendary butterfly effect?" Several people watched the video and had to admit that this description was quite appropriate. Erxia, like the baby elephant that was brought back, never showed any signs of waking up. They went through the files they brought back many times together, but still couldn't find a solution. Jiang Tinan is now not only responsible for taking the cubs out hunting every day, but also has to learn anti-fraud knowledge. Everyone seems to be very worried that she will be cheated by the Zerg, although she doesn't know why they have such a misunderstanding about her. Jiang Tinan still stays at home and doesn't run around to avoid worrying them. But plans can't keep up with changes. Before they heard 2 episodes of the story from Bai Shui, Jiang Tinan disappeared while taking the cubs out for food. The cubs were panicked at first, but soon reacted. The oldest one, Leopard, took the responsibility and asked the cubs to split into 2 groups. One to report back to the wasteland planet, and the other to follow Jiang Tunan sent to find her. But Wolf Chu disagreed. He insisted, we must act together, because we don't know how Nanan is now. If we don't act together, what if you are also captured? If Nanan is conscious, she can contact us directly. You may go to deliver food. And Bai Shui said that they like to eat large animals like us the most. Fu Fu also disagreed with Leopard running around. The cub was even more straightforward. Slapping Leopard on the head, Nanan raised us so big with great difficulty. Not to be sent to the Zerg as snacks. The beasts finally reached a consensus and chose to go back to the wasteland planet together. Hearing this news, everyone felt a sense of fate that it is so true. Du Liang pondered for a moment and arranged. Xie will negotiate with the Zerg. Lu Qi and Tang Kai will contact Xiao Su and speed up the research on Erxia and Xiaoxiang. They should have a lot of information. We can only know it when they wake up. Now the Zerg is safer than the desolate planet. It's not too late to take Tunan back after we know the plan of that organization. Although the desolate planet is safe, there are countless eyes watching. Once Jiang Tunan goes out, he will be targeted. Although Du Liang can be sure that Lang Qichu is dead, they can't have only one person to make the organization so big. Xie raised his hand. His face was like ice. I object. She has never dealt with the Zerg. Even if the Zerg that took her away doesn't kill her, there is no guarantee that all the Zerg will be friendly to her. Tang Kai nodded silently, supporting Xie's idea. Du Liang glanced at the two of them and explained indifferently. If the one who took Tu Nin away was the alien butterfly you met that day, I am 90% sure that he will not hurt Tu Nin. If the Zerg needs hostages and Xie cannot leave, send one to go there. One of them studies plants and the other studies animals. They can go to expand their research field. Xie still disagreed and even wanted to rush to the Zerg to deal with them personally. The Zerg is now fighting among themselves, and Tu Nan was taken away from the vicinity of the desolate planet. Since Tu Nan entered the Zerg territory, she has been sensed by their gods. If you act rashly now, it will really put Tu Nan in danger. Du Liang said calmly. I hope you can calm down and think carefully. Xie stopped talking, and Tang Kai raised his hand. Then we can't just sit there and wait for death. Right? The operations department and I will go out and find their nest first. Are you planning to launch a nationwide search for Jiang Tunan? Du Liang remained calm and refuted her point of view with reason and evidence. It's okay if we find him first. But what if it's someone else? Everyone fell silent and waited for Du Liang's arrangement. Although everyone was a little surprised that Du Liang actually had some connections in the Zerg. She never lied. Since she said so, Jiang Tunan is probably safe now. This short meeting arranged everything. Everyone knew that this arrangement was actually the most reasonable, and no one raised any objections. But the small animals on the deserted planet were different. Leopard and a group of small animals lay in a row at the door of the conference room. Leopard said, if you don't take me, step over my body. Du Liang glanced at it and stepped over it expressionlessly. People and animals were silent. Xie leaned over and rubbed Leopard's head. The snow leopard, which was originally only the length of an arm, now has a head that is almost as long as the forearm, and is staring at Xie with a pair of small eyes. I'm not telling you to go. Tell me, do you have rich experience in killing insects? Xie said. The low-level insects you usually go to don't count. You haven't even seen the insects that bully Nan Nan. How can you save people? Soon, a weasel came out from under the leopard body, staring at Xie with a round head. It raised its little hand. You can take me. I can help. Xie thought for a while, and felt that it seemed a bit reliable. After all, this weasel had experienced many storms. Not only was it swallowed by the insects, but it also lived in the insects for a period of time. He picked up the weasel and coaxed it. Then tell me, are there other animals in the insects? Like you, forced to work illegally. Bai Shui began to talk non-stop, and a group of animals were successfully diverted and began to listen to the story obediently. Jiang Tunan, who had been taken to the insects and forgotten by them, had a more comfortable life than Du Liang expected. She was suddenly taken away by a gust of air on the way back. Recently, everyone has collectively invented a wolf car, which is similar to the sled on Earth. There are just 5 wolves on the deserted planet who can pull the sled. Jiang Tunan doesn't know how to fly a flying vehicle. The place where they hunt is not far from the deserted planet. She has run with several cubs several times. And everything is safe. Everyone on the deserted planet has their own things to do. They say they are here to retire. But because of the recent bustle on the deserted planet, everyone is busy. Jiang Tunin still needs experience. So most of the time she is responsible for taking a group of cubs out together. With the improvement of her force value, coupled with the protection of a group of beasts, no one expected an accident. This airflow came very suddenly, and Jiang Tunin didn't have time to react. She saw a huge vortex appear in front of her, and then swallowed her, leaving her no chance to attack. Jiang Tunin sighed, looked at the gorgeous palace in front of him, and said speechlessly, "What on earth do I have that is worth you bringing me to the Zerg? You are the cutest human girl I have ever seen." Knowing that Jiang Tunin didn't like his wings, Siwen put away his beautiful wings and turned them into elf ears, with a few beautiful earrings of the same color as his wings hanging on them. He approached Jiang Tunin, staring at her with a pair of beautiful eyes like glass. "I said last time that I hope we can exchange names. I didn't expect such a coincidence that we met so soon." He smiled. "The human name I use is Siwen. What about you? What's your name?" Jiang Tunin saw that there was really no intention to hurt herself, and reported her name. "This is the first time I bring a human back to the residence. I don't know what your rules are, but if you are not hurt by the airflow I raised, do you want me to take you to visit?" Jiang Tunin had no better choice except to nod. She was not familiar with this place, and she had observed when she came here that there were Zerg guarding everywhere, and the chance of successfully escaping was very low. Since he was idle anyway, he might as well get familiar with the terrain so that he could escape. Siwen did not say any threatening words, as if he really wanted to be friends with Jiang Tunin. But the act of kidnapping someone home was not really friendly. Siwen's palace was much larger than Jiang Tunin had imagined, and there were shiny gems of various colors everywhere. He did not seem to be dazzled at all, but politely asked Jiang Tunin if she liked them. He seemed to be ready to pick these things off and give them to her if she dared to say she liked them. The palace here did not have complicated patterns. On the round dome was a huge butterfly made of various gems, which looked similar in color to Siwen's beautiful wings. There was a large picture frame covered with white cloth on the wall. Seeing Jiang Tunin eyes on it, Siwen explained, "These are our family history. I know you can't stand looking at our wings, so I asked someone to cover them up." Jiang Tunin said sincerely, "Thank you for your consideration. A long time ago, my ancestor also met a human who thought butterfly wings were beautiful, but didn't like butterflies. She was different from others. When others saw our wings, they would only want to cut them off and keep them for themselves." Siwen spoke in a calm voice, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Jiang Tunin felt complicated when she heard it, because she had seen many humans who used butterflies as specimens. Some people directly selected live butterflies to make specimens in order to ensure the beauty of butterflies. It was extremely cruel, but it was repeatedly banned. As for Siwen's wing clipping, she had also heard about it. Jiang Tunin nodded in understanding, and her eyes moved away, and she found a figure flashing across the opposite side. The advantage of the palace's dazzling color is also obvious. The human figure is very obvious when reflected on the ground, and Jiang Tunin's eyes can't help but fly over. Although what I said doesn't sound very credible. Siwen followed Jiang Tunin's gaze and said, "Those are the humans I rescued. I wanted to invite you here mainly to deal with these humans." Jiang Tunin's focus was off. She said faintly, "You kidnapped me for no reason. And you call this an invitation? Didn't I invite you last time?" Siwen tilted his head. His delicate face like a doll was full of clear stupidity, and his white eyes looked particularly pure. He asked in confusion, "In the Zerg, agreeing to exchange names is already an agreement to be a guest. I don't remember agreeing to exchange names with you." Jiang Tunin sighed and had to follow him forward. Siwen was very familiar with people, and said calmly, "No one hits off at first sight. It takes time for people to get to know each other. Believe me, you will be willing to be friends with me. Humans and Zerg have always been two camps that fight each other whenever they meet." Jiang Tunin endured the shocked gazes of countless Zerg along the way. She really didn't expect that Siwen's purpose was to be friends with her. Chapter 76. Siwen led Jiang Tunin to catch up with the unknown creature in front. The more Jiang Tunin looked, the more he felt that the other party was a human being, and a child. In this way, they followed all the way to the yard where there was no way to go. Seeing Jiang Tunin and Siwen behind her, the humans in the yard had more curiosity in their eyes. Jiang Tunin was also a little shocked. She looked at Siwon. Is this what you want me to see? Siwon didn't look at her, but just hid behind her, almost all. These humans are all picked up by me when I went out. Some are missing arms and legs, and some are no longer pure humans. The girls in front of them look young, and the lively little carrot heads rush to Siwon. But he dodges them cleverly. These children are very strong. Can you help me stop them? Just looking at these humans, Jiang Tunan had to help. She hugged the girl who rushed over. It was hard to describe her shock when she heard Siwon say that they were really humans. Not long after arriving in the Interstellar, Jiang Tunan received information that the Zerg and humans are irreconcilable, and they are a group of uncivilized beasts. Apart from unity, they are useless and are the cancer of the Interstellar. But now it seems that things are not that simple. You humans are really ridiculous. Siwon sat casually on the shiny steps, supporting his face with his hands, holding a little girl with pigtails in his arms, looking at Jiang Tunan with his white eyes, which were full of light. He told Jiang Tunan about the origins of these children. Almost all of them were seen by Siwon when he passed by a planet and saw these children being bullied or wandering dirty on the streets because no one was responsible. He would be kind and bring these children back to the Zerg. But there is a problem with the Zerg. The lower Zerg do not need education, and the higher Zerg are born complete. These children cannot receive education here and cannot become a normal human being, although they themselves do not care. Siwon has to consider them. Siwon has done a lot over the years. The first batch of children he picked up have grown up and were secretly released back to the planet occupied by humans. Siwon did not completely ignore it. He secretly went to the planet where the children lived several times, because they did not receive education from human society and did not have identity cards from human society. They had a hard time on these planets. The Zerg have always been hostile to humans. These cubs can be locked up in the yard by Siwon, but adults cannot. Siwon was also worried that they would have conflicts with the Zerg. So he was worried. So Siwon had new considerations. After seeing Jiang Tunan taking an unconscious raccoon on the aircraft on Q-153, he determined that she was a good person. So he went out to say hello and invited her to visit the Zerg. Jiang Tunan did not speak, but just wandered around this small yard where many humans live for a long time. As Siwon said, the children here are not just abandoned babies. Jiang Tunan entered the room. The originally spacious and bright room was covered with dark materials and arranged to make it dark. There was a half-human, half-lion little boy in the room. When he saw them coming in, he subconsciously let out a low roar from his throat, which belonged to a large cat. Jiang Tunan could understand what he meant. He was warning her not to get close. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tunan thought of the four brothers of spring, summer, autumn and winter, and LQ323, and the two bears who were now much more lively. The situation of this little boy was more serious than theirs. Half of his face was human, and the other half had the characteristics of a lion. But it was not completely a lion. The two hands were the hands that a normal human should have, but the legs and the pants turned into the hind legs of a lion. The whole scene was a bit hideous, especially when he growled at Jiang Tunan to warn him, like an unknown creature from a horror movie. I picked up this child not long ago. It's not far from where I first met you. It's a planet with few people living on it. I happened to see it and brought it back. Siwon reached out and touched the person on the bed. The little boy, who was still alert, finally calmed down. He just looked at them for a few times and fell asleep as if he couldn't bear it. He explained, what humans fear most about our alien butterfly tribe is the ability to control our minds. So they want to kill us all. Mind control ability? Jiang Tunan suddenly thought of Du Liang. Does your race have the ability to control your minds? Jiang Tunan asked curiously. To be precise, only alien butterflies with the blood of the alien butterfly royal family can have it. And we are very picky about choosing spouses, in order to ensure the purity of the blood of the race. The alien butterfly tribe values quality over quantity. Is it possible that there are humans who can control their minds? Jiang Tunan asked curiously. Siwon showed an extremely arrogant smile. The possibility is almost zero. Humans simply cannot bear the blood of the alien butterfly tribe. A tribe member fell in love with a human before, and the result is obvious. In your human words, it should be called species isolation. If it is another species, I don't know. Jiang Tunan, that was really unexpected. Thinking of Xie who could turn into a sheep. Jiang Tunan looked at the alien butterfly. Then are there any of you who can turn into humans? Siwon continued to shake his head. You see that my current appearance is already the most human-like. I have to wear a hat to cover my ears when I go to your human society. This ear is indeed very conspicuous. How can a normal person have elf ears? And the eyes are also colorful, just like several beauty contact lenses buckled together. So you Zerg can imitate humans. But it is impossible to completely integrate into humans? Jiang Tunnen made a reasonable guess. Siwen confirmed Jiang Tunnen's guess. He looked at the sleeping boy with pity and sighed. There are traces of experiments on him. I guess it was done by you humans. Jiang Tunnen had to choose to remain silent. Siwen didn't care and continued, in the past. Humans also captured Zerg and took them back for experiments. Until they mistakenly captured a high-level Zerg and the other party demolished their home. The Zerg became much more stable. But the Zerg also paid a painful price for this. He provoked the relationship between humans and Zerg. In order to keep his secrets from being discovered. The relationship between Zerg and humans became worse and worse. So do you want to get along well with humans? Jiang Tunnen looked at Siwen and asked seriously. Siwen smiled slightly, but gave an elusive answer. I don't know. Humans are good and bad. In order to confirm whether Jiang Tunnen is reliable, Siwen sacrificed a lot of low-level Zerg as food for the group of pets she raised. Although there are still many such low-level Zergs. And to some extent, as long as the Zerg Queen does not die, they are inexhaustible. I think that relying on our strength alone, I am afraid that we can't reconcile the contradictions between humans and Zergs. So it is also good to maintain the status quo. Siwen said sincerely. Are you willing to be friends with me now? Jiang Tunnen looked at Siwen's sincere eyes and nodded in agreement. But she quickly reacted. Did you control me just now? Siwen smiled shyly. I just helped you make a choice to obey your heart. If you don't want to be friends with me at all, you won't succeed just now. The first condition for us humans to make friends is sincerity. Such as not using mental control on friends. Jiang Tunnen tried to communicate with Siwen. As a considerate high-level Zerg, Siwen nodded and agreed. That's no problem. If we can get along happily. Jiang Tunnen pinched her nose and reached a consensus with Siwen. She temporarily lived in this small courtyard prepared by Siwen for humans, and at the same time did not give up her vigilance against Siwen. All the information she got was Siwen's one-sided statement, and it was still uncertain whether it was true or not. Moreover, Siwen's mental control ability was silent, and she could not deal with it for the time being. This courtyard was similar in style to the palace where Siwen had taken her before. Both were gems that could blind people's eyes. Some places were damaged by these human children, but they looked very happy, and did not seem to be punished for doing such things. Jiang Tunnen even saw a cat with one leg missing in the arms of a little girl. It was a tabby white cat that can be seen everywhere on Earth. There was a mole on its nose, and the mountain cat pattern on its face was very symmetrical. But it was not common in the Interstellar. The girl was a little scared at first. She looked at Jiang Tunnen with her beautiful amber eyes. Curious but a little evasive. With both hands, the tabby cat in her arms cried out. Jiang Tunnen did not try to communicate with her directly, but summoned vines and turned them into a thin cat teaser, which made the tabby cat in the little girl's arms eager to try. Even if it was missing a leg, it did not stop the cat's hunting instinct. The girl moved closer to Jiang Tunnen, and seemed to want to talk to her, but didn't have the courage, as if she was struggling mentally. Jiang Tunnen didn't mind, and cut the vine from her hand, and handed it to the little girl. The girl played with the cat for a while, and Jiang Tunnen used the vine to weave a beautiful small cage as a ball. The tabby cat's attention was attracted again, and its eyes hesitated between the cat teaser and the rattan ball. In the end, it chose to pounce on the cat teaser, but one claw was still tightly holding the rattan ball. Cats are like this, Jiang Tunnen said calmly. I have 2 cats at home, which are bigger than it, and they also like to play with these things. Fu Fu likes to play with a ball as big as his head, and Bao Bao likes to be hit by Gigi Luo. And the rattan ball in front of him is almost the same as the cat teaser. She asked curiously, our cat likes to eat meat. What about yours? The girl looked at her, hesitated for a while, and then shook her head and said, these are all things said by Brother Siwen. It was also Brother Siwen who told me that it was a cat, so I don't know what it eats. She stood up, looked at the tabby cat who was having fun, and tried to get the food that Siwen fed the cat. The girl brought a large bowl, and a heart bigger than the tabby cat's head, even very fresh and bloody. Jiang Tunnen looked at it, and turned his head to look at the girl. Aren't you afraid? The girl's eyes were full of doubts. Why should I be afraid? Isn't this food for cats? Jiang Tunnen was speechless, and had to change the subject and asked, Then can you tell me, what is your name? My name is Jiang Tunin. The girl's eyes dimmed for a moment, and she shook her head and said, I don't have a name. Brother Siwen said that I can choose one when I grow up. Jiang Tunin talked a lot with the little girl and found out about her previous life and the characteristics of the planet she lived on. There was a noise in the house. Before Jiang Tunin turned around, the little girl suddenly said, Sister, please wait a moment. The little girl didn't care about the three-legged cat beside her. Her small figure ran into the house, as if swallowed by the darkness. But not long after, she came out with a half-human, half-lion boy. Jiang Tunin noticed that the boy's eyes were also the same bright yellow as the lion's. I don't know if his eyes were originally this color, or if he was affected by the lion's genes. Seeing her, a stranger, the boy's expression instantly became much more ferocious, as if he was alert and wanted to bite her throat at any time. Jiang Tunin knew that the more nervous she was at this time, the more likely it was to go wrong. She sat there without moving, but she didn't show weakness either. Instead, she slowly blinked at the little boy, trying to calm him down. The boy's eyes flashed with confusion for a moment, and he looked at the little girl in confusion, as if he didn't understand why Jiang Tunin's reaction was different from others. The little girl whispered to comfort him, This is Brother Siwen's friend. Don't be afraid. She won't hurt us. The boy grabbed the little girl's arm. His nails turned into claws, as if he wanted to pierce her flesh. Even so, the little girl didn't say a word, hugged him, and sat down not far from Jiang Tunin, and told the little boy's origin. They met in the laboratory. Unlike LQ-323 and Urshiong, they had thought about saving themselves and escaping together, and they actually implemented it. But children are no match for adults after all, and they were quickly caught by the people in the laboratory. The boy was also forced to accept the transformation at that time, because the researchers there said that if he didn't accept it, the girl would be transformed. So the boy gritted his teeth and agreed. Originally, the two were about the same height, but now the girl is much taller than the boy. The girl introduced that her number in the laboratory was 30, and the boy was 33. So they were locked up together, and became friends, who depended on each other. As for where those humans got the lion genes from, and how they merged, the two children didn't know. In the lab where they were locked up, there were only a group of children, living in fear every day, not knowing when they would disappear. In addition, there was only a three-legged cat left. It came in from nowhere, thinking that there would be food in the lab. But what was waiting for it was the knife of the researchers. But Brother Siwen came at the right time. We spent many years in the lab. When the kitten and I were tied to the operating table, Brother Siwen came. When he saw us, he took us all away. 30 smiled with curved eyes, and did not look like he had been traumatized at all. But the friends who were rescued with us were all adopted, leaving only me and 33. The girl was obviously a little depressed when she talked about this. Jiang Tunin had a different idea. Siwen did not say that he would help these children find adoptions, but only said that the oldest was sent back to human society. There is a possibility that 30's friends are no longer alive. She looked at 30 and said seriously, Do you want to be adopted? Or do you want to stay here with Siwen? 30 glanced at 33 in his arms, thought for a long time before saying, Then stay here. I can't be separated from 33. He will be bullied without my company. 33 didn't know if he understood their conversation, or felt the weirdness in his hand. He raised his hand and saw the fingers that were gently bound, which looked like they were used to stop him from hurting others. He stared for a while, and even turned his claws into sharp claws and tried a few more times, but found that he seemed unable to break through the vines, with a hint of curiosity in his expression. Seeing this, 30 handed the cat toy in his hand to 33 and whispered, 33. This is a gift from this sister. She has no ill will towards us. She just wants to be friends with us. 33 ignored her and fiddled with the things in his hands, without any reaction to anything in the outside world. He looked up at Siwen until Siwen left first. He still ignored Jiang Tunin. The cocoon made of thousands of threads emitted a soft light. When a thread trembled slightly, the whole cocoon moved. The whole bright hall was wrapped in the light of the cocoon. But the surroundings were extremely quiet. Not far from the cocoon, there was a round table with several insects of different appearances sitting on it. If Jiang Tunin was here, he might be too ugly to sleep. Siwen looked at his colleagues and complained in his heart, looking at the trembling thread. Siwen's face suddenly became serious. He forgot to tell Jiang Tunin that human superpowers could not be used in the Zerd territory, As a god who closely watched everything about the Zerg, he could know everything that happened in an instant. Others present also saw that she too, the leader of the Red Ant tribe opposite, showed a contemptuous smile. Elder Siwon, the humans you brought back are a little unruly. If you can't educate them well, you might as well leave them to me. Not all high-level Zergs are kind to humans. In fact, on the contrary, there are very few Zergs who are kind to humans. In addition to Siwon, only his good friend Wufang of the Giant Bee tribe is neutral. And the rest of the Zergs want to kill humans as soon as possible. Siwon likes to pick up some waste from humans. This fact cannot be hidden from everyone, because these humans are like low-level Zerg in their eyes. They slightly protested, and when they saw that Siwon disagreed, they gave up. In the Zerg, a large part of the status ranking depends on their military strength. The alien butterfly tribe is too special. As long as they want, they can make any creature kill each other. So other Zergs love and hate him. They love his ease on the battlefield, but they are afraid of his powerful ability. But now there is a human with superpowers locked up in Siwon's yard, which is a bit dangerous for the Zerg. They can tolerate those low-level humans who are neither human nor ghost, but they cannot tolerate a high-level human with superpowers. Those who can be caught by me will obey me, so you don't have to worry about it. Siwon drooped his eyelids, played with a gem in his hand, and smiled contemptuously at Chi-Tu. This was obviously a warning to Chi-Tu, and also a provocation, because he knew that Chi-Tu only dared to talk, and did not dare to really enter his backyard to check the situation. The meeting was disbanded after a few people had a sly verbal battle, and a group of Zergs swarmed out, leaving only Siwon and his friends. This time, even Siwon's friend Wufang frowned and said, "This is not your style. Don't you always bring back weak humans?" Siwon explained. "There must be a solution for those people. They can't stay in the Zerg forever. The human I brought back is used to deal with those little friends." Wufang knew Siwon's character and did not raise any objections. He pondered for a moment and said, "Can I go with you to see if she has any bad intentions? It's better to take precautions in advance." Siwon nodded casually, and did not refuse his friend's kindness. The palm of his hand suddenly felt warm, and Siwon subconsciously looked at the cocoon wrapped in it. It looked the same as before. He looked back at the palm of his hand again, and the gem turned into a smooth and round egg, and it jumped twice mischievously. Siwon's eyebrows also jumped, and he knocked on the egg in his hand, indicating that he should be more obedient. But his face remained calm. "Are you going now?" Siwon got up first and looked at his friend beside him. "Do you feel? Never mind. Maybe I'm overthinking." Wufang, who stood up with Siwon, looked back at the cocoon and felt something was wrong. But it seemed that there was no difference. The two walked to the courtyard where Siwon placed the humans. But Siwon suddenly stopped, folded his wings, and dressed like he often did when he sneaked to the human planet. Wufang didn't understand why, but Siwon asked him, "Make yourself look like a human. As a Zerg, the most proud thing is their beautiful wings." This is the first time that Wufang has been asked such an unreasonable request. "I have never dressed up as a human in my life." "You are asking too much," Wufang shouted, reluctantly. But seeing that Siwon obviously would not compromise, he could only choose to compromise. And at the same time, he became more interested in the human inside. What kind of human could make Siwon give in? You know, Siwon has always been self-centered, and his special ability makes him a person that no one in the Zerg dares to provoke. And he is considered the most domineering Zerg, even though they were friends. Wufang rarely saw him being so aggrieved. The courtyard was always filled with laughter and joy, and almost all of the people here were disabled minors. Wufang knew a little about the whole story. These children were rescued by Siwon, who brought them back because he was worried that they would continue to be abused in human society. Over the years, the only thing Wufang didn't understand was that these weak humans were the same as low-level Zerg in the eyes of the Zerg. But Wufang always chose to turn a blind eye to the low-level Zerg. Why did he have so much empathy for these humans? Sometimes Wufang felt that Siwon didn't look like a Zerg. If they hadn't grown up together, he would have suspected that Siwon was a spy sent by humans. The yard today was very different from usual. Not only did a group of little radish heads surround everything in the middle, but even the three-legged cat and the strange little lion that always grinned when they saw Wufang did not appear. Wufang walked closer and found that the person surrounded in the middle was a slightly older girl. But she looked skinny and didn't look like she was full. But her temperament was completely different from the children Siwon usually brought back. It didn't seem like she had been bullied on the human planet. Brother Wu Fang is here too. I don't know who shouted. The childish voice was not loud. But Jiang Tunan heard it. She still had a smile in her eyes, and looked at the door. In addition to Siwen, there was a tall and strong man beside him, who was much more successful than Siwen in transforming into a human. This man's pupils were more similar to the dark brown color of humans. But Jiang Tunan knew from the vigilant look in his eyes that this was definitely not a human. Wu Fang tried to ease his expression, and was obviously not used to being a human. He picked up the little girl closest to him and threw her into the air. So has grown taller and heavier, and your brother won't be able to lift you in the future. Wu Fang, big wings are gone. I like your wings so much. The little girl hugged his neck affectionately and asked curiously. Wu Fang glanced at Jiang Tunan and said meaningfully, yes. Why are my wings gone? Jiang Tunan understood instantly that Siwen must have told him in advance. He looked at Siwen with great emotion and decided to find a chance to thank him. After the children lined up and were lifted up by Wu Fang, the three adults were free. The middleman Siwen became a bridge connecting the human and insect tribes and introduced each other in a gentle voice. Wu Fang's eyes were not friendly. Jiang Tunan heard Siwen introduce him as his best friend, so she did not have any bad opinions about Wu Fang. If her friend suddenly brought back a bug, she would also consider whether the bug would hurt her friend, rather than the reaction of the bug. Wu Fang looked at Jiang Tunan and asked, as if checking the household registration, how did you know each other? Why did you agree to come back with Siwen? And Little Lion, why are you willing to be so close to you? Jiang Tunan looked at him. Although she respected Siwen's friends, she did not like being questioned in this tone. Wu Fang, Tunan is my friend. Don't be like this. Siwen patted Wu Fang's shoulder and eased the atmosphere. He stretched out his palm towards Jiang Tunan, revealing the thing in the middle. I brought you a special product of the Zerg, a must-have for home and travel. A sharp weapon for self-defense and attack. Sharp weapon. An egg? Jiang Tunan looked at the egg in Siwen's hand, a little confused. Are all Zerg so humorous? She did not refuse the gift from Siwen, took it with her hand, and thanked him earnestly, and put the egg in her pocket without noticing Siwen's hesitation. Wu Fang noticed it. But when did Siwen pick up an egg and bring it with him? He thought about it in his heart, but didn't think of any clues. Just as he was about to take a few more glances, the egg was put away by Jiang Tunan. Her arms were like a scene of stacking. The irritable little lion held a rattan ball in both hands, and on the little lion, the dozing three-legged cat was nestled. The two little animals that Wu Fang usually disliked the most now ignored him, and Wu Fang felt uncomfortable all over, feeling offended. Unfortunately, neither Jiang Tunan nor Siwen considered his feelings, and they quickly got down to business, because 33 was still in his arms. Jiang Tunan did not ask anything else, but only asked Siwen where he picked up these children. Jiang Tunan originally thought that Siwen might not remember such a long time ago, but he remembered the origins of each child clearly. The only problem was that he did not know much about the planet where humans lived, and Jiang Tunan did not know much about it either. Some numbers might not be correct, and even the galaxies might not be correct. Jiang Tunan had to write it down first and continue to check when he returned to the deserted planet. She asked curiously, have you seen ordinary animals in these years? Like the cubs in our family? Siwen nodded. There are many planets, but most of them are far away from humans. We don't interfere with each other. Your pets are a bit dangerous to us. Jiang Tunan understood. Just the appearance of a few cubs killing insects without any instruction was enough to scare the heads of the Zerg off. Wu Fang, who was only responsible for listening and observing, said in disbelief, not only do you have supernatural powers, but you also raise those animals? Jiang Tunan nodded in confusion. Where do you think this thing came from? Wu Fang was holding a rattan ball suitable for children at this time. It felt smooth and was given to Wu Fang by a child. He took it and played with it without considering the origin of this thing. You have plant-based abilities? Wu Fang quickly understood. Jiang Tunan nodded and deliberately exaggeratedly added, and I am a breeder. And I only raise fierce beasts such as tigers and leopards. Wu Fang? Question mark. Seeing Siwen nod affirmatively, Wu Fang had a complicated expression. This human is really extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he be brought to the Zerg in such a dangerous situation? Wu Fang secretly decided to be irreconcilable with this human. Jiang Tunan had no idea of Wu Fang's psychological activities. She said directly, I have been here for a while. Can you help me send a message to the desolate planet? It's not that she doesn't want to contact the desolate planet herself, but she really can't contact it. Jiang Tunan guessed that the Zerg should have its own defense system, so her mental power was suppressed. Siwen nodded and said confidently, I have already sent you a letter. You can live here peacefully for the next period of time. Jiang Tunan thought of Siwen's actions to make friends with her, and had a bad feeling in her heart. How did you tell them? Or did you send something? Siwen confidently showed a photo and said, Fortunately, I was prepared. I knew you would ask me, so I took a picture of the thing to show you. There was a vine on the picture, and a letter with a simple line of words, Jiang Tunan is in my hand. The signature was behind it, which was a butterfly with complex patterns. Jiang Tunan guessed that it was Siwen's mark. Is this a letter to report safety? This should be a threat. She could almost imagine the tension and anger of everyone on the deserted planet when they saw this letter. Siwen added, I know the rules of your human society, so in order to show my sincerity, I specially selected a beautiful butterfly to send over. This note will burn after reading, leaving no trace. More like kidnapping. Does Siwen have any misunderstandings about humans? As Jiang Tunan expected, it was Tung Kai who received the letter. Seeing the token and the threatening words on the letter that would burn after reading, she was furious and rushed directly into Du Liang's office. Du Liang listened to her story and asked, Is there a butterfly at the end of the letter? Tung Kai thought about it and nodded. That's fine. Du Liang sighed. He just doesn't understand human rules. If I'm not mistaken, the letter should be his to report Tunan's safety. We just need to proceed according to the original plan. Tung Kai was nervous and wanted to ask a few more questions. At this time, Du Liang's communicator rang, and Tung Kai had to leave the office with a sympathetic heart. Outside, the cubs who heard the news almost blocked Tung Kai tightly. They were all very concerned about Jiang Tuanan's situation. How is it? Any news? Can we kill the Zerg to save people? It's all our fault. Next time we encounter this situation, we must not leave Nan behind. It's too late to say these things now. That bug is so beautiful. Nan will not be taken away just because he is beautiful. Right? Tung Kai comforted these lively treasures, and her mood also relaxed involuntarily. She promised, don't worry. Even if it is taken away, we will definitely take Nan back. Du Liang knocked on the window, and Tung Kai was immediately startled. He walked out with a group of cubs, fearing that he would be expelled because he took the left foot first when running. On the other end of the communication, Qi Lao smiled and said, The children of the desolate planet are still so energetic, but there are only you on Tuanan's side. Do you have enough manpower? Do you need help? Du Liang thanked him for his kindness, and said a few words to Qi Lao before hanging up the phone. Turning around, she found that her nephew had not only entered the office at some point, but was also covered with a blanket. Du Liang lifted the blanket and found that the cold air was sweeping in from the blanket. This person had obviously made some moves in the blanket. Xieji did not care about her actions, and slowly covered the blanket back, saying, I heard everything. Du Liang did not feel guilty at all, and looked at the communication thoughtfully. Why did Mr. Qi know that Tu Nan was taken away by the Zerg as a hostage? Jiang Tu Nan's life in the Zerg was very comfortable. The flow rate of the Zerg was faster than that of the wasteland planet. They lived for a day, while only an hour passed on the wasteland planet. Jiang Tu Nan was very satisfied with this, and even wanted to show his skills in the Zerg. These children needed humans to guide them. Jiang Tu Nan guessed that Siwen had this plan. She did not refuse. According to her ability, there was no way to save these children. Everything had to wait for the car, and Du Liang and others would make the decision. In addition, there are many unusual aspects of the Zerg. There are only bugs here, and many of them grow up by eating pollen and drinking nectar. Jiang Tunan is like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, and many things here are things she has never seen before. Siwen did not restrain her, and let her run around in his garden under the banner of giving outdoor classes to the children, collecting various flowers. This day, Siwen and Wu Fang came back from an outing, and as soon as they entered the yard, they smelled a fragrant aroma, which was the fragrance of the rafflesia flowers that can be seen everywhere on the Zerg planet. Brother Siwen and brother Wu Fang are back. 30 saw them, showed a shy smile, and looked back at Jiang Tunan, who was surrounded by children, and whispered, We are making rafflesia buns, and Sister Nan said it is delicious. This kind of thing that has never been heard of the name sounds very curious. Wu Fang was disdainful in his heart, but he was very gentle to the children on the surface. Thank you for your hard work. 30. 30 happily jumped away. Wu Fang stood up and sneered. The human you brought back is really good. Good at winning people's hearts. Siwen ignored his madness. Followed 30, and saw the golden baked things. The shape of the flower buds, which was more exquisite than he had ever seen. Jiang Tunan handed him the plate, and said with a smile, I heard that you provide high-quality nutrient solution to the children. This is the only thing I can give you in return. I wonder if you like it. Siwen pinched the golden cake with his slender fingers, and asked curiously, Where did you find the fire source? I brought it myself. Jiang Tunan showed Siwen the flickering fire under the simple oven. We have always been united and friendly on the deserted planet. My colleagues were worried that I would have nothing to eat when I went out, so they prepared it for me. At first, the fire that Jiang Tunan asked Tung Nan for was only enough to boil tea. Later, everyone was conquered by her cooking skills. Tung Nan and Lu Qi gave her a lot of immortal fire. Before, she had never used it on the deserted planet because there were many capable people around her. She didn't expect to open the door to a new world for the insects in the Zerg. Siwen took a bite, and the domineering sweetness of the rafflesia stimulated her taste buds. It seemed much more delicious than the fresh rafflesia she usually ate. He couldn't help but glance at Wu Fang not far away. The hint was obvious. Chapter 77. Wu Fang, who had been mocking not long ago, could not help but swallow his saliva when he saw Siwen eating deliciously. The alien butterfly tribe has extremely high requirements for food. They usually only eat fresh flowers with dew on them, and they especially like to eat rafflesia. As the leader of the alien butterfly tribe, Siwen is even more picky, and simply planted a yard of flowers by himself. This human really spent a lot of money to please Siwen. Wu Fang complained in his heart. Wu Fang hesitated whether to go over, always feeling that he would lose face if he went over. He still felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Tunan. A human. Otherwise, how could these human cubs be attracted to her so quickly and talk to her all the time? 30 came over and handed the bun in her hand to Wu Fang, with a light flashing in her eyes, which made him unable to refuse. So he had to take the food from her hand and stuff it into his mouth. The taste was extremely overbearing. Wu Fang just tasted it, although he didn't want to admit it on his face. He still agreed in his heart that he had been conquered by the taste of this thing. 30 was very considerate, and brought over a cup of steaming liquid in his hand. The liquid was light yellow, and there was a small flower floating in it, which looked like the white celery flower, a mutant plant commonly seen in human living areas. Jiang Tunan turned his head and looked over at some point, explaining, This is the water boiled with the poisonous grass. I asked, You can eat the poisonous grass, and added some of your lilies flowers. Everyone said it tasted good. Siwen stood beside her, as if to prove that what she said was true, nodded at Wu Fang, and raised the cup in his hand to signal him. Wu Fang, who had originally planned to take a sip secretly, held the cup, facing the gazes of so many people. And it was not right to drink or not drink. He prepared himself mentally, took a sip, and found that it tasted really good. Humans are really cunning, always thinking of this crooked way to conquer others. Wu Fang complained in his heart, but he held the water in his hand and poured it into his mouth. The fragrance in the yard was very overbearing. The red ants passing by hesitated and looked at the followers beside them. Are we in the right place? Is this where that old man Siwen lives? The followers did not nod directly, but listened carefully and said with certainty, It's so noisy inside, and there is a human smell. It can't be wrong. After saying that, he swallowed his saliva. No future. Chi-Tu snorted coldly, flicked his wings, turned around and planned to leave this place of trouble. But the smell was too overbearing. He hesitated for a moment and turned his footsteps. I can't let him be happy by himself. I want to see what tricks he has. The fact that Siwen brought back a human who can use superpowers has spread throughout the Zerg. Everyone even went to him in batches to complain. But unfortunately, he never gave an accurate response. He even broke a thread because of impatience, which scared everyone away from complaining. They couldn't say it, but they had been trying to find trouble with Siwen. But he has been the leader of the butterfly tribe for hundreds of years, and he is not slick. That human also stays at home, as if he doesn't want to leave their place of trouble. Chi-Tu thought, From this point of view, this human is also desirable. At least he has a good eye and can find the charm of their insect race. Unlike other humans, who only make a noise when they come, louder than the sound of insects. What are you doing? Chi-Tu walked into the yard with a dignified attitude. and saw Wu Fang was there, holding a human child in his arms, but with a pair of fox ears on his head, and his mouth was also like a fox's pointed mouth, which scared him. Chi-Tu is here too. Do you want to try something new together? Siwen was not surprised to see him, and comforted the children, coaxed all the timid ones back to the room, leaving only a few brave ones to watch the fun. The child in Wu Fang's arms was very smart, came out of Wu Fang's arms, turned around and went to the table behind to get a plate of snacks, and put half a cup of Baiduco water on it. She stumbled over. Her big eyes rolled around a few times, curved into a crescent shape. Uncle, drink some water. Chi-Tu hesitated for a moment, watching the child in front of him gradually become melancholy, as if he would cry out in the next second. He hated children making noises the most, so he had to take the things reluctantly, and found that the closer he was, the more obvious the fragrance was. Wu Fang suddenly remembered that the red ants could not eat the glass cups, otherwise they would be poisoned. He subconsciously wanted to stop it, but was easily suppressed by Siwen. Wu Fang instantly understood what he meant. He wanted to use this method to let Chi-Tu leave a handle, so that he could use it at the critical moment. Chi-Tu saw that Siwen had no intention of introducing humans, so he could only reluctantly taste the food she made. Under Wu Fang's nose, no one could deceive him, so there must be no poison in it. He tasted it boldly, and found that it tasted good. He ate all the snacks on the plate in 3 or 2 bites, and then reached out, and picked up the cup beside him without any defense. As soon as he took a sip, he turned pale. How dare you? Before he finished speaking, everyone saw Chi-Tu's resolute face flushed red. Jiang Tunan, who was sitting far away, was a little confused when he saw his reaction. Mingming, Wu Fang, and Siwen were fine after eating and drinking. Why did this insect react a little strangely? The followers who followed Chi-Tu hurriedly saw the water cup in his hand, showing a surprised expression, and looked at Siwen. Sir, you? Siwen smiled slightly. This dose will not hurt him, and I can't do anything to harm my own people. Chi-Tu always teases me, and it's time for him to pay back. Chi-Tu himself was afraid of Siwen, and his followers did not dare to provoke this man easily, so they could only support Chi-Tu and plan to leave. Your red ant's reaction to drinking the glazed cup is similar to that of humans when they are drunk. Humans say the way you drink reveals a person's character. Do you mind if we take a look at Chi-Tu's character? The followers looked at the tightly closed door in front of them, knowing that if Chi-Tu didn't make such a fool of himself, they might not be able to walk out of this door. They had to turn around and said humbly, if the clan leader has offended you in any way, please be magnanimous. After all, he is not smart. Siwen continued. He sat on a chair, propping up his face on the table with one hand, playing with the cup in his hand with the other hand, his face indifferent. Even so, Chi-Tu's followers hurriedly shut up, as if they didn't dare to offend Siwen at all. Jiang Tunan curiously asked the little friend 33 in his arms, is your brother Siwen very powerful? When 33 regained his human consciousness, he was well behaved and docile. He nodded, with an admiring look in his eyes, staring at Siwen's back. Siwen can not only control all animals with consciousness, but also comfort patients with mental problems like 33. So 33 likes Siwen the most and wants to be a person who can help others like him. Unfortunately, 33 looked at his hands, which showed no signs of recovery to human hands, and Siwen was obviously a Zerd that humans always hated. But she was elegant and beautiful. Jiang Tunan noticed his movements, reached out and held his little hand, giving him silent comfort. The Chi-Tu had been coaxed by Siwen to start dancing. A burly man dancing, with the tentacles on his head swaying everywhere. The scene was funny no matter how you looked at it. Siwen was not polite either. He took out something and started to shoot at Chi-Tuesday. After that, he was kind enough to pack a box of pastries he made by himself and handed it to his follower. When he wakes up, remember to tell him to finish eating, and not to waste the rafflesia buns I made by myself. The follower took a look at the pastries made by Siwen in the shape of ants. It looked like a provocation no matter how you looked at it. However, it was not for a small follower like him to intervene in the fight between gods. He did not dare to look directly at Siwen. He nodded, picked up Chi-Tu and ran away. Siwen looked at their backs in confusion, as if there were 10 leopards chasing them from behind, and asked, am I ugly? Or am I scary? Wu Fang rolled his eyes at him mercilessly, got up and packed a meal by himself, and took out a huge cup to fill with water, Thank you. Tu Nan. This was the first time Wu Fang spoke to Jiang Tu Nan so politely. Jiang Tunan didn't have any special reaction. Just nodded at him. And asked carefully if the giant bee tribe had any taboos. Wu Fang told him everything. And then he began to regret it. If Jiang Tunan used these things to harm him, wouldn't he have no chance to resist? As if he could see what he was thinking. Jiang Tunan wrote everything down in a small notebook and comforted him. This is a question as a friend. And I won't reveal a word to the Imperial military. If you are worried, you can ask Siwen to erase my memory when he sends me away. Siwen fiddled with a teacup in his hand leisurely. Wu Fang hesitated slightly, but still nodded to Jiang Tunan. He didn't trust Jiang Tunan, but trusted Siwen's strength. After Wu Fang left, Siwen sighed and said, Nan Nan, did you see that they are not really friends with me? But because I am too strong, they have to bow to me. Jiang Tunan, ? This sudden pity is really unbearable. Wu Fang is very good to you, isn't he? A few days ago, he personally came to give you the gems he found outside? Jiang Tunan asked in confusion. He did this to pave the way for him to ask me for something in the future. Siwen stared at her and said, you are the only one who is really willing to be my friend. Right? Jiang Tunan thought, since he was already tied up here, and saying anything else would not help. He simply nodded. If we don't meet on the battlefield, we could always be friends. She probably didn't have much chance to go to the battlefield, because she wasn't strong enough, and her ability was plant-based. So the chance to charge into battle must have gone to someone else. She followed the cubs to practice killing insects, just to protect herself. Thinking about it, Jiang Tunan felt a little guilty. After all, although Siwen was a Zerg, he never did anything to hurt her. Instead, he really treated her as a friend. Come to think of it, you have seen me kill Zerg twice before. Do you really have no opinion on me? Jiang Tunan thought of this and couldn't help asking. Siwen showed a look that was particularly difficult for Jiang Tunan to understand. To the higher Zerg, the lower Zerg were like living dolls or tools. They had no ability to think independently, and never resisted the orders of the higher Zerg. Therefore, they were never treated as equal lives by them. Siwen explained to Jiang Tunan, because their birth is like an assembly line operation. It doesn't take much effort. The mother Zerg can produce a lot at a time. The higher the level, the harder it is to reproduce. Jiang Tunan probably understood it. So it is said that things are precious because they are rare. Even in the Zerg. Soon she didn't care about the Zerg, because the egg Siwen gave her seemed to have some problems. This egg is milky white. And if you look closely, there is a soft halo of the same color. Although it looks about the same size as a bird's egg, it feels much worse. Bird eggs are smooth and round. But this egg is very rough, as if it is made up of potholes. None of this is important. The biggest problem with this egg is that it has been restless recently, and seems to want to break out of the shell. Jiang Tunan clearly remembered that he put the egg in the small teacup. But the next day he found that the egg had rolled to the edge of the table, and was about to fall off the table. It's not that he didn't suspect that there were children messing around. So to be on the safe side, Jiang Tunan put the egg in the teacup and wrapped it tightly with vines. But the next day, the egg appeared on the table again. And it was shaky. Jiang Tunan, ? She tried to communicate with the egg, to be honest. Kid, your behavior is very dangerous. If you fall, you may turn into liquid and have no chance to get out. The egg shook gently twice, and Jiang Tunan's eyes lit up. And she found that the egg seemed to be really human. She took the egg to find Siwen. Siwen saw the egg and smiled inscrutably. Everything has spirits. Even an egg. What kind of egg is this? Jiang Tunan touched the eggshell with his fingers and asked curiously. Maybe it's the flower fairy, Siwen said casually. Don't you dislike the wings of our butterfly? Do you like the wings of the flower fairy? Jiang Tunan missed the point. She looked at Siwen curiously and asked, do you know the flower fairy? Not only that, I often play the role of the flower fairy to meet the various needs of children. Siwen nodded, with a very frank expression. When you stay with people for a long time, you will understand a lot of strange knowledge. Jiang Tunan showed respect. Siwen did not do it easy for these children. Her galloping thoughts were finally pulled back. She held the egg in her hand and asked, so it really doesn't matter if this egg is in my hand? It doesn't matter. I just picked it up casually, Siwen said deeply, and couldn't help but take another look at the egg in Jiang Tunan's hand. This egg is not at all restless in the Zerg. From this day on, Jiang Tunnen had a new job, which was to walk the egg. Thanks to the egg that insisted on going out to play. Jiang Tunnen opened a new Zerg map after studying the map in Siwen's yard. For some reason, Siwen's performance this time was different from usual. He was obviously worried about going in and out of the Zerg territory alone before. But now, he seemed to have no scruples at all, allowing Jiang Tunnen to walk around the Zerg boldly. Jiang Tunnen was a guest after all, so she didn't walk around, but took the egg around and found many flowers and plants unique to the Zerg. Most Zergs live on plants, so they attach great importance to plant maintenance. And every household is like a primeval forest. When he was at Siwen's house, Jiang Tunnen thought that the Zerg's aesthetic was sparkling. But when he left Siwen's yard, he found that he was probably the only one in the entire Zerg who liked sparkling. "Why are you here alone?" Wu Fang saw a sneaky figure from a distance. And when he got closer, he found that it was Jiang Tunnen. Wu Fang's first reaction was that this human could not help but break out of prison. Later, he rejected this idea. No human would be so leisurely after escaping from prison. Right? But if it was not a prison break, why would Siwen let her out to run around alone? The Zerg is still a bit dangerous to humans. When Jiang Tunnen turned around, Wu Fang saw the string in her hand at the first time. And the other end was wrapped with an egg? And the egg actually stretched the string straight. If it wasn't for the cunning magic of humans. Wu Fang lowered his head and finally saw the true face of the egg. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth, looked up and down at Jiang Tunnen and the egg, and asked, "Did Siwen give you this egg?" Jiang Tunnen nodded. "He said he picked it up for me to play with." Wu Fang showed a strange expression, but Su restrained it. "No wonder. Your egg is quite spiritual, and it can lead you to run around in the Zerg. I also think it's probably a smart egg that absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But I don't know what it will look like when it hatches." Jiang Tunnen looked at the egg, raising a furry egg and then raising a bare egg. "It feels quite strange." Wu Fang nodded casually, pointed to a house not far away that looked like a mushroom house, where the 7 dwarfs lived in a fairy tale, and said, "You can't enter here. It's the meeting place of the advanced Zerg." Jiang Tunnen took a glance and retracted her gaze. She nodded in agreement. She wanted to say a few more words, but seeing the egg's impatient look, she had to say goodbye to Wu Fang. Since Jiang Tunnen found that this egg was extraordinary, it didn't pretend at all and began to reveal its true nature. It was like a husky outside, rambling around everywhere. If it wasn't for its small weight, it would have caused a lot of trouble wherever it went. When they gradually left Wu Fang's sight, Dan suddenly refused to leave and squatted outside a door. It was unknown what bad things he wanted to do. Jiang Tunnen had no choice but to pick up Dan from the ground and try to take it away by force. At this time, a group of Zergs came out of the door, led by Chi Tu. When he saw Jiang Tunnen, his face was unnatural for a moment. Obviously, he had not forgotten the accident that day. According to Wu Fang, he and Siwen had been at odds for a long time, and he would probably be quiet for a while after Siwen got the handle. Chi Tu originally had no intention of greeting Jiang Tunnen. Siwen, the old man, succeeded in framing him by relying on this cunning human. He hated this kind of insidious and cunning villain the most. And how could this human be so bold as to wander around in the Zerg territory? Wasn't she afraid of being swallowed up? Chi Tu couldn't help but look at her again. If he caught this human with ill intentions, he could just use her to target Siwen. But Chi Tu found something wrong in her hand. This egg. He widened his eyes and asked, "Where did this egg come from?" Jiang Tunnen held up the egg in confusion, not knowing why these high-level Zergs were so concerned about their eggs. She answered truthfully, "Siwen gave it to me." "Nonsense!" Chi Tu shouted and turned away. Jiang Tunnen didn't understand, but she saw the horrified expressions of the insects behind Chi Tu looking at the egg. When they looked at her, their expressions were very complicated. They seemed to admire a warrior, and they seemed to see her tragic end. And there was also some sympathy. Jiang Tunnen, ? She decided to ask Siwen about the origin of the egg. According to the reactions of these insects, this egg could not be an ordinary egg, although its performance also showed its extraordinariness. Jiang Tunnen thought that all eggs of the insect race were so mysterious. Jiang Tunnen and the egg continued their exploration of the insect race. The egg was really spiritual. It didn't want to leave, but it didn't want to go back. Jiang Tunnen felt that he was a means of transportation, responsible for taking the egg to inspect the land of the insect race. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that the egg stopped making a fuss and continued to move forward. But looking at the fork in the road, Jiang Tunin fell silent and asked Dan, "Do you remember the way we came here?" Dan shook her palm twice, and then motioned Jiang Tunin to put it on the ground. Dan took her forward at a very fast speed. Fortunately, there were many flowers and plants on the Zerg road as cushions. Otherwise Jiang Tunin was worried that the egg would break directly on the road. Siwen found something wrong as soon as he got home. He asked 30 and found out that Jiang Tunin took Dan for a walk, and he was gone for a whole day. He was not worried that Jiang Tunin would run away with Dan, but he was more worried that Dan would take Jiang Tunin to some place he shouldn't go. After going out, Siwen stood there and felt it for a while, and then saw Jiang Tunin running all the way with Dan. Jiang Tunin finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Siwen, and asked breathlessly, "What is the origin of your egg? When your colleagues saw me today, their faces were very complicated, as if I had stolen your treasure." Siwen waved his hand. "Don't take it to heart. They are just surprised by what they have never seen before. They have never seen humans in the Zerg, so it is a bit strange. Almost all the children Siwen brought back have never left his yard. A considerable number of high-level Zergs hate humans in the Zerg. For humans who are powerless, they may really make them disappear." But Siwen's reason was too perfunctory. Jiang Tunin didn't believe it. She continued to stare at Siwen, and the meaning was very clear. "This egg," Siwen thought for a while and said, "just think of it as the mascot of the Zerg. There is only one in hundreds of years. This one has not yet hatched. The task of hatching it is left to you." Fearing that this was not attractive enough, Siwen continued, "I'm not lying to you when I say there is a flower fairy inside. The Zerg love to eat nectar the most, so the mascot is naturally a flower fairy who can manage flowers and plants." Jiang Tunin was skeptical, but the egg in her hand actually nodded confidently. Even if she felt it was even more unreliable, Jiang Tunin could only choose to believe it. After all, this egg was very clingy and had its own little thoughts. Even if she returned it to Siwen, it might sneak back to her again. Back in the room, Jiang Tunin used vines to weave a soft nest for the egg, put it in, and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see anything special. She just felt that her knowledge was too little. When she returned to the deserted planet in the future, she must learn more about interstellar knowledge. That night, Jiang Tunin didn't sleep well. A creak sounded, and she was awakened instantly, and saw that the window was pushed open a crack. It turned out to be Bai Shui who came in. It looked around, collapsed on the floor of Jiang Tunin's room, and panted, "Nan Nan, I finally found you." Stoats all look the same, but after raising them for a long time, you can still see the difference. Unfortunately, Jiang Tunin only raised Bai Shui for a few days, and before he had time to communicate with it, he was taken to the Zerg. The reason why Bai Shui could be recognized was mainly because she had a small leather rope around her neck, with a round silver plate with her name written on it, and Du Liang contact information on the back. This was the high technology they discussed not long ago. With this thing, there is no need to worry about the disappearance of the cubs on the deserted planet, because this high technology can accurately locate them, no matter where they are. I don't know if it has been tested inside the deserted planet. Seeing Bai Shui appear here, Jiang Tunin knew that this thing might be very useful, at least in the base, and even in the Zerg. Jiang Tunin quickly poured a bowl of water for Bai Shui. He was wondering what to eat for her when the strange egg was woken up. The moment Jiang Tunin stood up, he saw it swaying on the table, as if it was lying down to watch the fun. Bai Shui also saw the egg and scratched her head in confusion. "They all said that you have a new love. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing this egg, I think they are right. As soon as I heard it, I knew that Leopard was spreading rumors again." Jiang Tunin touched Bai Shui's little head and asked, "How did you get here? Is everything okay on the deserted planet?" Bai Shui seemed to have just remembered her mission. She straightened up slightly and stared at Jiang Tunin and said, "Originally, everyone planned to send another person in as your helper through negotiations, but the Zerg disagreed. They only allowed the deserted planet to send me in. Everyone doesn't know why the Zerg wanted to capture you, but they just refused to let you go. Even if the headmistress offered generous conditions, they still disagreed. So, they had to send me to accompany you." Bai Shui blinked at Jiang Tunin and explained the whole story clearly. Bai Shui is indeed a little sweetheart who has lived in the Zerg tribe. She speaks much more beautifully than the cubs on the deserted planet. Jiang Tunin chatted with it for a long time, and Bai Shui fell asleep, But Jiang Tunin was no longer sleepy. The egg rolled into Jiang Tunin's arms considerately, and touched Jiang Tunin's cheek with a cool eggshell, as if to comfort her. Jiang Tunin stared at the egg for a while, and then remembered that he had not had time to ask Bai Shui if she knew the origin of the egg. Although Bai Shui was a nocturnal habit, she could not stop running all the way from the wasteland to the Zerg, and slept until the afternoon. When it woke up, it heard a lot of noise outside. It jumped out of the window lightly and faced a half-lion, half-human face. It screamed in fear. 33 found that he had scared Bai Shui, and hurriedly stepped back, looking back at Jiang Tunin at a loss, with a look of panic on her little face. And even her hands were turned into lion claws by fear. Jiang Tunin hugged 33 and whispered to comfort him. Bai Shui hasn't woken up yet, and she hasn't seen you before, so she didn't scream on purpose to scare you. Bai Shui sat by the window, watching them interact quietly, and waited until her heartbeat calmed down before jumping onto Jiang Tunin to study 33 carefully, and asked curiously, "Are you a human or a lion? This is the first time I've seen such a unique animal." Bai Shui has been wandering around for many years, and used to make a living by stealing. Later, he was captured by the damn Zerg, and was taken to the deserted planet not long after. He thought he relied on his ability to read people's faces. And the little lion in front of him was indeed not scary. His head was not even as big as the fist of the leopard in the deserted planet. Such a small lion. He was even afraid that he would scare the lion. 33 blinked, looked at Bai Shui, and smiled shyly, as if apologizing to it. Bai Shui didn't care whether he could understand her or not, and said to herself, "I'm sorry. I haven't seen such a small cat before, but I know it when I see you. I really want to take you back to see my good friends. They are so scary." The three-legged cat came out from nowhere, and saw Bai Shui's tail swinging in the air. Its eyes followed it, and turned around several times. Its front paws were grasping the ground, and its hind paws were ready to push off the ground and pounce upwards at any time. Its butt shook several times. Jiang Tunin was the first to sense the presence of the three-legged cat. Looking back, he saw it was like a flash of lightning, about to bite Bai Shui's tail. He quickly raised its neck and said, "You can't grab it." Bai Shui turned around when she heard the voice, and realized that she was almost robbed of her home. There was actually a cat behind her. The two looked at each other, and Bai Shui wailed, "Can't there be no cats in this world? They are so scary." Jiang Tunin patted its head with a smile, and took it to meet the children here before saying, "Come and take a look at my egg. You have been in the Zerg for a long time, so maybe you have some clues." The egg was taken out by Jiang Tunin and placed on the cushion beside him. It was looking at each other, and even shook twice. Bai Shui became interested and circled around the egg for a few times, but couldn't figure out what it was, although I've been in the Zerg for quite a while. I've never seen eggs here. There are quite a few eggs, but none this small. When Jiang Tunin heard the word eggs, she felt goosebumps all over her body. Siwen knew that she was most afraid of these things, so she wouldn't send an egg, right? Jiang Tunin asked the egg tentatively, "Are you a butterfly cub?" "Butterfly cubs are called caterpillars," Bai Shui explained. "You humans have too little knowledge. How can a caterpillar have such a small egg?" Jiang Tunin was silent for a moment. Of course, she knew that butterflies evolved from caterpillars, but she didn't expect that in the interstellar age this thing would still have metamorphosis. They studied for a long time without any idea. The egg found that they were powerless to do anything to it, so it started to show off again, rolling around Jiang Tunin's feet for several times, and then consciously rolled out the door, with obvious hints. "I'm going out to walk the egg. Does Snow White want to come with me?" Jiang Tunin asked. Snow White hurriedly shook her head. "I'm afraid I run into the previous owner, and then I won't be able to explain myself. So it's just right for her to stay with the kids in the yard." She was so small, but she acted like an adult, and looked surprisingly reliable. Jiang Tunin didn't force Snow White. He said a few more words to her, then tied the egg and went out. This egg must not be an ordinary egg. They didn't meet any acquaintances this time, but all the Zergs who saw this egg retreated and didn't even look at Jiang Tunin. Only one Zerg was unique. He looked at the egg and asked Jiang Tunin if he could walk it. Then the vengeful egg chased him for 3 blocks and wanted to hit him. Jiang Tunin didn't quite understand what kind of species lived in this egg, and why it was so irritable. At the same time, she was also opened up to new ideas. Siwen brought her to the Zerg, so she couldn't help hatching eggs, right? But Siwen soon proved that he was not such a boring person. he invited Jiang Tunnen to go out with him, saying that he was going out to do something. Jiang Tunnen hesitated for a few times, but decided to go out with him to see the world. Nod Heaton also insisted on going with him, and Siwen only took a look at it and agreed. Bai Shui was also traveling with him. It was originally looking for Jiang Tunnen. Now that Jiang Tunnen was leaving the Zerg, it naturally had to follow. After crossing the boundary between humans and Zerg, they came to the planet where humans lived. But this planet seemed to be a little special. Jiang Tunnen's mental power was no longer restricted, and he almost instantly felt the energy similar to that of the hibiscus tree. She observed the planet in front of her with some surprise. In terms of color, it is a bit like the Earth. From a distance, a very beautiful blue spreads out. When they got closer, they found that this planet also had land, but it didn't seem to be very large, and it was mostly surrounded by the blue ocean. What are we doing here? Bai Shui grabbed a chair and asked without any fear of strangers. Come here and see the heinous crimes committed by humans. Siwen glanced at Bai Shui and answered calmly. Jiang Tunnen didn't understand what he meant until they landed on the land. This planet only had endless oceans, and the land they saw before was not land at all, but a huge ship, like a humpback whale in the ocean, which looked very large. The ship was quiet. There was nothing at all, and it seemed that no one existed. But Jiang Tunnen knew that this was impossible. It was precisely because this ship was a product of technology that only humans would use the power of technology to satisfy their own selfish desires. Siwen only brought a team of personal soldiers and violently broke open all the doors on the ship. Jiang Tunnen followed behind Siwen, with a ferret standing on his shoulder and a small bag hanging on his chest, revealing half an egg. In addition to the sound of the waves, only their footsteps could be heard gently on the ship, as if they were afraid of disturbing the sweet dreams of the people on the ship. Jiang Tunnen followed Siwen into a room and found something unusual. There were only 2 huge nutrition chambers in this room, with people lying inside, and it was unknown whether they were asleep or had no signs of life. Other than that, it was empty, with nothing. Jiang Tunnen looked at Siwen in confusion, but he did not explain, but took Jiang Tunnen to another room. Almost every room was configured like this, with 2 nutrition chambers in one room, and many humans lying inside, whose lives and deaths were unknown. They walked along all the way and finally reached the bottom floor, which was a huge laboratory, which had accumulated a thick layer of dust, as if no one had visited it for a long time. These are all traces left by humans. Siwen glanced at Jiang Tunnen and said directly. To his surprise, Jiang Tunnen did not react at all, and even nodded in agreement. He was a little surprised, because humans have always liked to argue for their own tribe. Facing Siwen's puzzled eyes, Jiang Tunnen explained, humans are good and bad, and facts have proved that this is indeed the case. So I am not surprised at all that someone would do such a thing. Chapter 78. Siwen has a deeper understanding of humans. Before Jiang Tunnen, Siwen had seen 2 kinds of humans. One was those who used children for experiments, and the other was those poor children. Siwen spent the most time with these children, and there were also some who were not very kind, trying to get something from him for themselves, or wanting to take the Zerg intelligence to exchange with humans, or treating the Zerg as fools and wanting to borrow their power for revenge. Siwen must have his own way of dealing with those who dared to rescue these children, and all those with bad hearts were dealt with by him. Either they were sent back to the human planet to fend for themselves, or they were allowed to escape and watch them get lost in the interstellar space. Siwen never felt that there was anything wrong with his actions. Every human should be responsible for his own actions. If they chose to betray, they deserved to suffer all kinds of consequences. Jiang Tunnen was the most unique one among the humans Siwen knew. She didn't seem to have in-depth exchanges with humans, but preferred to get along with animals. After unexpectedly meeting Jiang Tunnen, Siwen also went to investigate the situation of the desolate planet and found that they seemed to be far away from humans and formed a planet of their own. Siwen also overheard the conversations of other humans and found that most of them wanted to do something bad to the desolate planet, but they failed to do so for various reasons. In the final analysis, the desolate planet may be different from other planets, and the people in it are also different. Siwen looked at the girl in front of him. She was obviously very small, but she gave him the feeling that he had met a friend with whom he could confide. Many things are not suitable to be told to Wu Fang, because they occasionally have interests. But Jiang Tunnen is different. He just felt his chest swelling, and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it in the end. The egg hanging on Jiang Tunan's chest suddenly flew up and hit Si-Wen's chest directly, knocking him back several steps. Si-Wen and Jiang Tunan focused their eyes on the egg, as if they didn't understand what it was doing. The egg didn't care, and swayed its body slightly, as if to greet them. Si-Wen understood, and he said with a smile, "Where are you turning your elbow?" Dan felt that he had been staring at Jiang Tunan for too long, which was very offensive. When Si-Wen came to his senses and talked about the accident of discovering this planet, Dan calmed down, as if he didn't exist. They came to the cab and looked at the deep sea through the glass. It seemed that there was a huge creature spying on them, waiting for their reaction at any time. This planet was discovered by Si-Wen by accident. Although it is a Zerg, for the higher Zerg, their lifespan is at least 100 years, and normal people will live to 1,000 years. Time seems to be an invalid concept for them. So every higher Zerg will find something to do. For example, Wu Fang. He likes to sleep, and he sleeps almost half of the year to kill his boring life. Chi too is different. He likes the feeling of being in charge, so he is almost always present in any war between humans and Zerg. That's why Chi too is the most common higher Zerg seen by humans. For Si-Wen, the way he kills time is to observe humans. Therefore, he is also the one who knows humans best among the advanced Zerg. And Chi too often asks him for help. This planet is far away from the Zerg base camp. Si-Wen originally tracked the Interstellar pirates to see what their so-called Zerg magic weapon is. But he unexpectedly came here. Si-Wen no longer remembers how long he has lived, but is a worm familiar with human society. The moment he landed on this ship, Si-Wen felt something was wrong. This sea is wrong, and this ship is also wrong. After a careful inspection, he found that the humans inside seemed to be still alive, but they were put into a deep sleep in some special way. But he is just a Zerg, and he doesn't know enough about humans, so his intuitive guesses may not count. For Si-Wen, this is like discovering a new toy. Before he had time to explore in depth, he met Jiang Tunan. So Si-Wen decided to take Jiang Tunan to explore this new toy together. The Zerg don't use high technology, and occasionally choose to use human high technology. They have their own way of playing, and all the rules of the Interstellar are not a constraint for them. Jiang Tunan's lifespan as a human was not even a fraction of Si-Wen's lifespan, so she couldn't tell anything. She was more curious. Can you wake them up? Si-Wen shook his head and looked into the deep sea, with a hint of deep confusion in his beautiful eyes. My ability can't be used on people like this. It will make them insane. And even if they wake up, they will be what you humans call lunatics. As a Zerg, it was already remarkable that Si-Wen would think of helping humans. Jiang Tunan looked back and asked curiously, "Then can you find out how long they have been like this?" Si-Wen can really be sure of this. The Zerg have lived for a long time, and he has witnessed the progress of human history. Just from the model of this ship and the equipment inside, he can judge that the time of everyone on the ship should be stuck in 50 or 60 years ago. It happened to be the time when the barren planet was established. Jiang Tunan was thinking, but didn't know how to deal with this ship. Fortunately, Si-Wen only brought her to see it, and didn't intend to let her be the savior to save this ship. There is another main reason for bringing you here. Do you see that deep sea? I have observed a huge monster in it. Something I have never seen before. Si-Wen said, "Do you want to start this unknown journey together?" Si-Wen didn't look at Jiang Tunan. He was 90% sure that Jiang Tunan would agree to him. Jiang Tunan nodded and said hesitantly, "Use the current ship? Can it withstand it?" There was a violent whirlpool in front of them. Jiang Tunan didn't believe in the ship's ability to withstand attacks. After all, it was a product of 60 years ago. After being stored for so long, the parts might have aged. Don't look down on this ship. If I guess correctly, this ship belongs to the Federation. It came here to find a way to surpass the technological level of your empire, so that it can control you. Si-Wen sighed. For scientific research, this ship should have been built at a high price. It's not a big problem. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the whirlpool, it was too late to transfer now. They could only leave it to fate on the ship. Bai Shui stood quietly on Jiang Tunan's shoulder and said affectionately, "I haven't lived enough. I just came to find someone. I hope I can go back alive. And I'm just a weak, pitiful and helpless landlubber who can't swim. If I die, I must die on land. Who of you can protect me?" Jiang Tunan couldn't help laughing and said, "I'm also a landlubber, so I won't let you die." They were soon drawn into the whirlpool. But strangely, although the waves seemed to be surging, they didn't feel any discomfort in it. The ship was stable, as if it was welded to the water. Jiang Tunnen, who was in it, didn't know how hard the egg hung in front of her worked to make its protective shell expand to cover the ship. But Bai Shui seemed to have noticed something, lying on Jiang Tunnen's shoulder and looking at the egg. After an unknown period of time, the outside finally returned to calm. Jiang Tunnen looked and found that there were 2 searchlights in the darkness. The 2 searchlights seemed to be fixed on a huge body. Jiang Tunnen looked up for a long time, but still couldn't find its edge. Siwen thought quietly for a while, then looked down at Dan. Come alive. Communicate with the person outside. Jiang Tunnen couldn't help but follow his gaze to look at Dan. Dan was still pretending to be dead, as if he was reluctant to do this, until he found that Siwen had a tendency to take action, and then he moved reluctantly. The sea beasts outside were attracted by them. No outsiders have entered this sea area for thousands of years. Dan didn't know what to say to the sea beast. It suddenly swung its tail, and the ship, which had been as stable as Mount Tai, suddenly shook violently and soon stopped. It said to take us to a place suitable for conversation, Siwen explained. Jiang Tunnen, who didn't hear any movement, was convinced again that their Zerg had their own special way of communication. So they were so united. Jiang Tunnen suddenly thought of the scene when he saw Xie falling from the clouds when he first came to the interstellar space, and asked curiously, the last time you fought near the Henghuang galaxy, who directly knocked down the commander of the human army? Knocked down? This adjective is very fresh. Siwen corrected, not knocked down. Xie is very capable. It is impossible to deal with him by force alone. The commander-in-chief of that battle was Qi Tu, and it was me who took down Xie. Jiang Tunnen's face suddenly became very interesting. Siwen said vigilantly, you are not going to help him get revenge? I'm just asking casually. You don't have to be so nervous. And I think I shouldn't be able to beat you. Jiang Tunnen shook his head. In fact, it was not my intention to knock him down. Siwen didn't want his new friends to misunderstand him, and explained, if I didn't suddenly control him, he should have been shot into a sieve. When Jiang Tunnen heard it, he knew there was something else going on. Most likely someone wanted to harm Xie. It's no wonder that Xie has been pretending to stay on the desolate planet recently. It's very likely that he hasn't caught anyone yet, since they are willing to send this little thing to the Zerg. They must have known about this matter. You don't have to worry about being caught in the middle, Siwen explained. While talking, they were brought to a brand new map by the sea beasts outside. Through the glass, you can see the endless golden glitter outside, which seems to have been piled up into a castle. Jiang Tunnen couldn't help but glance at Siwen inside. This place seems to be in line with your aesthetic taste. It's sparkling everywhere. Siwen did not explain. He nodded and walked out of the warehouse first. Jiang Tunnen followed closely with Dan and Bai Shui, and found that there was an underground palace without water. The only strange thing was that it did not look like a place for people to live. But it did not look like an animal's nest. Jiang Tunnen looked back at the huge ship behind him, and seemed to know what they were looking for. This seemed to be a long-abandoned land. All that came into view were broken walls and ruins, and there seemed to be some marks on them. Jiang Tunnen walked in, and saw that it was a continuous mural. The mural had been invaded by wind, sand and rain for many years, and now there were only a few traces left, so outsiders could watch the excitement. The huge monster also revealed its true face. It was a black turtle, but it was unclear how big it was. Jiang Tunnen only saw what he thought were 2 huge lights, eyes standing on its head, which was a bit like the snail in SpongeBob SquarePants. Jiang Tunnen looked at it for several times, but Bai Shui was brave enough to jump onto the turtle without hesitation, and even praised it. This is the first time I've seen such a big turtle. Your feet feel good. I'm very satisfied. The eggs hanging on Jiang Tunnen's body were also eager to move. If it had feet, it would probably have been unable to resist running onto the turtle to feel the feeling of feet. Siwen, who was walking in front, looked back and saw Bai Shui dominating on the turtle's head. His originally serious expression eased a lot. He called Jiang Tunnen and introduced, this turtle has lived for tens of thousands of years on this planet. It turns out that turtles can live for 10,000 years is not a legend. Jiang Tunnen took another look at this unique turtle, thinking that she felt that it seemed to give her the same feeling as the Fusang tree, and wondered, so no one has discovered this place for tens of thousands of years? Siwen shook his head, turned and looked up at the mural. I guessed that a special species lived here before. Just from the picture, It looks like the legendary mermaid. The information on the mural is very clear. The people above have ear fins. And fins also grow at the elbows of both arms. They are tall. But they turn into tails when they go into the water. And their hair is blue. I don't know what material this mural is made of. Just from the shining blue, people can imagine their beautiful hair. If mermaids live here, it is really difficult for humans to discover their existence. The huge black turtle shrank its body, becoming a size suitable for being a tour guide here, and led them to look at the mural slowly and in order. Jiang Tunin noticed that in a picture, the mermaids were dancing around a towering tree. The trunk of the tree was golden and looked very familiar. It can't be said that it is completely unrelated to the tree on the deserted planet. But it can be said that it is exactly the same. She stopped in front of the painting, looking at the strands of gold on the mural, and asked curiously, "Is this pigment or a special process? This turtle that has lived for 10,000 years is really extraordinary." Its light bulb-like eyes swept over Jiang Tunin. It slowly crawled to the mural, stretched out its sharp claws, and gently scratched it. There was actually another world behind the strokes. It was a huge golden box. Jiang Tunin opened the box at the turtle's signal and found the secret inside, which was actually a box of suede beads. Siwen also took a look, then looked at the mural, and asked curiously, "Are you familiar with them? I've been here several times, but I couldn't even get in the door." Jiang Tunin didn't understand why the turtle gave her such an important thing, and stretched out her hand to refuse. But the turtle refused. The egg on Jiang Tunin's body also moved, and suddenly jumped up, which scared Jiang Tunin, and he hurriedly caught it with his hand. The egg successfully lay in the suiju box with the help of Jiang Tunin's power, and the whole egg also emitted a warm white light. Under the gaze of the two, a crack appeared in the eggshell. Jiang Tunin looked at Siwen in disbelief. Siwen had never seen such a scene before, and he was also surprised. He looked at the egg and teased, "It seems that it has absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, and is going to break the shell." The big turtle's eyes also moved, and he looked at the cracked egg, and led them to continue moving forward, stopping in front of another mural. This time, the mural looked like a giant butterfly, hanging high in the sky, like a full moon. The mermaids below knelt down to worship him, but were stopped. Siwen couldn't help but glance at the egg held by Jiang Tunin. Under his gaze, the egg cracked again. Siwen's hands were ready to move, and he wanted to help the egg tear down its home. If it weren't for Jiang Tunin, he would definitely do so to let it feel the dangers of the world. Jiang Tunin looked at him in confusion. Siwen shook his head and thought, "Our insect god likes shiny things. The mermaid palace is so dilapidated and still sparkling. I suspect it is influenced by him." "Is your god also a butterfly?" Jiang Tunin asked curiously. The god of the Zerg is a very unique existence. In his immortal life, he only existed in legends for a long time. It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying that he is a butterfly, because no insect knows what his prototype is. He prefers to appear in the form of a butterfly. Siwen nodded and shook his head. From the cultural legend of your human beings breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. He is, and his wings are also very similar to butterfly wings. But he is more powerful than all butterflies. The Zerg admires the strong. As the beginning of the Zerg, he has all the power that the Zerg can control. Jiang Tunin nodded to show his understanding. The turtle who had been leading them as a tour guide seemed to be very interested in the egg in Jiang Tunin's hand. It touched Jiang Tunin with its head and signaled her to put the egg on its back. Jiang Tunin looked closely and found that it actually made a groove on its back, which was just enough to accommodate an egg. She tried to put the egg in the groove and found that the egg did not resist, and was happy to have someone help her place the egg. The mural basically tells the racial history of the mermaids, who originally lived here. But it stops abruptly at the last mural. The mermaids lay dying on the ground, and a huge turtle fell from the sky, as if trying to save them. Jiang Tunin looked at the light bulb on his head, which just matched the turtle in front of him. A very slight click sounded, and everyone's attention was focused on the egg on the turtle's back. The eggshell broke, revealing a palm-sized person. Jiang Tunin stared at him for a while, turned his head to look at Siwen, and asked him what this thing was with his eyes. Siwen's eyes were erratic, and I don't know if he didn't expect the egg to break here, or didn't expect that such a creature would come out. "Nan. Call me Chu-Yi." The little person looked up at Jiang Tunin and showed a beautiful smile. Although she was small, she had the appearance of an adult, as if she had been shrunk in proportion. Her eyes were a beautiful lake blue, and they flashed with green light. Her hair was also lake blue, but the rest of her body looked like a normal human. She was not afraid of strangers at all. She didn't care about Siwon beside her. She flew directly to Jiang Tunen's shoulder, got close to observe her, and smiled. "Thank you for taking care of me recently. I'm very happy." Jiang Tunen was a little overwhelmed by Chu Yi's enthusiasm. She guessed what would be in the egg for a long time, but she didn't guess that there was a miniature person inside. Chu Yi didn't mind her coldness at all. She put her little face close to Jiang Tunen. "I heard that your pet was lost. Why don't you let me be your new pet?" Jiang Tunen turned her head slowly and looked at Siwon. Siwon didn't expect Chu Yi to say such a thing, and didn't know how to fool her for a while. The turtle reacted violently when he saw Chu Yi appear. He saluted her awkwardly. "Are you Zerg so popular? You can integrate perfectly here, and the other party is even so enthusiastic?" Jiang Tunen asked in a low voice. He has never used this form before. Will the Zerg, which is about the same size as the butterfly of the ancient blue star, be ridiculed? Siwon thought hesitantly. And this is also the first time that he has broken out of the cocoon outside. I wonder if the Zerg can sense it. Siwon felt more and more guilty as he thought about it. Facing Jiang Tunen inquiring eyes, he said, "It should be that he felt the blood connection between the Zerg. After all, this turtle was willing to communicate with me just now." Jiang Tunen thought about it for a while and accepted this statement. But he always felt that something was wrong. She turned her head and glanced at the little cutie on her shoulder, and smiled. "You are the baby of the Zerg. They may not want you to go with me, but we can be friends. Even if I leave the Zerg, it will not affect our relationship." Chu Yi sat on Jiang Tunen's shoulder, swinging her legs, with an innocent look, and asked curiously, "Then can you take me with you? The Zerg is too boring. I also want to see what human society is like." The two started talking like this. Siwon broke out in a cold sweat and began to doubt whether his original choice was correct. Although he could be considered the most powerful butterfly in the Zerg, he did not have the courage to disobey his will. Everything that happened in the Zerg could not escape his eyes. On the first day Jiang Tunen arrived, he sneaked into Siwon's pocket. This kind of thing was unheard of. He had never heard of such a habit of disguising himself as an egg. It was not a disguise. There was actually no difference between him and the cocoon in the palace. But Jiang Tunen had never seen it, and would not associate it in this way. Siwon really couldn't guess what he meant. Generally speaking, his awakening should be carried out in the palace, and he should be reborn under the attention of the Zerg. But this time, he did not take the usual path. As Siwon thought, the Zerg palace was already in an uproar. The only one who could predict his birth was Chi Tu, whose ability was to predict. He sensed the birth of the new king, and hurriedly changed his clothes to go to the palace, only to find that the cocoon had cracked. The higher-level Zerg gathered together, waiting for the birth of the new king. Only, Wu Fang took a sneak peek and found that Siwon was not there. He winked at the attendant beside him, signaling him to go find Siwon. The attendant came back quickly and shook his head at Wu Fang. In the solemn scene, no one noticed Wu Fang's little move, but looking at the cocoon in front of him that had not broken for a long time, Wu Fang's face became more and more ugly. As the crack became larger, the ominous premonition became stronger and stronger, until the cocoon suddenly disappeared. There was nothing inside, and the entire palace fell into silence. She too, who had seen the egg and had the ability to predict the future, looked uglier and uglier. He gave an order, "Come on. Come with me to take him home." Jiang Tunen had no idea how much trouble this little Q-version person in front of her had caused among the Zerg. She was reasoning with this little thing, trying to dispel her desire to go to the human planet with her. Chu Yi's size was really too eye-catching. If she was accidentally discovered, she might be taken away for dissection. Jiang Tunen patiently explained to Chu Yi. The little girl sitting on his shoulders looked innocent, but she was more excited after hearing what he said. They chattered all the way, and finally entered the interior of this special mermaid palace. The palace that looked shiny from the outside was also in the same style inside, and even the windows reflected colorful light. "This is simply your dream home," Jiang Tunen teased Siwon. Siwon looked around and couldn't help but set his eyes on Chu Yi. What strange ideas did he instill in the mermaids that caused the palaces of the mermaids to be so similar to the royal palaces? Chu Yi had no intention of helping him to solve his doubts. He introduced Jiang Tunen to the history they had seen along the way. The mermaids had lived on this planet for generations. There were abundant resources here, which was suitable for the mermaids to live. They had never thought about going to see the outside world until humans invaded. At first, the mermaids were very friendly to humans. They welcomed species that were completely different from them. The friendly mermaids never thought that humans came here to plunder their resources. According to legend, the ancestors of the mermaids accidentally met a powerful foreign race, and thus obtained the suiju given by him. Suiju is rare, and the mermaids regard it as a treasure. Over time, they were able to produce beads that looked real enough, but their energy was not comparable to suiju. He knew that the mermaids were interested in this thing, so he simply gave more. And it seemed that he didn't care how precious this thing was. The mermaids had a little prince who loved to study humans, and he often went ashore to tease humans. If you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. He fell in love with a human, and learned that the other party was interested in sway. So he stole one from the royal court and gave it to the other party. It was only after they met that the little prince found out that his love object was actually a man. And he was the 50th unlucky person to be hooked. The human took the thing and ran away. It was because of this that humans discovered the secret of suiju. For humans, suiju is a good supplement. Not only is it beautiful, but it can also provide the nutrients they need on the planet they live on. After discovering this secret, humans had evil thoughts. Because of the existence of suiju, many humans came to look for traces of the mermaids. Many mermaids, who went out to sea to hunt, never came back. Everyone finally discovered the truth. The mermaids were heartbroken and chose to hide from the world. They sank the land they lived on into the sea, and humans began to return empty-handed. As time went by, humans had already changed batches after batches. The mermaids finally became legends, and suiju disappeared from the earth. It was not until a few decades ago that they appeared in the sight of humans. They thought that because of their ancestors' arbitrary behavior, suiju could no longer be used by humans. However, the truth is that many of the suiju they got were assembly line industrial products produced by the mermaids. The mermaids who knew the secret were quietly destroyed. Their departure had something to do with humans, because humans began to come to this planet to hunt mermaids. The number of mermaids dropped sharply. As the well-deserved kings of this planet, they should not have died so easily. But this planet seemed to have restarted, and all the creatures on it were about to be returned to zero. He appeared again to save them. Unfortunately, even he could not stop everything from happening. He could only delay it, or even temporarily stop it. For the mermaids, this extended time was enough. They did not pursue immortality, but just wanted to leave something on this planet that nurtured them. So there were long murals. It was also to thank him that such a magnificent palace was built according to his aesthetics. As for how the Zerg god discovered this place, Chui deliberately kept it a secret. Seeing that everyone couldn't wait any longer, he continued to talk to Jiang Tunin. The reason why he appeared there in the past was actually related to humans. Humans invaded the territories of other species everywhere, and the Zerg were also coveted, inversely proportional to his interstellar unrivaled ability. The combat effectiveness of the Zerg, except him, was not very good. The Zerg reproduced quickly, but only a few high-level Zergs could fight. Although his skills were powerful, the cooling time was also long. Every time he really used a big move, he had to rest for a long time before he could recover. So he started to be a street urchin, planning to find allies to fight against humans together. In this way, he came to this planet where the mermaids lived. It was not an unconditional help. He asked the mermaids for the most important treasure for them in exchange. But he didn't expect that the most precious thing of the mermaids was a turtle that had lived for who knows how many years. Not only could he not take this thing away, but it was even useless. But the transaction had already begun, so he could only hold his nose and bear it. This turtle was not just any turtle. At least before this time, Siwon, who was also a Zerg, had never come in once. Chui asked Jiang Tunin to put away the box, and said in a light tone, "You keep these things as a thank you gift for helping me to be born." Suiju was indeed very useful to Jiang Tunin. But why did Chui know this? She nodded. "Then I will take it for now. If you need it, come to me anytime to take it back." Humans are really strange. Some don't want it even if it's given for free, and some insist on snatching it if it's not given. Chui sighed. Humans who came to find mermaids before were like this. If they didn't want to move mountains and fill the sea, they wouldn't end up like this. Jiang Tunin vaguely guessed that Chui was talking about the group of people on the boat. After all, their equipment really seemed to be intended to move mountains and fill the sea. She had no intention of defending humans. It was not surprising that Chu-yi knew so much. After all, Siwon said at the beginning that this egg might hatch a flower fairy. Chu-yi's appearance also fits her stereotype of flower fairies. Beautiful and soft. Except that she has no wings. At the end of the Mermaid Palace, there is a huge statue. This time, they don't need to explain. Just looking at the wings, Jiang Tunin can recognize that this is the god of the Zerg who saved the mermaids. Humans have high technology, but they can't get a long life like the Zerg. The Zerg has a long life, but they can't break through the racial characteristics. They can fight too few and have only small minions. The mermaids have secret treasures, but they will eventually face the subversion of their race. It seems that everything is destined in the dark. Jiang Tunin didn't believe in metaphysics before, but after coming to the more technologically advanced Interstellar, he began to have a deeper understanding of these things. Bai Shui suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed the turtle's head, shouting, "There is something in front. It's the breath of our kind." The kind Bai Shui was talking about was not mermaids, but animals. Mermaids were beyond the scope of animals for them. So everyone was stunned when she shouted like that. A white light really flashed not far away. Jiang Tunin and Siwon looked at each other and chose to chase after them without hesitation. Chu-yi tilted his head and watched the two idiots chase after them, and retracted his outstretched hand. Maybe young people like the feeling of chasing the wind. Chu-yi decided to help Jiang Tunin and Siwon. Teenagers and thousands of years old are all children to him. The two of them worked hard to catch up with the white shadow in front. And it turned out to be a beautiful killer whale. A killer whale can actually linger in a place without water. Is this reasonable? Jiang Tunin stared at the killer whale with its mouth wide open, wanting to bite people, for a long time. But he failed to ask the question successfully, because the killer whale answered her question directly. Bubbles started to come out of its mouth, making the matter even more mysterious. Its words were unclear, but Jiang Tunin unexpectedly understood what it meant. This killer whale named Jingjing was also panicked when it encountered so many alien species for the first time in its life. It had lived here for a long time, but it was the first time it encountered creatures other than itself. They were numerous and powerful. Jingjing secretly watched for a while and decided to leave this place of trouble first and come back at night. Unexpectedly, Bai Shui would sense its presence. As for why Jingjing could live here without water, Jingjing spit out bubbles from his mouth. "Isn't this water? I see water everywhere." Jiang Tunin was a little surprised and wanted to explore this secret even more. Siwon looked at it for a while and explained to Jiang Tunin, "The powerful one is this turtle. He knows that we are afraid of water and created an illusion without water." The turtle kept getting bigger at this time, and when it recovered to its original appearance when it was first seen, it suddenly opened its mouth and took all the people and animals into its mouth. Good guy. No wonder this is the treasure of the mermaids. Jiang Tunin can see the outside world through the turtle's eyes. The underwater palace that was without water just now was instantly covered by water. This should be the world that Jingjing sees. And it is also the real world. Siwon smiled without saying a word, staring at the little man in his palm, and asked, "When do you plan to return to the Zerg?" Chu-yi lay at his hands, crossed his legs, and said calmly, "At least wait until I go to the deserted planet to see my old friends." Sure enough, Siwon instantly understood what he meant, feeling the extremely fast speed of the big turtle, and sighed. Too long a lifespan doesn't seem to be a good thing. Nonsense. Don't you think that the big turtle and I have found our good friends in the past? Chu-yi's attitude is still nonchalant, and his eyes glance at Jiang Tunin, who is unaware of it. Chu-yi looked at the tree that appeared on the mural outside. Before he came to save the Zerg, it stood on this planet for a long time, acting as a protective umbrella for the mermaids and confusing the sight of humans. Humans were also very interested in this suddenly appearing tree. They cut off its branches and leaves and took them away, planting them on the planet where humans lived. But unfortunately none of them succeeded in growing them. If you ask me, whether you are a human or an insect, you must have a conscience, Chu-yi said in a mature manner. Jiang Tunin agreed, touched her head, and smiled. "You look young, but you know a lot." Chapter 79. A huge black monster suddenly appeared on the endless blue sea, and then quickly disappeared in the huge waves. Not far away from it, a black and white killer whale struggled to keep up with its pace, but it was still young and was a little overwhelmed by the huge waves that came one after another. After disappearing on the water again, the black monster in front suddenly stopped and dived into the seabed. Soon after, it brought the killer whale up and helped it block the huge waves by its side. Jiang Tunan was thinking about Jingjing's whereabouts. According to her idea, Jingjing was still young and should be taken back to the wasteland planet to be raised. But she couldn't spare the time for the time being, and she had to stay in the Zerg for an unknown period of time. And there seemed to be no suitable sea area for Jingjing to live in the wasteland planet. Chewie quickly sensed Jiang Tunan's depressed mood, and asked, "What problems have you encountered?" Jiang Tunan told him all her thoughts and concerns, and Chewie shook her head and said decisively, "Isn't this simple? Just merge the two planets into one." Jiang Tunan, how come she can understand every word the child says? But it's inexplicable when they are combined together. Siwen held Chu Yi's little head and said, "It's normal for children to have some strange ideas in their minds." Jiang Tunan nodded and didn't say anything more. "Do you need to contact Du Liang? Let her solve it." Chu Yi tilted her head and looked at Jiang Tunan, proposing a more normal solution. Bai Shui, who was lying on Jiang Tunan's head, pulled her hair and raised an objection. "No one spoke for Jingjing? Maybe it doesn't want to go to the deserted planet?" Jiang Tunan was stunned and found that he had really made this fatal mistake. Everything went smoothly when she brought the animals to the deserted planet before. So she had a preconceived idea and didn't consider whether there would be animals that didn't want to go to the deserted planet with her. What do you know, little thing? There is no animal in this world that can refuse Nanan's invitation. Chewie quickly flew to Bai Shui's head and punched Bai Shui on the head with her little fist. Siwen quickly caught Chewie and taught him, "Don't fight with children." In order to express her anger, Chewie snorted at the loudest volume, circled around Jiang Tunan for a few times, and finally chose to face the man and the weasel with her back. Actually, what Bai Shui said makes sense. Although I haven't met any small animals that refuse me, what they think is also important. For Jingjing, this is where he grew up. The deserted planet is completely unfamiliar to him. Maybe he doesn't want to leave. The more Jiang Tunan talked, the more he felt it made sense. She was a little curious why Chu Yi was so confident in himself. But I think I should give it a try. Maybe I'm a popular person. It would be great if all the little animals like me. Jiang Tunan stretched out his fingers and stroked Chu Yi's little head, looking at her waist-length hair. He suddenly thought of a question. Is Chu Yi a boy or a girl? From her exquisite appearance and hair length, Chu Yi looks like a girl. But interstellar people are very casual. Xieji has long hair, while Wang Yi has a short haircut. It can be seen that judging gender by hair length is very inaccurate. Siwen fell into deep thought, and Chu Yi asked in a muffled voice, "Do you like boys or girls?" Jiang Tunan thought for a while, and said carefully, "Girls." "Then I am a girl." Chu Yi turned around, blinked at Jiang Tunan, and continued, "So you must like me." Jiang Tunan looked at her delicate little face, a little amused. "So can your gender be changed at will?" Chu Yi did not answer, but looked at Siwen. "Why does Nan never ask Siwen if he is a boy or a girl? Is it because you don't like him?" "Probably because my clothing features are more obvious," Siwen said expressionlessly. "This is true. There are very few females in the advanced Zerg." Jiang Tunan saw only male Zergs in the Zerg. Only when she first saw Siwen in the Interstellar did she have a moment of trance. And later she could accurately see his gender. But for Jiang Tunan, Chu Yi's race was still unclear. It was the first time she saw a worm born from an egg. And even Chu Yi was not a worm. So naturally, she didn't quite understand her situation. As the god of the Zerg, Chu Yi has no gender at all. He has reincarnated countless times, and has never had a strong intention to choose a gender. If Jiang Tunan didn't ask, he should still be genderless. To be precise, the gods who stayed in the world thousands of years ago fell into a deep sleep, and everything became blurred. They have no concept of time or gender. Thinking of this, Chu Yi approached Jiang Tunan and looked at her face carefully. "Nan is also a girl. So I want to be a girl too." Jiang Tunan, who successfully used the opportunity to change the topic to coax the child, was also very satisfied. She took the time to lie on the turtle's back and approached Jingjing, and made her own invitation. Jingjing refused at first. It looked at Jiang Tunan defensively, as if it was looking at a human trafficker with ulterior motives. But looking at Bai Shui, who kept drawing big pie in her head, it was moved again. "Are there really many friends to play with? But I live in the water. How can they play with me? And, if I go with you, how will I eat?" It can be heard that it has already thought about going to the deserted planet. Jiang Tunan asked again the question she had asked countless times. "Where are your mother and aunt?" The killer whales on Earth are a traditional matriarchal clan. The father will return to the mother's family to help the sisters take care of the children. And the baby killer whales born will be raised by the mother and the mother's family. Jingjing's tail swayed gently, and she blew out a bubble. Mom said I've grown up. And she went to another planet with my aunt. The turtle under her made a noise. And Chewie explained in a low voice. Jingjing was picked up by the black turtle and raised by it. Her mother and aunt are no longer here. The skeleton under our feet is their ancestral tomb. What an ancestral tomb. Jiang Tunin couldn't help but look down. And the turtle's searchlight also shone down, and indeed saw a few skeletons. Before she was in it, she naturally couldn't feel that this was actually the body of a killer whale. They chose it themselves. The killer whales on this planet have a deep connection with the mermaids. If they hadn't left the little killer whale to accompany the black turtle to look after the planet, they should have disappeared from this planet long ago. Chewie continued. Jiang Tunin was a little shocked. There were not many killer whales left on this planet. The black turtle wanted her to take Jingjing back. Should he catch another killer whale for Jingjing? As if sensing her doubts, the black turtle let out a long roar for the first time. The spectacular scene slowly unfolded. Killer whales appeared from nowhere and jumped out of the water one after another, as if to tell Jiang Tunin not to worry. Although the number is not particularly large, it should be able to reproduce for several generations. And it is guaranteed that it is not a close relative marriage. Killer whales are not a unique species here. If it doesn't work, I will help you find a son-in-law for Jingjing, Chewie said carelessly. Jiang Tunin asked again, since there are so many killer whale cubs, why do you want me to take Jingjing away? However, the turtle fell into silence. Jingjing was excited because he saw many companions. He planned to run to them first, but was blocked by the black turtle. Jingjing is the smartest among this group of killer whales, but because he is too smart, he often makes trouble. When it was still young, it was a whale that bullied fish everywhere. Other small killer whales were beaten by it, leaving a deep psychological trauma. Jiang Tunin understood that she was a sucker who came to her door. However, there are many problem children on the deserted planet, and maybe they can really play with Jingjing. Moreover, the black turtle did not give Jingjing to Jiang Tunin unconditionally, but made an agreement with her to send it back when Jingjing came of age. Jiang Tunin did not refuse. Looking at the silly Jingjing, she couldn't help thinking, if the Sea Overlord and the King of the Forest fought, which one would have a higher chance of winning? More than a dozen killer whales raised a huge wave. From a long distance, Jiang Tunin saw that the ship they were riding was intact and parked on the sea, rising and falling with the waves raised by the killer whales. There seemed to be a lot more people on the boat, watching them from a distance. Jiang Tunin was about to ask the two Zergs with good eyesight, but when he turned around, he saw Siwen sighing, holding Chu Yi's clothes with one hand, and standing up to tidy up his own clothes. The bug is coming. Chu Yi's identity is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Tunin looked at Chu Yi with a tense face, and felt that this scene was funny and cute. As the distance got closer, Jiang Tunin saw that the person standing in the clothes was Chi Tu, and behind him was Wu Fang wearing the same clothes. Bai Shui, who was lying on Jiang Tunin's head, suddenly moved, and kept shouting, "Oh no! I'm discovered! This person! No! No! This bug won't eat me in one bite! Right?" Bai Shui's heroic deeds of escaping from the Zerg alone have spread to everyone on the desolate planet, and Jiang Tunin has also heard a little about it. According to Bai Shui, its previous owner was a vicious and cruel bug who liked to let it run on a wheel. But it's not a hamster. How can a ferret like running on a wheel? Jiang Tunin could feel that several of her hairs were pulled out by Bai Shui's excitement. She didn't say anything, but patiently saved her hair from Bai Shui's claws and asked, "Which one is your previous owner?" "That one. The eyes are dark brown," Bai Shui said guiltily. Jiang Tunin looked over and saw that the bugs had a variety of eye colors. The one with the dark brown pupils that were closest to Bai Shui's description was Wu Fang. After a few days in the Zerg, Jiang Tunin also roughly understood Wu Fang's personality. He was a representative of arrogant people who said they hated others but acted honestly. But that was limited to Wu Fang's attitude towards her. Siwen listened to the general situation and couldn't help but defend his friend. He is not abusing Bai Shui. But Bai Shui can't eat. The doctor of the Zerg has determined that she is obese. If she is allowed to eat like a salted fish, she will die soon. Jiang Tunin looked at Bai Shui, who was of standard body shape, suspiciously, and doubted the truthfulness of Siwen's words. But Bai Shui's attitude was not right either. After Siwen opened his mouth, It seemed a little guilty. Until Siwen showed a photo. You shouldn't be called by Shui. It's not inappropriate to call you by Zhu. Jiang Tunan said pertinently. In the photo. If it weren't for the mole on the tip of the nose. Jiang Tunan would not dare to recognize that this was Bai Shui. In the picture, Bai Shui is so fat that her facial features cannot be seen clearly. She lies lazily on the couch, tilting her head to look at the camera. Daoda's eyes are full of confusion, as if wondering why she is being photographed. Her body is even fatter, 3 times as thick as she is now. Bai Shui was furious when she saw the photo. Insidious Zerg. If you can't beat them, save ugly photos. I'm not that fat. Siwen stared at it and laughed. No wonder I always feel familiar with you, but can't tell what you are. Why is Bai Shui so thin now? After leaving the Zerg, it was the beginning of suffering for Bai Shui, who had been living a life of luxury. It was only after she came out that Bai Shui realized that she was no longer used to the life of begging for food. After being picked up by the desolate planet, Bai Shui once again lived a life of having no worries about food and drink. There are many enthusiastic friends here, even if she doesn't have the same food and drink as she did in the Zerg. Bai Shui is happy, asking herself. Bai Shui knows that Wu Fang treats her very well, but the good days have been too long, and she doesn't want to be forced to lose weight. Isn't the basic principle of being a pet to make the owner happy? Why lose weight? So Bai Shui ran away overnight, and has come to this day with strength. The Zerg have always been vindictive, and Bai Shui has even thought about her own end. It hugged Jiang Tunan neck tightly and whispered, if Wu Fang insists on me going back, will you hand me over to him? Jiang Tunan shook his head and stretched out his fingers to comb its hair. You are our cub when you come to the deserted planet, and we will not send you back. Bai Shui rubbed Jiang Tunan's fingers trustingly, and looked at Wu Fang with a more confident look. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Wu Fang only glanced at Chui sitting on Siwen's shoulder, and his eyes returned to Bai Shui. Wu Fang always felt that as a qualified owner, he was very good to Bai Shui, and there was no other owner like him in the entire Zerg. The Zerg did not have the habit of raising pets, and Wu Fang had this idea only after seeing Siwen raising many children. Unexpectedly, too much love was given without paying attention, and a good ferret swelled up like a balloon. Wu Fang believed that the only mistake he made was to feed Bai Shui too much, causing it to become fat. Whether it is a person or an animal, being overweight is not good, especially for a small body like this. But when he saw Bai Shui, who was as thin as a lightning, Wu Fang even felt a little distressed. His eyes fell on Jiang Tunan, and he looked at the girl seriously for the first time. She should be the new owner that Bai Shui has identified. Even if she wants to lose weight, she can't lose weight so quickly. Right? Bai Shui. Wu Fang looked at Bai Shui and took 2 steps forward. Feeling Bai Shui resistance, he stopped decisively and just looked at Bai Shui from a distance. Jiang Tunan faced the tender scene of the iron bug for the first time. Wu Fang, the serious bug, actually had tears in her eyes at this time. She even suspected that she had seen it wrong. Instead, Siwen's explanation in a low voice proved that her vision was fine. Excuse me. Wu Fang has this problem. He is more sentimental. Jiang Tunan nodded in understanding, thinking about playing a few episodes of abusive love TV series for Wu Fang to see if he would cry. The snow on his body moved uneasily. Jiang Tunan reached out and hugged it, and asked, do you want to reminisce with him? The kind that will come back later. Snow looked at Wu Fang opposite, thought for a long time before nodding. If he doesn't want you to take me away, you must take me back. In fact, Snow knew that Wu Fang was not an unreasonable person, but it refused to run around Wu Fang to lose weight. As a ferret, running on wheels is really embarrassing. Snow jumped off Jiang Tunan and ran towards Wu Fang, and was soon caught by him. Sure enough, no matter when, running in both directions is the best. Jiang Tunan pretended to wipe his tears. Chui took the opportunity to jump onto Jiang Tunan's shoulder. Would you consider taking me with you? I don't want to become like Bai Shui before. Siwen is not someone who would force a kid like you. Jiang Tunan defended Siwen. That won't work either. I hate bugs without a sense of boundaries. Chui snorted coldly, and wrinkled her nose when she remembered that Siwen had forcibly taken her away several times along the way. Jiang Tunan thought, then you are not a small animal, and your status in the Zerg is precious. You can stay with me for a while, but I'm afraid you can't stay for a long time. I thought you agreed. Chui looked at Siwen proudly and performed a flower shaking hand to him on the spot. Bai Shui complained about Wu Fang bad things, But when she really got Wufang's hands, she kept chattering. From a long distance away, Jiang Tunnen could clearly hear Bai Shui praising the good food on the desolate planet and a group of small animals playing with it. Jiang Tunnen was relieved. And he and Siwen quickly made the next plan to leave this planet where mermaids live. The black turtle followed behind the ship, as if escorting them. All good things must come to an end. Jiang Tunnen took Chu-Yi to the stern to say goodbye to the black tortoise. It sprayed a long column of water, and Jing Jing on the side followed it, as if waiting for Jiang Tunnen's next arrival, as if reminding Jiang Tunnen not to forget it. They were intercepted just after they left the planet. It was a flying vehicle, and there were several people standing next to it, wearing the uniforms of the deserted planet. Jiang Tunnen recognized it as soon as he saw its figure. It was Lu Qi. She was holding a sword in her hand, and she seemed to be here to rob people. Siwen dared to go to the deserted planet to rob people, so he naturally had a certain understanding of the manpower of the deserted planet. He glanced at Jiang Tunnen. It seems that it's time for us to separate. Jiang Tunnen nodded, looked at Lu Qi, and waved excitedly. Siwen was different. Even Wufang, who had been listening to Bai Shui chattering, turned his head to look at the flying vehicle, his eyes tightly grasping the person who showed half of his face. Perhaps he didn't want to be too loud, so he just looked over here and nodded slightly to the two insects, looking like he was sure of victory. I really want to scratch his smug face, Siwen said calmly. Wufang had suffered at the hands of Xie, but his emotions were obviously not as strong as Siwen's. His focus was on Xie's not-so-good-looking face. Is Xie seriously injured? His face looks pale, Wufang said frivolously. Jiang Tunnen then saw Xie sitting in the aircraft and didn't come out, hesitating and not knowing how to explain. The main thing is that Xie seems to be addicted to playing weak recently. The relationship between humans and Zerg is tense. She doesn't want to open her mouth to her friends, but she doesn't want to expose Xie either. Fortunately, the two insects are very reasonable. Siwen looked at Xie and smiled softly. I didn't expect that Marshal Xie would look so sickly today. It's rare to see. I always feel that the topic is getting more and more dangerous. They obviously didn't intend to force the sale, and stopped directly when they passed by Lu Qi. Captain Lu. Long time no see. Siwen saluted Lu Qi very gentlemanly. Lu Qi nodded slightly, obviously not wanting to talk more. She looked at Jiang Tunnen and saw that she looked relaxed. She glanced at Chu-Yi on her shoulder and Bai Shui on Wufang, and understood everything. Captain Lu is just too nervous. We just want to make friends with Tunnen, Wufang said calmly. You Zerg call taking people away without saying a word making friends? Lu Qi's tone was steady, but his words didn't sound friendly. Siwen tilted his head and glanced at Lu Qi, wondering, isn't this the opportunity you left for me? The last time we met was the second time. I understood that Nan agreed to be friends with me. Is there a problem? Lu Qi and Siwen were old acquaintances. He knew his character, so he didn't plan to entangle more, but planned to take Jiang Tunnen and Bai Shui away. Jiang Tunnen called a halt and looted a lot of snacks from Lu Qi and the others' aircraft and gave them to Siwen. I will discuss the children's affairs with the headmaster after I go back, and I will give you news then. Siwen nodded in agreement, and when Jiang Tunnen turned around, she seemed to remember something and told her, contact me anytime if you have anything, and feel free to use the things I gave you. Jiang Tunnen knew he was talking about the box of sway beads, so she did not reject his kindness. This can be said to be the most sincere meeting between humans and Zerg. Both sides did not draw their swords, but ended the conversation peacefully. Miss Jiang, can I see Bai Shui again in the future? Wufang suddenly said. Yes. Yes. When the time comes, you contact Nan, and I will come to you. Bai Shui responded while fighting with Chu-Yi. But you have to be careful. Be careful not to be caught by humans. Wufang chuckled and said goodbye to Bai Shui. They walked together for a while, and Bai Shui kept looking outside the window, as if looking for Wufang's trace. It stepped on Xie's shoulders and kept adjusting its posture, causing Xie, who was originally concentrating, to say, you little ferret. You showed us what it means to be in Chao's camp, but have your heart in Han. Bai Shui blinked. As a cute little ferret, how could it possibly understand human words? It continued to dig with a clear conscience. When it saw this, the claws holding Xie closed suddenly exerted force. Oh no! Their spaceship seems to have been swallowed by something, Bai Shui shouted. The pen in Xie's hand stopped turning. fell gently on the table, and turned to look out the window. They really encountered a problem. In order to keep a distance, the aircraft that Siwen and Wu Fang were riding was behind them. At this time, it had been swallowed by something that could not be seen in its original appearance. Can we go to save them? Bai Shui asked, holding Xie tightly. What if I don't agree? Xie winked at Lu Qi and continued to tease Bai Shui. Bai Shui was so anxious that she wanted to cry. She kept jumping on Xie to express her protest. Chu Yan Jiang Tuanan's body was as steady as a mountain, and it didn't seem to be worried about them. Aren't you worried? Jiang Tuanan asked curiously. Worry is the most useless emotion. This is a beast tide. Do you want to join in the fun? Chu spoke, but her eyes were fixed on Xie. Xie saw Chu Yi's identity the first time he saw her. Although he had never seen the god of the Zerg before, when they really met, he could still rely on instinct to see that she was different from ordinary Zerg. However, Xie did not refuse her request to follow Jiang Tunan back to the deserted planet, because he could feel that this Zerg god seemed to have a different liking for Jiang Tunan, and would not do anything strange around her. Most importantly, this Zerg god seemed to have just woken up, and was still very weak. He could easily control him. Seeing that she insisted on taking them into the muddy water, Xie decided to agree. For humans, the arrival of the beast tide is an unsolved mystery, and no one can resist the charm of this secret. At this time, a soft female voice sounded from the loudspeaker in the aircraft, an urgent message. Good evening, listeners. There is a meteor shower in the Bailey Galaxy today that is rarely seen in a century. It should be noted that there is a beast tide coming to the Bailey Galaxy. All observers must pay attention to safety. I wish you all a happy viewing. Lu Qi glanced at the navigation on the aircraft. They are now in the Bailey Galaxy, and just caught up with this beast tide. Several huge cubs suddenly emerged from under the seat and shouted at Jiang Tunan. Are you surprised to see us? Jiang Tunan looked at Xie with a puzzled look on his face, and responded at the same time. Thank you cubs for coming to pick me up. It's a super surprise. Chu observed several animals, and slowly matched the species and appearance. After living for so many years, Chu is not an insect who has not seen the world. She looked at the majestic snow leopard and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the leopard opened his mouth and said, Can we have another meal? Fu Fu, who was not far from the leopard, was calmer. If you ignore his drooling that was about to fall to the ground, there is a lot of meat outside. It feels like we can have a buffet. Last time on a certain star, I didn't eat enough, and it almost got me killed. Fu Fu sucked his saliva. His eyes locked on the mutant beast outside. 3 rules. You can't disappear from our sight. Come back quickly when you encounter danger. And don't hit the head. Jiang Tunan said in a serious tone. Chu watched Jiang Tunan teach them. With an envious expression on her face, I also want to be such a good friend with Nan Nan. The cubs who had been ignoring her finally noticed Chu Yi's existence. The leopard pushed its nose in front of Chu Yi without any sense of boundaries, but was blocked by Chu Yi. You, a leopard, are too rude. Right? Is it okay to do this on the first meeting? This is called the nose-touching etiquette, which is very popular among us animals. The leopard argued. It sniffed Chu Yi and found that this person, whose eyes were not as big as its own, was safe, and lost interest in an instant. For this kind of baby who was like a little bear, Leopard would of course choose to indulge it. After all, it was a mature leopard, Nan Nan's right-hand man, and they should be united and friendly. Will she go too later? Fu Fu tilted his head, and his eyes left the mutant beasts outside with difficulty. Looking at Chu Yi, Jiang Tunan nodded. Chu Yi, who was looked down upon by the cubs, did not have the slightest anger of being looked down upon, and looked at them with clear eyes. I trouble you to take care of me later. Xie couldn't help but look at Chu Yi more, and turned his head away speechlessly, not wanting to see such a strange scene again. The closer they got to the beast tide, the more they could feel a strange pulling force, as if their aircraft was being drawn into it. Lu Qi sat in the driver's seat, staring quietly at the scene in front of him. The white light not far away should be the aircraft of the Zerg, not far from them, but it was torn and white smoke was coming out. With almost no time to think, Lu Qi fired a cannonball, which landed accurately next to their aircraft, helping them to drive back a large wave of mutant beasts. After an unknown amount of time, they were swept onto a dim planet, and everything returned to peace. Lu Qi put on night vision goggles, and Xie also took out a pair and gave it to Jiang Tunan. Several cubs couldn't wait to run to the door to wait. Except for Bai Shui, who was worried about Wu Fang. Bao Bao and Fu Fu were both there to have more food. Hurry up. Hurry up. I want more food. Let's go. Let's go. I want more food. Nan Nan. Hurry up. Don't force me to beg you. Woo woo woo. During the time when Jiang Tunin was missing, Bao Bao followed Bai Shui to study human courses and learned what kind of cub would be more likely to arouse human sympathy. Although he had just met Jiang Tunin, he decided to give it a try. Looking at Bao Bao lying on the ground and acting like a spoiled child, Jiang Tunin couldn't help but shudder and looked at Xie. Xie understood her doubts in seconds and glanced at Bai Shui. Jiang Tunin understood that all this was Bai Shui credit. No wonder Wu Fang was reluctant to let it go. Imagine a weasel acting like a spoiled child. Even a tough guy would cry. At least Wu Fang couldn't resist. But a leopard that was about to grow up and weighed dozens of kilograms looked weird. Jiang Tunin couldn't bear to hurt the leopard enthusiasm for acting like a spoiled child. She had to pretend not to see it and followed Liu Qi out of the aircraft. The power of high technology is really strong. Jiang Tunin wore night vision glasses and felt that this was the first time she walked so easily at night. Even though this planet was pitch dark, she could clearly see the appearance of every mutant beast whizzing by. Jiang Tunin used her mental power and found that there was also a plant with very deep roots on this planet, at least about the same size as the one on the mermaid planet. But a tree can drive mutant animals? It didn't make sense no matter how she thought about it. Jiang Tunin calmed down and planned to look for the traces of Siwen and Wu Fang. Siwen and Wu Fang did not expect to be so unlucky this time. One was just to see the amusement park, and the other was to take Shen home. As a result, after looking at the map, Shen had no intention of returning home, and was even inexplicably swept into the beast tide. Fortunately, they had rich experience. Wu Fang directly gave up driving the aircraft, and waited for the beast tide to sweep them to the center of the storm. They are coming. Siwen looked at the Azure aircraft that was also swept into the beast tide and smacked his lips. Some humans are not hopeless. They are much more reliable than Chi Tuesday. Chi 2 originally led another wave of high-level Zerd to pick up Chui. When he saw the beast tide, he had already run away and most likely took a detour back to the base camp. Jiang Tunin and his group, who had clearly left the beast tide, chose to come back for some reason. So after they were swept to this planet, they did not move where they were, but waited to reunite with Jiang Tunin. The two groups soon met. Wu Fang touched his chin and sighed. I didn't expect that one day I would become a cooperative relationship with you. Then you should thank Bai Shui for being a kind and loyal weasel, Xie said coldly. He stood beside Jiang Tunin. Looking much thinner than the last time he was beaten down by him. Siwen couldn't help but look at him a few more times. After looking at him like this, he found something wrong. Xie's ability should be stronger. But for some reason, he pretended to be so weak, even though he had lived for thousands of years. Siwen, who had never read The Human Art of War, was still slightly inferior, and could not understand the conspiracy and tricks of humans. Wu Fang was even worse than Siwen, and could not even see through the conspiracy and tricks of animals. Everyone who saw him couldn't help but praise him. He is really the simplest bug he has ever seen. Bai Shui almost didn't hesitate and jumped directly onto Wu Fang. It bowed to Jiang Tunin, Nan and his Bao Bao, Fu Fu and Chui to protect her. So I will be responsible for protecting Wu Fang for the time being. Jiang Tunin nodded. She was even more relieved that Bai Shui was such a humane weasel. Wu Fang, who was honest but said something bad, came online again. Although he was very touched, he still chose to stuff Bai Shui into his chest pocket and said stubbornly, You are so small. What can you protect? Hiding well and not dragging my feet is the best reward. Children, have you seen this bug? If you have a favorite child in the future, you must not learn from him. Otherwise there will be no sweet love. It would be fine if it was on the territory of the Zerg. Jiang Tunin did not dare to be weird to Wu Fang. It's different now. As Jiang Tunin, who has someone above her, she dares to speak up. Wu Fang glared at her. Because Jiang Tunin now has more people than him. And Bai Shui might get angry with him if he said too much. He could only hold his breath. After packing up their things, they walked forward in the direction of the beast tide. These mutant beasts were not yet fully developed, and Bao Bao and Fu Fu would sneak in and attack one from time to time, only eating the part that was easy to eat. Now that there was so much food, it would be okay for them to waste a little. Right? This was the first time that Jiang Tunin showed her strength in front of Wu Fang. A large ball made of vines appeared out of thin air, which could fit everyone present. Jiang Tunin motioned them to go in. Wu Fang was skeptical, always thinking that she looked unreliable. Which reliable human would raise so many animals? But Wu Fang had no chance to regret. Bai Shui was extremely excited to see the ball and shouted, "Bao bao fu fu. The opportunity to show off your skills is here." Wu Fang watched helplessly as the two beasts that had just rushed into the beast hide not long ago quickly appeared in front of him, allowing Jiang Tunin to put vines on them, almost without giving them the new passengers time to prepare psychologically. And the vine ball moved instantly. Everyone on the deserted planet had seen Fu Fu and Bao Bao's unreliable pulling skills more than once. And Siwen also quickly prepared by observing the reactions of everyone on the deserted planet. Only Wu Fang. Bai Shui was so excited that she forgot to remind him. The vine ball ran forward frantically, hitting something unknown. And the ball suddenly flew into the air, catching Wu Fang off guard. If Siwen hadn't caught him, he might have been knocked unconscious. Wu Fang was now mentally prepared, and decisively grasped the handrail inside the vine ball. Looking at Bai Shui, who was excitedly shouting in his pocket, he sighed faintly. "We are Zerg. Why don't we go there by ourselves?" He stared at Siwen, as if he wanted to find him for the answer. Siwen glanced at Chu Yi, who was sitting in Jiang Tunin palm and was enjoying himself, and replied to him, "Probably to learn how to be a qualified human being. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. The cat's skill of pulling a cart is self-taught, and the main goal is to be fast. Whether the people inside can reach the destination alive. What does it have to do with the cat pulling the cart?" Chapter 80. It was pitch dark on the dark planet, and one could only hear the sound of wind caused by many unidentified objects flashing by at high speed. They rushed around, making a muffled sound from time to time, and then screamed, as if there was a collision. Soon, their voices were swallowed by the mutant beasts that came later, and it was unknown what the outcome would be. There was an extremely domineering thing mixed in with them. The two beasts in the lead had strange colors, which formed a sharp contrast with the large number of dark mutant animals. They were very fast, almost stepping on the heads of other beasts. Before the other mutant beasts reacted, they had already run far away. Behind them was a huge ball. The color of this ball was very similar to the surrounding colors, dark green close to black, and it exuded a strange smell. The mutant beasts almost just glanced at the ball and looked away. After running for an unknown period of time, they finally reached the place where all the mutant beasts stopped. There was a towering tree here. Jiang Tunin was wearing night vision glasses and could see its huge crown. This tree is different from the one on S3. Jiang Tunin can feel the vigorous vitality in it. According to her experience, this is obviously not a tree that may have died. The mutant beasts that came here behaved strangely. They were animals that walked on 4 legs, but they lay on the ground strangely and raised their 2 front paws to bow to the tree, as if they were performing a ritual. Jiang Tunin was shocked by this scene and showed a look of astonishment. Could it be that animals also popularize, when in doubt, use quantum mechanics? She couldn't quite understand what these mutant beasts were doing and was thinking about how to break in and find out. Chu Yi, who was sitting on Jiang Tunin's shoulder, shook her short legs and said thoughtfully, "There is a Suiju inside. But it's so strange. Does the Suiju have such great energy?" Jiang Tunin was very excited when she said this. She thought of the Suiju on S3 and told Chu Yi about it. After listening to this, Chu Yi looked at Jiang Tunin and smiled softly. "I really didn't misjudge you. Nan. You may have the ability to purify. Haven't you discovered it all along?" Chu Yi saw that everyone on the desolate planet followed her words and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and was a little confused. Others are fine. Can't even Du Liang see it? No wonder those mutant plants are obedient in your hands. Xieji said thoughtfully. I used to think that you were not capable enough, which caused the mutant plants to be weaker than themselves. No wonder Jiang Tuanin's vines and mutant plants were panicking. Jiang Tuanin was more confident now, looking at the tree not far away, and said boldly, "How about letting me go and find out?" Several people looked at each other and quickly discussed the plan. They were originally people from different camps, but one day they would gather together because of a common human being, and even fight side by side. "I stay, taking Bao and Fu with me," Xieji said simply. "There must be someone to support him up there. But it's still a mystery how much Xieji has recovered." Jiang Tunin hesitated, And Lucci said, "Then I go down with you. There are only 2 Zerg people, so there's nothing to grab." Siwen is more familiar with Jiang Tunnen, so he plans to go down with him. If that's the case, Wu Fang will be the one left up there. But Bai Shui is unwilling to do so, and no master wants to abandon it. Xie took a look and simply said, "Then Siwen will stay up there with me, and we have a good chat." He holds a grudge. Jiang Tunnen looked at Xie flying hair, and secretly complained in his heart. It must be because he still remembers being beaten down by Siwen. So he took the initiative to go with him. Although Siwen's martial arts value is not high, he is also a person that the entire Zerg is afraid of. Wu Fang is not worried about his good brother at all. And for Bai Shui, he nodded in agreement. The formation was happily set, and Xie gave Jiang Tunnen a few more instructions, watching them being sent to the tree by Jiang Tunnen ability, looking at Xie with a smile on his face. Siwen felt a little incredible, as if he had just met Xie for the first time. Siwen first greeted Du Liang and learned that the sisters were all fine, then turned to talk to Xie about the incident of beating him down. Although Xie was a vindictive person, he was not indiscriminate. This was not the first time that he and Siwen had met in battle, unlike what outsiders thought. They knew each other. If there had been no war, they could have barely been nodding acquaintances. When the Zerg and the Empire fought, they did not face each other very often, because Siwen was different from Chi too, and he was not a very warlike Zerg. So after Xie recovered his memory, it was not difficult to guess that if Siwen had not discovered any traces and had no time to react, he would definitely not have chosen to shoot him down in a simple and crude way. What's more, Xie had a blessing in disguise, and he was too late to thank Siwen. "Have you found the murderer?" Siwen looked at the mutant beasts below and asked. "Not yet, but the target has been locked." Siwen showed a somewhat contemptuous smile. "You humans are just like this, always using any means to fight for power." Xie had no way to refute this. He sighed softly. "Can the Zerg find out who is colluding with humans?" Siwen shook his head. "You humans can't do it. You can't ask me to investigate one by one. Right? If you really count. Am I colluding with humans now?" Xie laughed softly, looked back at the direction where Jiang Tunnen disappeared, and sighed. "I didn't expect her to be so popular. Even the Zerg didn't make trouble when she entered and left the Zerg." At first, Xie thought Du Liang was fooling him. Even if he knew that Siwen was a pretty good bug, he couldn't rest assured without knowing the purpose of his taking Jiang Tunnen away. Until she received the signal from Jiang Tunnen not long ago, she actually followed Siwen to open a new map. Not to mention that this is not Siwen's usual style. Siwen is suspicious. He has found out several times that humans have tried to plant a nail in the Zerg. It is really strange that such a Zerg would go out with a human. Even stranger is yet to come. They actually let Jiang Tunnen go. If Bai Shui hadn't insisted on coming back, they might have returned to the deserted planet. It's that simple. Siwen seems to just want Jiang Tunnen to accompany him. So Xie is willing to put aside the grudges temporarily, and sit down with him to talk calmly. "It seems that Du Liang hasn't told you yet." Siwen said this sentence out of the blue. Xie didn't understand what he meant. When he wanted to ask, Siwen had already stood up from the tree branch. Something more powerful is coming. The few people who went deep under the tree were not at ease. When they got closer, they found that there was something fishy about the tree. Looking carefully, there was a dense layer of mutant blackbirds standing on it, and their wings were longer than Jiang Tunnen wingspan. What if there is a trypophobia? Jiang Tunnen sighed. If they want to get close to this tree, they must get rid of this group of blackbirds. Lu Qi was a quick mover. After hearing what Jiang Tunnen said, he set fire to it. A group of blackbirds fled in all directions, making hoarse and unpleasant cries. Some of the smart ones rushed towards them, and were killed instantly by Jiang Tunnen. As a high-level Zerg, Wu Fang felt for the first time the happiness of being covered tightly by his teammates without having to use his brain or hands. Jiang Tunnen and Lu Qi were very fast. After a few moves, Bai Shui clapped her hands to show her respect. "Great! Great! You are worthy of being a breeder." Wu Fang was not happy to hear this. He held Bai Shui's head with one hand and pulled out a long knife with the other hand. Jiang Tunnen saw it from the corner of his eye and suddenly felt resentful. Why do Zerg use weapons? Shouldn't you Zerg engage in hand-to-hand combat? Is it reasonable for you to take out a knife? Wu Fang saw this and didn't hide his secrets. 6 hands appeared from his side. Jiang Tunnen, I offended. Then it was Wufang's solo time. He dealt with the blackbirds and other mutants who tried to attack them in one go. Just like cutting watermelons. Bai Shui almost stuck half of her body out of her pocket and cheered her master diligently. They landed under the tree easily. Jiang Tun and vines pierced the ground and cut a hole in the seemingly hard soil. As soon as Jiang Tunin turned around, she saw the two faces of Wufang and Lu Qi, who changed color. Before she could react, she felt a strong suction force and was sucked into the gap she had split open. Unlike the overwhelming black last time, this time it was like entering another cave. Nan? Jiang Tunin heard the call and turned around to see the large Chui, who seemed to be sucked in with her, and still kept the posture of protecting her behind him. This Chui was about the same height as her, and she was still dressed in the same way, but her face was almost the same as before. Jiang Tunin could recognize her at a glance. Don't blame yourself. I volunteered to come in with you. Chui smiled and had a sweet face. She reached out to hold Jiang Tunin's hand, only to find that her palms were full of cold sweat. Jiang Tunin breathed a sigh of relief. It's better for us to be together than to be separated. No matter what happens, hold on to me. Chui was a little excited, with a pair of beautiful lake blue eyes showing a little cunning. She hid behind Jiang Tunin and looked forward. There, the one hanging in the air is the Sui Pearl surrounded by pollutants. Chui reminded in a low voice. The Sui Pearl was like a full moon hanging in the sky, emitting a faint but gentle light. And there were wisps of black air on it, which was similar to the last Sui Pearl that Jiang Tunin picked up. Under the Sui Pearl, there was a group of animals kneeling down to the Sui Pearl. From them, there were wisps of black floating up, as if they were sucked away by the Sui Pearl, and as if they were purified. Finally, it was time to tell the second half of the story. And Chui sighed. Do you remember the story I told you about the mermaids and the god of the Zerg? Chui asked in a low voice. Jiang Tunin looked at her in confusion. And Chui continued, in fact, the final battle with humans was not that simple. Do you think the killer whale family is making a meaningless sacrifice? Mercy people are kind by nature, and their world is pure white. Because of the repeated invasions of humans, they have retreated again and again. If it weren't for the slaughter of other creatures on the planet, they might really bow down to humans as a treasure that the mermaids keep and nourish with the purest kindness. The Suizhu is naturally the same. However, due to the indiscriminate killing of humans, the decline of the entire planet is becoming more and more obvious. When the mermaids awakened their ability to predict, they predicted that the mermaids would soon be extinct. So they chose the most tragic way, just to preserve their home. The reason why the killer whales choose to become nutrients and nourish the sea area after breeding is that when the mermaids reappear one day, they will be waiting for a beautiful and resource-rich sea. Although they all know in their hearts that the mermaids have completely disappeared from the world. The first few killer whales came to this planet because their homes were destroyed. The mermaids, as natives of the planet, did not reject them because of their identity as outsiders. Instead, they put themselves in their shoes and cared about the status of the killer whales from time to time, which touched the killer whales very much. To this day, the killer whales have developed here for many years and settled down. They remember the kindness of the mermaids from generation to generation. At the same time, they also helped the black turtle to protect Suizhu. Siwen was not hurt by them when he went in and out of here several times because they did not feel any malice. Chui said slowly. She looked at the Sui Pearl on the horizon and said, Look! The big ship is coming. This should be an illusion that happened in the past. The ship in it is exactly the same as the one they used after landing. But these people are completely different from the previous humans. Jiang Tunin and Chui attended their mobilization meeting. These people were to rescue the mermaids and let them take care of the few plants on this planet again. But because humans had committed many evil things before, the mermaids were very wary of them. In addition, the mermaids had preconceived foresight. The foresight dream told them that the mermaids were in great trouble. The mermaids begged the god of the Zerg, hoping that he could put these humans into a deep sleep and leave it to time to judge whether they were good or evil. The god of the Zerg did not reject their request. On the one hand, he was happy to see more species discover the insidiousness of humans. On the other hand, this simple and crude solution was the best solution at present, even though he knew that these humans had never intended to hurt the mermaids from beginning to end. Seeing this, Chui couldn't help but sneak a peek at Jiang Tunin's face, wanting to see if she had any opinion on the Zerg god. Unfortunately, Jiang Tunin's ability to manage her expression was very strong, and Chui couldn't see any clues from her face. Of course, Chewie guessed that it might be because he didn't know enough about humans. Thinking of this, Chewie could only lower his voice and say, "Do you think he is right to do this?" "I don't know," Jiang Tunin said frankly. "Perhaps for a Zerg, this is the best way to think of. Maybe." He knew that these people were kind, but he still insisted on not helping them explain to the mermaids. Chewie asked persistently. Jiang Tunin raised his hand to help Chewie smooth her hair. "As humans, I don't think we have the right to ask the Zerg to empathize with us. After all, it was humans who invaded the Zerg from the beginning, not the Zerg who provoked the war." Chewie tilted her head and looked at Jiang Tunin. Her blue eyes turned slightly, and she showed a sly smile. "I knew you were different from other humans. Maybe you don't know me well enough. And I have some plans for you, Zerg?" Jiang Tunin teased her. In the illusion, the scene has already moved to the tragic battle between humans and mermaids. The ship was hidden by them, and was not affected at all. Jiang Tunin also had the opportunity to see the strength of the Zerg god. He really looked like a statue of a god, with no expression, looking down at humans from a high position. With a slight raise of his hand, everything returned to calm, and humans were thrown into the water. "He looks quite like a god," Jiang Tunin commented. There is also a possibility that he had not yet learned how to be like a human being. Chewie looked at her past self and said with a smile. The scene changed, and a giant tree suddenly appeared in front of them. Its roots looked scattered and twisted, as if several trees were entangled and growing together. The location of the giant tree seemed to be the bottom of a cliff. There were many gravels at its roots. Below was the river beach, and the clear water was rushing, constantly hitting the rocks. Looking at this scene, for some reason, Jiang Tunin felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. A few birds fell from the tree, chirping and chatting, and the sun shone through the gaps between the leaves into the clear water, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The sound of wind breaking through the air sounded, and a few birds seemed to feel something. They looked up and cried more panic, while not forgetting to spread their wings to leave the dangerous tree. It was a dark-colored human falling from a height. Her posture was very strange, as if she was holding something in her arms. If there was no tree, she would most likely fall directly into the pile of stones. Being hit on the back by the stone would at least break her bones. The tree seemed to have a spirit, and its branches slowly stretched out to catch her, buffering the gravity when she fell. The human who fell from a height was placed steadily by the tree on the riverbank, avoiding the stream on the side, and no part of her body was stained with water. Instead, a fishing cat emerged from her arms, and cautiously poked its head out to look around. When it found that there was no danger around, it swaggered out and ran straight to the stream beside it. Jiang Tunin looked at the dress, and finally knew why the tree looked familiar. She had once had such an experience while living on Earth. In a famous rainforest in China, she happened to see a fishing cat chasing the stream all the way, stepping on the air, and about to fall off the cliff. Her body was faster than her brain, and she wanted to fish the fishing cat without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the fishing cat caught it, and she fell down with it. Strangely, Jiang Tunin fell from a height, but her body was only slightly scratched. After waking up and looking at the remaining gravel river beach, she became scared belatedly. The fishing cat in her arms had come back from hunting at some point, holding a fish bigger than its body in its mouth, and gave it to Jiang Tunin, as if it was a reward. Jiang Tunin didn't have the habit of snatching fish from kittens. She returned the fish to the fishing cat. Not long after, her friendly Gigi found her under the guidance of local villagers. Chewie watched this memory with Jiang Tunin, holding her cheek with one hand, and said with interest, "The person who saved the kitten is you, right?" Jiang Tunin's face was like this in both lives. Very easy to recognize. As the god of the Zerg, Chewie is actually not sensitive to human faces. She relies on smell to distinguish different humans. But the person on the screen just glanced at her behavior, and Chewie could confirm that it was Jiang Tunin. Jiang Tunin showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. She nodded, not quite understanding why she saw this long-forgotten memory here. "Do you think that tree looks familiar?" Chewie guessed the reason, watching the towering tree still stretching its body at a slow speed. And the fishing cat she saved also grew up healthily. Jiang Tunin nodded hesitantly. From this point of view, the tree is a bit like the big tree that sucked them in not long ago. But are the two related? Or is her crossing not accidental? Jiang Tunin couldn't figure it out, and her eyes were a little hesitant. And if the latter illusion is hers, the former should be related to Chewie. Chu Yi's understanding of the mermaids many years ago is obviously comparable to Siwen. What role did she play in it? Jiang Tunan had a vague idea. But looking at Chu Yi with a bright and clear look beside her, it was a bit unbelievable. She simply stopped entangled in this and asked Chu Yi, "So how should we get out now?" Before Chu Yi could speak, Jiang Tunan found that they had entered a third environment. This illusion seemed to have nothing to do with the two of them. In the complex and beautiful palace, a little boy with golden eyes grew up alone. His parents were very busy and had no time to eat a meal. He was raised by his aunt, who was conducting field surveys everywhere. Black hair and golden eyes. This little boy Jiang Tunan recognized almost at a glance. It was Xie Ji. He followed Du Liang and ran around. He once strayed into an ancient site. There were 2 broken stone pillars at the entrance. Xie Ji could tell the patterns on them at a glance, and even explain them to Du Liang. This is the mythical beast Xie Ji. According to legend, the babyish voice suddenly stopped, and Xie Ji's face was a little tangled. It seems to have the same name as mine. Du Liang smiled and touched Xie Ji's head, and agreed, "I gave you this name at the time, hoping that you could be an upright person." Jiang Tunan always felt that Du Liang had something to say, probably the rhetoric that a leader should have. Jiang Tunan did not carefully distinguish it, and his eyes wandered in the ruins, wanting to see what this illusion was trying to express. After all, she had lived a few more thoughts. Chu Yi soon discovered the clues. It was Xie Ji's identity that was problematic. The first picture forced her to admit that she had used some means on humans. Jiang Tunan could guess her identity with just a little thought. The second picture is about Jiang Tunan, who seems to have not yet connected herself with the tree. Thinking of this, Chu Yi looked at Jiang Tunan with a gentler look. She should not stay in the human camp, but should go back to where she was supposed to go. Use the sway beads. Since there are sway beads here, maybe they can sense each other, Chu Yi said. Sway beads were originally found on the mermaid planet. Jiang Tunan felt that she didn't put in much effort. Chu Yi said it could be used, so she didn't doubt it, and took out the box containing sway beads. As soon as the sway beads came out, the picture stopped and they were instantly surrounded by darkness. The whole box of sway beads gradually became dim, and the darkness around them disappeared, as if they had returned to where they came from. Under the tree, Jiang Tunan felt around and found something wrong again. There was no life everywhere, which meant that this was not their original place. Chu Yi stood behind Jiang Tunan, staring at the sway beads, and moved his fingers lightly. The box in his hand suddenly became a little hot, and Jiang Tunan hissed, and based on past experience, he knew that these sway beads were going to work. Soon, they floated into the air. Jiang Tunan felt the power of this thing for the first time. She seemed to be filled with a lot of energy, and her ears and eyes became clear in an instant. When she opened her eyes again, they really returned to the tree, and the darkness disappeared. A group of people looked at them in amazement. The beasts tied around them disappeared, leaving only a pile of mutant beasts lying on the ground. Bao Bao and Fufu were eating happily. They raised their heads when they heard the sound, revealing their dirty faces that looked a bit bloody. Nan is so powerful. They knocked them all down in a flash. Jiang Tunan and Chu Yi looked at each other, and what was even more strange was that Chu Yi did not shrink to the size of a palm. Siwen and Wu Fan looked at Chu Yi, and their faces were also strange. They gathered around and asked what happened under the tree. Lu Qi blamed himself for not catching Jiang Tunan in time and causing her to fall. And then he and Wu Fang planned to come out to find a solution. But before they could move, the whole planet seemed to be paused. Jiang Tunan did not hide anything and directly took out the box of dull sway beads. She herself did not understand what happened. She glanced at Chu Yi in a very obscure way. Chu Yi shrugged and said that she knew nothing. She had learned most of this kind of human behavior and was very proficient in it. Things happened and ended inexplicably. Jiang Tunan was actually in a bad mood. After coming to the Interstellar, she often felt powerless. The answer was about to appear, but it was far away from her. Chu Yi suddenly held Jiang Tunan's hand. Chu Yi's hand was very cold, and Jiang Tunan's fingers curled up slightly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even the predecessors can't solve the problem. Why do you have to solve it? Chu Yi's voice was cool, and even her hands were cold. Jiang Tunan wanted to break free a little uncomfortably, but thinking about it, the friendship between girls seemed to be so sticky, so she didn't refuse. You're right. I put too much pressure on myself. Jiang Tunan felt that Chu Yi had successfully calmed down her brain that was about to burn. Her hand was like a piece of jade. Although it was cold, it was constantly providing energy to Jiang Tunan. Why do they feel weird? Siwen lay in the grass, secretly watching Jiang Tunan and Chui. Lucci recalled and said in a rare gentle tone, "You don't understand girls. Who wouldn't like to cuddle with a sweet and soft little sister? It's just that their friendship developed too quickly. Probably because they experienced strange illusions together under the tree?" Lucci suddenly remembered that the day Jiang Tunan saved her, the situation was too chaotic, and she should have given Jiang Tunan a hug, which might help ease Jiang Tunan's nervousness at the time. Chu Yi's action seemed to be only to comfort Jiang Tunan. Soon, their topic shifted, and Chu Yi naturally let go of her hand. Siwen and Wu Fang scratched their heads and looked away in confusion. It is very common among human girls. But the problem is that Chu Yi is neither human nor has a gender. Right? Unfortunately, no one will answer their questions. The two aircraft that came with them have disappeared. They have sent distress signals respectively. Only Bao Bao and Fufu, who have eaten and drunk enough, have no worries, and sleep with their heads leaning against each other. Bai Shui squatted on the two heads, and tried for a long time. She had to admit that they were really heartless. Even in the current unclear scene, they could still sleep soundly. With such a psychological quality, it is no wonder that they are beasts. Knowing that she will really be separated from Wu Fang soon, Bai Shui was a little reluctant. She was lying on his shoulder very intimately, and told him to take care of the flowers in the yard. Wu Fang, who always had no expression, finally showed a little helplessness, but nodded and agreed. Siwen said sour words on the side. "Is this what it means to keep a pet? I really don't know why you run away if you like him so much. But if you don't like him, you won't run away when you see him." Bai Shui actually thought about it for a long time, looked at Siwen, and said seriously, "Before I become a pet, I want to be a small animal with pursuits and live with my own kind." Siwen has no friends. You tell him these things, he won't understand. Wu Fang comforted Bai Shui. Everyone laughed at the same time. Siwen raised his eyebrows. "Nan Nan is my friend. But we can meet anytime if we want. And friends won't be like this." Jiang Tuanan met Siwen's hopeful gaze and nodded with difficulty. The atmosphere was rare and warm, and Lang Chitong found them before the Zerg, looking at a group of people with smiles on their faces. Lang Chitong put one hand on the aircraft and said meaningfully, "Everyone, am I here at the wrong time?" She, Siwen, and Wu Fang are also old acquaintances. Looking at Chui sitting next to Jiang Tuanan, her eyes paused for a moment. But she didn't say anything to ruin the atmosphere. Chui still didn't choose to return to the Zerg. As early as when he picked them up, Xieji sent a letter to Du Liang. Lang Chitong looked at Chui sticking to Jiang Tuanan all the time, revealing a subtle expression, which was captured by Lu Qi. "This? I don't quite understand what the director means," Lang Chitong whispered. "You don't need to understand. The director has her own deep meaning in doing things." Lu Qi had full trust in Du Liang. Even though she guessed that Chu Yi's identity was not simple, she did not say anything. Lu Qi could feel that Du Liang was playing a big game. She looked out the window and found that the desolate planet seemed much clearer than before. "Is it a desolate planet outside?" Chu Yi's voice sounded, and several people looked out. The gray fog on the desolate planet turned into a thin layer, revealing the original color of the desolate planet, which was almost close to the level when the desolate planet was first discovered. Jiang Tunan could not hide the shock on her face. She looked at Xieji a little speechless, and her eyes were red with excitement. Looking around, Jiang Tunan found that everyone was very excited. "It was not like this when I set out." Lang Chitong's voice was also shocked. Everyone was surprised by the scene in front of them. After the desolate planet was determined to be abandoned, before the group of animals were on the verge of death, the planet actually came to life at this moment. Xieji tapped his fingers on his legs and said firmly, "It must be what you did just now." Du Liang obviously also received the news. A flying vehicle not far away flashed lights towards them. When they landed, they found that Du Liang and Professor Zhao, who rarely left the deserted planet, were sitting on the flying vehicle. Both of them had tears in their eyes, and they were obviously in mixed feelings. "Great. When the deserted planet returns to normal, we can defeat the ordinary planet." This was Professor Zhao's first sentence. "You are really worthy of it, Professor Zhao." This thought came to everyone's mind, but it didn't disturb his interest. Du Liang walked in and patted Jiang Tunan on the shoulder. "You have worked hard on this trip, kid." Her sight passed through Jiang Tunan and fell on Chui. The two of them met eyes, and only they understood what was said. This was also the first time that when Jiang Tunin came back from the deserted planet, the first thing Du Liang did was not to report to her, but to take Chui back to the office. Chui she. Jiang Tunin was a little worried, although he knew that Chuyi's identity was not simple. She was a cub who had just broken out of the shell after all, and she couldn't even understand what humans meant a day ago. In Jiang Tunin's heart, Chui was just a weak and cute flower fairy. If she knew that Chui was the god of the Zerg, she would never think so. Chui, whose figure gradually faded away, seemed to feel Jiang Tunin's complicated mood. She turned around secretly and waved to Jiang Tunin, with a bright smile on her face, and her lake blue eyes were still full of sincerity. When he arrived at the office, Du Liang looked out through the blinds and added another layer of restrictions to the office. "What exactly are you doing here?" Du Liang said bluntly. "Don't treat old friends like this." Chui smiled, revealing a shallow dimple, and sat down on Du Liang's chair without any hesitation, looking at Du Liang with a serious face. "Little Du Liang, the older you get, the less cute you become. Are all humans like this?" Chui asked suddenly, as if she was talking to herself. Du Liang did not intend to answer her, but just quietly looked at the Zerg god, who had awakened again in front of him. The story between her and Chui is also a long story. To be precise, it should be that the relationship between their ancestors and Chui has been like a towering tree, inseparable. If this matter is made public, it will inevitably cause an uproar. The Du family is also a veteran family in the empire. They have retired from politics in recent years, and their two daughters have devoted themselves to research. But no one dares to look down on them because of the small number of people in the Du family. Because the Du family used to be the right-hand man who followed the emperor to build the empire. No one knows that the emperor's ascension to the throne was closely related to Chui. Du Liang's great-grandfather was the first emperor's right-hand man. He was ambushed in a war with the Federation and fell into the Zerg's territory. At that time, humans had not yet expanded their territory to the Zerg's doorstep. Chuyi's life was very boring. He picked up a dying human and felt that he had found temporary fun in his life. Chui spent a lot of effort to save Du Liang's great-grandfather Du, using the Zerg's natural materials and treasures to save him. However, Zerg things may not be suitable for humans. It is also possible that the Du family's bloodline may have problems, causing Du himself to have some problems. This problem can be big or small, and it does not harm his life. Du occasionally can't help growing wings. After discovering this, Du was not angry because he knew that this should be the best way the Zerg could think of to save him. It was just a little bit funny. He was a dark-skinned tough guy, but he actually had a pair of colorful wings, which really didn't match his appearance. This is Chuyi's bad taste. He was born between heaven and earth. When he opened his eyes, he saw a golden hibiscus tree. His aesthetic taste became to like golden things. Isn't this reasonable? But he can swear to heaven that he never gave Du wings. God knows why he grew such a thing. Chui had no intention of intervening in the war of mankind, but he saved Du and naturally didn't want him to die so soon. So in the war between the Empire and the Federation, he used some means to help Du assist the monarch to take down the Empire. As for why Du didn't become the Emperor himself, it was mainly because he was tired. But he didn't expect that the difference in one thought back then would bring such a great disaster to the Zerg.